and making thumbnails and making intro music, and that is a job. It's like incredibly time consuming. But the worst part, Jeremy, bro, is like flat earthers also do that. Like flat earthers are like, flat earthers shouldn't make any money on the truth. The truth should be free. It's like, it is free, right? Like, first of all the YouTube videos are free, and secondly, you can go research all the information. That's where they got it. It's free. You're paying for the person spending many hours to put it together for you. Like, even flat earthers are like, fall for that psyop to try and like, I don't know, like hold truthers back. It's weird.
Yeah, I was talking about you with one of my friends last night, and I'm like, if you can make money off something you love doing, then that's like the best thing you could do, because then it's not even like a job. So yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong if you can make money off something you love doing. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy is it is a job though, right? Like, but yeah, for sure. Like, I'm not complaining. I'm blessed, but it is still very time consuming, right? Like, there are moments where I'm like, I don't want to do a 2-hour stream tonight. You know what I'm saying? But you have to go like research a topic all day, put a PowerPoint together, go do a stream. Um, but yeah, I agree. I think that truthers should all kind of be on the same page with that. It's like, what we really need to do is find a way for all the other truthers to make a living.
Word, I would love to quit my job, bro. Oh my God.
That's actually one of the things I want to do with audit NASA is build it up to where it's like a legit thing that pays people. So we're just a bunch of flat earthers can make money just auditing NASA. So their job can literally just be to audit NASA. You could still just be in Discord, say you're in Discord all day, but you're just looking into stuff about NASA. That's the idea. We'll hold you a position, bro.
Good looking. Yeah, good looking. I mean, yeah, that'd be fucking awesome to sit there and, just check NASA all day for a paycheck. That's fucking dope.
Yeah, or like just occasionally call them and talk to them about the ISS or whatever.
Did you ever hear Robert Bassano's tapes?
Yeah, they're fire. They're like one of the main things I use to explain what I want to do at Audit NASA. He was like real professional and friendly.
He fucked it up one day. He was on a 3-way call or something. I think that's what fucked him up. I can't remember. But he was on a 3-way call. Another guy blurted in or something. I don't remember.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're about to hit NASA so hard. It's like we're like just finishing building the online portal for the comms and the tasks and project management. Yeah, it's going to be pretty bad for them, to be honest. I have no idea what they're going to do, honestly, Jeremy. Like, it's going to be crazy because they have to do something. I don't even know. It's going to be crazy. They're about to get swarmed from all angles. Legal, PR, all departments, phone calls, emails, in-person audits, cover companies, so like front companies, front journalism, FOIAs, I mean, everything.
Yo, I honestly thought NASA was shutting it down a few years ago when SpaceX came out. I was like, oh, they're gonna come out with this SpaceX thing so that they can shut NASA down, so that no one's accountable at all, right, for all the bullshit they've done in the past. That's what I thought was going to happen years ago.
What's funny though is SpaceX is also accountable to the public because they get grant like fund. They get funding, right? They're a contract through the government.
Yeah, but
But yeah, I
you couldn't hold them accountable for like the moon landing. You know what I'm saying and shit like that.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, that is the main thing that they use now, right? Like if they ever claim to go into space, it's almost always like SpaceX. I used to think that they were going to disband NASA too, but I thought about it. I'm like, that's like such a pivotal part of their lie. The brand of NASA. So I don't know. We also want to like FOIA Space Force. Like, what is Space Force doing?
Yeah, what do they even do?
Heard they're basically just like a glorified Air Force.
Yo, did you hear the thing Kosho was trying to say about the exclusive evidence for us orbiting the sun? It was something about the light, how the light uh, shines off Jupiter, or something with Kepler's third law or something.
No, I'm not idea what you're talking
It
about.
was all math. It was just math shit. He's like, "What
Yeah.
do you think? It's a coincidence?" Like, dude, you know how many fucking coincidences there are?
Oh well, Kepler's laws depict an actual ratio of the movement. You can apply Kepler's laws to a geocentric Earth. It's literally just a geometric depiction of the ratio of movements.
Yeah, but he was trying to use that to say we're moving around the sun.
Yeah. Yep. But it's just funny because it doesn't prove anything at all for them. Like Kepler's laws can be completely true, and that doesn't prove anything for them.
It still don't mean we're moving. Yeah, I know. I tried to tell him that.
Yeah, it just shows that the things in the sky are moving in relation to each other. Of course they are. we we literally see it. We see it in the sky. You know, Kepler like straight up said that the reason that like, it was just religious for him.
Nah, I didn't know.
Yeah, they decided to leave that part out, I guess. A sun worshipping weirdo. Like that's not just a talking point. He actually worshipped the sun. He said basically like the sun is emitting a divine frequency of sound that's causing all the planets to move around it. And he actually believed the entire universe went around the sun.
I was big into this water memory thing. I don't know, like a decade or so ago, maybe more. And They said one of the best things to restructure water was like prayer, but then they said the next best thing was the sound of the sun for restructuring water.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I don't know where they got the sound of the sun. What do you mean restructuring water or like
No, the
changing
sound
like
of
the
the sun.
spin? Yeah,
Yeah,
I
what
don't.
is
I
the
have no
spin?
idea. I don't know where they got that from or what, but NASA probably.
I mean, the sun is cool and all, but imagine worshiping it.
I know it's weird.
It's a bit of a straw man in a way because it's not as much a personification of the sun, although some of it was, but it's really just like the sun is symbolic of enlightenment. So they like worship the idea of self enlightenment or whatever. That's something that I never had ballers answer. Honestly, I'm like, so wait. What you believe is that tons of people came up with a sun worshiping religious description of the sky, and they just so happen to get it scientifically correct. But they have to believe that. They have to. They believe in a model that came from people who worship the sun, and that's why they came up with the model. Just coincidentally, a bunch of sun worshippers came up with a religious idea of the sky, and just happened to be scientifically correct. Everything they say is a lie, bro. Like the whole Neptune thing. They use Newton's laws to discover Neptune. Neptune was observed like 7 times before that. And they had to treat the Earth as if it was at the center, and that everything, the cosmos was moving around us, and that there was like real centrifugal force out in space to explain to even do the math to supposedly predict it.
Yeah, was that the real Danny Faulkner? You ever talk to this guy? What's it?
No.
You know who Danny Faulkner is, all right?
I've heard of them. Yeah.
What's his name? Approached him at one of the conferences, asked him how he can't have gas pressure. He wrote the book, some flat Earth book, debunking the shit out of us with a whole bunch of straw man and shit.
Yeah, Thompson. Yeah. Whatever happened to that dude?
Nathan Thompson,
Yeah.
he fell the fuck off. I mean, I don't. Heads know what he heard, what he did to you, and I don't know. I've never been a fan since the chicken suit thing or the duck suit, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was definitely like whenever I went at him.
Like I was already not a fan, and then I heard your story, and I was like, ah.
I would think he would
Yeah,
have really
that really
killed
clear
out
the
and been more
conversation.
humble, but he's definitely just still him.
But your mic just went bad. What's it? What's it think?
Sorry, I missed what you said.
Oh, your mic was just muffled.
Yeah. My AirPod was.
Yo, we can't hear you at all right now.
Yeah, sorry. I have like my headphones on my ears, and then I have an AirPod Pro in my pocket, and it keeps randomly connecting to it. So maybe I fixed it.
It sounds fine now. That you were just talking about the orbital mechanics and how they just like cancel out centrifugal, act like centrifugal isn't important. That's the stuff that Michael Brenner was on about, the dynamics and the kinematics and geometry and everything too. They don't even have
Yeah,
the
well, in
dynamics.
reality, it's even worse than that because they actually account for it in their math. So they actually account for it as if it's really there,
Right.
which like the cosmos is moving.
But they cancel it out with a centripetal, right?
Yeah, but the centripetal would actually be a net. So like, there's Coriolis and centrifugal.
Right. Which are real
Yeah,
forces, but they have to call them pseudo forces in their model.
that's right. Yeah. And they'll say like pseudo doesn't mean it's not real. So they're just asking like, okay, well, what's the difference in pseudo forces and real forces? What's the difference in a pseudo Coriolis force and a real Coriolis force? And they just won't answer.
Well, the Coriolis is definitely not real. That shit's an optical illusion. In fact, there was a thing where I used to have this scenario about two guys in a park throwing a ball back and forth, and you put a merry-go-round. I described that to all the Globers, and Bob, the science guy, said that's not Coriolis; it's just an optical illusion. But it was Coriolis, though. But that's what I mean. You can't. There's no difference between the Coriolis effect and an optical illusion because that's really all it is. That's why Newtonian mechanics breaks down on non-inertial reference frames.
Well, yeah, but like what I'm saying is they apply. Like say if you had the whole cosmos moving around the Earth, you would have an actual real force. You would have the centrifugal force moving around, and then you would also get like a net radially inward force and all that stuff moving in with that angular momentum faced in. Um, yeah. So you have to use that for Newtonian mechanics. They plug it in. They say that the inertial forces are fictitious. Right. So they say the Euler forces and the Coriolis forces and the centrifugal force is all fictitious, but they have to account for it in their math. Like I have a quote from an astronomer. He's like a lifelong astronomer. He's a geocentrist, and he's like, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If NASA's space agency and satellites is proof of anything, it would be proof of a geocentric stationary Earth. Because he's talking about their equations that they use.
Yeah, I don't get how they don't see that it's not moving and it's not a ball. I mean, anybody that's a geocentrist, but yeah, it's crazy how, I mean, I just don't think they ever really believed it. I think that it was just finagling just to keep the philosophy intact. And they didn't, most of these guys probably really didn't believe it. I doubt. Even the geocentric model doesn't make any sense.
Well, they for sure knew that it very likely could have been geocentric. Like Hubble, Einstein, all these people for sure at the least knew that it was like very likely that we were in the center. That's just a
Right.
fact. Stephen Hawking. This
Right.
is one thing about the ballers, right? Like I have 2 Stephen Hawking books, and I think that dude was a prop man. Didn't do anything on his own. Was a complete deception. All of
Yep.
his philosophies was stupid. Everything he said was retarded. He was a clown.
Total
like,
prop. Literally a prop. Literally a prop.
Yeah, exactly. And I have 2 of his books, The Grand Design and A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, right? And the ballers have never read them. So it's like, it's just so funny the way this all works. But
It's funny that they used him as a prop, and probably, it was just a collaborative team saying what he's supposedly saying, and it wasn't even him. Like they had actors in place for him, a couple different actors playing the part of him. It wasn't, I mean, he probably died at the normal rate that most people with that disease die at. You don't live like 40 years longer than anybody else with that disease to begin with. But why would they put in things that were like also revealing in his literature, like A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, those kind of things? It's like they're giving us insights through the guy that they're trying to prop up the model with a collaborative team of theorists saying what he said. But then they add in the idea that he was doubting it himself, which is weird.
okay, yeah. So to me, the answer to that's pretty simple. So anyone that has brain cells that work and actually understand the current model, then they automatically come to the understanding that the Earth can be in the center. So you have to get out in front of that, and you have to say, sure, it could be in the center, but
Right.
It's much more logical to think that we're not, because look how big the universe is.
Yeah.
Why would we be so arrogant?
Something. Yeah, something to chew on. Something to be satisfied with. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, stubbornly persistent illusion. He just writes a foreword, and then it's basically just a compilation of Einstein's writings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, they always have to tell the truth in the background for the people that are paying attention that don't know that it's a total deception. Yeah.
Any video someone dropped to my Telegram, I'll have to find it. But have you ever seen? There's this old video of this guy like supposedly interpreting what Hawking's saying in an interview, and they're given like this incredibly complex and detailed answers back, and Hawking's like mumbling for like 1 second, and then the dude like gives like a 30-second to a minute explanation of what he just supposedly.
Yeah, and he supposedly that the machine is like being controlled by his cheek for what he says. Like he's typing with his cheek somehow, and he hardly even.
This is not even that, bro. Bro, this is not even that. This is literally a dude sitting in a chair beside him as Hawking mumbles.
Right. Right. Yeah. I think that's why the whole thing's a troll. It's funny to them because they think we believe it, or we did believe it, but most people believe it. So they make it intentionally beyond belief on purpose to save face amongst each other, as well as just like show the thinking man that if you believe this, we don't feel sorry for you because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, my dad would even have said there's no way that dude is translating what he's saying. He would make fun of it. But
Right.
And my dad is like, I just sent him a flat Earth video by Greg Reese a couple days ago, and he's like not even tempted to watch it.
Yeah.
And then he says we've known the Earth was a ball for over 1,000 years. I'm
Right.
like, oh my god! Like we proved the Earth was a ball over 1,000 years ago. I'm like, no, you didn't. Hello, how'd you do that?
Yeah, I heard you talking about that, and it's the same thing that I say about like my best friend from high school that doesn't want to even like look into it, won't even entertain it, and You said something like, if my son was crazy or wanting, thinking that the earth was flat and I didn't think so, I'd find out exactly why he thinks that. That's what I'm saying about my best friend. I'm like, why would you not want to at least know why your best friend went crazy? I would try to help my best friend that I thought was crazy by figuring out exactly why he thinks what he thinks so I could help him. And if he's right, I want to know. I'm
Right.
curious
That's
in
what
that, you know?
I think. That's what's so good about it. It's like if you, like I don't really push on my dad at all, and I didn't really push on my best friends like overly over the top either. So what happens is it's like they know you're not crazy, so it's just this thing in the back of their mind where they're always like,
Right.
my smart best friend actually thinks they're smart, right? Like,
Right.
yeah,
It's
but
too
like I
scary.
don't know.
It's too scary because that means that it's obvious, and it's obvious to anyone that's in this conversation long enough to realize that the friends that were laughing at you to begin with are running away from you, and it's apparent to both you and him or whoever it is that it's because they don't want to talk about it. They'd rather not know, is basically what they're admitting without saying it directly. That's why the Overton window is going to crash, because that can only go on so long. I mean, how many people now know that 9/11 wasn't what they told us? That, I had a bunch of friends call me up and tell me that I was right about that. This is a little bit different. It's just too much of a philosophical um, disaster for most people to face as easily, because you can know the government lies to you, but on the scale of the whole world being in on something, it's just too unbelievable for most people to begin with, and then too scary if they have to confront the idea that it's actually going on. It's been going on, and that's exactly what it is. Too much, and that's the formula. Make the lie so big that the common man would be paralyzed at just the thought of it. It's a quote by somebody. Yeah.
You ever heard of this dude, John Edward Quinlan? This dude was construction back in the day, talking about the Earth's flat. And I found another. Like my Telegram is fire, bro. You guys should join it. People drop so much great
I'm
in there,
on it.
but yeah. So and sorry if I ever don't respond. I'm like in the middle of a set.
Yeah.
So one of the things someone dropped was this guy. He was like uh, going against the globularists back in the day, and he said, and he was basically saying, "Look, all the scientific evidence supports what the Bible says about the Earth," and he interprets it to say that we're basically in like a chest. It's not like a flat Earth with a dome over it per se. It's like inside of a chest, like in a plane on the bottom of the chest. It's and that it's actually it's basically like the Ark of the Covenant on the big scale. And it's a giant like Ark of the Covenant. You have the four corners in the bottom, and then it does like curve over from the top, but it's not like a dome like that, right? It's like the top of a chest that curves over. I'll drop a picture.
That's like the Egyptian hieroglyphs that have that like purse. And I was right about it. Well, I don't know if I was right, but what I guessed it was somebody else corroborated that that's their interpretation. At least I forget where I found the backing for it, but they're holding the pine cone and that like suitcase looking thing, but it's like a firmament. It's like just a round bar on top, and then it's like a box underneath. And it's like the gods have the whole world in their hands, literally. Like that's the representation of the world, is the like purse looking thing, and then the pineal gland. It's like they have the mind of man with the pineal gland pine cone in their hand as well. Represents total control of everything. What man thinks the world is the control of everything. You can control what a man thinks about his place in the world of where he's from. From there up, you control everything. I thought it'd be cool to have like a list of like anonymous Illuminati quotes. You know, things that somebody must have said at one point when they were planning all this out. And I convinced Nate that it was a real quote. I had him looking for it on the internet actually at one point. But it was I forget how he put it. It was like basically like, if we can convince man that that space is what we represent it to be, we will own his mind. But if we can convince him that we can manipulate time itself, we will own his soul. Something like that. It'd just be funny to have like a list
That's
of things
awesome.
that must have been said in the process of this, you know, grand deception. Have a whole book of them, just like like anonymous Illuminati quotes. Just put that as the title. There should be a movie made about that, where it's kind of like showing how this must have been put together with a group of people, like council of men. But if you could do it in a way that's like not directly talking about what's really happened, you know, but it's like maybe like some kind of outer ponder environment where people wouldn't associate it directly with their own reality unless they think about it. But yeah, like if like one of the ideas was like if your parents told you don't go outside, no, outside doesn't exist. Actually, that's not real out there. It's only real in here, and everything out there is just an illusion. You know, like no, I just talked to somebody down the street today, Mom. Seemed pretty real to me. Like something like the it's just so insane that they did it, and that people are backing up something that is on the face beyond belief ludicrous when you really look at it.
Well, yeah, it's like this deception is distinctly different in that way. Like say the Federal Reserve, that works because like no one truly understands just how much of a sham that is. Like overall speaking, people are figuring it out now, right? But throughout the ages, no one really put it together, or just how without value our money is, or how
Yeah,
much in debt we are with no backing, and how they just print money. It's a fiat currency, right? Like no one really knows. They just work, they just get their checks, whatever. No one really
yeah,
knows how you don't actually have to pay taxes and they're voluntary, right? No one really knows most of these deceptions. Like the people that don't know about 9/11s because they haven't looked into it, they don't know it. They don't
yeah,
really know that it's like a thing that they cast on a deception. It's like that was so. A lot of them are just like completely under the radar. Like a lot of people don't fully realize how much poison's in food or what's going on with the programming in the TV, or that the government operated did MK Ultra to brainwash
yeah,
you, and we go on and on. They don't
yeah,
even know about it at all. Like they don't know about any of that. But with flat Earth, it's weird, right? Like they go around and defend this. Like
yeah.
you're not gonna have people running around defending MK Ultra, right? That doesn't happen. Like people just
Right,
don't really know about it. But these people go around like they were hired as
right.
defense attorneys. It's
Yeah,
crazy, bro. It's like this. It's like its
yeah,
own little lie.
yeah. I was just thinking about Jesse, how much Jesse Gordon sounded like a defense attorney, and it's almost like in his case or in some other people's case. Not to talk about him, he's not here, but some people's case, it seems like they know they're just defending the criminal, and that the criminal probably did it, but they're going to play the game. And if they can somehow convince the judge in their head that somehow this is a righteous move to defend this idea, because for whatever reasons, they probably have all kinds of justifications if they know better. But it's almost like they've got that thing going on, that the courtroom setting in their head, where it's like they're going to have a psychic break if they don't defend it. So they just play the game in a way that totally makes them deny their intelligence, and that's the other design of it. it makes men stupid.
Well, it's kind of like fluoride. You know, people still there are people out there trying to defend it as some kind of safe and effective thing that should be mass medicated, given to the whole population or drinking water. Yeah.
Mhm.
Thankfully, this Fluoride Action Network has a trial going on against the EPA, FDA right now to get it out of the nation's water system. The trial's been going on for about 2 or 3 years now, but it's, people are still asleep, even synchronous.
You're roboting. You're roboting. They didn't want you to say that shit about fluoride. They're cutting in on your stream, though. We heard most of that. You're right. Are they talking about trying to get it out of every city? Because there's been a lot of cities that have won the fluoride confrontation and gotten it taken out of their cities in America. But you're talking about more like a national thing.
Yeah. If this judge decides in favor of Fluoride Action Network, I believe it would take away the entire federal program.
Good.
Like
a lot of countries have
and
done
that's
that.
my hope and prayer.
Yeah, I hope so too. That's the most criminal thing, and that's the other thing about conspiracy. I always say, like, if you can't get somebody to realize that fluoride in the water is bad for them, how are you ever going to tell them about flat Earth?
But don't you agree that most people don't really know all that? Like,
No, they don't.
Yeah,
But
that's a good
you can give
base.
them all the information in the world. They won't look at it. They'll still keep drinking tap water. Or a lot of them will.
I'm just saying, most people don't know about it. Like, that's what's so weird about this one is like people will go around defend it. It's like, I don't know. But okay, we have people that come in here and defend fluoride, bro. The average person would never do that. They just don't know.
Right. Exactly.
But the average person will defend the globe, though.
Oh yeah, they'll hate you. They'll hate you for it. I mean, my best friend doesn't hate me, but he doesn't call anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's
yeah. I've had people like ostracized. You get ostracized and like, what are you, a flat earther? You know what I mean, with that kind of tone, and it's sad, man.
Scary. I mean, they're scared. I mean, I guess you have to at least understand that part of it because we didn't want to think it was true either. And there's like certain stages like that you go through, and if you don't, and you can go one way or another at one point, and if you decide that your paradigm's not going to break, and then you start doing things that are like that compromise yourself in some way, like piss off, like tell your friend to piss off, or reinvest in what you're saying online, or I mean these guys are so dug in deep. I mean, I bet there's been a lot of ballers that we don't see anymore that realized we were right and just went away. Not too many of them that stick around and say you were right, but there's a lot of ballers that know we're right at this point. That's for sure, and we don't talk to them anymore.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting close to a tipping point, and the further you get along that scale, there's going to be more people skeptical to it. In the beginning, it's like a movement. You grab a few people, and it keeps on growing and growing and growing. I think we're like right at that point that enough people have heard of it that they're like, no, don't even talk to me about it. Like it's just going to blow their mind too much or something.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like certain person takes a psychedelic, and it's like mushrooms or something, and it completely blows their world, and they're like, oh my god, and some people just freak out, you know what I mean, and other times people kind of go along with the ride, and I think it's exactly it's like a complete change of consciousness of worldview that a lot of people, it's just a complete.
That's what I always compare it to. I say like telling people about flat Earth is literally like coming up to them and saying, "Do you want a permanent hit of acid?" And most people, especially regular people, aren't going to say yes. They want a nobody's going to say that. Nobody would want a permanent hit of acid, but that's what it becomes. But It's the opposite. It's like you stop tripping when you've realized that you're not on a spinning ball, because it's like, oh, okay, so life is like it seems. Like, it's like, whoa, no way. So you're telling me life is actually way more like it seems every day than the opposite of that I have to like believe is going on, and I have no evidence of it. So it's like you stop tripping, but because you realize everybody else is still tripping, thinking you're spinning around without any evidence for it, that you're the one tripping in comparison to them forever, until everyone else is like, oh, you're right. Okay, yeah, we're not tripping anymore. That was crazy.
How many people do you think like actually think about it though? Like, how many people in the world do you think like have actually considered that when they see the sunset that they're falling backwards away from the sun?
I love that. Right. And then the thing is you realize that you were tripping your whole life. Like to think that your whole life was an acid trip, in a way, your whole reality of your life, or the whole concept of your life to this point was a total fucking like illusion that wasn't true. That's the thing they can't go with. And that means like you have to almost go back and rethink every significant decision you've ever made, because you might have made a different choice if you had known this. So once people are dug into their lives or feel attached to their lives in a certain way, that they decide, isn't going to be threatened, isn't going to be messed with, especially if they have a spouse or children or whatever it is, a job that's tied to it, or something socially that they know they can't get over. People that are here talking about this are the people that do not care as much about what other people think of them as they do about the truth. And that's very few, far between at first, at least.
Yeah, it's almost like seeking the truth can involve a good amount of pain and suffering, as you have to let go of the old beliefs and kind of uproot the old beliefs. And I think some people, the strong attachment and rootedness from childhood to these beliefs is almost like taking away a religion from someone. It's almost like this is how they thought they would die, is with this viewpoint. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
So it's crazy for them.
Yeah, and they integrate so many small factions of life that you never even realize are tied to the ball, or the heliocentric idea, or the philosophy that we're just a tiny speck of dust. All those things are so tied in and so intricately woven with a lot of what we, think and do with our whole lives. You don't even realize it until after you realize it's not true.
Well, I definitely feel like I've only been on the server maybe a year, but the more and more I listen to arguments, it definitely seems like they're losing a lot of ground and logic. The globe side, it's like our arguments are getting stronger and clearer, and at this point, it's like sophistry, like you guys say often. It's just dancing around and never really getting to the root of our questions or of our arguments.
Oh, yeah, it's been over since 2017. Now, as of late, Witsit's made a big dent and done a lot that really fucked him up. I'm telling you. I'm about to make. Actually, I'm going to make a fucking meme for Witsit. You'll see. I'm not going to even say anything about it, but it's been pretty bad. He's been dunking on people.
Yeah, I think he definitely offers a lot of like intellectual like clarity and quickness. You know what I mean? Where he's done it so many times, he's able to get the point across quickly and succinctly, to the point that some Glovers are just kind of left stunned, and they're just kind of like, let me just circular logic and change the subject or something.
Oh yeah, knowing their model better than they do is key. Obviously, they can't just like start spurting off things they've memorized that they're supposed to be true, and then feel like they've won the debate. Witsit, at least, they're people that know the model at least enough to understand why they think what they think. And then if you go in there and dig it out and pick it apart and find out what people really said, that really fucks them up. They don't like that. They don't like Einstein doubting the model, and people like big talking that, whoever it is that these quotes are coming from, the wits it's dug out there. That's fucking bad.
Does anyone know any good resources for like flat Earth audio books or any kind of way to access audio versions of stuff?
Sure, there's all kinds of stuff. Eric Dubé's done a lot of audio stuff for his stuff. Like if you want to Bruce, you can just listen to the YouTube for him or anybody else. But a lot of readings. There's one by Cathexis, another guy who used to be like really scary for the ballers because he knew their model in and out too, and would argue. He called himself a flat Earth apologist, which was disarming for the baller because he would say, "Okay, here's why this side thinks this, and I understand why you think that." And there's plenty of evidence, quote unquote, for people to come to the conclusion that they might be living on a spinning ball, but the Earth presents itself as a stationary plane in every way possible. So there's the conundrum right there.
Dave, I can barely hear what you're saying. I don't know if it's your mic or whatever. Can anyone else hear him?
Oh, I'm talking through my phone with my headphones.
I'm hearing them pretty good, but I've got like headphones, higher volume.
I'll rejoin with my headphone. I'm just charged.
I think when the attack comes from the inside, like the attack on their model comes from their model, that was like that's a whole change of argument now. So it's killer.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, sounds a little better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how much you missed what I said. It wasn't. I was just, talking about how.
Bro, it's like you're mumbling. Are you mumbling or are you say it with your chest, bro?
You can't hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It might be your mic.
I can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I didn't really say anything that bears repeating, but what were we talking about? Yeah, why would your friend not want to know? Like, if you have a best friend and you've gone through a lot of shit, huh? That's you, Jared.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Somebody else's mic is bad. Maybe. Anyway, I was just saying, how could your best friend, if I had a best friend that I thought was crazy, I would definitely want to know why he's crazy, and I would want to help him figure out why he thinks the most crazy thing I've ever heard. That's kind of how this conversation started. But it's a deep one, man. I think that they plan on absorbing it, though. That's the thing. What are they going to do? They're going to be forced to, because it's now not. It's not unusual. It is unusual that someone hasn't heard about flat Earth and also know that people take it seriously. Because it used to be that they heard about people saying it, but they didn't think that people were. They didn't say. They didn't acknowledge that it's a thing. But now people know it's a thing. And then after it becomes a thing, then people start check it out to see why it's a thing.
Yeah, and it's like when we get to the nuts and bolts of it, and the details, we're realizing that a lot of people don't have any actual evidence to support it, but we do. But I think what they are clinging to is this kind of appeal to authority, appeal to majority. Of these kind of like, as an example, people who build satellites or something, and well, my dad builds satellites. Of course, the Earth is a globe. You know how they make this equation that, if there's an industry for space, then obviously space has to exist. Just just like the same thing with viruses. Even though we're realizing that viral theory and contagion theory is now
Hold on, bro.
completely.
Hold on, man. Let's not go there. I don't know what they're censoring for on YouTube and Discord and shit. So
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
But
gotcha. Yeah.
call it
So anyway,
minestrone or whatever. But yeah, we're up on that for sure. It's exactly the similar thing. Yeah, and they were telling us the truth about that when you read the fine print all along. Like you go and look at
Bro,
like what's
are
actually
you
being
guys
said.
are you guys good, man? So what I think everyone, I think all the heliosexuals, you should just make them answer this question that I keep like. I don't think that anyone, they shouldn't be allowed. I mean, it's obviously everyone's decision, but I'm just saying they should have to answer this question. And it's if the geocentric and heliocentric models are kinematically and dynamically equivalent, but the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problems, wouldn't that
Right.
mean that the geocentric model was significantly more viable, specifically 97% more? Like, I think
Yeah,
that they should just have to answer that question.
they won't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, are we going to pretend you're going to have an honest exchange with someone that can't answer that question?
I don't think we ever have honest exchanges. I think that everything we ever bring up with them is just total obfuscation and running around and trying to repeat things that do not actually add up, and they're little bits and pieces of truisms that aren't making a larger truth. The orbital
well,
mechanics doesn't even work. None of it works.
yeah, and in respect to your question, it's I remember you've asked that a number of times in arguments, and they always try and pick apart one part of it or another. Like, I'm not sure if it's kinematically the same. Can you show some evidence for that? And you show them evidence, and they're like, I don't think this paper really meant to say that. Or it's just always trying to pick stuff apart rather than seeing the common sense logic, especially the greatest quote unquote minds and thinkers according to their theory saying that, yeah, it could be either way. We don't know.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
even worse
surprised
than
that
that,
it's
right? Like,
dynamically equivalent. Dynamically, it works way better. I mean, they don't even have the dynamics working for the globe model.
no, that's right. That's right. It's actually not even equivalent. But
Yeah.
just for intensive purposes. But that's why I say if. Dude, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
There's no excuse. Like, if they want to argue about the kinematic and dynamic thing, they can't. None of them know anything. They all say, "Nuh-uh." I then give the specifics. Then they all get silent every time. They never
Yeah.
offer a
I know,
rebuttal, ever. So that doesn't matter. But my point is, like, it's a hypothetical preface. It's if.
Right.
If. They won't even answer that because they're like, they know that I'm obviously not just baselessly saying kinematic and dynamic equivalence, right? And they're like, in their mind, they know, like, oh shit, if that's the case, then the answer is yes. So just, they can't even answer.
No. Anything that even peaks at them admitting that we might be right. And I guess socially amongst themselves, if any of them ever were to do that, they would get such shit that they would have no social, little cubbyhole to go back to and talk to these guys. They would just be like ostracized by their own men. Just giving even like a hint that there might be some validity to what we're saying. They can't even give an inch, because then that means at some point they may have to give another inch, or they'll be expected to be reasonable again in the conversation. And once they start being reasonable, they're dead in the water. It's over.
Dude, their most common response to that is that's what Witz had said. Like avoiding that they're just repeating everything their teachers told them their entire lives.
Right. Yeah, backing that argument up would have to be like, you'd have to like totally follow what it's talking about with that whole thing. You can't. It's not like one of those open points that they've been grilled on since 2015 that anybody could bring up. It's like something that Witz is bringing right now, as far as like the wording on it and everything. So yeah, that's one of their go-tos is just repeat what Witz says.
Yeah, like we can't read a paper and distinguish what it says as well, and
Right.
come
Yeah,
to the
you
same
could totally find
conclusion.
something the same, right? Yeah. And then if Witz said anything that about flat Earth now that you bring up, even if you never heard Witz say it, they're gonna say you repeated with it.
That's my peer review saying which is right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it is, let's say some kind of honest seeker of truth who doesn't know either way, which is they always typically go towards flat earthers when they start asking the honest question.
You're roboting, bro. Pretty bad. We didn't hear much of what you just said.
My bad. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, we're never gonna. I mean, anybody that's in this conversation at this point for a little while realizes that we're not expecting any of these anti-flat earthers to be reasonable and start like validating some of these very basic common sense arguments that we've been bringing up forever.
No, I'm not stopping until I switch Xanac over to flat Earth. My goal.
Good luck.
That's
See
my
you
goal,
never. Yeah.
Zanuck, Left Lane, and Jesse. They're all going to switch.
There are some guys that come into this that are on that side that I still question whether they're like anti-flat earthers or they're just so far gone in the math that they'll never come back. Like whoever that dude is, the frog dude that comes in. He seems like he's reasonable. You know, he's pretty. I don't consider him anti-flat earther yet. But Jesse was like that when he came in. Like Jesse seemed like he might be reasonable, someone that you could actually like talk it out with, and maybe he'll like actually admit that what we're talking about makes sense. But now he's like totally anti-flat earther, or just criminal defense lawyer more than anything. Rather than I've lost hope for some of these guys that I thought maybe were worth the time. You know what the best strategy for flat smacking people is? My friend Kenny and I did at restaurants. Every time we go to a restaurant together, we flat smack the waiter, but we tell them that there's 3 Bitcoin on the line, and that there's this people are talking about flat Earth. Huh? Someone said something.
So they probably didn't start out. They don't start off as anti-flat earthers, but the reaffirmations of other anti-flat earthers is what makes them anti-flat earthers.
Yeah,
Right.
bro. That's what dude, they're like crazy. It's like a zombie apocalypse. It's like as soon as a new person comes in, the zombies just like swarm them. They're like start DMing them. They have to interrupt and immediately. If there's anyone in here that's like genuine and like curious, dude, they're like they get furious that someone's having an honest look at it. They're like, not today.
They're like vampires. Yeah. Well, and two, just think the innocent person that still believes that the internet isn't dead and you kind of more of a closed system. They go on Google or something and do a search, and they just get bombarded with the brainwashing.
Yeah, and if you go and hang out with them and you think it's a globe, but you're not like an anti-flat earther yet. It's like the locker room talk. Like they have like the only way to impress those guys is to start shitting on flat earthers and how stupid they are, and then either you realize that you're posing and you leave at that point, or you stick around and then become that anti-flat earther to be on their team. It's weird. It's very cult. I'd say the anti-flat Earth group is very cultish, not just heliocentrism, because most people have no idea what it even means to say that you're heliocentrist. Most people have no idea what they're saying when they think that the sun goes around, the Earth goes around the sun. Most people think that the sun. I bet if you surveyed 100 people, 100 random people, I bet over 50% of them thinks that the sun is stationary. Maybe even 80% would answer that the sun's stationary and everything goes around the sun.
Like the sun doesn't go like on its own little path through the fucking galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour, according to their mind.
That used to be something that I used to say to like Globers who would come into 24/7 all the time, is that the sun moves faster in their model than it does in ours. And often I would just get silence for like a minute after I said that.
Right? That's true. It's funny.
Dude, they're so like, I don't know. It's all so goofy, man. This guy spammed my video the other day, like yesterday, and he sent this like 50-point straw man. It's just crazy. Like, the geocentric flat Earth model can't, and then it goes, it just says like the geocentric flat Earth model, colon, and it's like has no explanation for how the sun and the moon could move above the Earth, and then he goes on to say has no idea about has no idea about people going to space, or no idea about. It's just like this with the weirdest stuff. It's like, I guess what I'm saying is that being years into it, and they're like home run arguments are. Sorry, I'm like out of breath. But the point is like, their home run arguments are all like the stuff that we refuted like the first week of looking into flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? So that's like the craziest part of it.
Right.
Sorry, that was a long way of saying that, but it's like the like, where does the sun go and stuff like that. Like, how long did it take you guys of researching flat Earth to find out that how the sunset works on a flat Earth?
Not long at all.
Yeah, like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that was like practically the ABCs of the freaking flat Earth, right?
Yeah, small and local.
Yeah, it moves away from you. It's like so crazy, bro.
That's a good question with how it could work, or how it works on a flat Earth, and I would agree that it can take quick to figure it out. But in the research that I'm doing with refraction and the atmospheric dome, or visual dome that we see, it makes more sense to me in that way, which only recently I grasped how it could work, and how it could look like it's on a globe Earth, or a globular Earth, or however you want to call it. I'm not yet on flat Earth. I would say I'm not yet a flat earther. However, I'm very close to it. I'm extremely close to it, and I enjoy the conversations. And the more I look at the flat Earth side, and the understanding of how refraction possibly is happening, or the reason for it, makes more sense to me, how it and why it's setting the way it is setting. But yeah, it didn't take me as quick as a couple of days. It took me quite a while to actually grasp how it could actually be working.
Yeah, but like, imagine being in this conversation for 7 years and pretending that it's literally impossible for the sun to set over a flat Earth, right? Or that the sun should light up the whole Earth. It's just retarded. I mean, I don't. You guys think they're just being dishonest? They're just gonna say that no matter what till the end. I don't know, but like, we actually have evidence, right, where the sun disappears from the bottom up above the horizon.
Oh yeah, plenty of it. Actually, every time it sets, it's basically doing that. And New Perspective said earlier on, why are there flat earthers? And it's something I actually asked myself about 2 or 3 days ago, which I wrote in my book here. I said there, why is there an anti-flat Earth fight? And then I said, why they're here? And I said, I wrote down in my book here, is it to doubt or check because something is off? And that'll be honestly the reason why I'm here, because something does seem off. And that's why I listen to the conversation, and it resonates a lot with myself.
Dude, you nailed it, bro. That's why they're actually here, is because they want to stay up to date and check up on it, because they know that's like there's something to this convo. but they can just never publicly admit that they're questioning it.
Yeah, 100%. And then I think the guys that actually fight you, I wrote you, is it because they dislike someone or just dislike the alternative viewpoint? And I think that is the reason why there's so much arguments in here. I don't think it's because they, for myself, I'm going to speak for myself now. I'm here because I feel something is off, and I think you guys are doing a great
Hey,
job.
could that be that your reality is not the opposite of what it seems like 100% of the time?
My reality
That's messed up.
changed. My reality changed about 3 years ago. I
No,
can't
I
even
just mean
remember.
like everything. The globe model, it makes you assume that everything is the opposite of what it seems to be.
Sort of. I think grabbing any model that's taught to an individual is dangerous in the sense of we as humans sense things. We have senses. I was chatting to Travis the other day and I said that there's possibly it seems like there's a maths to English translation issue, and it's a very bad translation, the maths to English, because when I use my senses, and when I'm saying my senses is my touch, feel, sight, those sort of senses, I don't visually sense visually what they are saying, what's happening with refraction at a distance. So that doesn't that doesn't work with me. Like when they say that's what I'm seeing, I said no, that is not what I'm seeing. Um, so yeah, Travis and I work quite closely with refraction, but I think when it comes to a model and looking into the flat Earth discussion, everyone is going to have a viewpoint of their own. What I've realized, however, when there's something that really resonates with a lot of individuals that's looking into this, when you do physical measurements and things like that, there's no disputing it, and I think you guys done a fantastic job of that, and it matches with what my senses pick up, if that makes sense. I struggle to explain myself verbally, but yeah.
No, that's good. Hey, Beerman, question for you. Do you think, you're in here and you listen quite often. Do you think that sometimes people seem to actively not want to really understand perspective and visuals? Do you think that they're just dismissing it way too early without investigating? Meaning the typical viewpoint is just, oh, we see in Euclidean geometry, you can just draw lines from here to there. End of story. Anything that doesn't comport to that is just refraction that is bending downwards to comport to the ever increasing radius that it needs to be in order to bend around a curve. Do you think that they just kind of jump the gun in thinking that they understand perspective in a way that's a little too elementary?
From me personally, I was too scared to question authority. But when I started realizing that I'm my own being, I have my own life, I felt that I had the right to question what was being taught to me. And I could be completely wrong here. I'm no psychologist. I haven't interviewed or spoken to a lot of people about this, but if it was me, I would say I would just be too scared to even question the authority. And when you hear someone saying that they've got a PhD and they're saying this is what's happening, they just trust it. Don't question it because I'm not smart enough. It doesn't make sense to me. So whatever they say, I'm sure they're correct. And when you look at someone, for instance, like myself or Travis or whoever else is doing refraction stuff, and there's an alternative viewpoint, we got no credentials. Who the fuck are we to say what we are doing? However, I'm providing my opinion, my work, what I think could be happening. I've got different viewpoints. I think I'm on sharing the closest research, personal research and understanding and studies myself. I share with people like yourself, to say this is what I think is happening. Consider it, look at it. That's why I said to you, critique, tell me where I'm wrong, question me what I'm doing. And I think a lot of the guys here, sorry, are either too trusting or too scared to even question it. But once again, like I said, I don't know. I find it very strange how people would fight an alternative viewpoint. It's very odd. I find it fascinating. I think it's fantastic. I think it's growth. I think it's brilliant when you look at an alternative viewpoint, especially when you look at the model presented to us, that it can be so critiqued and attacked from a different alternative viewpoint, like the flat Earth can actually challenge it. The fact that it can do that is saying, "Whoa, something is off here," and that's why I'm listening to it, because I think it's brilliant. I think it's fascinating. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can kind of understand to an extent. I know that within American schooling, a lot of what you learn socially is to just kind of not question what the group is doing, right? Thus, you stick out. And when you stick out, it's much easier for people to poke fun. So I think kids in at least the United States, for the most part, within our schooling system, learn to kind of fall in line, thus, not be ridiculed. So that could be a part of that, like maybe a deep-seated psychology there that's taken place over time. But obviously not everybody has that mentality. But
Yeah,
yeah, it
but
needs. Go ahead.
yeah, good. Oh, yeah. And so a lot of the stuff in schooling and what we see on TV and on radios, for instance, when you hear the gravity thing where they say mass attracts mass, that's like, it's almost like a Mandela effect, where when they say, um, uh, what's the one now? Oh man, I don't want to say it. Oh yeah, Luke, I'm your father. So I think that Mandela effect comes from someone made a meme or something out of it, where it was Luke, I'm your father, and everyone, well, not everyone, I'll say a lot of people remember it as that, where it was actually I'm your father, or whatever the main thing is. So that saying has become, so everyone knows it as Luke, I'm your father, or majority of people know it as Luke, I'm your father. So mass attract mass, everyone just, well, I keep saying everyone, but you know what I mean when I say generalization of everyone will know it as mass attracts mass, and then it's like ingrained in us, and you don't question it, because it's a common saying. Come on, man, it's common. Everyone knows it's mass attracts mass, but I don't think it's actually been proven. There are these experiments that people talk about. I've looked into them. I don't know. I can't buy it. I don't buy it myself from looking from the outside. And like I say, I'm not defending any model. I just find it fascinating what you guys are doing. And when you actually go look at it, I think there is
Well, no,
something
their
off.
side, but you know that their side officially doesn't even claim that mass attracts mass anymore, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, I've heard Witzer talk about it as well, and
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant what he does when he really digs to
No, I mean
the
it's
writings.
not. I mean that's not. I mean, Witsit comes up with a lot of good shit, but we've been saying that. Everyone's been saying that. I mean, they've admitted to it, that not being their official stance for a long time now.
Yeah. So I didn't bring it up to talk about that. I just
No, no,
meant
no.
that.
I know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm just saying it's interesting how even when I find myself doing the same, like like reifying things that they don't even reify any longer. Just
Yeah,
trying to like, because they do it, because the people that are unaware that's like past tense of what their side supposedly says, or what science supposedly says. But then science, and then it's not like they've come clean on anything. It's just another the fucking bending and warping of space time is worse than mass attracting mass in a lot of ways. So it's not like it's a better thing that they've replaced it with.
yeah, and a lot of the arguments that go on here is it's a word game, it's a word fight. It's more about trying to win an argument than actually discuss the discussion. if,
Yeah, and
if
they've never
if
won one argument. I've never heard a baller ever win an argument, ever, 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 ever. No matter how bad the flat earth
Yeah,
side is, they never win the
it's
argument because they're starting with fallacious reasoning and a fallacious concept. So, in my opinion, they've never won one, do they ever? Because it's not about. It's about what actually makes sense. And this is basically a war between common sense and consensus, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't such a word game and trying to win an argument. Instead, actually discuss what's being done. For instance, if there are measurements being done and surveys being done and things like that, instead of trying to win the word game or what level means or what this means, actually discuss what was measured and how it was measured and what numbers were brought up and things like that. I think it's that's way more important than trying to win an argument because every everyone's oh not everyone I keep saying everyone um, some people take listen to context different to others or might understand it differently to others. So I think when it comes to a universal language such as math, where numbers, I think we all understand numbers, or we might not all understand math, but if there's an equation that people that understand the higher side of math agree that an answer equals whatever the outcome was, um, we can all study into the math to get that sort of answer. So that's why I'm saying the math to English translation with refraction is incorrect, or I think it's badly translated, and instead of having an argument about who or what word means what, um, discuss the math, the measurements that are being done, and I think yeah, you guys can do it. Um, it's just too much time gets wasted on arguments instead of the data. But yeah, I'm still listening because
Yeah, the math doesn't even work
yeah,
either. You know, that's what we were bringing up earlier. Did you? I don't know. I've sent you a bunch of Michael Brenner stuff, but you should check out his PDFs or the comps that I've made in this server, bro. I think I've sent you some of them. But if they're using kinematics and geometry, right, only for their model as only mathematics, and they're not including the dynamics. Right, dynamics is physics. Geometry and kinematics is mathematics. They have
Geometry.
to include dynamics. Kinematics and geometry.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, just I applaud you guys for what you're doing. I'm the student. I'm listening, and then I do with what I can do with it. And I'm excited for this. I think this is world changing, and I think the world does need a change. Um, for
Yeah,
not
it's
for
world changing at the least, like because there's so many facets to it, right? So you have like, is it geocentric or is it heliocentric? And you find out, oh, they just have a philosophical bias. All the evidence says we're in the center. They just bend it and twist it and change it and lie about it, and um, they don't even acknowledge it as an option because they honestly they just like hate the idea of God. And then the whole like illusion of energy and gravity doesn't work, and there's so many parts of this that would change the world. Like just geocentrism alone changes everyone's outlook on life. So before you even get to the flat part, which that brings in the there could be more land. Like there's land, there's area that's basically being hidden. So that's just a whole different aspect of it. But yeah, it's like a world changing thing in multiple ways.
That was the first thing I thought when I figured it out. I'm like, oh shit, that means there's a lot more land and other people, other civilizations even. That was
And
like
I'm
that.
not
I
gonna lie though,
can't believe that most people don't go there right away.
I immediately started thinking about like, is there water? Like, is there water in space? But um, I got like really like taken back by the idea that there could be like something totally different up above us. I mean, I never really like fell in love with the idea of space anyway. But like when I thought about it, really what happens is people just like detach from the idea of space. It has no real meaning. They don't really think about it. The average person, because it's just like this vast emptiness that no one thinks about. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
like, wait, maybe everything's super local. This energy is literally like right there. It could be definitely affecting people. And yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
did you say something about water and space?
He said he wondered. He questioned whether there was water in space when he first realized that the Earth isn't a spinning ball. One of the things that
Okay,
came up.
Well, considering water boils in a vacuum, it's not possible for water to be in space.
Well, that's assuming that that space is a vacuum, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, if
Yeah.
space was a fluid, it wouldn't be a vacuum.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, it's like our oceans, our air or atmosphere. I think it's just different gradients on a totally different on a macro scale, or how do you say it, on a fractal verse sort of or scale. That guy that went down into the ocean and bounced off that lake underneath the ocean. That's just another density layer of liquid, and I think the same happens in the opposite direction when you go up or 90 degrees from your position. I think the same thing happens that way. But what I found interesting as well is I've started translating the Urbano Monti world map. I thought it was Latin, and then I found out that it's actually Italian. So I've started translating it, and the notes that are written in that map, and the messages from the different kings around the world, it's very interesting information coming from that map, and they say it's 1587, but there's a possibility it could be from 587. But yeah, I'm still translating. I'm still early stages of translating the map, but I'm busy doing it. And hopefully one day, however long it takes me, I can maybe do a video or a legend with the translation next to it. I'm trying my best with the translation. I'm not Italian. I'm using Google Translate for it, and some of the handwriting is difficult, but I'm getting close, and I'm getting there, and that might be some interesting stuff, especially if you look on David Rumsey. I think it's David Rumsey, the website. There's other information about the eclipses and all that's also written by the same person or the same people that did this map, and their explanations of why eclipses are happening. Some very interesting information there when you translate it to English to get a better understanding of how they depicted what was happening. Very good stuff. I don't know if you guys have been doing anything like that or know of it, that maybe I'm doing this for nothing and it's already been done.
I'm not familiar with it.
The oh man, you must know this map. The Urbano Monti. It's quite a popular.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
Me.
So I'm busy translating the Italian to English from that map. Do you know of anyone that's possibly done it already? Because yeah, this is taking me a
Might
lot of time.
actually. Yeah, actually, I might.
Okay, because I
I'll
started
check
it.
with somebody though, but I think I heard somebody talk about doing that.
Okay.
Which
We were just talking about that on here a couple nights ago.
whose
Were you listening to that?
No.
The Italian from the Urbana Monti map.
No, I just hopped in now, about 10-15 minutes ago.
We were looking at the maps in here just a couple weeks ago, and somebody said something about the translation of the Italian, and so I'll try to figure out who that was.
Okay. Well, if you don't find it, it's fine. I don't mind doing it
Yeah.
myself. I'm finding it very fun, actually.
Oh yeah. Then do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. You could do it pretty easily actually these days. You just take a
Sort
picture
of.
of it. And then,
Oh,
well,
can you?
yeah, you didn't know that? Oh, that's important. Yeah, just there's go to Google Translate, and then you can just take a screenshot of whatever part you want it translated, and then you drag and drop it into it, and it'll give you the translation.
Oh wow. Okay. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, because I've been
Yeah.
struggling some of the handwriting, but I'm getting close.
Yeah, if it's cursive and stuff, it might be a little different, but it was pretty good. I had some things that I dropped in there. I've seen other people do it too, and it comes back with a pretty accurate reading.
You know if it can do like rough handwriting?
Seems like it, yeah.
That is great. Thanks.
Hmm.
Yeah, because for instance, the reason why I started the translation is I found an old Marco Polo map, and Marco Polo wrote about the Tartars or the Tartary, and I've heard about Tartaria. I've looked into Tartaria. I find it also very interesting. But just to find out who the people were, I watched a lot of J Dreamers. I think J Dreamers does a great job as well. And he's got his own viewpoints, which is, I think it's fantastic that he doesn't take from anyone else. He likes to share his perspective, and taking his perspective, mixing it with everyone else's, you try come to some sort of conclusion where everyone's more or less on the same page. And what I've realized with Tartary, it's almost as if these people were nomadic. And on this
Ooh.
Monte Urbano map, the Tartars. There's a part that I translated where it's basically in olden day caravans. These people were on their wagons. They took their they got their wagons and their horses, and their homes are on the back of the horses. So it's like little caravans, and that's how these people lived. That's what it seems like on the old map.
Actually, I've got a really good historic atlas I'll send you, Con. You'll love it. I think it's
Okay.
got elements of Tartaria in it. It's 16th century. It's a beautiful document.
Well, what I find interesting is that the map that I found of Marco Polo, or which I saw, was the 12th century, and Tartary
Wow.
is mentioned in both 16, I think even in the 1800s, Tartary was mentioned, and it was even in the 12th century maps. So I think that civilization or that sort of person, culture, has been for quite a while. I'll see if I can find that
Yeah,
map.
apparently, I'm not sure. This is all conspiracy, but anyway, they say that all these documents are stored in the Vatican vaults, or the Vatican Library. That should be really documented and exposed what they've got in there.
Yeah, and a lot of these things get destroyed, and I know our university,
Yeah,
our
that's what
university,
the big fear is. That the
yes,
Vatican vaults have been raided and looted.
yeah, not just that, they keep fucking burning these things down, like Notre Dame, they burnt down our University of Cape Town, they burnt down that whole library.
Yeah.
It's sad.
And well, I just posted the link. I'm not sure if
Oh,
you can read French or not, but you don't need to. But it's it shows like Poland, Germany, Russia, Ukraine, and the star forts they built. Beautiful. It's a beautiful document.
oh, that's another thing I've been doing is I've been mapping a lot of the star forts across the world, trying to see where
There
they
you go.
are.
This will help
Yeah.
you a lot.
Awesome, yeah, because I even found them in Japan. What the fuck are they doing in Japan? What my conclusion at least is, I think it started with the Dutch, and they started these businesses, these concentration camps,
Mhm.
and yeah, they were just setting up shop around the world, and that was their territory. They marked it with these forts, um, these little slave camps, and yeah, it seems like that's how they started doing business. They did it in New York, Australia, South Africa, Japan. They seem to have done it all over the world. It just appears to be a business, like almost like a business stamp. But yeah, that's still something I'm looking into as well. But yeah, thanks for that. That looks good.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, if you can, make sure you can like cut the pages out and save it to your own hard drive. I mean, like copy whatever, save, print screen. Because I think a lot of these documents will go missing eventually.
Oh, most certainly. So I try to save as much as I can, purely for that
Yeah.
reason. A lot of the information that we heard a few years back, you can't even find a trace of it anymore. I remember Trump saying
Yeah.
before his election, I don't know if you guys can remember this, but I remember it vividly, where Trump was busy with an interview and he said if he gets voted in, he will give out all the truth what happened on 9/11. I haven't
hmm
looked much into 9/11, but I remember this vividly, where Trump was saying if he gets voted in, he will give all the truth out about 9/11. I can't find that
Yeah.
video anywhere.
No, you make a good point there because ever since Trump got into power, all of a sudden all this information came out. Flat Earth, 9/11, JFK, and he said he didn't release it, but someone in the DOJ did. because you got to think,
Fighters
where's the
came out
information
before
coming
Trump,
from?
dude. The fighters came
Yeah,
out before
okay,
Trump, right?
yeah, but all of a sudden there's a lot of stuff that did come out during and after his presidency.
Yeah, Trump's the Zionist that pushed the jab. I do not
Well,
some
yeah,
type of hero.
I get that, but still, he did good and bad. He was trying to balance it out, I
He
think.
shut the whole world shut down under him. So,
Mhm.
he was the president when we had the most egregious stripping of our rights in modern history. I don't know. I can't really find a way that I can do a mental gymnastic and cover for him at this point because
Yeah,
he literally pushed the jab and still
yeah,
to this day brags about it. So,
and he done it militaristic under warp speed. Yeah, I get it.
yeah, bro. And like, he did all kinds of stuff. He made all kinds of claims about what he was going to do, but he didn't do any of it. Right? Like, I mean, he definitely
Well,
talks a good
okay,
game, and that's for sure.
no, he did leave the World Health Organization. He did discredit the United Nations. He made a speech about that and bagged him out for an hour. And he also did get rid of this climate change bullshit and the green agenda. He stopped it in its tracks. He exposed
Yeah,
all
he did
that. That
stuff. He
was
definitely did things. I'm not saying he didn't do anything. Right. I mean,
yeah,
he. This is all a play, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, he like went and he made us like start tapping into domestic resources, made us energy independent,
yeah, and exporting
prioritize
energy as
local
well in the United
manufacturing.
States.
Yeah,
And the
prioritize
oil was the
domestic
cheapest for
manufacturing.
10 years or 20 years. Like
Yeah,
we
but
weren't even
what I'm
paying.
saying is
Yeah,
he claimed that he was going to expose all kinds of government corruption. He was going to show how they're all connected at the top. He was going to expose them for all
yeah,
their crimes against humanity.
yeah.
He was going to show that they all do these little tax. They
Okay.
pass these laws. Basically, he didn't do
Yeah.
any of the major things. He said he was going to go with the Federal Reserve and expose the Federal Reserve.
Yeah. But I'll tell you why. I got a theory on that, and it's not backed on fact. I think he was told if you expose certain elements of information, you'll put us under what's the word? Foreign attack. So exposure. You'll put us under exposure of all the corruption. So there's certain things he wanted to, but he couldn't because there would be a threat to national security. So that's why I think he didn't do it. But yeah, that's a speculation.
I think all these people in power are all bloody puppets from someone else that's calling the shots. I don't
Yeah.
think these people have any choices to say.
Yeah.
I think your guys.
I don't know. It did look like he kind of bucked the system, right? Like I will say, if it's a play, it was well written. But
Yeah, I think some of the stuff
it showed his cards. So
some of the stuff
Well,
I think he threw in there because he seems like a guy that'll he'll say, but I think he pushed a few limits and a few buttons there. However, I still believe all these presidents, all these people that are in power, are being told what to do and what to say and what they
Okay.
may and may not
Yeah.
say.
Do you remember when Trump said he had a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein years ago? Do you remember
No.
he said that?
Yeah, he kicked him
Well,
out of
anyway,
Mar-a-Lago when he found out that he was
yeah.
doing pedophilia.
What happened is that someone leaked the list, the flight log, and his daughter was on Jeffrey Epstein's flight log. That's why they fell out. He fucking lured her, his teen daughter, to fucking Epstein Island. Yeah, that's what blew my mind. But yeah, we'll never get the full truth. Everything we get is we just don't know.
And that's why it's important for everyone. Doesn't matter if you globe, non-globe, fucking any side should take all the information and do with it what they want, and instead of fighting with other people about who's correct, is just respect the other person's viewpoint. Eventually they would, whatever you think, would they would come to their senses and realize what is correct.
Yeah.
And what is correct for me is not correct for you. Who am I to convince you of my understanding or my beliefs? If I see it that way, then fucking leave me alone. That's the way I want to see it. That's the way I see it. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
And that's why I appreciate you guys sharing what you guys are doing, because it's not easy to share an alternative viewpoint. And I think these guys are attacking the people that are are sharing their alternative viewpoints, which is disgusting. Let them share their alternative viewpoints because it's helping other people. And yeah, like I say, I appreciate it. You guys have helped me a lot with a lot of things, even not on this subject. Just
Mm-hmm.
having an alternative viewpoint is amazing.
Yeah. So if you think about this, right, the people that come in here and they defend the globe so diligently, they will defend almost any mainstream narrative. So there's a few exceptions. Everyone's individual, but they'll defend fluoride. They'll defend the official 9/11 story. They'll defend everything, bro. Is it a coincidence that the most like dedicated globe Earth soldiers are like government apologists for everything? Like
Yes.
everything.
Mm-hmm. They even
Yeah,
defend MK Ultra programming. That shocked me.
that's why I said there's either people here because they sense something is off. Oh, actually, the other thing I didn't mention is they either paid to be here than otherwise, because uh, I wouldn't defend it as much as a lot of them do. Even if they are correct, I would actually encourage the alternative viewpoint or discuss the alternative viewpoint versus call names and attack it the way it's been attacked. But I find it, yeah, like you're saying, very fascinating. Anything that's alternative, doesn't matter what it is, it's always attacked and ridiculed, with or without evidence.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary.
Yo,
It's
did you
sad.
guys realize there's a record button in the bottom right on the mobile app now?
No.
Wow. There's a record button. Sorry. Yeah, I find it weird, man. I think that like I don't know, man. I think that honestly, the anti-flat earthers are a huge minority. The irony is they talk about how flat earthers are a huge minority, but no, actually, we outnumber them like maybe 1,000 to 1. Like an anti-flat earther is not a baller. It's not just someone that just thinks the Earth's a globe. It's not even someone that has looked into flat Earth but still thinks it's a globe. They're like obsessed with flat Earth and like shutting it down and being toxic and attacking the people and all like obsessed with it. That is such a weird minority of people, right? Like if everyone in the public was shown the full true Earth position without straw man, like they had to sit down for 2 hours and listen to the full actual position, right? And actually learn about it, or even like a day. There would be tons of people that were skeptical of the globe immediately, instantly. There would be hundreds of millions of people that were skeptical of the current globe model that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, flying through space, right? Tons of them. The whole trick is that they've prevented that. No one's heard about it. It's super censored and suppressed. It's straw man, the misrepresented. People just don't have time to go looking for something like that. So that I know this for a fact because I traveled around the US and I talked to people in the public. And like none of them know like how big the earth is, how far away the sun is, like none of the basics. And none of them know about the Antarctic Treaty. So they don't even know like literally like the very beginning. And that's my point, right? Is like really we're all on this page where it's like an honest person's not going to go around defending the Antarctic Treaty. Like a normal person's not going to like be like this. They're not going to say, "You're lying. You can go to Antarctica." And then someone says, "No, I mean we can't freely and privately explore it though." You're lying. We can go to Antarctica. But no, I'm saying we can't freely and privately explore what's there, which is what's needed for this conversation, right? To verify if it's a globe or not. We need to be able to go freely and privately explore. Thousands of people go every single year. You just deny reality. It's like normal people would never do that. They would look into the treaty, they'd see what it says, specifically said that you can't freely travel there, and they'd be like, "Oh wow, that's kind of weird. That's inconvenient." Right? Like a normal person wouldn't do what they do. I think that's a long way of saying it. We kind of have to look at it that way. I think we have to understand what we're dealing with, which is like really a group of extremists, and technically, by definition, they're bigots. All right, rant over.
No, I got you. I agree. If you really look into it and really take it from your personal viewpoint and you go try and explore from your point of angle. If you had, let's say money wasn't an issue, and you had the equipment to go explore, you are not allowed to. Yeah, you do. I don't see that it's possible that you're allowed to actually go and sail your ship wherever you want to go to.
No, you're
The-
specifically not allowed to. Like
yeah,
specifically, I have like 15 PDFs from the U.S. alone talking about it since they signed the treaty. All kinds of subsequent. Like it's like specifically prohibited. I actually sent an email to the people you're supposed to contact to get approval, specifically asking for all the fees that needed to be paid. Saying I have a group of 20 people. We want to go freely and privately explore Antarctica. We're not sure how long we want to be there, and we want to reserve the right to update where we go based on what we'd explore. And they just won't respond to my emails. I've sent them from like professional domains and emails and like incredibly worded and professional. They just won't even respond to it. So in reality, they tell you can't go. So it's like if I had 100 acres, or let's just say I had a 4-story mansion, okay, and you come to my house for a party, and I say you're not allowed to leave the den. You can't leave the living room. Like, do you actually know what all's in my house? Imagine saying he lets you go to his house though, but you're like, yeah, but he wouldn't let us leave the living room. We don't know what's in there. You're lying. He let you go to the house. Like that's what they do, bro. Is that not super weird? Like, why? I'm just pointing out that the people in this room, they even lie about that. They're like dishonest about Antarctica. So how are
But
you gonna like talk to them about the intricacies of refracted horizons?
it's actually like way more than that though, because it's not just that you can just turn up to his house anytime you like, but you can only go in the living room. It's like you have to pay thousands of dollars and you have to fill in all these forms and you have to get permission before you even get to go to his living room. Right? There's a whole like
Yeah,
extra layer.
and you have to
what
sign an NDA basically, but to go to the party, and you have to like agree to be subject to random search and seizure, and they can steal all your stuff, and it's like crazy.
And you're not allowed to use the toilet when you're there. You have to take it all with you.
Yep, yep.
So what I find fascinating as well is when you watch these documentaries of these young people. There's actually one on Netflix now with this girl that traveled the world on a yacht, and she was a young chick. And there's a few different people that have traveled the world, but whenever it's documented, they always emphasize or always have to mention the shape of the Earth during that documentary, which doesn't really add any emphasis to the reason why the person is doing that travel. But I've always noticed that it's been added, and I can't even imagine that let's say the Earth was not flat. It wasn't even if it wasn't a ball, it wasn't flat. It was a digitally enhanced, whatever you want to call it, simulator world. There would be no reason to add that to the documentary because of the simulation. They did this and this and this to travel to this and this direction or this place. I just find it fascinating when it comes to these sort of exploring documentaries and things like that, or the mainstream exploring documentaries. There's always an emphasis on the shape of the Earth, which I don't understand because the previous explorers, when I look at the older maps, and like I said, I'm busy translating a lot of them, they never refer to the shape of the Earth. They more refer to the stars that they see and the angles to those stars from their position. That's what I've been noticing with a lot of the maps that I've been translating. They never really talk about the actual shape of the Earth, but like I say, in all these documentaries, they always have to mention the shape, and that's alarm bells for me. And yeah, I like
Yeah,
to.
this is why they have to pretend that the dude stuck the sticks in the ground and got the circumference. Because in reality, what happened was they looked at the sky to get the entire globe model. Like that's how they came up with the size of it and everything. That's reality. They looked at the sky, the stars, that got Polaris angles, came up with latitudes. That's how they came up with the globe model. But they inserted the story about Eratosthenes with no primary documentation, not even secondary documentation, just tertiary documentation, so that someone can make the argument, well, look at the logical order. This guy stuck sticks in the ground, got a value that just coincidentally was later validated by how we see the stars. The stars just so happen to match this around the same value of a sphere that the guy sticking sticks in the ground got. But he didn't even do that. That didn't happen. None of that's real. There's no primary documentation of that ever happening. It's made up. And the tertiary documentation says two totally different stories. So that's my opinion, is like, they've done this with everything. They're like, oh, that's how they discovered Neptune using Newtonian dynamics and assuming the heliocentric model. No, they didn't. It was observed like 7 times before that at a minimum. Like, I think that what they've done is very tactically tell the historical account of the quote unquote globe. And so that someone can be like, well, it's logical that all this stuff adds up because the Earth's a globe. It's not just all coincidence. It's a pretty brilliant lie. And in reality, they looked at the sky and they reverse engineered a globe. That's what actually happened. So of course it matches the sky. That's how they made the model.
What I find interesting,
If that's the quote I dropped from Newton.
Where's that? What time?
Livestream
right
text
now.
1.
I see it.
Seems kind of religious to me.
He's actually correct though. Like if the heliocentric model is, if the heliocentric model is true, it could only happen if there was some like creator making it happen, right? But yeah, I see what you're saying.
What I find
and this is Newton now.
Yeah, I was going to say what I found fascinating as well is after watching that documentary, The Principle, which you guys recommended, which when it gets brought up in here and I am listening, I generally share that link because I think it's a fantastic documentary. The Principle is there's a few time lapse videos that you can watch where people set their camera on the Milky Way. Well, there's one specific one. If you watch it on YouTube, it'll be one of the first ones. If you say time lapse Milky Way, I think camera locked or something like that, you'll see where they lock the camera. And I would say it looks like we are rotating. But then you see alternative videos where the camera's locked to Earth's position and the Milky Way is moving away. Then it looks like that is moving and we stationary. So optically, I don't think it's possible to do that sort of measurement. And when when myself stands on Earth and I'm looking at the stars and I look at what they're doing, or I look at the sun and I see what it's doing, for me it looks like it's moving away. My senses tell me that it is moving, and that's when I said, oh wow, there is maybe something to this topic. And that's why I say, for me at least, it could be totally different for someone else. I don't know what you are feeling because that's your sense. If you sensing that you are rotating, then cool. That's why the globe model possibly sticks to you. But the reason why I say to myself is, wow, they may be onto something, is because my senses tell me, holy fuck, we are not moving. And
yeah, bro, did you get to see my interview with Robertson Ginnis?
No.
So that's the guy that made the Principle movie. And I recently had him on my show, and we had like a pretty awesome conversation.
If you could drop a link, that'll be awesome. If it's on your
Yeah,
channel,
yeah.
I'll look for it. But yeah, I hope that makes sense to some of the guys that are looking into the subject with a non-aggressive stance and really, for the right reasons, instead of fighting. For me, my senses tell me, wow, they're onto something. Even though I was taught and understand the globe model, I'm on the fence because I find this topic very fascinating.
Yeah, well, watch that stream, bro.
Awesome, thanks, buddy.
See if you can convince yourself the Earth is flying through space after that.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. When I look at it, it doesn't make sense to me that the stars will be in the same position, flying at those or traveling at those speeds. It doesn't make sense to me. However, I understand that there's a reason why they're saying it. I haven't got to the point to understand it yet, so I'm going to be like, nah, sorry, it doesn't resonate with me. I want to listen to the alternative viewpoint, and that's what you guys are presenting. So, um, for me, my understanding of the alternative viewpoint makes more sense to me at this moment. It could be because I'm not educated in the field. I don't know, but fuck education. I'm gonna go with my senses because education didn't get me to where I am today. Um,
Well, it doesn't make sense to you because you depend on logic and reason, and the whole globe model abandons logic and reason.
Yeah, but then again, there's a lot of times where I've been corrected when I thought I was. This is what I'm saying. I don't want to be seen. I don't want people to say, "No, he's a fucking Poe," or whatever, whatever. It's not that. It's I've been corrected where I'm wrong, and I'm happy to say that. Um, but to give you guys encouragement, I'm gonna say you guys are pushing me hard, and it's really awesome what you guys are doing because, like I said, it's changed my world at least. The past 3 years, my reality is completely changed. Um, not even not an earth shape side, but just in general, my whole reality has changed. My view on reality has completely changed in the past 3 years. Even though this topic was introduced to me in 2015 or 2018, um, yeah, it's just I would say in the past 3 years, my whole reality has changed with a lot of the stuff that you guys are coming up with, and different religions that I've introduced myself to, such as Hinduism and Buddhism. Um, yeah, thanks to being introduced to this topic. But yeah, those of you that haven't watched it, definitely watch The Principle. I think that's a great start to even consider um, looking into this topic, to take a stance of the fence at least. The Principle is a great place to start. I don't think that we are flying through space the way it is. At the very least, I think we are geocentric. Yeah, I would say we're geocentric. Shape, I don't know. I'm still getting there, but geocentric. That's where I'm standing at the moment. That's where I'm at.
If you're into that kind of stuff, you should also have a look at the baby galaxies that they found recently. These 6 massive galaxies that are way too old to be where they're at. That's another death nail for their cosmological model. I think that, and of course the axis of evil. Yeah, but this recent one is like game over.
I think I saw something like that pop up in my Google News feed while I was taking a shit this morning.
Yeah,
I generally,
research James Webb Space Telescope, early galaxy discovery. It shatters their whole cosmological picture, everything. At where they say those galaxies are, like 400, 500 million years after the Big Bang, they shouldn't be there. And what makes matters worse is that they found a black hole in those galaxies on top of that. So it's like, yeah, massive contradiction and a death nail to the Big Bang model.
yeah. There's something else I saw that they say on the news or in this news feed. There's these. I'm not saying mainstream news like CNN, but just on the Google's feed, where they may have got something wrong. I might have saved it here. I'll see if I can find it. I generally open up the tab so I can view it later. I'll go
Yeah, I
through it.
already know what it is, I can tell you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, first they were saying that initial measurements could have been wrong because of calibrations, blah, blah, blah. Then they said that, well, We got to do spectroscopy on it because the initial findings were not that. So they did that, and then they have an excuse of there's dust floating around. So we got the calculations wrong. So they revised it by about, oddly enough, just at about 1 billion years, where they say galaxy formation started. But that still doesn't save them, because that still makes them too old for their location. So yeah, it's a big problem for them.
No. So I found the one I was looking for. It's something. Yeah, astronomers rethink the Milky Way shape. So I still need to read the article, but the fact that astronomers are rethinking something is telling me, okay, well, fuck, they've preached that they are correct, but they rethinking something. So what? Did they have it wrong the first time? Once again, this is what I mean by, guys, take the information for yourself. Don't always just accept everything because it can change. What works in your reality is good enough, I guess. And yeah, if they rethink things, like I accepted everything before as it was told to me, but at the moment, if I read something about, if I learn about the Milky Way, I'll look at the Milky Way and I'll make up my own conclusion of what it is. Because it can always change. Like, yeah, mainstream is already rethinking the shape of the Milky Way. Before you know it, they're gonna rethink what the Milky Way is. So take the information, what's shared with you, and do with it what you can do with it.
We are talking about the same thing here, right? We're
Oh, I
talking
don't
about
know.
the beginning of the Big Bang.
Well, I don't know. Probably I was saying that I saw something on the news, or on my news feed, where something was not what they thought, and then you brought up that, and I was just saying, oh no, I found what I think it was, that I was looking for. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to change that. Go ahead.
Right. Well, let me just explain briefly so we're on the same page. The cosmological model, right, starts off with a Big Bang, and there's a time frame, right? You have the Big Bang, and then you have inflation, blah blah blah, and you have like uh, molecule formation and all this, and it's all in order. I'm not gonna say it all because it's tedious, but you know what I'm saying. There's like an order, like a baby is born. Obviously, it's 0 old when it's born, or 1 second, whatever, and then it starts growing and continues on, teenager, and so on and so forth, right? So same thing with galaxy formation. So there's a time period where they start forming, and then they grow, right? And it has to happen that way.
Let me go ahead and jump in here real quick because everyone seems to be misunderstanding what I'm posting, right? So there are 2 different videos. The video that I posted is the raw, uncut video. The video that everyone else seen is the one that starts and ends on the mountain.
No, it's
That
not.
is the difference.
Raw means the original video, which would be 36 hours long. This is a time-lapsed version of probably the not raw video, probably exported lower
Okay, again,
resolution.
listen, Don, you're speaking from a place where you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, Don.
From
So
a place
stay
where
out
I
of
edit
this.
videos, and I
You
know
don't
time-lapse.
know what you're talking about because I
Time-lapse
know
in
where I
36
got this
hours into a
video
minute
from.
means it's not raw, doesn't it?
I know where I got this video from,
Hey,
Don.
Brody, kind of relax.
Don't
Don, let
call
him
it
finish.
raw, because it's
Let him
not. Raw
finish, Don.
video is the original file.
The original video comes from Anthony Powell, who played it on an interview where they talked about this video.
What, for
Okay.
36 hours?
Yes, it is a time lapse, 36 hours. It's a time lapse, yes.
It's not raw.
And when you watch, okay, so here, let me go ahead and post. If anybody wants to see, let me go ahead and post it real quick. I'll post the interview. Matter of fact, you can watch the video from my channel. You can look in the description and you can watch the original video where they talked about this.
Call it a time lapse.
So if I can show that this is edited, then you're going to delete it off your channel and you're going to eat crow and admit you were wrong.
I want you to show that it's edited.
Hey,
go ahead,
buddy. Why did you just interrupt me and then avoid the question? So I said, if I can show that it's edited, then you're going to delete it off your channel and admit that you were wrong.
I sure will. Go ahead and show that it's edited.
All right, nice.
What is the video about, if I'm asked?
And I want you to show the video that I posted. Don't go and grab the one off of YouTube.
Shut up.
Don't go grab the one off of YouTube. I want you to show my video where it's edited.
There's no point.
Can you?
He's never
did you
gonna
provide
admit
the actual source? Did you provide the actual source of the video too?
I'll do that too.
There you
It's
go.
in the description. It's in the
That's what
description.
I'm asking. Okay, then just say yes. I provided it.
Yeah, you can't get to it in the description. It's just an IMDb link.
You mind
Where'd
telling
you
the
get the
rest
raw
of us
video?
what's going on here? We're
And it's
talking
from a
about space,
documentary.
and all of a sudden, what are you guys talking about?
Not
He
the raw
posted a
video.
24-hour sun, which of course, what they really hate is that a 24-hour sun doesn't even actually refute the flat Earth. But I mean, the fact that I've seen so many of them edited, I'm like, I don't believe any of it. Like, why would they ever have to fake them?
Yeah, that's just a claim you guys make that they're fake. That's why.
Oh yeah, we just proved it though. We
Yeah,
proved it, but whatever. I mean,
you claimed it. You didn't prove it. You claimed it.
no, we proved it.
claimed it. Right.
Okay, go ahead. How did you prove it?
We showed that the clouds are identical. We showed that the shadows are wrong. We literally showed that it's impossible that it would be a legitimate footage of a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. You said the clouds were identical, right? So you're talking about the one where the clouds are the same in the beginning and at the end of the video?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm glad you brought that up because in the video that I posted, they're not the same at the beginning and the end of the video.
That's not the point. I said, why would they ever have to be fixed? And I said, we've also shown the shadows are wrong. We've shown like 5 or 6 things wrong with it. So, like, objectively, there are 24-hour sun videos that are on the internet and that were circulated all throughout the flat Earth community that were proven to not be legitimate. This is a fact.
Again,
it's
so you're
objectively.
talking.
Can you admit that happened?
So for one, the one that you're talking about was edited for a documentary. Yes, it was edited for a documentary. That was a choice by the editor to edit it to start and stop on the mountain. But the video that I posted does not start and stop on the mountain.
Wait. If you start and stop it on the mountain, why would you have to put back the beginning part of it?
Because it was a choice by the editor of the documentary
to be deceptive.
To be deceptive to add the clouds in.
To add the cloud, to actually clip it out and put the beginning at the end to be deceptive.
No, because it was a choice by the editor, right?
Which would be deceptive.
It was a choice by the editor to do that for the documentary.
He's like a robot. He's just a robot. He just keeps saying it. So you're saying that he made the decision.
Because you're not listening to what I'm saying.
He made the decision to deceptively take the beginning of the video and put it at the end.
Because they wanted to start and stop on the mountain for visual purposes of the documentary.
Well then why wouldn't you just cut it when it got back to the mountain? Why wouldn't you just end the video there? Why do you have to?
Because it doesn't go all the way back to the mountain for the full video.
Oh, so what? How can it be 24 hours without going all the way back?
Go ahead and watch
36 hours.
Go ahead and watch the video. Here, let me go ahead and I'm gonna give you 2 videos. I'm gonna give you the documentary.
Let's just point out how stupid what he's saying is, right? So if say it's 36 hours and he just wanted to cut it up for the movie, what you would do is let it go the full 24 hours all the way around and then just stop it where it starts on the same mountain. You just stop it.
That's it.
Yeah, but the beginning shot was placed at the end deceptively.
It's not deceptively. It's not deceptive. It's just a choice of the editor of the documentary.
That doesn't make any sense. Though you would just stop it. You would just stop it.
So regardless of what you're saying, right? Regardless of what you're saying, I have the full unedited footage. So regardless of what you say, but this one was edited with this. Well, I have the unedited footage that he put out for everyone to see.
Yeah, probably after the fact. Who knows? Either way, it's manipulated. Stupid.
So regardless of what your argument is, what you're trying to argue here, I'm showing you the unedited footage, and he literally talks about. He literally talks about in an interview that it was just a choice of the editor because they wanted a visual effect of them starting and stopping on the mountain. He
But
didn't
they
think
could
that
do
people were gonna.
that.
He didn't.
They
Hold on,
could
I'm not
do
done. I'm not
that.
done. Hold on, not finished. He didn't think that people were gonna look at it and say, "Oh, wow, this is edited just to make it look like it's 24 hours."
Notice?
He
Do you
didn't give a
notice
fuck.
how he has
He
to be
didn't care.
dishonest, right? So
You know, you
calm down.
Yeah,
notice how
dude.
I'm trying
So
to
the
talk and
interview
you're
was
talking.
after the
Notice how
fact.
I'm trying to talk here and you're talking over
Well,
me,
why don't
right?
you shut up? You
Stop.
made your point.
Because
But
I'm
buddy,
not done. Because I'm not done.
B-ball, I'm about to
I'm not
mute
done.
you
What
just so you
I'm
know.
not
B-ball,
done.
I'm about
I'm
to
not
mute you.
done.
1, 2. I'm about to mute. Okay,
Okay,
this is what's
so
happening. Stop. I'm modding. Every time someone else talks, you scream right through them. But then you just
I
keep
wasn't finished
repeating.
talking. That's why
I'm
I wasn't finished talking.
moderating, dude.
I wasn't talking.
So stop, dude. The first time I even began to talk, you interrupted me. Okay, you've interrupted every single person that's talking, right? And then what you're doing after interrupting them to talk is repeating yourself over and over and not letting people talk. Okay? So you don't get to just talk over everyone and then cry about how you're being interrupted. So you need to chill out. You do this every single time you have a conversation. It's so annoying. Okay, so I'm just making my point before I go inside. The point is, right? If you're saying, oh, well, they just wanted it to end on the mountain. Well, all you would do is take the footage. It supposedly goes in the full 360 and then it keeps going. You would just end it once it got back to the mountain.
because
To
it
have to
doesn't.
then to have to
It
take the
doesn't
first part of the footage and then put it back at the end as if that's where it came back around to takes more work.
because what's it? The original video it goes for more than 24 hours. So it doesn't. If it started on the mountain and went around, it doesn't end at 24 hours on the mountain again.
That doesn't matter.
Or they
But you're
messed
making an
up.
argument
They
for
got caught,
pragmat.
and then they edited the video to make it look different afterwards. And he had an interview to make it look like, oh, it was just their decision. Oh, their decision to edit it,
You
take
can.
way more time, and make it look seamlessly, trying to get away with deception.
What do you
Cool
mean
story,
trying to get
dude.
away with deception? So the cool thing is
The
that
crowd
you can
from the
literally.
beginning and the end are the same. That's deceptive.
No, they're not. No, they're
Yeah,
no, they're
they're
not.
exactly
In
the
the raw
same.
in the raw footage are not the same. So
Dude,
The
this is
raw
what's so
footage that
weird.
came
Wait,
out
time out.
after.
I got to make the point again. Well, what's not being understood here? Okay, think about it. You have a camera. It's going to go in a full circle, okay? Following the sun. Shut up. So supposedly it's 36 hours, so it's going to come back to where it started and go a little further, right? Okay, so if you want to make your documentary and you just want to show 24 hours so that it starts and stops at the first place, all you would do is cut off the final 12 hours of the time lapse. All you would do is wait till it comes all the way back to the mountain and then just stop it right there and cut the last few seconds off. You
that's
wouldn't
not how
take
it
the
works.
first you wouldn't take the first scene and then loop it back at the end. That makes no sense. You keep
Well,
avoiding
that's
that.
the way. Well, that's the way the editor of the documentary wanted to do it. So
Okay.
regardless of what you say, you can. So the cool thing is, like I was trying to say, you can go on Google Earth, right? Go down to Antarctica, and you can look at the exact place where the camera was placed at.
Oh, cool. So you think that we think that they just took a fake place
Right? Because
altogether?
because I know
You're an
you're
idiot, dude.
gonna call it fake
That is
because you
the
don't have any
dumbest thing
evidence
I
to
ever
call it
heard.
fake. But you can
So
do that.
stupid. So dumb, dude. Like we think that they've
Right?
taken from a fake
It's dumb
place.
that I have evidence that I can show the exact place where the camera
Evidence
was.
is you can
Camera
go
was
to
at.
Google Earth and show where it was taken from.
Yes, I
Wow.
can.
Powerful stuff, Earth is life.
That is pretty powerful.
Can you
Ooh,
post the
I'm
link
amazed
of
that we've
this
been deceived.
camera to Antarctica?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Say again.
Can you post the link of this footage from Antarctica?
I will. I'm going to post the this one here.
Right.
1 second.
And Earth is Life.
Is it
I see
YouTube or?
you posted some video about Venus. If I'm asked, what is that about? I did an interesting observation of Venus earlier this year.
No, it's not about Venus. It's about the belt of Venus.
Yeah. What is the belt of Venus? So I'm not that clued up with this sort of thing. I listen
Oh,
to you
it's
guys.
just it's the shadow. It's the shadow of the Earth cast on the atmosphere.
Oof, okay, no. I thought it was maybe related to something else. For instance, I filmed Venus a couple of months ago, and I did post a video as well on my YouTube where it was pretty large, and then it started fading away, and then before it even got to the horizon, it just disappeared. but there's other objects that's still on the horizon, which I found fascinating to actually capture something like that. It was pretty cool. It was quite a thick, hazy day as well, though. But yeah, interesting to see something like that, especially with a I'm going to put in inverted commas planet so bright. I don't know if you've ever seen something like that before.
There's
Not
cuts in this video, dude.
Well, there's obviously going to be cuts in the video.
which video are we
Why?
talking about? Which
Well,
video are
because
we
it's
talking
like a
about?
minute
It says
long.
raw, uncut, unlooped.
But yeah, Taboo Conspiracy did some good stuff with that, where they showed the same, like you get those flaring effects from the sun, and they're exactly the same, exactly, and cloud formations and all that sort of stuff. So there is some trickery with these videos for sure.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they
Now,
have to.
and also,
They have to be.
okay, what I
There's no
want you to
tricks,
notice, guys.
They caught them and they went and interviewed the guy because they were so worried about the tricks in the video. And the guy said, "Oh no, that was editor's choice for a documentary. Here's my raw footage," and he gave it to Earth is Life, and Earth is Life posted on his channel. And voila! Now they have 36 hours,
It
and
has
there's
to
no
be
roof
fake, right?
clouds.
I know it
That's
has to
so
be fake.
cool. Maybe because it's fake, and the
It
original
has to
video
be
that they
fake, right?
released was that one from the documentary,
How did you
and it
determine it
shows
was fake, though?
clouds in the same. Oh,
Okay,
because
give me a
cloud
second. I
patterns
can
don't repeat. That's how.
How did you
let
determine it
me
was fake, though?
I just told you.
let me
Cloud
break this
patterns don't
down
repeat.
first for
No,
you
no.
guys.
How did you determine it was fake?
Because I noticed cloud patterns that were exactly the same, 24 hours
Oh,
apart.
again. You're talking about the one from the documentary. We're talking about the original
Yeah,
one that
yeah.
I just.
The one that everyone saw first, and then they had to question the guy about why he's faking shit, and then he came
So
out with an interview, and then a magic new video that shows that it wasn't. There's no problem at all.
yeah,
Cool.
because it was
I
made
don't
for a
believe it.
documentary,
Oh,
right?
got it.
There's a
Yeah, you
difference.
believe that. It's cool that you
Yeah,
believe that,
yeah,
but I'm
yeah,
sorry
yeah.
that I don't because I caught them
Well,
and
good
saw
for
the
you.
video, saw that it
Well,
was
good
fake.
for you. Good for you.
So what is the excuse?
Why
Why
would
they
they
didn't
edit
use
it
the
down
first
and use
video?
the same
What is the
cloud,
excuse?
dude?
So I posted the interview, right, that he's talking about, and he
Yeah, you know.
explains in the interview why they didn't use that.
Yeah.
Not really.
What is the excuse? What was the excuse? I
Because
haven't
it was
watched
a
it.
choice. It was a choice from the editor because they wanted to start and stop on the mountain.
Yeah, because documentaries have huge budgets where they can waste a bunch of time
The guy,
editing a
the,
video to add clouds at the beginning and the end of a 24-hour period instead of just taking a 24-hour period out of the raw
it was
video.
30. It's actually
Good
36
call.
hours. It
This
goes
is
around
super
more than
legit.
once. It goes
You should
more.
be
It
proud.
goes around more than once. It's actually 36 hours.
So
Okay,
the
look,
one and a
let
half
me.
times
I was going
around.
to throw in a
But they
comment
didn't
really
just take
quickly.
a 24-hour period out of it, though, Earth is Life.
It's only
Okay.
it's 36 hours actually.
Now I
Yeah.
want you to
So
watch
it went
that
around one and a
minute
half
28
times.
video again, and you look at the human activity at the start. There's a lot of activity there, like more than you would expect anywhere. It's very staged and very scripted. Because
I mean,
look, I can
people
see
work. I mean,
cars
people work
and
there.
people everywhere.
People work there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but look, and all of a sudden there's a cut. There's a cut at 8 seconds.
What cut are you
It's
talking
just
about?
And
it looks
the
like a
sun
busy
goes behind
city. It's
every
that
item
many
that it
human activity.
and the sun
It's
goes behind
bullshit.
every item that it interacts with, except that little spinning barometer thing.
And
That's
there's no,
weird.
actually, I'll tell you something, there's
There's a
no
lot of weird
24-hour
stuff.
sun in Antarctica.
Of course not.
It's bullshit.
Just
No, it doesn't
every
exist.
video I've seen of it's been provenly fake. Easy too.
Proven how?
Not even close.
Proven how?
Proven
By
how.
looking at
Well,
it.
clouds can't repeat in
By
24 hours
looking at
apart
it.
at the exact same spot.
So I
Yeah,
want you
by
to tell me
looking
where
at it,
I want you to screenshot the video that I post. I want you to screenshot where the clouds repeat.
Oh, the video that came out after the one that we saw that
Yeah, I
we
want you to
saw
screenshot where
fake,
the
and then
clouds
they interviewed Anthony Powell on purpose to ask about it, and then that's the story
screenshot
they
where the
came up with.
clouds repeat. Yeah.
Dude, you're a joke that you believe this. It's really bad.
Screenshot. I want you to screenshot where the clouds repeat if you claim they
All right,
repeat.
Debo.
Well, I have a question.
This
So
is
if in the
ridiculous.
original one it shows that it starts and ends on that mountain, and supposedly they just edited it because it was too long, and so how can we only see that mountain one time in this video?
You
Are
don't
you
see it one
talking
time.
about the guy was there and
You,
there was no snow on the mountain, and all of a sudden there was snow 5 seconds later? Is that what you're talking about?
because that was a different time of day.
Yeah, but he was trying to make it out. They were trying to stooge us, and they
It's
got
probably
caught
a
out.
different.
So.
It's probably a different day when he made that video. I don't know. Probably a different day.
Yeah, dude, please. We're not grade schoolers.
Earth is life. I've got to ask you because I'm coming from a outsider's perspective here. Do
Mhm.
you dislike stupid people in your mind?
Not at
What
all.
is known as stupid people?
Not at all. I just think you're just misled. That's all.
No, no,
No, no.
I didn't ask
I
about
don't think
misled.
anybody's stupid. I just think people are just misled.
Okay, so they're stupid for being misled then, because that's what
No,
they
not at all.
understand. Okay,
Not at all.
so you dislike misled people.
Just no. I don't dislike people at all. I just think some people are just misled. I don't dislike anybody.
Okay. No, I think I think respect that their understanding is the way it is. You're not going to be able to change their minds by arguing with them. I think
Yeah, I know
their
that, but
mind.
for people to just outright call things fake without actually looking into it is kind of dishonest.
No, so what they're
Um,
pointing out is the edits in the video, and then when it gets addressed, it turns into a massive argument instead of addressing what they are saying, where there's edits.
Yeah. What's
The
even
thing,
more dishonest is people just said that you do see the mountain twice in the video, but you literally only see it once. I just rewatched it.
what does
Yeah.
that mean?
So the mountain that has the clouds repeating and the one that was faked, it's only seen once in that video.
Are you talking about the original, the video I posted?
Yes.
You only see the mountain. You only see the mountain once. You
Yeah.
sure about that?
Oh yeah.
Let me go back and watch it.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's see.
yeah, in the original,
Bam.
it had a guy at the start, like a so-called scientist with a beard, and he was standing not at the same location, the camera,
Yeah,
but close by.
that's because the camera doesn't go all the way around. It doesn't go all the way around. It
And
starts
there
and
was
stops.
no snow
It's,
on that
it
mountain.
starts. Wait, hold on. It starts at. You see where it starts at? It starts at the It starts at the that little lamp, goes around, and stops again at the lamp. So that's a
Okay,
three.
so
That's
when you
three
said it,
sixty.
when you
That's three
first of
sixty.
all, when you said that it was seen twice, you just baselessly made that up, right?
I didn't hear what you said. I
Secondly,
didn't hear what you said.
yeah, you did. But the whole point I made is, if in the first video they showed was just that they wanted to just make it 24 hours to start and end at the same place. So that's all they did was just
Yeah, they
cut it
wanted to
off.
start and stop. They wanted to start and stop on the mountain. Yeah, for visual effect
Yeah,
for the documentary.
but they can't do that because that mountain's not even seen twice in the video though.
Well, yes, you can. I'm here. Check this out. I'm gonna post another video that I made showing exactly how they edited it.
You're just gonna like avoid what I'm saying.
I heard what you said, and there's a reason. I'm gonna show you how they did it. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
You can watch this.
So does everyone hear what's going on here? Right. So
Yeah, I hear what's
in the
going on
video
here. You're trying desperately.
in the video they showed everyone that was faked. It shows this mountain in my screenshot, and the clouds match at the beginning and the end. And everyone's like, "There's no way that 24 hours later the clouds would be the same, right?" Anyway, so now when we look at this quote unquote raw uncut footage, it only shows that mountain once.
That's because it starts and stops in the original one. It starts and stops on the lamppost. Doesn't start and stop on the mountain.
Okay, so what you're saying is that they actually just completely added an
No,
end
they
section to it.
removed. No, they removed the beginning. They removed the beginning of the video, right? And they
then
put
had to add
it
something.
at the end. I'm going here. I'm going to post it. This is me
Just
using
messing with
that.
this. I don't
This
want
is
to talk
me.
about
Hold
this.
on.
Honestly,
I'm going to post a
No,
video. This is
no,
me making that
removing the
same
end,
video.
removing
I
the
made the
end
same
and putting it at
video.
the beginning doesn't mean anything. That doesn't
Look,
make any sense.
look at the video I just posted. Go ahead and watch that, and I show you exactly how they edited it.
This is so funny to me. right? Like you see the mountain twice, right? In the original, the faked one. And this is the raw one, and you only see that mountain once, which means they took that mountain, started the video with it, and then just replicated or duplicated that same mountain at the end of it, even though it didn't actually come all the way back around to that mountain.
Yeah, so Earth is Life. You said you see the mountain twice in the raw footage. You don't. Witchet and I both
I didn't
just
say
looked at.
that. Did
Yes,
I say
you
that? If
did.
I said that I miss, if
You
I said
did
that I
Yes,
say
you
it.
misspoke,
did.
You said it
if
Yes,
I
you
twice.
did.
said that
Don't
I
act like it was a
misspoke,
mistake.
listen.
You are
If I
looking
said that
horrible right now.
and I misspoke,
You
no, you don't
misspoke.
see it. But
No,
you see
you
the
were
light post
wrong.
twice. You see
You
the
were
light post twice.
wrong. So if they start the other video at that mountain and finish on that mountain, but they don't have footage from the flagpole to the mountain to finish it, how did they edit it?
Isn't
Why
it a
would they
shorter
do
video?
that? Why would they start at the mountain and stop at the mountain and then just make up that little end part?
Because they cut the beginning out.
Why? What
If
about the end? Because it doesn't
listen,
end
just
on the
watch the
mountain.
just
Look at
watch the
the
video.
raw
Hey,
footage again.
dude.
It doesn't end on the mountain.
Just
So
watch
what
the
did they
video.
do from the flagpole to the mountain?
Just watch the video that I posted.
No,
It'll explain.
you're
Hey, Earth
you're
is
so
life. Is that your
ridiculous
name?
right now. This is pathetic.
Just
You're
watch the
really
video
trying
that I
to
posted.
act
It
like
will explain it to
this
you.
is legit. It's bizarre.
Is your name Earth is Life or whatever? This is your channel?
Yeah.
Dude, are you just coming here to bring clout to your channel? Because I don't really like these tactics. Because you're just deliberately trying to get
come
argued
here.
to get people to
No,
get
I
views.
come here the same reason
No,
everyone else
you're trying
comes.
to get views. No, you're not.
I come
You're
here the
putting
same reason
deceptive
everyone else comes.
videos on the internet and you're lying to people. You're being dishonest and I don't like it.
Okay.
Probably leave.
Okay. Thank
Bye.
you.
Yep.
Yeah, you are. I mean, right? So then if you add 12 hours, that means that it should go one full turn and then a half a turn. Right? So it should go one full turn, then half a turn.
And
But it doesn't
that's
do that.
exactly what it does in the
No,
original
it does.
video.
Then
That's
we
what it
would see
does.
the mountain. Then why don't we see the mountain twice?
Because it goes around and comes back to the same position.
And then it has to go
That's
another
a
half.
weird explanation.
It has to go another half after that. So if you come back to the pole and then go another half turn. It just, what a coincidence. Every time that I even give
Well,
a
this is
couple ounces of intellectual energy towards these videos, I dunk all over them. But then you guys run around and claim that
listen, look at the video, okay? I want you to count how
I
many
just,
corners you see. I want you to count how many corners you see on that thing, the thing where the camera's posted. I want you to count how many times that thing goes around.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
why is there an
Because in
edit
the
at
original
8
video,
seconds?
they
Did
didn't
you
have
not
to
cut the
last
movie
8
properly?
hours.
Is that what you're saying? This is bullshit.
So
Count how
stupid.
many times it goes around.
Yeah, in the raw footage. But again, it stops the
It goes
flagpole. And
around
in the
one
original
time.
footage, it goes all the way back to the mountain with the same clouds.
That's because
So,
they removed the beginning of the video.
okay, so they removed the beginning and they started at the mountain, but it doesn't
Yes.
come all the way back to the mountain. So explain yourself.
Yes, it does. It does.
No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
Look at your raw footage.
Listen, in the edited footage, it does come back to the mountain. That's because they removed it.
I know it does. So where is that in the raw footage, Earth is Life?
The raw footage is longer. What are you talking about?
It doesn't go from mountain to mountain in the raw footage, Earth is Life. Go look at your stupid video.
Why do you think it doesn't?
I'm
because I
asking
just
you.
looked at, oh my God, bro.
Holy shit,
You
bro.
said that you see the
I'm looking at it
mountain
right now. Looking at it right now.
Go for it.
I'm literally watching it right now.
We're not going to
Okay,
keep
so
watching
okay,
videos
so
over and
it
over so
goes
you get more
mountain-
views.
Let me
Go
go ahead and
away.
let me go
You're
ahead and
trolling
stream.
us.
Let me scroll. Let me stream.
Wait. Listen, I can't. I'm not gonna raise my voice. Right? I'm around my daughter. Everyone is. Look, here's the deal, man. I said,
Yeah.
why don't you see it twice, right? And then you said you do. I said, no, you don't. You said, yes, you do. I said, dude, I just watched it. No, you don't.
In the
Okay.
original, in the
And then
edited
you
one,
changed the subject. Then I had to bring it back up, okay, and pointed out that in the first one that we were shown that was fake and deceptive. Then we see that the clouds repeat and that the mountain's seen twice. You're claiming, well, they just took a part of the video out because it was so much longer and they just wanted 24 hours to start and end at the same place.
Did anybody
But
watch the video?
there isn't two, the mountain isn't seen twice. The mountain isn't seen twice in the longer 36-hour one, which means what they did was have to take that clip out. Well, not take it out, just cut it and duplicate it, but still leave it there and then put it at the end. and then take a ton of the middle out.
Yeah, dude, it's not as
That's the
simple
only
as
way you could do it.
So you can
exactly.
edit it at the light, just like B-Will showed how it can be edited and looped. Any of the footage could be looped like that.
But I used the original footage to make the edited footage.
Yeah, but the original footage could be looped in the way that you proved.
No, it can't, because
Why not? Why couldn't you just clip 2 days, one behind the light, and then the next day?
I think you would notice that.
Well, then your video about it being edited doesn't make much sense.
Did you just say
Okay,
you
Earth
took
is
the
live.
original
I
video?
want you to go down there and film it again for me. Go down there, Antarctica, and film it for me. Come
Well,
back.
I could show you where the camera was placed.
Go down there. Go to plane. Go do it. Bye.
Watch, I'll give you a
took the
screenshot right
raw
now.
video to make the edited video?
I'm sorry?
Did you just say a minute ago that you used the raw video to make the edited video?
Yes, I
that's
did.
what he claims. Yeah. And what's so funny, real fast?
The edited video?
Real fast, I got to point this out real fast, okay?
If you watch the bit, if anybody is paying attention to the chat where I posted the video that I show how they edited it, yes, I used the raw footage to make the edited footage.
So what did
Hey, listen,
you
real
do
fast, real fast.
from the
Real fast, real fast, real
If
fast.
you watch the video, I explain how I did it.
Yeah, I guarantee.
Okay, listen, real fast. Real
Huh?
fast, real fast. Okay, so if it's supposedly 36 hours, it should go all the way back to where it started and then a half circle more. Well, look at where it starts. It's
Camera
right by
doesn't
that
move that
lamppost. It's right by that lamppost. Oh, so it doesn't do a full circle in 24 hours.
It does more. It doesn't. It does. What are you talking about?
You just said it doesn't go that fast and then
It
immediately
goes
doubles
more
up.
than 30. It literally goes around like a 1 1/3.
Okay, so it should go around 1.5 times, right?
Yeah,
Or is it not
1.5.
tracking the sun? Is it tracking the sun or not?
Yes, it's tracking the sun.
So it should go around It should go around 360 degrees every 24 hours.
If it's
It goes back to the same.
hours,
It literally
yeah.
goes back to the same position.
Hey, buddy, should it go 360 degrees in 24 hours?
It literally. The camera. Listen. Watch the video.
You can't even answer basic questions,
I'm
buddy.
streaming it
You're
right
like,
now. Why can't I stream? Why can't I stream? So you can watch what I'm looking at.
Why would you even bring this up?
Hey,
It's so
look.
funny.
I'm going to show you this.
Answer the
Can I
question.
stream or not?
Answer the question, dude. If it's tracking the
Can I
sun, does
stream
that
it?
mean? Answer the question, dude. Answer the question, dude. So if it's
casting
tracking the
spells and
sun,
sucking energy. I don't like it.
if it's tracking the sun, does that mean that it's going to go 360 degrees in 24 hours? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so
And that's what
supposedly
it
it's going
does in the video.
supposedly it's going 36 hours, which means it's going to go 360 degrees and then an additional 180 degrees. So a circle and a half. Now, when we go look at the footage, it starts on this little light post. It comes all the way back around, and then it ends at the light post. Thanks for playing again.
Wow,
I'm dunking all over this thing. It's a joke.
Well, dude.
So
I'm not even
tell me which
watching
part
it
is
anymore.
tell me which part is fake then.
There you
Which
go.
part of it is
He
fake?
just ignored it.
Which part of this is fake though?
Admitted to it.
Which
Just
part of
stop.
this is fake? Which
Just
part of this is
stop.
fake?
The whole claim that it's 36 hours, the fact that you had to add the sun in there, the fact that there's a little cut at the beginning, the
What does
fact
the
that
cut
the
have to
sun
do
is
with it?
stop interrupting me. The fact that the sun is literally not even visible for a good portion of the time, right? And I haven't even like sat down on my computer and actually tried to slow it down.
Yeah,
All you
not
have
to
to do
mention
is
if
slow
the
it down.
mountain if the mountain doesn't show up at the very beginning and it only goes 24 hours, then how the hell did they edit any part of it to show mountain to mountain in the other video?
Exactly. He's saying that they just took a piece out of it because they wanted it to be exactly 24.
So
But no, they
badly
would have had to. Dude, they would have had to duplicate the mountain shot from the beginning and then put it at the end and then cut
That's
stuff out
exactly
of the
what they
middle.
did. That's
And then
exactly
cut
what they
stuff
did.
out of it.
Well,
Okay,
that's
so
what
that's
they
intentionally
do.
deceptive.
That's literally what they did.
No,
So that's intentionally
it's a
deceptive.
lot
Anyone
more than
watched
that
the
if
video
it's
that I
only
posted?
24 hours.
Obviously,
Perfect.
nobody watched it. Obviously, nobody watched the video that I posted, and I showed
So it's
exactly
intentionally
how
deceptive
here,
then.
while we're
remove the
talking,
beginning of it.
no, we thought we would just ask you the question.
Hold on, can I just say what I want to say? I literally showed how they removed the beginning of it, right? Took that part out and they put it at the end.
No, you didn't
But
remove
the
it. You would
raw
have to
footage isn't
duplicate it.
36 hours though.
You
Is it?
wouldn't remove it. You listen. You wouldn't
If
remove
you
it.
watch,
You would, buddy.
if you
Stop
watch the
interrupting
video
me.
that I made,
Buddy. You couldn't
if
remove
you
it. You would, buddy. Listen carefully. You couldn't just remove it. You would have to duplicate it.
dude, if you watch the video that I made, I show you how they did it. But you
Okay.
won't
Did you
watch it, will you?
duplicate it?
Well,
I did
Frame
watch
of
through some of it,
I
rainbow.
and
didn't have to
then
duplicate it. No, I didn't
Is
have
what
to duplicate it.
guess
that's
what?
the
I'm
only way
not
to put it at
watching
the
the video
beginning and
now
the end.
because you
The
can't
only
give
way.
us straight
I didn't have
answers,
to
dude.
duplicate it. So nobody wants to watch the video I posted right
The
now.
No,
only way you
no,
can
I'm
put it
not
at the
now.
beginning and the end is to duplicate it.
I have to duplicate it, so you can watch that.
You would have to.
I didn't have to. I watch the video I made.
Oh my god,
So
dude.
people, what's that one frame of rainbow colors? Could that be the edit spot?
That's just no. That's just what he says. Is that's just with the camera didn't fire or something. It's some kind of Adobe thing.
Oh, just a camera malfunction right in
Adobe,
the
yeah,
middle,
just Adobe,
right in the
an
middle of
Adobe,
a scientific experiment.
yeah, an Adobe glitch or something. I don't know, man.
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
Earth is life. You've been so bad explaining
Yeah,
this.
no.
I'm doubting even that claim. How about that? I'm doubting even
I'm
that
glad
claim.
you feel that
You're
way, dude.
pathetic. This was
I'm
so
glad.
bad. You should never post another thing in here ever again.
Right,
Good luck, bro.
Do you have anything to add to this? No, you don't. Okay, thank you.
Pretty sure I
No, go
thoroughly
over to
destroyed
the
it.
other server.
Thoroughly
They'll
destroyed
like
it.
this.
Of where? Down in Antarctica.
They're going to need to do it again
I'm sure.
without the camera malfunction.
I'm sure this is going to be fake too.
Yeah, I think the floor is open again. Issy, are you still there? If you could maybe talk about the other thing that you were mentioning, what has changed or something like that. I can't remember where we were at.
Which part? What are you talking about?
When I spoke about the Milky Way, that they're saying that there's a different, they think it's a different shape than what it is, and then you were talking about something else that they're also um, saying that there's a change in what they originally said, but now there's a different outlook on what they were saying.
Right, right. You're talking about one specific galaxy, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is the whole cosmological Big Bang model. So the Big Bang model says that it started with a bang, and there's a time frame how everything evolved. Now the problem is when they looked at this with their own telescope, quote unquote, they saw that where these galaxies were, they were at 500 million years roughly in the time frame. Now that couldn't be possible because they should have been like very small and not very developed. But what they found was that they were fully developed and they were the size of the galaxies now, like 13.5 billion years later. So that's the problem.
Yo, okay, watch this real fast. Blue, I just watched that video, dude. Oh my god. Okay. He doesn't even show what their actual footage shows. So what he does is he cuts it, he cuts it, and then he puts it at the end, but it doesn't actually show where the clouds repeat, right? Like the clouds come over the mountain. He didn't even edit the video the same way, where in their footage it shows the clouds go over the mountain and then it loops back around and shows the clouds go over the mountain again. He just like cuts it where you don't even see the clouds go over the mountain and then pretended he did what they did. Oh my god. And this is common sense because the only way that you could have it both the beginning and the end is to duplicate it and remove parts of the middle. So just go watch that video. It's hilarious.
Did that guy leave Earthy's Life, whatever his name is?
Yeah, he left. Okay.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
he
convenient.
spammed this videos, Bartek.
He
A
literally didn't even
year
edit the
ago.
video the right way. That he was like screaming about how we need to watch it.
Essie,
His
I would
final
agree with
product
you.
isn't even the same. All right, sorry, guys.
Sorry, yeah. Essie, I would agree with you. I did reply to your message there that they should get rid of the Big Bang model because it doesn't help trying to correct something that's possibly incorrect, especially if they're finding some astronomical fucking incorrect
If it's possibly still
possibility.
correct, and it is worth
It,
fixing, right?
yeah, possibly, but it doesn't rule out alternatives. So the understanding of the Big Bang in if I had to use my cosmology, for instance, and the way the way the brain works, with these little neurons that are exploding in my brain, and the way the light hits my eye and my brain perceives it, that way of a Big Bang, yeah, is that maybe what the Big Bang is? I fucking don't know. But if it's that way, then yes, cool. I'm just saying that it doesn't help trying to correct something and only focusing on that. It does help looking at alternatives as well. If they found a big anomaly, yes, you can correct the one that you're busy working on, but don't rule out alternative ideas.
Yeah, like you know how they keep telling us, our model makes predictions, our model is correct. You guys don't have a model. Well, no, your model is completely wrong. And this evidence, like this is the second nail. The first one was the axis of evil, right? The findings that they did 3 times, where they found that the Earth was in the center. Now this one is, I don't know what's worse. This one might even be worse. It's debatable because those galaxies should not be there. They're too fully formed to be in that location. So that just that alone kills their whole fantasy.
I don't think you understood the principle properly.
Oh, I understood it very well.
Dawn, could it be that we are in a brain, for instance, in the sense that the galaxies or other neurons exploding, and that's what we're
Yeah.
seeing?
This is my conclusion when I was a kid. I thought about this. We're inside a human brain of electrons and neutrons, and
symbolically.
yeah. And
Yeah.
it kind
Why-
of explains earthquakes and stuff. We're jumping around.
I was going to say the axis of evil is apparently being in the center. When you look round, it doesn't mean you definitely are, because you don't know what you're the center of, do you? You don't know how big it is.
Well, that's the excuses they made. The raisin bran, the raisin bread, where you just expand and everything expands. But that's not the way it is because it's not homogeneous. Everything is not even. As a matter of fact, it's like flat disc shaped. And they did it once, twice, 3 times, Don. I mean, there's no disputing this in your own model.
It's true. I mean, the only thing is, if the universe isn't larger than what we can see, then the Earth is in the center of the universe, literally. If the universe is larger, it could still be, but potentially not. So that's it hangs on that.
We don't know.
But no, we don't know. We don't know. Of course we don't. But that's what I'm saying.
It's flat, SC. Do you think the whole universe is flat?
No, I don't think anything. I'm telling you what the findings of your own scientists came up with, right?
You think
It's
some
not. It's not
heliocentrists?
me. It's you. It's your guys.
You think some Big Bang cosmologists think the universe is flat?
They do, Don. They've mapped the background microwave radiation, and they found that the distribution of matter in the universe literally looks like it's spread out like in a pancake, almost on an elliptic, the entire universe. So it does actually look like that. But that doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Well, I'd like to see the evidence, but what's wrong with it being like a big flat spiral?
There's nothing wrong with it. If it is,
how would it make
I'll
Earth?
tell you. Oh, sorry, Don. I didn't mean to cut you off. Finish off.
it would make us the center of one axis, but all the universe would be the center of one axis, wouldn't it? If it's flat, how would
Yeah,
it
but
make Earth the center of the universe?
that's not the question. The question is your Big Bang model predicts that everything's spread out evenly, homogeneous, and it's completely the opposite. Completely the opposite.
What's the issue if it is a spiral flat?
Well, your Big Bang model is completely incorrect.
But would you agree it doesn't make Earth the center of it in our model?
Well, actually, no. And these findings actually show that the Earth is at the center. So,
Okay.
sorry.
My question is the same. How does it explain the Earth as the center just because the universe is flat?
What kind of a question is that? You're skirting the actual issue. Your cosmological.
How do you know the Earth's the center of the universe using this flat universe model?
It doesn't matter what I know. It matters that your model, your scientists discovered that your model is wrong by your own findings.
Can you cite it anywhere other than the Principle documentary that Earth is the center of a flat universe?
Well, it's not just the principle. It's
Why?
3 findings. Let me repeat myself. 3 times they did it the first
question is,
time.
can you cite it?
Don't
Yes
interrupt,
or no?
Don. You asked the question. They did it the first time. They thought it was a calculation error. So this guy Ted Mark said it was wrong. Then they did it the second time. Now he had to go and apologize to the first team that got it right. And then they did it the third time, Don. So this is not just by happenstance and chance, right?
Can you cite it? The place where they say universe is flat and the Earth is the center because of this
Yeah, just
experiment.
check out the principle. You'll see it all cited. You'll see them all saying it.
Question was, other than the Principle documentary, can you cite that?
Okay,
Why would you want other than the principle?
Just say no if you can't.
Look, I can find and check, and for sure I'll find you other stuff.
Right.
But you see, you're not addressing the issue. You just want to find. You just want to challenge me on a paper.
If it's only 3 guys in a documentary about geocentrism, I don't see any issue because you haven't cited people actually thinking this in mainstream.
No, nice try. It's not 3 guys. It's 3 attempts. 3 teams did a survey.
You're gonna have to
and
cite
all 3 times, Don. All 3 times the results came back the same.
And do you understand what the experiment was and how it showed Earth was the center?
Do you understand it, Don?
That's a no, isn't it?
Yeah, I understand. Look here.
I
First of all,
understand it
it's not
very
three-
well. Yeah.
It's not 3 people. Listen, Don. Listen. It's not 3 people. It's all kinds of people. It's not even just the people on the team. It's Lawrence Krauss. It's all kinds of famous astronomers, astrophysicists, and physicists.
Can you cite them?
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss. He said
that where he says it, not in the Principle
Dude,
documentary.
I'm busy, bro. Okay.
Yeah, so you haven't got time to White Knight SE's bad point.
Dude, go to my YouTube and type in go to my YouTube and watch geocentrism. I show you all of them saying that the Earth can be the center. I show all the quotes from the Dark Energy team. I show all of them talking specifically with specific citations and their specific paperwork.
I believe you
3 hours long.
stuff. I believe you, but he can't
but
cite
this is
it
the
now.
point. Real fast. This is what I'm trying to make a point to you, dude. It showed it in multiple ways. Okay, so if there's supposedly distribution going in all directions, it's okay, baby. Then it should be isotropic and homogeneous, but it was anisotropic, and then the one little portion that was anisotropic, so that alone destroys it. Okay, it shows even distribution out from the Earth at the center, and then it's anisotropic in a very specific region that cuts right through the ecliptic of the Earth, and it extends way out into space, not just in the local scale. So that 23.4 degrees isn't just the Earth tilted. It shows that it's way out in space, cutting right through the Earth in the anisotropic region. Okay, so there's multiple parts of it, and then you have the dipole itself showing that there's a specific distribution of the heat and the temperature relative to the Earth. The galaxies themselves align right over the quote-unquote equator. Okay, so that right there.
Doesn't that just suggest Earth is on the ecliptic plane, not the center?
No, dude. They say that the 23.4 degrees is because the Earth itself is tilted. So that means you shouldn't be seeing it outside the solar system.
You think some mainstream Big Bang cosmologists said the universe is tilted the same as the Earth?
No, they can't say that. Can't say that.
It's from the principle, right?
They're saying that the Earth's not tilted, but that the whole entire cosmos is specifically an elliptic cutting through relative to the Earth. What the globe claims in the heliocentric model that the Earth is tilted, and that it just makes it look like the sun is on that elliptic because the Earth is tilted, right? But that means if it's just the Earth tilted that makes it look like that, it can only be seen in the solar system. But it was seen way beyond that, which means it's not a local tilt.
I just posted a thing for you. Read it and weep, bro.
See
Your
that
own
that's
scientist.
all linked to the ecliptical plane, not Earth being the center.
Read it and weep, bro. Not one, not two, but 3 times they repeated the experiment. And all 3 times, Don, the same results came back. Devastation for your model. Devastation.
Well, when you're ready to cite how it proves Earth's the center of the universe,
Don, I just
I'll be
told
ready
you.
to
I'm not
listen.
gonna cite you nothing.
Don, you're not
Uh,
even understanding it, dude. It's
You gotta put
that
it
it
in
should be
like-
isotropic. It should have been isotropic and homogeneous, meaning a smooth, even distribution in all directions because of an accelerative expansion,
This is
right?
strawmanning Big Bang. This isn't showing how the Earth's the center.
I'm trying to show you why it has to be, okay? Because if the Earth's not in the center, then that means it's just an illusion that we're in the center because everything's expanding in all directions evenly.
Exactly.
That's the heliocentric model. So that means it should be isotropic and homogeneous and evenly distributed. But it wasn't. It was anisotropic, and the very region that was anisotropic, which is roughly 5% of it, was specific to the elliptical plane that they claim is just because of the tilt of the Earth. So for one, the fact that it's anisotropic doesn't fit with the model and shows that it's geocentric. Then you actually have that bumpy or anisotropic area specifically cutting through the elliptic far beyond the solar system, which means it's not a local tilt. It's the universe itself, right? It's energy distribution relative to the Earth that gives you the elliptic. It's not the Earth tilt. Yes, dude. And then the galaxies were actually lined up over the equator. And you have the dipole, which is the temperature distribution that is specific to the Earth. These are all different parts of it that show specifically that the Earth's in the center. And they just try to explain each one away the best they can.
Yeah, thanks for trying to explain it. I don't believe any of that.
Well, I have proof for you. Look in Livestream text 1. Look and weep, brother. This is
proof,
it. These
bro.
are the
That's a meme.
findings.
It's a meme.
Look, you're right in the center. Look in the center. Look at that. Right there. That's where we're at, bro. Oh, man.
Of course,
So
we're in the
beautiful.
middle of the observable universe, and of course it might be flat. It doesn't make the Earth the center of the universe. It just doesn't.
Yeah, so now this is only one nail. Now back to the baby galaxy. This is the big nail. This is the nail that shuts the coffin, right? Because your Big Bang model is completely wrong in the beginning. You know what that means, Don? Everything else is wrong after that. Everything, brother. It's really bad.
Oh, no.
Whitson, I got a question for you because you well learned or learned, however you say that, on both models, flat and globe. Is in your studies and your understanding, is there a possibility that our world could be infinite without a shape? If that makes any sense at all to you. So yeah, infinite without a shape.
Yeah, maybe so. I think that really there's just land that's in water, so I guess technically the water could. I don't really know. Yeah, I personally don't think so, but technically, I guess that anything's possible, and I don't make a claim to a shape, but I think that there is some limit. I don't claim that it's Antarctica, but I do think that there's something containing everything at some point. Personally, but is it possible? Yeah.
Yeah, has it ever come up in your studies that it is a possibility, or anywhere in your studies or understanding that there could be infinite without a shape?
Yeah. I mean, I've definitely heard it, and I've definitely entertained it. Basically, like just tons of water with land in it. As far as we know, it could be infinite, right? Like I don't know, but I'm just saying I personally don't think that's the case, but I'm saying it is possible, and I've certainly heard the idea.
Okay.
But for
No, no, fair
me, yeah, for me, I don't think.
No, that's fine. You are at your understanding, and that's basically what I asked for. I just tried to see if you could entertain the idea of, or understand, or have heard of anything more than where you're at the moment. The fact that
Yeah,
you
like an
say
infinite
that,
plane. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Even if it's not a plane, even if it's if that plane has no shape.
Well,
I
a
know.
plane's not a shape, right? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like you have plane shapes. You can have a plane triangle, plane square, plane rectangle,
Yeah,
but yeah.
basically pie. uh, almost. I'm gonna say pie in the sense that it's just never ending. Um, uh, yeah, just I was trying to see if it ever came up in any of your studies. It's possibilities that have come up in my head, or my understanding, that it could be that we just infinite. For instance, if you look at two neurons in our brain, Daydreamers actually touches on this. I don't know if you guys ever watched Daydreamers. He's got a
Yeah,
fantastic
he's
channel.
speaking at the summit. Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh man, he's such a
Yeah.
humble dude. Good work. Doesn't get in touch with this sort of discussion in these sort of discords. He does his own work. He's brilliant. If none of you guys have watched him, I highly suggest watching his channel. But he touches on a lot of the neurological parts as well in some of his videos. And if you look at two neurons and the way the ancients depict the world, it's almost as if there's two neurons communicating with each other, and there's a cycle in our world where there's this we call he refers to it as the plasma apocalypse. But there's some sort of energetic event that happens through a cycle. It's almost as there's an information change happening, and the ancients depict our world a similar shape to a brain's neuron. So if we are in a brain and that information is transferring, stuff like that is fascinating. And yeah, definitely look into that sort of stuff if you guys haven't looked into it, and watch some of his content. It's good stuff, and that's what gives me the idea of is the Earth an actual shape? Could it be infinite? Without a shape, I think that's definitely a possibility. As we're all electric beings, I don't think there's anything physical. Physical in the sense of my understanding of physical, at least. And I think what's the guy's name? Smoke also mentioned something being in God's brain, dude. 100%. That stuff resonates with me big time. I think we just a thought. We're a dream inside of a dream. It's amazing.
There's if I don't know if you've ever seen a map they've done. They've basically mapped out the whole visible universe. I think they used infrared for it, and it looks like a big brain. It literally looks like a massive brain with all these neural links and stuff. I've thought that many times that are we just a thought in God's mind?
I've seen
Well, I
some stuff like
posted
that.
it at 37 past the hour. That's the axis of evil map. That's the whole thing they tell us, as far as we could see.
Yeah, so I think they've mapped a world for us and put it on a globe shape, and we only allowed to go to those coordinates. That's as far as I can think, guys. Like I say, I'm not that very learned in this discussion. However, I do believe that there's more lands, continents, um, more out there, but we're very limited to where we're allowed to go to. Think about the promissory notes that we work for now. These promissory notes only allow us to go certain places. Um, I earn enough of them to keep me alive and entertain me, but I can't go fucking freely explore and things like that. Um, but yeah, I definitely think there's more out there. But I do believe that eventually I will explore there. For now, I'm just stuck in the moment, and when the world changes, I think you guys are doing a great job of it. We'll all get there.
Yeah, they'll. Hey, Dawn, are you still there? I left. Damn.
When I spoke of promising notes, I meant money. If you guys didn't catch what I was trying to say there, money is a bit of a fuck up. Well, one of our local South Africans here, Michael Tellinger, is doing a great job with the Ubuntu movement, trying to get rid of promissory notes. He actually fought the major banks not too long ago. Actually, I don't
Did
actually
he
know his
win that
outcome.
case?
I'm not
Did he
too
win that
sure.
case?
I'm not too sure what actually went on there. I've been meaning to get in touch with Michael. He's got the energetic that healing technology with
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
waves.
He's a very brilliant man. Him.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, and he's found so many things here in South Africa himself with the stone circles. And I came across it because I noticed these stone circles in South Africa, and I googled it, and then I came across because I was looking. Okay, let me, dude, I ramble a lot. Um, I was looking at Mud Fossil University, and I was looking for dragons on our see if I could find anything on what Mud Fossil University talks about here in South Africa. And I came across these round circles, these ruins, and then I started searching that, and then I came across Michael Tellinger stuff, and I said, "Oh fuck, wow! There's a South African doing research on this, and he's actually discovered it already." And yeah, he's got in touch with some company that does this ultrasound. I don't know what you call it, wave technology that heals. And there's a guy in the 1920s, if I'm not mistaken, that released that technology and had all the different frequencies written down in his notebook that cures different diseases or issues with certain frequencies. And Michael's got hold of that technology now, and he's got a device at his museum. The Stone Circle Museum. So it's modern. It's not a museum technology. He's got the modern technology at his museum where he's treating people now and himself with this technology, and it seems to be giving results, which is fascinating. So yeah. Dude, this world that we're living in, I think it's very important to open up your mind to alternatives because there's much more out there than what's been presented to you. They're presenting everyone a false reality, and it's all about control.
Yeah,
And
it's all very interesting. Yeah, so anyway, 15 years ago, I went to the island of Crete in the Mediterranean, and I went to a little tourist village on the south side called Palakis. And from Palakis, you get up on the hill and you can see Africa, and it's 200 miles away. And it's a really good project. I'm trying to send people over there to get photographs for them. If you live in Europe or UK, you can fly to Crete pretty cheap in the summertime. And just go down Palakis, get some photographs, and come back. Be awesome.
What's the elevation in Crete? The hill you're looking from?
Well, Crete is very mountainous. I think the highest mountain is like 1,900 meters. But down on Palakis, it's a little tourist resort on the beach. So you come up a little bit, say 50, 60 meters, and then you can look across and see Africa. It's quite an amazing sight. And obviously, you've got to have good vision. If you've got vision impaired, you won't be able to see shit, right? If you use a camera or a telescope, you're able to see it. But if you could, I saw with my naked eye, and I didn't believe it at the start, but then I worked it out. Yeah, it's true. Because you're looking at Libya and Egypt. But pretty much anywhere on Crete, as long as it's a clear day with good weather, you can see it right across the ocean. So I posted a map earlier. I'll repost it. Make sure I'm in the right chat here. Why is everyone so quiet? Have I crashed?
Now, normally when I come into the Discord and I bring out these very far-fetched ideas, I've noticed every time I open, you guys fucking silence, and I don't know why. I don't know if I'm fucking woo-woo or something.
Oh, okay. What happens? These globers come in here. These spellcasters, like Earth is life or whatever, and they draw energy, and they suck energy out of people. That's why I don't deal with these people, because they're spellcasters, right?
I'm a glober.
They're government people, right?
I'm a glober. What are you trying to say, bro? Trying to say
So
away
we
for the
can cast
government?
spells on us or not? So that, I don't like it. That they'll suck energy and leave. So anyway, look, I just posted a photograph of the map of Crete's up the top. Palakis is where the circle is, and you just look due south. The weather's good.
So I was asking what elevation where you're standing, where you were stood and you saw Africa. Do you know what elevation you were?
I'd say it would be 50 meters above the sea level. 200, 500.
Do you have a
Because on the
picture?
south side.
Do you have a picture you could share with us? That sounds fantastic.
Well,
what's up, Jesse?
no one. The thing is, you'll be a winner because no one's ever taken the picture because no one believes you can see it, right? So if you get over there and take the first picture, you'll be famous. But I was trying to talk about it to people today, and they're like, "No, you can't see more than 50 miles from a mountain or this shit." I'm like, "No, you can see as long as it's a clear day, good weather. You can see 200-300. You know, you've got a decent camera, you can take really good photographs." So it's a good opportunity for someone. I'm giving you a free leg up here. But when you talk about elevation, as I said, Crete is very mountainous. You'll be kind of stunned how mountainous it is, especially on the southern side of it. You'll come down through the valleys and the canyons. So you could go as high as you want. They've just above Palakis, there's a monastery, like a Greek Orthodox monastery. You could get up there. I think it's like 700 meters high or something.
I don't know. I've seen the topography of Crete. It is pretty mountainous. And
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, what I did, I was there for a whole week. I hired a motorbike, and I just rode around the whole island. And some of the roads are right on the edge of the
yeah, I
seaside.
know. I've seen it. Yeah, it's
You're
crazy,
like 400
dangerous.
or 500 meters up. Yeah, it's terrifying.
You mean the ones that curl up the mountain, like zigzag up the mountains and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
really
know.
struggle with the motorbike sometimes. Sometimes I thought I conked out of fuel because when you're going steep, the fuel on the bike rolls back to the fuel tank, at the back of the fuel tank. So, yeah. Coming down's worse. You got to ride the brakes and shit. And I was like, fuck this. Yeah, it's such an incredible place. I don't know why it's not the biggest tourist destination in the world.
I've never been to Crete. I've always wanted to go, but I've had a few friends who've been. They're saying it's really nice.
Are you from the UK?
Yes.
I got a flight for like 80 quid or some shit. This is going back a few years now.
From where?
From London or Stansted or Heathrow or some shit.
Oh, to Crete, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can find it with Ryanair or Jet2. You can probably find one for between 50 and 100 quid easily.
Yeah,
No.
I'm just saying, dude, it's such a cheap holiday. But the problem is you need a vehicle or motorbike. You can rent a bike in Rathanon or Heraklion somewhere. And it only costs me €100 for the whole week to rent a bike.
That's not bad.
Yeah. But bikes. You guys, there's so many bikes in Crete. They're cheap. You could buy one for 100 quid anyway. So, but yeah, I just rented it. It's just so much. What was I going to do with it? Buy a bike?
Did you go to Knossos?
Yeah, I did. That's the whole reason I went there.
Nice.
That's the
You
first thing
seen
I went to. I
the
had the bike.
you
Yeah.
seen the old temple from the Minoan
Well,
Empire?
yeah. There was all ruins there, and there was a German archaeologist. I've forgotten his name, but he rebuilt it. He rebuilt Knossos.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Um,
Have you heard of the
yeah,
Minoan eclipse calculator?
yeah. That one I went to the museum there. They showed all that.
You seen that, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard about that stopwatch thing they found in the
Stopwatch?
ocean? Oh, you
Oh, you
never heard
mean
about this?
the
I only heard about it when I went
Antikythera?
to
Are you
the
referring
what?
to the
I
Antikythera
think it is.
mechanism.
Yeah. It looks like a stopwatch. Yeah.
The computer, it looks like a cog from a computer. Well, it's a mechanical computer. The
Yeah.
Antikythera. Mm.
Yeah, it
I would have thought they would
tells
have found more of them
where
though.
the
Yeah.
the movement of the stars and the 5 planets they knew at the time. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. I think there was a reset there as well, because once they developed this technology, the ruling classes come in and kill everybody and steal their technology. So I think this is quite a common recurrence in history. They talked about Atlantis and all this stuff. And I'll tell you something about Crete. It's very spiritual and it's very powerful. When you go there, you get this feeling all the time, this aura. I don't know what it is.
I think there's a global cataclysm or some shit that happens, and then there's leftovers. They go and remap and check how everything is. For instance, in 1600s or 1500s, they go and remap the world, go see what's around, and yeah, then whoever goes and takes over what they need to take over. That's my personal understanding or belief or what
Yeah.
actually happens.
I think we've been going through the reset since say 1913. This is about the time that things started to change with the Titanic, and then started World War One, and because you know what happened, say from 1890 to like 1910, there was like this massive era of innovation, especially in the United States with technology. Like all the stuff we're using now was invented back then, like electric cars, aircraft, carburetors, gasoline, this diesel engines and all this stuff, right? So I think that World War One and the Federal Reserve and the Titanic was some type of the start of a reset that we've been going through for 112 years or whatever.
For me personally,
this is like the end of the reset now. We're coming into the last final stages. So we're not
They
sure
had
how
to
it's
get
going
rid
to
of
play out.
logic. Logic was their main attack. Yeah.
Dumbing down of people, the internet, and making the kids stupid and sexualized is the whole purpose. Yeah.
For me personally, I think the reset happened early 1500s. As when for me at
Well,
least.
Henry VIII, he did the reset on the Catholic Church and destroyed it in England.
I don't know much about it.
There's a theory that they had all the technologies.
It's just if I look at the timeline with New York or New Amsterdam, South Africa, Australia, it's all pretty much early 1600s, and the 1500s the world looked pretty much the same, but there was a lot of shit going on. For me at least, I suspect that in the 1500s there was some sort of an event that was taking place, global event, cataclysmic natural disasters, and it appears that the world went for a ball of shit, and the Dutch went around and they pretty much survived what they had, and went and spread themselves out and opened up shop businesses and things like that, and took over the lands. And we living in those times from the last let's, for a lack of a better words, apocalypse. They've we under their rule, and I think it's about to happen again soon. I think a lot of us
Well,
can
I
feel
think
it
we're going through it.
energetically.
Yeah, this is the Great Reset. They're not even hiding it. They call it the Great Reset.
So, for me personally, I don't think it's going to be a man-made reset. I think there's going to be a physical global catastrophe that's going to take place. Uh,
Yeah.
let it be man-made, cool. I just don't
Mm.
think it's going to be on pen and paper that way. I think there's going to be something that we all going to feel um, on a global or worldwide
Okay.
feeling.
No. Okay. In South Africa, is the government undertaking major construction works, like tunnels and bridges and highways and things?
So there's a lot of roadworks and things like that in the Western Cape,
Mhm.
at least. Cape Town themselves, where I'm at, we sort of still semi first world. I would say not vibes, but we try to be as first world as possible. But we
Yeah.
under a third world government. Um,
Yes.
for whatever reason, I don't know. It's not normal. I still think it's puppeteered this way. However,
It is. I actually, someone told me the history about it. Then I did some more research, and there was a couple of events that really stood out during that whole end of era that really surprised me, and a lot of made a lot of sense.
yeah,
Like
so it is what it is. But remember, for me at least, I still think that everything is puppeteered all across the
yeah,
world.
yeah, I'm not doubting that because
Yeah,
it's just too weird. It's too coordinated, especially in the West.
and let's say that everyone is human. Do you think it's humane that there's people that are billionaires, absolutely billionaires? If they had to give out 1 billion of their fucking 100 other billion that they have to help a few people,
Yeah,
do you think it's going to hurt
mm,
them? No, it won't. So it's inhumane not to help people that are
yeah,
fucking starving, suffering, not because they are lazy, but because they are fucking starving and suffering.
yeah.
I think it's
They
absolutely
just
ridiculous.
the thing about what people don't understand about the mindset of billionaires is that they don't live in the same dimension as us, the same reality. Their whole life is extreme opulence, right? So everything is catered for that they can think of, and nothing is ever wanted. I'm not sure if you've met millionaires before, but I haven't. I just like stunned how they live. They don't. The real world does not come into their reality. It's just bizarre, and
So,
they
so
don't
I
understand it. They just have no idea.
So I grew up with one, and I
Mm,
disliked the. It was my mother's husband. I disliked the way I was brought up. I
mm,
think it's gross. How you can think you are more than someone else just because you got a lot of money. My father
mm,
was well off. He's retired from a young age. Um,
mm.
but he doesn't show off anything. He still drives his old little car. He's happy, but
Yeah.
he's got more money than I could ever imagine. But he's
Mm,
humble that way. To be honest, I wish I was that way. My mother, on the
yeah.
other hand, she's a name brand fanatic, worries what everyone thinks, and unfortunately, I feel that I inherited that gene. So I
Mm,
always worry what people think, and I think that's why I think that's a lot to do with why on the fence. To be honest,
mm-hmm,
um, I worry what people think. I hate it when people call you guys flat earthers in a
mm.
derogatory way. So I'm petrified of being labeled.
Yeah.
Uh,
It is trying to level like a caste system. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my honest viewpoint. As
Mm,
much as I want to say I'm on the fence, I'm going to say, like, guys, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I think it's fantastic. But in my gut, I'm going to say I can't say for sure what it is. I'm not
mm,
smart enough to say yes, it is this. However, like I was saying, I was brought up in that household where there's money
mm.
everywhere. At a young age, I had the privilege of driving fancy vehicles and things like that.
Yeah.
Um, but I my wife and I, we've been together now 18 years, married for
Okay.
11 years, 12 years.
Mhm.
We went our own separate ways. We made our own money. We've got our own business. We're doing what we can do for ourselves. As much handouts as what we were given, we denied a lot of them
Yeah.
because I prefer the humble way. But
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, these people that earn so much money, I think it's so disgusting how how it can be. I think it's inhumane how you can allow someone to suffer so much when there's so much money to go around to make everyone's lives comfortable. I think that humanity's lost what humanity is supposed to be. That's the way I see it. Now, I think there's going to be some sort of energetic cataclysm that's going to erupt, and it's going to reset everything. And I think it's happened in the past, and I think it's going to happen again. And I'm looking forward to it. Even though myself financially is doing all right, I think mentally, I think it's needed.
Yeah, but this is look. People think they won't be affected, or think they're a part of the system or whatever. But we don't know who it's going to affect. That's my problem with the Great Reset. You know, I haven't got a letter from the government saying I'm the chosen one, so it's going to affect me. That's why I'm against it. You know, did you get a letter from the government or some society saying you're protected from the Great Reset?
No,
Probably
fuck
not.
that. We get fuck all from the government, dude. If anything, I
Exactly.
try to avoid as many taxes as I can because I've
Well, okay.
never benefited
You
from
know,
tax.
I actually think that as much as your government is bad and corrupt and stupid or whatever, and these people are idiotic, I think they actually know what's going on. That's why they're trying to side with Russia. Because Russia seems to be playing along to an extent, but they don't seem to be going all the way. So that's why South Africa joined BRICS, didn't they? Right? So they must have some information.
Yeah,
You know?
I've been following it a little bit, and I would agree to go the BRICS route. I think there needs to be a change in the global power. However, I also think there shouldn't be any sort of fucking majority power. There shouldn't be a monopoly. There shouldn't
Yeah.
be.
So it's
Uh,
obvious a majority of this power is coming out of the United States, right? This reset bullshit.
yeah, which is Dutch started as well.
Mm.
And Dutch also I'm not going to say started South Africa, but the Dutch were involved in South Africa in the beginning. The Dutch were involved in
Yeah, yeah.
Australia in the beginning. The Dutch were involved majority of the worlds that we know today. As far as Brazil, even the Dutch were there. The Dutch fucking went everywhere in the 1600s. I think
Yeah.
that's who's controlling this
Yeah, I've
planet.
heard a theory that the Dutch and the British were working together. Have you heard of this?
I have, yes. Especially if you
Yeah.
look at the South African, then called the Boer War, the Boer War,
Yeah.
now known
They were
as the
working
Slag.
together.
Hey, I'll be
they
right back.
definitely
You
work
guys keep
together.
talking.
But yeah,
You guys are talking old world stuff. Those days are over. Are you
no, I
guys
think that
aware of the Petro Yuan?
no, I'm not aware of that. But if it's pre 1600s, I would love to hear because I think our world started in the 1600s. The world as we know it now, I think, was started early 1600s, late 1500s.
Well, yeah, you're talking about the old world, the imperialistic world, the Dutch, the British, the French, the Americans after, right? Those days are over. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now there's a new world evolving, right? The East is waking up.
And a new age,
So,
the age of Aquarius.
yeah. But my point here is I want to, because you guys are talking money and that, the Petro one with the BRICS. Now, when you guys talk of things that are going bad, you're excluding this. You're thinking of the best scenario with the dollar being number one and this and that. I'm talking about complete devastation, like the changing of guard. that dollar will not be the number one trading vehicle anymore. That's happening very soon. So there's
Yes.
a very, very bad things on the horizon for the West.
Essie,
Because
you
people
mentioned sorry, I was going to say this before I forget it now. So you mentioned the French, or the France or the French. So I've been decoding or translating the Monte Urbano map, and from France, on one of the notes there, it says there, um, this will be a semi-accurate translation. I'm trying my best. It says here, of France, the memories of this great and most valiant nation, after what Caesar wrote about it, are always veined, growing almost 400 years under the Roman Empire, and the remainder, that is from 1,100 and more years under the French, their own. There used to be many great lords and princes together with the kings, such as those de Puma, I don't know what that means, the dukes of Normandy and Bretagne, of Antigo-Lorraine, and of Burgundy and others. But now almost all of them are either alienated from the crown or taken away from it, and the remaining alone. They are the French, courageous white men, more suited to war than to letters. So what I found interesting in that note from France is that they say, this is in the 1500s, 1500s. They say it was under French rule for 1,100 years. That's fascinating. Why would they write that in the 1500s?
What was under French rule for 1,000 years? Which part?
I'm not too sure. So the fact that they're writing that, I'll send you this translation of mine. It is on the Monte Urbano map. It was along the edge of the map. So let's call it Antarctica, that great circle around our world. There's all these notes. So that's from Spain, from France. I still got to do more of them. This is one of the translations. This is I think one of the French's kings, or let's call them presidents or whatever, that wrote this. So I'll send you it in a DM. This is one of the translations I did. I'll send you with the French, with the Italian writing as well. Then you can do your own research as well. So I'm not making anything up.
Sure, I'm trying to picture now in that time frame them having the technology to go to Antarctica. Seems kind of, yeah.
So it's that you know the Monte Urbano map. It's that massive fucking 10 by 10 foot, known as a flat world map, but it is what it is.
Yeah, there's all kinds. There's that one there where they show like continents beyond Antarctica, and
No,
yeah,
so
you know which one I'm talking about, right?
yeah. I'll put in the live stream the map I'm talking about. So I DM'd you my translation as best I could do it for now, and in the live stream I'll put in the map I'm actually talking about. So this is put in the live stream the map I'm busy translating, and that's one of the translations from the French side. I'm busy with I've done half of the Spain, but I'm actually mainly focusing on the inside translation. So I've done a bit of the Tartaria. So I've found out that in some of their regions, it's almost like they had caravans. They were called Tartars. They lived like nomads. He actually writes here that these people have these wagons, and their dwellings, their houses, are on the back of these horses, covered in leather, with their pavilions and things like that. So I'm busy translating this map, and it's really interesting. There's deserts where there's spirits that they say that deceive you to take you into a different direction. If you guys haven't done it, to translate this map, it's really, really interesting. And then so far what I've translated, these outer writings, seems like it's from all the different kings or countries around the world, but like I said, I'm still busy translating. It's going to take me a lot more hours than what I've already spent in it. But yeah, I just thought I'll add the French part in there. I DM'd you what the French
Interesting. Yeah. I'm reading it now. I never heard this before. Very interesting. Now, the only thing I can think of in France and in the old, in that time frame, is there's a legend that, well, I'm not too sure if it's a legend or it's a story that France was founded by a Greek colony. I don't know if you heard that one.
I'm not.
So I don't know if
The,
it ties in.
the Greeks, I mean, the Romans were there,
Right.
but
Well,
I never heard of.
there's
Oh, actually,
there's
yeah,
some.
there was actually Greek settlements right along the Mediterranean. Yeah, I believe that's a possibility. Yeah.
Have you guys heard of David Rumsey? It's the David Rumsey map collection. Have you guys heard of that?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna send you guys. I'll DM. I'll send it in the live stream here. So definitely check out David Rumsey. He's got many ancient maps, and you can zoom into them like close up. It's really high quality stuff. I put in the live stream. There's some other maps related to this the Monte Urbano map, and there's some interesting stuff there. So, for instance, he talks of the different the Capricorn and Cancer, those tropics, and he says, "Yeah, I breathe the so-called equatorial circle. During the day, it's always 2 o'clock, the same as at night." And that's one of the paths that the sun takes, and then they got the Tropic of Capricorn, and the way they explain the eclipses and where Venus is and Mercury, and when you translate it, it's so beautiful to see how these people map the world, and it's so accurate in today's times as well. Uh, it's yeah, like I said, it's fascinating, and especially if you start translating it and to try to get an understanding in our language of the way they saw the world. But definitely check out David Rumsey. There's a lot of maps there you can search, and you can zoom in high quality. And this specifically, this map, the Monte Urbano, I think it was a 10 by 10 foot map. It is a massive world map. That is, I'm not going to say based on flat Earth, but it looks like a flat Earth map. And if you look at their measurements and what they're saying with the coordinates, it definitely looks like there's more out there than what we've been presented. And this is a dude that explored. Actually, in the translations I've translated some of it. There's more than one writer, and it seems like he's basing a lot of his information on other people's writings, and he puts those names in there as well. So yeah, like I say, there's definitely more out there. What we presented, and why would they write it? It's not fucking fantasy. If you really read what he's writing, it was there. There wouldn't be any other reason for him to write it. Why would he write one fantasy thing and one realistic thing right next to each other? It's all fucking there. He writes about things like the cows that he saw, yeah, is the same as the cows they find in Italy. It's really cool stuff. So if you guys are interested, I will post my translations eventually. But yeah, like I said, I've got many more hours to do this. But I have started with it, and hopefully I can share what I've done with you guys.
So, are you asking why would he lie?
I would say why would he mix fantasy with realistic? So why would he say there's I'm gonna say hypothetically he didn't say this, but why would he say there's a flying unicorn next to a cow that the natives are milking, for instance? Why would he say that?
I don't know. I was just asking if you were asking why would he lie? Because we've asked that question. Why would they lie? And the answer is always for power, control, money, to hide the truth. I don't what all the rest of the answers are.
Oh no, I think you may be misunderstanding what I'm saying. I don't think he's lying. I'm saying why would he mix fantasy with realistic stuff on a world map that he's been commissioned to do, that he's oath to give to the king of his nation. He's been commissioned to go map the world, and I just don't find it logical to say that he saw flying dragons next to cows, for instance.
So he couldn't lie to the people in charge so that he found land, but instead of telling the people in charge that he found land and they can send people to recover the gold, the riches, the resources, whatever, he's going to tell the truth and hold it for himself. That's why he would lie. I can go there and get all this stuff for myself. I'm going to actually tell my superiors the truth, and then they'll send all the explorers and whatever, and they'll get all the riches. So he doesn't have a reason to lie.
Oh no. I don't believe that they had the mindset of today's time. Those days, I don't think there was this whole thing of I'm gonna not tell them about it because I'll go sell there by myself and go get all the gold myself and then come back. It's not like fucking hopping into my car and then driving down the road to go fetch the gold that I found. No, I don't think it's that easy. But yeah, if you want to argue with me about this, you're arguing with the wrong person. I won't be able to argue it. I'm just giving the information that I've translated and then giving you guys the translation, and then I got my own thoughts on it. I won't be able to argue it.
Speaking for myself, I'm interested. Good work. Don't let anybody dissuade you. Actually, this is the first time I heard about this, so that's very interesting to me.
Great stuff, SE. What I'll do is I can DM you the text document. It's in a notepad with the translations that I've done so far. Like I say, some of the handwriting is very difficult for me to decipher. So some of the translations are mistranslated, but when I try a different letter, it might change the sentence slightly, but the context remains the same. So you'll see I'll add the translation as I wrote it down, as I read it, and put it into the translate program to translate it into English as best I can. So that is still changeable. So you can still go and double check it and then try the letter that you might be understanding or reading what they're putting in there to change the translations. But I think I've done a fair translation that is fair for anyone to make it out for themselves. So yeah, I'll send you the doc that I've done so far.
Cool stuff, definitely.
There we go. I sent it to you now.
Hey, Whitsit, are you there, brother?
Thanks, bro.
So the top of that document, it'll say theater translate. That was from a different picture from the same era. That was just a different translation. But from Quando si Scrapresso or something, you'll see I'll put in Italian and then a space and then English. That's that one's translations, and I put a massive gap or paragraph between, and it will be the next translation. But yeah, you can actually go and search these words on these maps, and you'll see where this is related to on that map. But eventually, I will have everything legend with a legend and noted. But like I say, I'm just trying to do as much as I can with the little bit of time that I do have. But it's yeah, like I say, and like you say, very very interesting stuff. It's very awesome. But Essie, you in Montreal, you should understand a bit of. Oh no, you fucking French, not Italian. My bad. But who's Italian here? Is anyone Italian? You guys, any Italian here should be able to read this map fucking well.
I mean, it's not that hard to discern, even if you speak Spanish, because a lot of the words. I thought it was Latin at first. You're saying it's Italian?
It's Italian, yeah. I also thought it was Latin, but it's Italian, and Urbano was in Italian, and that's how I found out. And I changed the translate to Italian, and it was translating way better in Italian than it was in Latin. Latin was fucking out all the time, and then I found out it's an Italian Italian writer that
Yeah,
did this map, Italian
yeah.
explorer.
I'm fascinated with that map myself, Urbano Monte, and like I can actually read it, and I speak Spanish, but I can read the font on it. I can read what it says.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. If you're willing to help translate, I'm busy doing it in the time that I have, and it's very, very interesting stuff. Not just that, like I say, I posted the davidrumsey.com. If you search Monte Urbano, you'll see the other information that they share in that same book with the eclipses and different time zones, the way they explain time zones, and you translate it to English. It's fascinating how they discovered it, and
But
they had it accurate then. I don't know how it cannot be accurate today.
have you noticed the landmass between Asia and America? That's not there anymore.
100%.
There's a giant landmass in the middle of the Pacific that's just not there no more. It's underwater.
100%, and that's why I'm saying, why would they mix fantasy with reality?
Yeah.
Especially with his writings, and with, like I'm saying, I've translated a part where he's got different explorers that went on his journeys with him, and also got a lot of his information from those explorers, which he writes in the map. And he writes all this. So I've got it in my translations as well, where he writes the names of these explorers and their findings as well. It's really incredible. So this is what got me onto, fuck, they're hiding more land, or there is something that's not right with what we presented with reality today.
There's maps, and I'm trying to find them right now, going back 500 years that show the Americas already colonized, showed San Francisco already established, shows California already named and established, and it actually shows land that is attributed to the Vikings. Like in America, like the Vikings came here and already colonized certain parts of. Actually, it's like near Texas. I gotta find the maps and show you, bro. But like, yeah, our history's definitely been tampered with. There's no doubt about that. But I just find it fascinating how you had the Vikings here, the Polynesians here, the Hebrews here, the Babylonians here, the Canaanites came here. Like all these groups of people in history came to the Americas, but school doesn't talk about it. You know, they just talk about the same old story. Oh, Columbus came and discovered America, but that's like there's so much more. Like there are so many different explorers, Portuguese explorers, Dominican explorers, um, Italian explorers, Vikings, and then for whatever reason they want to focus on Columbus. Like what's the deal with Columbus?
Yeah, it's beyond me. I never even knew about Tartary until recently, and the more you look into the history of maps, or you look at old maps, they all talk of Tartary, the Tartars, Great Tartary. Some of them were without an R. It was just Tatar, before Tartar, and like I was saying earlier on today, that I found a map from Marco Polo in the 1200s, which spoke of Tartary, and this is a map of the 1500s, which I actually think could possibly be of 500, not even 1500, because it's, if you look on the map, it'll be I-587 or 586. It's not an actual one. So that's another interesting part. But like I say, the more I translate this document, or this map, the more information I get. Some of the information I find, I've bookmarked a few websites because there's names in there that I've never even fucking heard of, and I Google this sort of name, and it sends me to a website with incredible information. And so all that sort of stuff I want to put together and then give this whole translation out to the public eventually. But I don't think I'll finish this anytime soon. But I will eventually do what I've done, and hopefully it'll help anyone that's exploring this topic. and he talks of stars at certain degrees that you see to guide you into the direction. Because if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, he was saying that people get lost unless they see these sort of stars in this direction. That if you see these stars, then you're on the right path at the right degrees on the map and things like that, which will be in my translated documents. He talks of, I think it was 6 stars or 3 stars that are aligned, but it's 6 stars. Anyways, it's all in my translation. I sent it to Essie. Essie will read through it, but that's a very quick, rough draft in the past few days that I've been doing. But yeah, I'll get a lot of this stuff translated and sent to the public as soon as possible.
So up here in Canada, in I believe it's in Newfoundland, we have Viking settlements right there for everybody to see. Way before Columbus, like hundreds of years before Columbus.
Yeah, I believe there was a civilization that was on all these continents before we as let's put inverted commas modern civilization has been here. I just think there was a massive flood or cataclysm that reset us, and I think the Dutch came here and then they took over. That's me at least. That's what I've put two and two in my head. And I think the Dutch just created business and slavery.
Well, they were definitely good, and there's signs of them all over, especially the Caribbean, Pacific. The thing is, with the old history, right? They can change letters and books, and they can, rewrite books. But you know where the trick lies, in my opinion? In the stones. In the stones, you can't change the stones. These structures that have been built, and clay tablets and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's where the trick lies.
Izzy, so what are your thoughts on, as far as I understand, there's every culture or every country has a flood legend somewhere in its culture, except for Japan. That's what fascinates me. As far as my research goes, Japan is the only place that doesn't have a flood legend. Otherwise, every other country's culture has a flood legend.
I wasn't aware Japan does not have one. Huh? I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, that's as far as I got. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as my research goes, there's only Japan that doesn't have a flood legend.
Yeah, well, the way I see it, right, there's evidence around the world of pre-Diluvian, like before the flood, civilization. The pyramids, South America, Central America, Japan. There's stonework everywhere, and it's identical. You see the same markings, you see the same, what appears to be melting, whatever you want to call it, whether it's a mold or melty rock technology. It's very evident. It's all over the world in all continents, including Japan. So I strongly believe in that.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's like that Dendera light, that Egyptian light with the snake in it. If I'm not mistaken, you see that in Iraq as well. Different places around the world where you see that same sort of, I'm going to put inverted commas, technology. But I just think it's different information or different information spread across our world. They all knew about it, and the way the world's presented to us, they wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. I definitely think everyone was aware of everyone else on this world that we live in. I just think on a totally different level than what we understand it.
And definitely something happened along the way. Could have been a flood. There was some sort of worldwide devastation. Now, why I say that? Because those people that build all these stoneworks, they're gone. They're nowhere to be seen.
100%. And I don't know how people can deny that. And that's why I say everyone must take this information for themselves. Don't take it what someone's told you. Just fucking really take it in for yourself and think about it for yourself. Like, how is it possible? Don't let someone fucking tell you that no, we were apes and yeah, you know, we were dumb and eventually we got some intelligence. No, fuck it. That's absolute nonsense. Come think about it. Really, for me at least, it doesn't. You're not going to convince me that my ancestors were fucking dumb and rocks and this and that. I mean, really, no. I think they were very smart back then, but that information got wiped and everything was started over. And I think it's a brilliant thing. Otherwise, where would we be today? I think we need a reset. I think humanity is too fucking corrupt not to have resets.
Yeah, we're definitely at that stage now. But as far as the past goes, yeah, like I mean, it's like I said, it's written in the stones. We're definitely not the first caretakers of this thing. That's what I believe, anyways. And it's like, I mean, the pyramids in Egypt are a glaring, like, stop sign to anybody that has logic, right? When they show you stones and brass chisels, I mean, anybody with half a brain could say, nah, there's no way the Egyptians, what they call the pharaohs, did that. There's absolutely no chance in hell that happened.
Just to bury someone as well. I mean, that's comical. I mean, really. I know a lot of the guys. Yeah, I'm going to put inverted commas again. Truthers, not a big fan of what's that guy that did the Netflix Ancient Apocalypse? That guy. Not a big fan of him. I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about. Graham Hancock. I think Graham's done a fantastic job of what he's doing. He's giving his opinion, and fuck, I love his opinion. It really opened up a lot of minds and opened up a lot of research and. Yeah, yeah, I think that's still going to open up a lot of doors for a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. He's one of them. Brian Forster is one of my favorites. This guy really goes and he shows you everything. He goes to the sites, and it's like him with the camera, and it's like you walking there, and you clearly see the difference in. In other words, technology is getting worse as the ages approach in the stone building. How does that work? It's like backwards, right? It should be getting better, but he shows a reverse. And the Incas, when they asked the Incas and the Mayans and all those the Indians that were there who built these things, they said it wasn't us. We didn't build this stuff.
Essie, so are you into these sort of things? If you are, have you ever heard of J Dreamers?
No, I don't believe so.
Definitely look at his channel. So J Dreamers, he looks into a lot of the history of our world and especially etymology and language. He's quite a wordsmith as well. So when he does a lot of his presentations, he looks at where the word comes from and he breaks down that specific word. He does a great job of it. And the great thing with his channel or with his work is you can cross-reference it. You can go look it up yourself. So it's not too far-fetched, if that makes sense. So generally, if you watch a video and you're like, ah, fuck, I don't believe you, brother, and you go and look at it, holy crap, you come to the same conclusion. It's great stuff. If you want, I can DM you his channel link. It's really good stuff. J Dreamers.
Sure, yeah, I'm always interested in that kind of stuff. Definitely.
Okay, great. I'll get you a link and I'll DM it to you.
Like I said, rocks, you can't lie with rocks, right? Very, very difficult to lie with rocks.
Yeah. Yes, I was subbed to J Dreamers when he had like 5,000 subs, and he's got 88,000 subscribers already. He's doing a great job, and I love the fact that he's low key. He's not, in mainstream sense. So yeah, he's got a lot of subs, but hardly it appears that hardly anyone really knows about him, which is a blessing in its own disguise, because his work is fantastic. It's really, really good work.
Yeah,
I
good
think,
stuff. Thanks. I'll check it out for sure.
yeah, I think Witsit actually said he spoke to J Dreamers and he's going to some sort of an event or something with Witsit. But yeah, Witsit can confirm that. But if I'm not mistaken, Witsit knows J Dreamers. Very interesting. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, there's also Sumer, the Sumerian culture that ties in heavily into this. It seems a lot of the stories, a lot of the biblical stories, a lot of history, a lot of gods, um, our base 60 system of time and angles and all that stuff, it all comes from the Sumerians.
Yeah, and I think our Bible, and there's a Bible before the Bible. I can't remember the name of it now. Some codex, which is all based back to the Sumerian tablets and those writings. And yeah, once again, J Dreamers would really dig into that, and he would go into the words and where everything comes from, and he'll build basically a tree for you to look at to where it actually comes from. And like I say, he does such a good job of it. The history of where what comes from, or where a word comes from, where why it was called what it was called, why is it called what it is called. It's really, really good stuff. It's yeah. Um, Definitely check out some of his videos and eventually watch. I've watched all of his videos. It's so good. Um, but yeah, like I said, I've been following him for many years, and I've managed to watch all his videos due to that. But when you get time, watch some of his stuff. It's good.
Definitely. See how they keep suppressed, how they suppress. Like, how is it possible? All my searches I've done on this stuff, and I haven't heard of this guy. Just an example of how they suppress this stuff. Yeah.
It's sad. But that's I think that's what we for. That's what we there for, is to share that sort of stuff. And he's like I say, he's not mainstream, which is even more beautiful. Then it's even more pure. And when you look at his stuff, you'll see how pure his content actually is. He did a very fascinating video the other day, recently, one of his recent videos with Chat GPT, and talking about the hydrogen. The higher you go, is it possible for, I think it's hydrogen to freeze, to create they say, telling ChatGPT a hypothetical dome, because ChatGPT wouldn't want to say that it's possible, but eventually he got ChatGPT to confirm, yes, it is possible to do that. But then ChatGPT always says it's important to note that this is hypothetical, but it is possible. So yeah, very interesting conversation that he had with ChatGPT. Stuff like that. Very, like I say, very interesting stuff, and definitely check it out.
Have you heard of super fluid?
I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. Like I say, I'm not the smartest guy.
Yeah, super fluid sounds like what you're talking about, and it's quite interesting because it it kind of like could take the shape, or not the shape. It could explain how uh, how stuff works up there, right? Like absolutely, we know that it's not a vacuum. I know it's ridiculous. It can't be, right? So if there's some sort of transition, it could go from helium to a superfluid, and then having researched superfluid, shout out Rakia, then I found there's a thing called super solid, right? And wow, that kind of blew my mind. So there's a plausible explanation of how things work, and then you get into superconductivity and so on and so forth, right? So there's plausible explanations other than this crazy notion of a vacuum, right? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, so if I do find a video, I think it's the last 5 or 6 videos of his, but maybe you come across it when you start watching his content. He when he talks to ChatGPT, he speaks about there's hydrogen, the last layer of our known atmospheres, or whatever you want to call them, those spheres, those tropospheres, mesospheres, those sort of things. The last one, there's hydrogen in it, and he asks ChatGPT what is the freezing point of it, and he gets to, I think it's 400 and something degrees Celsius, minus 400 and something Fahrenheit or Celsius or something. All the information's in there. Like I said, I don't have the best memory, but I remember something like this. So don't fucking bag on me. Anyways, long story short, and then he asks what's the temperature of space, and then space is this temperature, which is minus say 460 degrees. You guys will know, most of you guys will know these sort of things. Anyway, so ChatGPT says yes, it is possible for that hydrogen to freeze and create a dome or a barrier between yourself and whatever's out there. So even ChatGPT confirms that with the known information that we have, it is possible that there is a ice barrier between us and whatever's beyond that. So he has that conversation with ChatGPT. But ChatGPT keeps on saying it's important to know that mainstream science does not support it. But fuck what mainstream has to say, because even with the information provided, ChatGPT says yes, it is possible. So he does a great job of bringing down ChatGPT to a human thought, if that makes sense. Very, very good stuff.
Yeah, I hear you. I have kind of like mixed thoughts with Chat GPT, you know. Yeah, I like what it does, but on the other hand, it seems to me like a plant, because think about it now. This thing is acquiring all, and I mean all, the questions of all the people, right? So it's like, think about it. It's like it's like an accumulation of all our thoughts, all our questions, and they're gonna formulate answers using us, kind of a thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Yes,
kind
so
of
100%. So that's what Daydreamers picks up, and he actually points out. He says this is a programmed response. He knows that this is a programmed response. So, like exactly what you're saying now. However, because it has access to all that information, it always says mainstream says this. However, you are correct in saying that this would occur. Um, so it's almost as if the program knows that Daydreamers is correct in what he is saying, but he's saying, but it's important to note that mainstream does not support this, even though it is possible. So yeah, like I say, it's really really good stuff, and I agree with you. It's definitely been You can see with the responses that ChatGPT will give. If you do a mainstream thing, it'll immediately give you like um so now if you come to my house and you want a glass of water, I'll be like, oh fuck yeah, dude, here's a glass of water. But if you ask me for $10,000, I'm gonna be like, buddy, wait. You know what I mean? You can see where the bot is hesitant to give an answer. And he's actually caught it in 2 or 3 lies as well, where the ChatGPT apologizes and says, "Ooh, you are actually correct." It's really really interesting stuff. But a lot of people would accept that answer firsthand, where Daydreamers is like, "Nobody, you are wrong. Here's what I'm asking," and then the bot would actually apologize for being incorrect. It's good stuff. Very very good stuff.
I saw this thing. I guess Chat GPT is good for some things. In other words, what's written down, it can disseminate information. Like, in other words, I saw this guy, this rich dude, and he said, "Look, I fired my lawyer." And why? And they're telling him why. He goes, "Because I would pay my lawyer like $500 for like a text, a response, and I typed it in to Chat GPT, and the advice was very similar. So I fired my lawyer." He goes, right? Because if you ask it like a specific question of what's written, it'll find that answer for you, right? But as far as other things, right, it's just as dumb as your average scientist or philosopher or whatever the given knowledge is of the day, right? So yeah, it's like a double-edged sword there. And
Correct.
and if they know you're going to that for information, right, they can manipulate the answer and they can manipulate the the situation. So yeah.
Yeah. No, 100%. And yeah, it is what it is. It's today's reality. It's how spoon fed we are. It's similar to those interviews with kids when they ask them, um, where do you think what do you think this piece of steak is? And they would just think of it as something from the supermarket. They don't actually know it's from a cow. Uh, there's a lot of those little videos where they show kids. I don't know how true it is. I've never asked a kid myself where they think fucking chicken nuggets come from. But a lot of people don't actually know where it comes from, except the supermarket. They don't know it's animals. That's how fucking deprogrammed humanity is, or programmed humanity is. It's gross how what we've become, um, compared to what we used to be, what we appear to have been before.
Yeah, scary days ahead. Yeah, with this AI stuff coming up around the corner. Yeah.
I would say exciting. I'm excited for it. I think there needs to be a change, and even even if it is something that's for the worse for us, I think it will be for the better. I'm optimistic that way. If anything, I want everything just to fucking crash and let's just start over. I'm ready for it. I think it's important for myself I've been teaching myself how to make things from scratch. Recently, I've learned how to make bread, and uh, I'm learning how to. What I mean is make things from scratch is really the ingredients, is to put the ingredients together and make something. Um, so yeah, it's something I'm teaching myself, for if that day has to come, I can do it. And medicines and things like that, learning the old ways of how they did things, um, from raw ingredients. I'm excited for it. I really do hope it does come. And I'm listening here on this Discord, hoping that you guys can say, "Have you heard this? The fucking country's exploded." Then I'll be like, "Okay, cool. When are we next?" Sort of thing. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited for a big reset.
Well, be careful what you wish for, because what's going on in the Ukraine, if we're to believe it, I mean, your wish might come true pretty soon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But it could all be a game, so who knows?
Yeah. No, yeah. I got you. Don't think me wrong. Yeah, I'm not wishing bad on anyone. Um, but I do think that the world needs a reset. I think it's irresponsible of humanity to let humanity get to where it is now, with starvation and slavery on the level that it's at.
Well, the reset is happening as we speak. Like I told you before, the BRICS and the Petro yuan. So the reset is happening as we speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so
And
far, it's definitely gonna be monetary, but if history shows, when the current banking system has been challenged, right, the fiat currency, Without exception, every country has faced the wrath of war, right? But now there's so many of them facing off. It's like, what's going to happen? I mean, can we attack all those countries? I don't think so. So, yeah, this is we're in a very bad spot.
Yeah, no, I got you. I got you. But you got to admit it is exciting. uh, I wouldn't have even thought of this day coming 20, 30 years ago. I was still playing in the park, playing cricket in the park. I never thought of this 5 years ago. I never thought of me being in this position, being like, holy shit! I really do wish there's some sort of an event taking place. For me, it's exciting. Yeah, it's good stuff. Be it good or bad, it can be either way. Without dark, you can't have light. Without light, you can't have dark.
Absolutely.
I mean, in you, if you really think about this, I thought about this before I saw the video of someone saying it. We born into this world. Who the fuck are we paying to be here? I mean, why do I have to pay someone to be here? That for me is the first issue in my own home country, South Africa. Um, as far as I understand, and if I really look back into it, the black people were here first, or actually the Khoisan were here before the Dutch arrived, and they were living here freely. They didn't have bulls or anything like that. They lived off the land. They were happy. They were doing what they were doing. They didn't have diseases. They kept their communities small. They did just fine. Really, if you speak to their kings, and we do have them locally as well, where you can readily go speak to their culture. They didn't have the issues that they have now. Yes, granted, they got the technology and the medicines, but they didn't need these technologies and medicines those days. Um, and yeah, unfortunately, the Western world took over, and they're in a terrible place now. Um, if we can go back to those times, I think they deserve their land back, and we should be on their terms. Um, but yeah, that's probably a discussion for another time. But I'll be very happy for it to go back to those days where you didn't have to pay to be alive.
Yeah, those days are definitely gone, bro. Yeah, I hear you.
There's apparently one island. I can't remember the island's name. I'll see if I can get it now after this. But there's an island where, yeah, you can live freely. There's one place, but it's part of a country. But it is a country where, as far as I understand, there's no taxes and things. You literally a free being. You live off the land. That would be a fantastic place to start. But I'll see if I can get it for you. I think there's like 50 people that live on this island. Good stuff for them.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation, and we had this before, and we've gotten into some pretty heated debates. Because my opinion is, and of course it's never going to happen because they have us separated, is not to leave society and start over, is to take over society, right? But they have us so strung up, so work, home, back, that's never going to happen. So I understand the people that they want to build a homestead and start from scratch on their own. So yeah, we've had some pretty heated debates on that.
Yeah, to go back in time, you have to consider what you're asking for too. It's pretty rough back those days.
Mm-hmm. That's my argument, left lane. Yeah, medicine and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking for that place. I'm sure. Have you guys never heard of that? It's a fucking country or island. I think it's under British ownership, but you live for free, and yeah, you got no taxes. Fuck, man, what's the place called? Have you guys never heard of it, or an idea of what I'm talking about?
No, not really, bro.
Okay, let me see if I can get it. I'm on push to talk, so I struggle to search while I'm talking as well. So give me a few minutes. I'll see if I can find it.
See, it's so strange. We actually know the problem. We know it's the lobbyists. We know it's the fiat currency. We know who runs everything. I know how to fix it. You tackle the lobbyists, right? But yet they have us so wound up. Everybody's into working, and both people are to destroy the nuclear family. It's that no one, and they know this, no one will do this. No amount of people will get together and challenge them because they're just too busy. They have no time. They have to feed their children, pay their rent. Yeah.
So Michael Tellinger actually touches on this, and he's got a thing going called the Ubuntu movement, and it all boils down to money. Money is the big issue, and it's a promissory note, and which he also does a lot of information on, is where he's taken the big banks to the court, proving that he doesn't actually need to use money because it's literally a promissory note, and where, or literally is probably the wrong word. It is actually physically just a promissory note. Um, it's not an actual thing. It's a promise. It's a promise to pay for something. He digs into this. He understands where money comes from and what it is. He digs into the history of it. He does a great job on that as well. Michael Tellinger, if you guys haven't heard of him, he's actually in South Africa, which has discovered the stone circles in South Africa, which is connected with the Anunnaki. Interesting stuff as well. If you guys haven't heard it, I'll say it again, as Michael Tellinger. Good stuff.
I seen a thing on that a civilization that tended to build in circles just the other day, as a matter of fact. Funny you mentioned that.
Yeah, we got thousands and thousands of them in South Africa. Stone
Yeah,
ruins.
yeah. I couldn't believe when I saw that. I go, what? Look at this stuff, man. Nobody knows about it. Yeah. Now back to the money thing. What's interesting is that the new they call it Petroyan, right? Which they should, I don't know why, but well, I do know why, but anyways, the it's gonna be based on gold. That new Petroyan, right, is gonna be pegged on gold, unlike our fiat currency, right, which is was depegged by Nixon, I believe it was, and they based it on the oil. But guess what? Saudi Arabia might join that, and if that happens, it's truly game over for the American dollar. Like, just say goodbye.
Yeah, I think
Like it.
the dollar is definitely going to disappear. For me, I do think that the dollar will fall away soon. Not as completely as what it appears to be presented, where that falls away and then one takes its place. I think it's just going to be competition for the other, which is another good thing, though.
Yeah, it won't disappear. That's for sure. But yeah, it'll lose its value, and if they start buying your bonds and all that stuff, America's in big trouble. If they start cashing in the bonds, that's another story. Like, oh my God, it's
Uh,
not good.
yeah, and I tagged you in the place. It's called the Pitcairn Islands. Check it out. It's pretty cool. The Pitcairn Islands. I think that's one of the only places left. Yes, it's under. I think it's under British rule, but it's one of the only places left where you don't. Where you, I think you give up citizenship and you don't have to be a citizen, whatever you want to fucking call it. But you live off the land and you work for a community. So it's a little mini utopia on its own.
Do you pay taxes to anybody?
No.
The British Crown? No?
No, as far as I've looked into it, no. There's no money. I think they got a little bit of tourism, um, but there's no money for the people themselves. I think the island makes its own little bit of money for the island itself, but the people that live there, they don't deal with money. I could be wrong, but that's as far as I understand of that island. There was a guy in the 90s that went to go visit there, and I think someone in the 2000s as well. Very difficult place to get to, and very expensive to get there for tourism itself. But yeah, interesting place. Very, very interesting place.
Do they have like a police station, a fire station? Do they have any of the, do they have like a doctor?
As far as I
Like,
understand, they've got a doctor, they've got medical on the island, but there's no need for police and things like that. I think they got some security for tourism, but it's so small, so it's such a small amount of tourism. As far as I remember, there's no sort of police force or any sort of government thing. It's all community run.
do they have an operating room, a hospital, modern medicine? Well,
Basics. If you need major surgery, they do fly you out to a place where they have that where they have those facilities, and that's, I think, where the tourism money goes to, is to supply the residents those sort of um, facilities. Other than that, the between the community, the food, the whatever needs to be done is all community run. But yeah, if you, I don't know too much about it. I've looked very briefly over it, but it does appear to be very community run, where there's no money between the individuals. If you want to go there yourself, let's say Essie, you want to move to Pitcairn Island, you get given a piece of land, you build your own house. Um, the way you want to. You don't pay for it as long as you build your own house. I think you can purchase it, but you're allowed to build your own place free of charge, and live there as you please.
interesting. Never heard of that place.
Yeah, Pitcairn Islands. I think it's some British soldiers that got lost there. There's some history to it as well. More if you look into the history of it.
There was there were pirates.
Was it pirates? Yeah, I can't really remember the story
Yeah.
that well, but I remember something like that. Some British fleet got dropped off there, and yeah, they started the little community there by themselves.
Yeah, they were on the run. They went to Norfolk Island, which was a so-called slave colony, prison colony off the coast of Australia. It was Mutiny on the Bounty. That's it. I think it was. Yeah. And they fled to Pitcairn to escape British authorities.
Oh yeah, someone said mutineers, yeah, something like that. That rings a bell. They mentioned something like that.
Yeah, it was the mutiny about Fletcher Christensen. Disaffected crew seized control of the ship from Captain William Bligh. 18 lost at the open. Yeah, I'll give you the link. You set him adrift, mate.
Yeah, it's a very interesting island. There's a couple of videos on YouTube of people visiting that place. It's good stuff.
There it is.
Nice, yeah.
It's always been part of Australian folklore.
Looks very rough, though. I'm going to be honest. It doesn't look very pleasant, but you know, the people are surviving, and the kids don't even know about the rest of the world. When they interview these kids, they can't even imagine what a big city would look like.
Yeah.
That's honest and pure humanity. That for me, I can only imagine being a kid and hearing about these stories of these massive cities with lights and cars and wow. I think that must be fascinating for the kids living on that island. Just like we hearing of these I'm going to put inverted commas folklore of these outer lands. I think it's fascinating. It's like wow, the same as those kids must be thinking the same thing. But I think you need to have a young mind to actually think like that. I'm not physically young anymore, but I believe I still have a young mind to have a vivid imagination of possibly more lands out there. What you guys present, and yeah, dude, it sounds fascinating. I think it's awesome.
Hmm.
I believe that you only know what you know, eh? You can believe what you've been told, but you can only know what you've sensed. And that can be with sight, feel, touch, smell, things like that. There's that old saying, seeing is believing. But I think it goes more than that. You know, if someone tells you it's hot and you go and touch it and it's not hot, is it really hot? Nah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Here's loads of NASA geeks talking about UFOs.
Are you reading this Wikipedia about bounty?
No, tell me about it. I haven't researched pirates much, but I did hear that they're linked to the Knights Templar and Skull and Bones. And the idea that if you're off the land, you can make your own law up. So, sort of type of Satanism, I guess. I'm sure some of the pirates did good stuff as well, rescued princesses and stuff.
I like what that gentleman said a minute ago about having a young mind, even though his body is whatever age it is, the youthfulness of the mind. And I've always felt youthful and inquisitive and like a kid at heart, almost to the level of it being embarrassing because you're supposed to be mature but I think there's value in enjoying laughter deeply and peace and joy. And I've been a bit of an adrenaline junkie, mountain biking as fast as possible or running or
Oh yeah.
yeah. So there's something to be said for retaining your childlike vigor of mind where the world wants you to be. Sit up, act straight. No, you can't think that way. It's like, come on, we're human beings experiencing. Let's go.
How old are you, Boston, again? If you don't mind. Or which decade are you in?
What'd you
Anyway,
say? You broke
I
up. What'd
said,
you say?
how old are you that you're mountain biking really fast?
Oh, I'm 43. Or I'll be 43 in July. So I'm not old, but I still like, extreme sports.
It's very fun, but my mate who's late 30s, he's spent $1,000 on a bike and he bikes fast and he got a GoPro and then he's just biked over a log, flipped over the front and broke his pelvis. So it's just super bad luck. And he said, it's game over. I'm giving up mountain biking.
Oh, it's a shame.
Yeah, well, I'm 37. I'm the one that said I got the young mind. I used to skateboard professionally in my younger years till I was about 19, 20, where I had a bad knee injury. I still surf today. But yeah, I've been an adrenaline junkie that's kept me out of a lot of shit my whole life, except physically. I've broken a hell of a lot of bones. I've got a prosthetic joint in my elbow. I've got a screw in my wrist. I've got a dislocated knee that pops out when it wants to. But mind-wise, I still think like a kid. I still think like I'm fucking He-Man. I can do a lot of things, even though my body's falling apart. Yeah, I feel like a child.
What is it to think like a child?
I don't know. It doesn't feel like I have these ridiculous responsibilities that everyone's got expectations of me. I've got my own expectations. I need to support my family. I've got a wife. I've got to ensure that I look after my wife. I've got to pay the bills. We've
But
actually
that's
just
all
we
adult stuff.
yeah, but that's another part of me that I make sure that that happens. But I still think like a child. I still want to go have fun. Um I still want to go surf. I still want to fucking screw around on a skateboard and I've got responsible things in place, like insurances, that if I can't work anymore, I would get paid a salary. But yeah, I still want to go do those things. I don't think I don't have to do those things.
Video games.
Oh yeah, I still play games.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that, man. It's a little bit of a break away from physical reality. And then looking into shit like this, wondering what could there be, and hearing these stories and this information from the people that saying there could be land out there. It's like telling the kids on Pitcairn Island there's cities with hundreds of thousands and millions of people, and cars and computers. They don't know what that is. Their imaginations are exploding. When you guys say that there's possibly land out there, my mind's exploding. It's like, wow, fuck, it is possible.
You met a Nazi and he was 25 and he told you, did you know there's a whole continent where people live and people think it's just ice, but it's not just ice.
And he told me what?
And there's tunnels that go underground. And there's whole civilizations of people that live there.
You saying what would I say?
Yeah. It'd blow your mind if he told you that.
Exactly, it would blow my mind because fuck it, wow, it sounds fascinating. That's the child mind coming out saying like, Jesus, is this even possible? Fucking wow, it could be.
Yeah.
I gotta go take lunch to the kids, so I'm gonna bail. But before I go, one interesting concept to think about is who are you really? Like who you really are. And my definition, like what really makes me feel peaceful and joyful, is when I'm on the phone with a loved one or a friend, or a mate that you just really connect with well, and you're just talking about whatever, and y'all are both kind of in the zone, enjoying spending time with each other, sharing whatever story. That's who you are, period. And then when you're not on the phone with that person, or you're kind of stressed about work, or you're lonely or depressed or anxious or judgmental or any of these other, character qualities that can come in any human to varying degrees, that's you plus or you minus these things. And so what has helped me over the years is to realize if I'm tripping out and I'm angry or judgmental, I'm probably like a nap or a sandwich away from getting back to that like central point. I know I always talk about Christianity and stuff, but really this journey is asking the question, who are you and what are you supposed to be doing here? And it's brought me a lot of peace to kind of think that get that idea. I'm the guy that's chill and enjoying relationship with other people. And Don, like you and I think differently, but I always like talking with you and I always like hearing what other people say. So yeah, I got to go feed the kids, but that's a fun thing to think about.
You have fun.
Thanks for that, because funny enough, I asked myself that question today because it's one of the things that one of the people I listen to, Alan Watts, says a lot. And it's something I'm trying to figure out, and I don't even know how to answer that question. If I ever have to go see a guru and he asks who the fuck's asking, I wouldn't even know what to answer, and I'm trying to figure that out for myself.
There is a far out theory that all you are is awareness. That's what you are, and everything else is some type of program you've written over the top for yourself.
Yeah. Did that make sense though? I mean, I'm not going to re-say it, but you're not thinking critically of yourself. You're not making any kind of assessment. You're not judging yourself or others when you're connected with someone you love. That's just you being in that flow state or Zen state. And I think that's where we all need to try to be, is just, who we really are is easy, but the world wants to tell us that we're something else or that we need to buy material things to be happy, etc.
I definitely agree. You can be in that Zen state, flow state, while you do normal life.
Sure.
If you're good at it, you can try to stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something I'm working on. I'm trying. I've only recently touched on it, so I'm still trying to figure my way around it.
I think the opposite of that is a certain amount of identity is worthwhile sometimes. Describing who you are in extra detail might help you know what you know or think what you think.
You know, some people get there by meditating and sitting very, very still and making their mind go away from any thought, and that's a cool way to meditate. I've always gotten there by movement. So either like a long walk where you get into a rhythm of step and a rhythm of breathing, and your mind will just kind of come alive and you can process things. Or running for me, like if I do a 20-miler, I can listen to the most boring audiobook you've ever heard, but be super in tune to every word and be processing it better than if I was sitting at a table trying to do it. So play around with physical movement and breathing and activity, because that can help too. You don't want to be stagnant just sitting there. All right, I'll catch y'all later.
Cheers, bro.
You know, someone says, "Who are you?" You say, "My Christian name is Paul," or you could explain 3 paragraphs about what you do and how you feel.
Yeah, it's still a difficult question, man. I literally, I don't even know how to answer it.
But what the Buddha wants you to realize is that there's nothing to realize. You are just God.
Yeah, and that's why I asked the guys why they're fighting with these people. I don't, even yourself, Dawn, and I've heard you have these discussions of who you are and stuff. It's like I don't know why you fight with the people so much, and that's what's confused me. Like I thought I might have had the answer of like who I am, and then yeah, you argue with the guys giving their opinion or their perspective. I was like, oh man, fuck! I thought you had it for me, and then you carry on arguing with the person because that person really, really fucking believes and understands that the world is what it is, and then you're telling him he's wrong. So who are you to tell that he's wrong? If that makes sense.
Yeah, maybe there's such a thing as like subjective truth, personal
Yeah,
truth.
but maybe their subjective truth is what they're saying. I'm just saying it's interesting because I'm not convinced from either model. I think both models could even be incorrect. Um, I don't have a model, if that makes sense.
Have you looked at the other weird models like concave?
I have. Um, if I look at a lot of the refraction footage that I myself have taken and what others have taken, um, a lot of the footage I've taken would give evidence for all models. Sometimes I see it like, holy fuck, why am I seeing it this way? And then I look at footage again, why am I seeing it that way? So
Yeah.
I'm actually busy now with the drawing with refraction of the way I'm seeing it because I can't even explain it in words. I don't think there's is words in the English dictionary to explain what we are seeing, and I believe that the mathematical to English translation for the refraction we're seeing on the horizon is badly translated. So I'm drawing it currently as we chat here. So like I say, I think all models have their truths, but I think they could all be wrong. That's why I asked Whitsett early on, what's his, has he ever come across research where there's an infinite Earth without a shape? Is
Well,
there that possibility?
you've heard of infinite plane society.
Yeah, but not even on a plane. So that's what I'm saying. There's no shape. It's not a plane. It's just there.
Okay. Sure,
If
that's
it's
got
there,
you.
it's got
You
to
got to
have
have a
some
surface,
geometry
haven't
though,
you?
right?
You,
Yeah.
you need a surface because we experience a surface under our feet.
We experience a denser medium that we're on, which is the surface.
It's what we call matter.
So to start your explanation with, it might not be anywhere or be anything. You're gonna end up with nothing.
I don't know, man. It's for instance when the Greeks were like Alan was saying, they're busy chopping down the atom, the atomos, whatever, and it becomes energy. It's all energy, and
So
light is energy.
it could be a simulation or illusionary.
Yeah,
But you think
100%.
it presents as a plane, at least. Flat water, flat horizon, no curve.
I don't think we are able, or we have measured curve or no curve. I don't think it's done correctly yet. Um, yeah, it's a very difficult subject, and it's too argumentative in this Discord. I think you would need to discuss this with people that do not want to argue, or try be right in an argument.
You sound similar to my friend Mo, who's definitely not a globe. I have no idea what it is. I think the oceans are flat, but no one knows.
So visually, I can't see any curve. However, with the current presentation of what's been given in mainstream, they're giving the model and they're giving the explanations. I don't understand it. So I can't say, oh no, you're fucking wrong. But someone like Witsit that appears, to be honest, okay, don't give me shit now, don't give Witsit shit. I'm gonna say, fuck it. It sounds like he understands what he's talking about. And he's seeing something wrong with it. And he seems very, very knowledgeable about this stuff. And then it's you get people that like I've heard Dyslow, for instance, talk about it. He seems also pretty knowledgeable about these things, and I'm saying they finding problems with it. So in my head, I'm saying, okay, I don't understand it. These people appear to understand it. I don't know what the fuck it is, so I got no opinion on it. All I can say is what I can sense, and when I look at it, so yeah, go ahead.
So do you think globers make? Is there any globers that make sense and sound like they know what they're talking about?
100%. Like
Okay.
I've said, Zanuck, yes, he does have his moments where I could say, dude, shut the fuck up. But I could say the same for the flat earth side. For instance, Wizard would carry on talking. However, he's going on, he's carrying on talking on something because no one's addressing what he's saying.
So I think my
So
point
either
is,
way, there's always issues from both sides, and that's what's putting me in the where the fuck are we situation.
you've got a smart man saying there's an issue with this model. You've got a smart man saying there's no issue with this model.
My only issue with the model is that I went and bought a P900 for myself. I know it's not the fucking greatest camera, blah blah blah. You guys can give me a lot of ridicule, but I just went to go do some visual tests for myself, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, okay, now I see what they're talking about. And then I started looking into refraction, and I've learned or been teaching myself about refraction, and speaking to people like Travis. Travis and I talk a lot. He doesn't agree with everything that I say. But I'm just giving what I'm seeing, and then I like to hear the feedback of, dude, what do you think? This is the way I'm seeing it. What are your criticisms? And then he'll correct me when I'm saying, no, you're wrong there, and I'll be like, oh, okay, now I see where I'm fucking wrong.
I feel harsh saying it, but I feel like you're researching a new religion, and you're not comparing it and checking it back to reality. You're just looking down this rabbit hole, and you've now ignored everything that shows it's a globe and all the normal people that say it's definitely a globe. And you're just following a few guys in a rabbit hole.
Could be. You could be correct. But how would I confirm it for myself that it's a globe? So, for instance, I looked at the video I mentioned earlier on with the Milky Way, where they're filming the Milky Way, and it looks like the Earth is rotating. They set the camera onto the Milky Way, and then the camera moves with the Milky Way, and it looks like Earth is rotating. Hold on. It looks like Earth is rotating, but then there's another video where they keep the camera in one place, and then it looks like the Milky Way is moving.
One
So
way to understand this could be a globe is the way that you're studying an alternative for refraction, obstruction. So things blatantly disappearing behind what seemingly is a hard edge to Earth all the time on the horizon. But you're now studying a special type of refraction that can explain it.
Yes.
So one of the best ways to find out it's a globe, you're already debunking.
So one of the ways I would have thought is to actually see a physical horizon, which I haven't seen with my own eyes. I haven't seen it. And I understand that there's refraction. I understand
I
that.
see one now. I can see the tops of the trees going
I
across
could,
through my window.
everywhere I look is horizon.
Yeah.
So-
So I'm trying to say is the measure, the one that they say is what, fucking 3 miles or whatever. That one, I want to see that one. Wait, how far can we see? Why are we on? Why aren't
Mine
we
is
seeing
about
that
3
one?
miles now, and there's treetops. I can see it through the window. That's the horizon. It's physical trees. They're not like looming up, looming down. There's just physical trees on the edge of the earth, and then behind that is sky. I can't see no more.
Okay, mine is now my walls. So you're saying that my world is my bedroom.
No, I'm saying your statement that you can't see a physical horizon is really silly.
No, so it's not silly because if I go to Bloberg Strand and I go film the horizon, sometimes I see it 3 kilometers away. Sometimes I see it 10 kilometers away. It's always
But
different.
it's still the hard edge of the earth, possibly.
Be
Yeah.
honest
Possibly,
with
yes.
yourself, Don. Be honest, like this guy. At least he's being honest with himself,
Still the
man.
hard edge of a possible globe at that point, isn't it?
But which one is the hard one now? The one at 3 kilometers, the one at 10 kilometers? That's my
Both,
issue.
or one in between, right?
But how can it be if I'm at the same place? How can it both be? And that's what I'm saying.
Well, it's refraction. You're
It's
studying it now.
refraction, yeah.
Yeah,
The thing
so
about the horizon and all the convolution of the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon and no physical horizon, there is the geometry which produces what we call the horizon, the spot that you can no longer see the surface any further. Presents to your eye through a refracted light that's going through the atmosphere through the density gradient. So therefore it presents to you through refraction. So we call that the apparent horizon, and it moves around a little bit. And that's all there is to that.
Nature can move, but you can still figure out what shape Earth is, even though the horizon's going up and down because of weather.
yeah, it bothers me too much. So guys, you guys aren't gonna convince me differently of why am I seeing that until it gets physically measured.
Oh,
I don't
no.
know. No. So that's why I say I don't want to get into the argument because I'm just trying to say is that for me it doesn't work. When they send these balloons out super high, um, I just I'm not convinced with these
What do you
balloons
mean
either
physically
way.
measured? How would you physically measure Earth?
So that's what I'm saying. It's an impossible, for me at least. It's an impossible thing to prove to myself. I
Oh,
will
no.
find out what the So I will find out what the Earth is one day. So physically, I would say a
Shit,
pole
bro.
because everyone's complaining that lasers are bending and doing these sort of things. However, when I've seen videos where the guys are sending a laser and it's shooting upwards.
At least take in what I'm telling you. Even though the horizon goes up and down, and there's nuance, and people argue about it on Discord, you can still easily find out what shape the Earth is using logic and the same observations that you're confused over.
So why would I see a ship before a mirage at a distance before curvature, after curvature, or after an horizon?
Should be, if Earth was curving down away, would I see sunsets and ships disappear and mountains disappear?
So no, that's not my question. My question is if I see if I'm filming the ships on Bloberg Strand and I see they say they 10 on the ship tracker they 10 or 15 kilometers from my position, they half of it should be gone, or some of it should be missing. And this day I see, oh yes, so fucking half of it is gone. But I see another day, no, there I see the whole ship.
What, at the same distance?
Same distance. However, I see a mirage behind that ship. So I'm busy with the drawing now, trying to explain visually what I'm seeing. So my issue is that when we see a mirage, I'm saying we're seeing through a density gradient, and JC's done fantastic videos with these fish tanks showing Fata Morganas in a fish
Oh,
tank through a density gradient. So I believe through
logic's out the window. Logic's out the window, and you're into pseudoscience fish tanks.
no, not pseudoscience fish tanks. I'm trying to give an example of what I'm saying. When we're seeing through a medium, that's going to refract the light in a certain way. So the further you are from an object, the more um, the event becomes. For instance, how a Fata Morgana occurs. So with JC's video, for instance, if you're close to the fish tank, you don't see a Fata Morgana. If you move that camera further away, the actual event turns into a Fata Morgana, because we're moving more further away from where that refraction is taking place, the way that light is bending and reaching your eye. So the further the object is on over a body of water, for instance, that boat is 30 kilometers away, that one's going to be in a Fata Morgana, but the one closer to it is not in a Fata Morgana. Why is that? Because you're looking through more of a medium. You can't dispute that, because that is what is happening.
Yeah,
You can see that.
Let me give some mathematics for perspective here. If refraction happens at least 0.01 degrees per mile, that's enough to see around a curve. So we're talking about the difference between 0.00 and 0.01 degrees, which is a very tiny amount of difference. So refraction doesn't even have to be very strong in order for you to see some of these kinds of effects.
Okay. I didn't catch that. To be honest, I didn't. You maybe have to say that again for me. But I was going to say one more thing. So where I would agree with Dawn, when I look at a sunset, I will agree. I would expect if we on a ball spinning, and that sun is setting the way it is, I would say 100%. I agree with you. It looks like that thing is fucking going down there.
There you go.
Yes.
Occam's
So
razor.
yes, 100% agree. Then I would say, okay, cool. If the model is this way, and we've got this little, we've got
You
atmosphere
say,
around us, huh?
but I don't want Earth to be a globe. I need my new religion, so I'm going to have to make up some other excuse how the sun sets.
No. I'm not looking for a new religion. I'm saying, okay, they are saying this. So let's say they are correct and they are saying this is happening. Let me see what it looks like when I put it in a little small scale, and let's see what happens. And it does that in a little small scale. So it does a similar effect. And I say, oh wow, fuck, they onto something. And I say, okay, now I don't know what the fuck it is. So that is my issue. I can do a test on both sides, and I get similar results, and that's why I say I really can't say what it is.
Yeah, so maybe I would suggest looking at it from the other direction. So apply the same kind of scrutiny to what you hear on the flat Earth side, and all you have to do is show that flat Earth doesn't work. And then if the Earth is not flat, then spherical is the most logical or the best explanation. If it's not flat. Now, for example, you could say, okay, how do sunsets work on a flat Earth? Why is the full moon the same size all night long when it's allegedly moving over a flat surface? How does it stay the same size? Things like this, how does GPS work? All these kinds of things are major problems with flat Earth. And all you have to do is convince yourself that the flat Earth explanation just simply doesn't work. And then by default, the most logical shape would be a sphere.
And it's very depressing if you've been a flat earther for a little while, but it's truth.
So the sunsets is one of the ones I did myself, where I showed for myself and on my channel, where it makes more sense on a ball Earth where it's going behind a physical horizon, where sunset would make more sense. So I've
Right,
done
because that's
that.
what it looks like.
Yes, correct. So I've done that. When it comes to when you're asking about the moon not changing size, that I haven't posted the video. I don't think I posted the video. It's very difficult to get a camera to film inside the dome I have. I've tried to do it, but the angle cuts off before it gets to a point. However, what I have filmed when I shine a light onto the glass, because what I'm suggesting with my refraction understanding is that we seeing the object or the light exiting the last medium, and that light is traveling to your eye. So for instance, when we look at a sun in clouds, we are not seeing that sun beyond the clouds. We're seeing that light exit that cloud. That's where we're actually seeing that light coming from. So when it's a cloudless day, we're seeing that light exit the last medium, and that's how it's getting to our eye. And that's why it doesn't change its size, is because it is moving along that medium or that barrier where that last
Absolute,
that makes sense.
absolute nonsense, Cohen.
No, but listen, okay, I understand what you're saying. So basically, you're saying the moon isn't where it appears to be, and that's fair enough.
Correct.
But the problem is that the kind of distortions and bending and warping that would take place to make the moon appear where it is would also change the shapes of the constellations of the stars behind the moon. But the constellations are always fixed and they do not change shape. So we know that the moon is where it is because we don't see the evidence of any distortions in the stars behind the moon.
Just okay, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like if you take like a piece of glass and put it on a piece of paper, like a domed piece of glass, and put it on a paper, it kind of like shifts things around in weird ways. That's fair enough. And maybe that, I suppose you might be able to get that to fit the moon observations, but you can't fit the moon observations and the fact that the constellations are fixed.
Does that apply if the constellations and the moon are at the same height, or are you presupposing the constellations are further away than the moon?
It applies if the constellations are farther, at the same distance, or closer. It's the fact that they don't change.
So for me, the big thing for me that keeps me on the globe side, the reason why I do think that we are on a ball, or would say hasn't pushed me over to flat Earth, is when I look at the time lapse footages of, for instance, the Milky Way. It's quite an obvious one that you can look up on YouTube, where when they do a time lapse on the Milky Way, and they keep the camera stuck on the Milky Way, and then you can actually see how you can imagine or see how the Earth is moving and the stars are staying in their place. And then what tells me, okay, cool. What if we are not on the model that is presented and we are geocentric? So that's why I say worst case scenario for me. For the flat Earth size trying to convince me is, I'm going to say we are a ball, but we are geocentric, meaning that everything is revolving around us. Or we say we're not moving at 500,000 miles per hour through the solar system, following the sun. That whole meme that they're doing, but we're in one place and rotating, and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. I'm happy with that. I'm comfortable with that. I would say that that works for me.
Cosmology is not about being comfortable or happy. But it's
But
about
that's for me.
knowing what happens, what's happening.
But how can you tell me that I'm not allowed to be comfortable with it?
Oh, I'm telling you, that's not what cosmology is supposed to be about. That's theology.
Okay, but
Which isn't
what's
supposed
wrong
to be
with it?
about that
Why
either.
am I not allowed to be like that? Why am I not allowed to accept that?
Oh, I think I would say you're allowed to accept that. If you are looking for truth, it's okay to be uncomfortable. And in fact, you're in good historical company, because for many, many centuries, most people thought the Earth was a globe and that the Earth was the center. They were geocentrists with the globe. So you're in good company, and it might be interesting for you to read the history of why that changed about 500 years ago.
So I've
Don't
looked at a bit of Copernicus and
forget
that. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Tora, go ahead.
Robot though.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm interested in what you're going to say, Tora.
I was just gonna say, don't forget a PhD is a just gonna say science.
That's keep me make it down.
I know he's insulting me, but I don't quite know what he's saying.
Ding, ding, ding. I just
Yo, you're roboting bad, dude. We didn't catch any of that.
Lucifer works in mysterious ways.
You're still roboting, man.
See now, Dawn. I would say Dawn. This is now. This is who's talking now.
Colin, go ahead. We're ignoring Tora because he's
Yeah,
roboting.
I was gonna say, Dawn, this is probably now where I say this is me manifesting me not wanting to hear an alternative. To give an example, could that be it? I don't know. However, when I said I'm comfortable with it being a ball, I'm saying I'm happy to be in my position where I'm saying, okay, cool. I'm happy with what is presented to me. The only thing that I have an issue with what's being presented to me is that we're traveling at such a massive speed, and the stars are in the same position. So I would say, cool. I'm happy with it being a ball. I'm cool with that, even though I don't see I haven't physically seen the curve as to where I would want to see it. Cool. I haven't seen it. However, the rest of the stuff makes sense to me that we are a ball, but we are not shooting through at the speeds that we're traveling through. That we're geocentric and we're rotating. That's where I'm saying I'm comfortable. So I don't think it's fair for you to tell me no, you're not allowed to be comfortable. You have to fucking believe this because of this and this and
I
this.
don't
No.
mean that. You could stop whenever you like, or you can keep trying to understand. But as a flat earther, we're trying to understand reality by making up alternative realities. So it's easier just to understand reality.
Yeah, that's fair. But you also got to agree that they have some very good points. But like I say, it hasn't convinced me yet that we are on what that we live where they saying that we are. It's very, very interesting. It's very, very possible. Um, I'm just not 100% convinced. But I think if there has to be some sort of monumental proof that that is what it is, I would easily transition. I don't have any issue with it. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Fuck all. I will easily transition with it. It won't be this whole thing where I'll fight with everyone and feel that my world's ended. Not at all. I would actually embrace it. But I'm not convinced that we are traveling at the speeds. I still do believe that they have it right that we are geocentric, but that's where I'm at. I haven't been convinced that we are traveling at the speeds that they say we are.
Oh, we're definitely not moving, bro. Definitely not rotating, no doubt.
My best way to claim that heliocentrism makes more sense is show the diagrams how the planets move. In heliocentrism, there's just circles or elliptics, but in geocentrism, it's squiggly wiggles.
Mm-hmm.
How did they not pick that up before, though? If it's so obvious.
That's a good question, and I think we're always at the front of working stuff out. So,
Well,
people in the
if you
past
start with
didn't know.
if you start with the assumption that you're stationary and you're trying to figure out why the sky is doing what it's doing, with the premise that you're stationary, you're going to do a lot of work and ciphering and questioning, right? But somebody, popped in their idea. I wonder if we're moving, and it went on from there.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and that's why I listen. But like I say, I'm not going to try argue anything with anyone. If anything, I always ask questions. At the moment, I don't have any questions. I think a lot of the questions have been asked and have been argued to blood, sweat, and tears on this Discord. And then I'll ask in my private life questions where I don't look for an argument. And then now and then I would ask a question or bring up some information that I've found, which I think is fair for myself.
So could I ask you this, and it's, I mean, genuine. You talk about you're not going to convince me. I'm not one to try to convince anybody. I just sort of discuss things from my perspective, and it's interesting for two people with very different views to have a discussion, right? But my question would be on the motion. We're apparently not moving because of what I see the sky doing. What would you expect the sky to be doing if we were on a rotating planet?
So I think we are rotating. This is where I'm currently at. Is I think we are a ball rotating. I just don't think we are flying as well in another direction, because it doesn't make sense to me that the stars are in the same place. Yes, there's those degrees that are mentioned where it's maybe one degree or whatever. However, some stars slide, or the North Star is different in 50,000 years from now, um, or then. But still, it doesn't make sense to me that the stars would be in the same position, and we could make these predictions, or they could make those predictions those times if we are traveling those distances. Um, it doesn't make sense to me that the stars can be in the same place, and that I'm able to zoom into that light, or where that light is. Like I say, I think that light's exiting its last medium, and we're seeing that last medium, and that's where we're seeing that star. For instance, I've seen stars that are half. How am I able to see a half a star, and then the next day it's a full star again? What is cutting that in half, and why is it so visible with a basic camera, for instance, the P900 that I bought, which I sold because I hated the fucking ridicule that everyone gave me from both sides for my observations and my thoughts. So I'd rather just have these sort of discussions.
Well, the P900 is, I've investigated it, and I'm very seriously considering the P1000 just because it's got a little extra zoom. But yeah, it's not the super professional sensor and blah blah blah. It's still a damn good camera. I don't care what they say. It produces some very detailed, fine close-up images and things like that. So there's really nothing wrong with the P900 or the P1000.
I definitely recommend the 1000.
I mean, those cameras are good for birding.
For the fact that it has a manual focus ring.
Yes.
So you can use the P900 with manual
P900
focus.
is a good.
So you can use the P900. You can set the side zoom for manual focus, which is what I did. However, which is ideal, is a telescope with a camera. So I follow a few guys on Instagram that do astral photography, and they've got some fascinating stuff and clear footage of the moon and Saturn and Jupiter, and they do fantastic photography on it. There's sometimes they would give raw footage, sometimes they would give computer enhanced stuff. I'm happy with that, because you can compare the computer enhanced with their raw footage, and then you can look at footage such as I brought it up before, is the Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11 footage of the I think it was the 80s or 70s when they sent out those probes, and you look at Jupiter and you look at these moons that these probes captured, and I was like, fucking wow, this is fascinating, it's beautiful. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm happy with a lot of the information that mainstream does feed, but I'm convinced there's, at least for me, I am convinced there is some sort of there's information withheld with the public, and I could understand why, with the arguments that are made from both sides. I can understand why there would be information withheld, and the flat Earth discussion is fascinating because it opens up other doors. It opened up my mind to other religions. I would have never in my fucking worldview thought of any other religion other than Christianity. I thought Christianity is the only way. If you think anything else, you're burning in hell. That was my reality, and I lived as a little Christian. I've become basically I've said to Dawn, if you had to put me into a nutshell, I'm a Buddhist Christian. I think Jesus was a Buddha, so I follow Jesus in that sense of Buddhism. But I've explored other religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, and
How do you reconcile that though? Because Buddhists don't believe that there is a God. So how do you reconcile Christianity with Buddhism?
so I think Jesus was an awakened being and realized himself as God, and God is everything. Also, I've come to realize with a lot of reading a lot of psychology, and a friend of mine that studied psychology has realized and noted that it appears that everyone's view, there's not one person that thinks of God the same. Everyone's got a different viewpoint of what God is. And that was the big break for me.
That's not why I asked though. I asked how can you reconcile Buddhism with Christianity, because Buddhists do not believe in God. They're essentially, for all intents and purposes, Buddhists are atheists. For all intents and purposes, they don't believe that there is a divine being. They believe that you yourself are divine, so to speak.
Yes, so that's basically the way I understand the Bible. So you could maybe give your interpretation of the Bible, but the way I interpret the Bible recently is that Jesus was teaching that exact thing.
Okay, right,
yeah.
I understand. I understand. So they basically, you're saying that someone else took his teachings and bastardized it, whilst he was kind of teaching in line with what the Buddha was teaching.
Sort of.
So can I just quickly just say something? So you believe in this theory that Jesus missing year, so to speak, that he spent in India. Do you believe in that theory?
In Egypt, as far as I remember correctly, he was in mystic school in Egypt.
Yeah, there's people say it was in Egypt, some say it was in India, you know. So yeah.
I'm pretty much on board with that so far. That's on my journey at the moment. My journey may change, like everyone's paths changed. My path changed 3 years ago, from one understanding or belief to another. So I think this is the current path I'm on at the moment. But I can always change lanes. That's up to me to change that lane.
I mean, I do believe there could be something to that. I mean, I personally don't necessarily believe that Jesus was a real person who existed. I think it's a allegory more. But if, let's say he existed, let's just say he did exist, then there might be something to that whole thing, because a lot of his teachings seem to be inspired by Eastern philosophy.
Yes, 100%. And that's what, when I started looking into the alternative religions, or not alternative, the other religions, or understandings, or beliefs, teachings, is when I came across a gentleman, Alan Watts, and I learned a lot from Alan, and I still learn every day from Alan. But he introduced me to Lao Tzu, the philosopher from before Christ, and starting to read Lao Tzu's information. And then a friend of mine introduced me to Carl Jung, which I hear Alan Watts talk a lot about. And that friend of mine that introduced me to Carl Jung is the friend of mine that studied psychology, and he was basically the father of psychology.
I know who Jung is.
Yeah, and it's just all those writings, that knowledge, that information, that data that these gentlemen put together is mind blowing. It's something that you can almost only teach yourself, because no one's going to introduce this to you unless you really dig for it, or if you meet people that talk about it. I didn't know Dawn was into it until I started speaking to Dawn. So sort of that's where Dawn and I can have a conversation, like, dude, yeah, what do you think of this, or what's your interpretation of that? But I do believe Alan Watts explains it fucking so clearly. How can you misinterpret it?
Well, that's a
Yeah,
good
I think it's
question.
fascinating. And a lot of the symbolism of death and rebirth, from a psychological perspective or spiritual perspective, that's kind of tied across different religions.
Yeah, it's a fascinating topic, man, and I think it can be healthy, and it doesn't have to be an argument. It can just be a discussion, and it can be a viewpoint discussion. It doesn't have to be an argument, or you have to do this, or you have to do that. Same as with the shape of the Earth discussion. I think it should just be a discussion. It doesn't have to be an argument. Um, and yeah, like I said, that's why I'm here. I'm listening from both sides. I'm not completely convinced that it's flat, and I'm not convinced that it's heliocentric. I think we're geocentric. Before, I never even knew what we were until recently. I can't even remember what I was learned in school. All I actually remember from school is that we were told that it was a ball, and that the ancients believed if we fell off the side, we would sail ships off the side. That's honestly what I remembered. And then I was introduced this flat Earth topic. I looked into it, and then I realized we're geocentric, or I came to the conclusion that we're geocentric, and I'm learning as we go along.
That's respectable if you're keeping an open mind. I find that, when it comes to the whole debate about God, that one of the reasons why people react to it so strongly is because, let's say, for example, let's say I am a Muslim, you are a Christian, and someone else is a Jew, for example. Now we're having this debate, and if I convince you that my viewpoint is correct, no, actually, let's take another, not the Abrahamic. Let's say you're a Hindu and I'm a Christian, right? If I convince you of my worldview, that means that you have to do a complete paradigm shift. Do you understand? You literally have to change everything that you know almost. And, it's such a deep, profound level. And I think that, that's what makes it so difficult. But I 100% agree with you. We should be able to speak about this. It should be a topic that we can discuss without cutting each other's heads off. Do you get me? It should be that way.
Yeah, I'm fucking dude. If you put me, I actually don't even think that would have happened. Even when I was introduced to the whole flat Earth thing, it wasn't such a big shocker for me. I always felt something was wrong, be it with the system, be it with reality, be it with the world, whatever the fuck it is. I was always happy. I don't think I would have ever had a massive change, mentally. Whatever the reality was. But what does freak me out, what is weird for me, is that I smoked weed for the first time when I was 18. I'm 37 now. I smoked weed for the first time when I was 18, and I had a very bad experience. I fucking vowed never to touch it again. And
Pull a whitey? Did you pull a whitey?
no, it's just fucking everything turned pink and my whole reality changed, and I was like, "Holy fuck, this is freaky." Then I had flashbacks for years. I fucking hated it, and
Right.
but it was later on I learned it was what's it, DP, depersonalization event that I had.
Yeah.
I only realized that recently because I slipped a disc in my lower back, and my brother's a big pot smoker, and about 3 years ago, I slipped a disc in my lower back, and they wanted to, there was a possibly I was going to have a back operation. So I said, no, fuck this, and I asked my brother for some weed. I said, this is probably the only medication that's going to work for my back, because I researched it, and my back came right, and I was smoking weed every day, and yeah, a whole new reality, a whole new understanding of reality opened up for me, because I could see the similarities from smoking to reality, to being non-smoked, and I came over the depersonalization events, and okay, I haven't smoked weed now in probably 6 months to a year. I have some in my cupboard, but I keep it for spiritual reasons, because I say that is the thing that woke me up to
Well,
realize
I
that
mean, it does. It does. I
Hold on,
mean,
I
weed
wanted
has
to jump in
proven.
here real quick. You didn't even give
Sure.
it 1 second for anyone to get in. Holy shit! I had
Yeah,
back
my bad.
pain. I had a back. Were you done though? Because he might have clipped you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I rambled a lot. I do apologize. I don't come in here
Well,
often.
I had back surgery, and I was on all the hydrocodones and stuff, and they were just it's a filthy mess. And smoking weed is it's great for back pain. It's great. I mean, I can't imagine why Big Pharma lobbied to keep it illegal for all those years.
Me
I
too,
agree.
Jeremy. Me too.
I have back problems too. I broke my spine. I got hit by a car, and they got me so addicted to morphine and OxyContin and everything. And I mean, the weed helps. I still need to take opioids because like the pain is all the way down to my bones. But when I smoke weed, let's say like normally I might have to take 100 milligrams of opioids a day. When I smoke weed, I can go by with 10, 20, like literally a fifth or a quarter of it, and perfectly fine. So it's a fucking miracle. Weed is a miracle plant.
So what I realized with the weed is, when I was smoking, I get a dermatitis. It's a type of eczema on my face. I got that when I was studying college. They said it was from stress. Anyways, I
It
developed
goes away when you smoke weed.
it went away. I
You know
realized I
why?
wasn't. Hold on. I realized that I didn't have. I wasn't using my cortisone cream on my face, and then also I'm asthmatic. And okay, I vape. I used to smoke cigarettes. I stopped in 2012, and I've been vaping since. And my asthma's been better, but I realized I wasn't using my asthma pump. So the weed was making me use the asthma pump less, as well as my
Yeah, yeah.
cortisone cream.
It's a
But
very simple explanation for that. For the asthma, it opens your airways. When you smoke weed, it basically expands your airways, so it makes it easier to breathe. With the eczema, CBD is actually antiseptic and anti-inflammatory. So if you take CBD from the cannabis plant and you rub it on your eczema, it'll go away as well. That's why.
yeah. However, my wife doesn't dig it when I'm smoked, when I'm high, if you want to put it that way. So I respect her for that. So that's why I don't smoke. If I have to smoke, I also prefer smoking alone. I don't like smoking around people. I don't like the feeling when I'm around people. It's too much for me to handle. But when I was smoking, I preferred it alone, and it gave me that time to analyze my thoughts, because I realized that you always got thoughts. It's like meditation. When you meditate, you can actually slow down the thoughts and then think of nothing. When I smoked weed, I realized I could almost see my thoughts, and I can grab onto a thought and just think of that one thought. And fuck it, do you think of that thought? Yes, you do. And it gets very intense. But so I enjoyed it for that spiritual reason as well. But yeah, I haven't had it in a while. I still got it in my cupboard of my own homegrown. It's great stuff, but I'll keep it there for emergencies and spiritual reasons.
Yeah, what's interesting for me is I went from smoking, you know, weed and all of that to completely focused on yoga and meditation and holistic health and all of that. But in the beginning, I did find that weed was kind of opening up doors of perception and alternative perspectives and ways of thinking and kind of counterculture and truther issues and stuff like that. And then it's like eventually I got to a point where now being sober was like being high. It makes sense because it's kind of like you smoke so much. Eventually, when you're not smoking, all of a sudden there's clarity, and then combined with the meditation, it's like you get high without smoking anymore. But everyone's on their own journey. You know, for me, that's what kind of worked for me is like letting go of it. But I still feel like, you know, hey, maybe someday it's you know, I'll try it again, like you said, as a spiritual kind of thing. You know, if you're in a certain ceremony or process.
Yeah, 100%. So that's what I've been doing is I do a lot of guided meditations. I prefer a guided meditation. It does help me. I'm not that disciplined to do it by myself just yet. There are times where I would put on some earphones or play some calming sort of meditation sounds or music in the background and meditate by myself. But most of the time, I would do a guided meditation. So every night, I basically listen to a guided meditation um, before I go sleep. And I generally like to do third eye awakening guided meditations or lucid dream guided meditations because I enjoy a lucid dream. Lucid dreaming for me has also made me realize that, holy shit, are we possibly in a dream of a dream? Because there's lucid dreams that I've had where that turn into almost like a sleep paralysis, because that's how I started lucid dreaming. It's because of sleep paralysis. And I realized, shit, could I be in a dream? And that's when once again, Alan Watts would come in and he would talk about life being a dream within a dream, and lucid dreaming has been absolutely incredible. So I haven't even needed to smoke, but I said to myself that I will keep the weed for those moments when you lose touch with that spiritual side. And when I say spiritual side, I'm meaning that side where you start thinking outside the box, or at least for me, at least I felt that I could finally think outside the box and see things differently
Well,
instead of
I
concrete.
oh yeah, exactly. And I find you've got kind of a similar journey to me. I was really into Carl Jung, um, in kind of my early college days, and just this whole like collective conscious, ideas, and how he would synchronize like dream states with collective conscious and archetypes and all of that. And I really felt like the more I read his work and then kind of started dream journaling and stuff, next thing you know, the memory of my dreams went from just like kind of a glimpse to like an entire adventure sometimes, where some evenings would just be an incredible adventure that you would remember in striking detail. And I find that when I journal, now that I've journaled less, it's like the detail is less. It's almost like there's this connection with this intent where you have an intention to write it down and you set the journal by your bed. All of a sudden, the dreams are a little more memorable.
Yeah, and there's times that you're in a dream and you can't figure out or solve a problem in your, let's call it, waking life, the life that we probably remember at best. And there's times that I've been in a lucid dream and there's been problems that I thought, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna just attempt something in this lucid dream, and I've used that same technique in my inverted commas waking life, and that was the solution to the problem, which has been great. It's helped me that way. It hasn't bit me in the foot, in the ass yet, or whatever, however the saying goes. It hasn't backfired yet. But there's a lot of problems that have been solved in lucid dreams, in my dream state. And I don't know if it's because it's me manifesting things. I'm new on this journey. It's been 3 or 4 years or whatever, 3 or 4 years, but it's been a fucking fantastic journey. I don't even remember myself from 5 years ago. And like we were saying to Dawn early on, if I had to go see a guru now and he asked who I am, I would have no fucking idea what I would say, because I don't know who I am. I'm only figuring that shit out now for myself.
Yeah, it's really hard to answer that. You know, when you really think deeply on it. I mean, I think that's it's a profound question, and some people would say being of light. But then you can get more into the identities and the kind of the words that go along with our identity. Uh, so yeah, that's a profound question when you really ponder it.
Yeah, I've been with my wife for 18 years, and I've been asking myself, like, oh, what does she see in me? But then, yeah, she tells me every day how much she loves me, and so yeah, this maybe she's the one I should ask who I am.
Well, and with the dreams, what's interesting is I feel like this kind of shamanic way of looking at things. The spirit world, the animal world, the natural world, like these different layers of reality. And that sometimes dreams are pretty basic, the things we want, the things we fear, the things that we're kind of anticipating that may or may not happen. But then other times you kind of have these other qualitative dreams that feel like you're really accessing um, another world, another plane, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so have you seen that people in, I think it's in the UK, where they're doing those DMT tests, or they put you on a drip, on a drip for a trip. Ew, that sort of rhymes. On a DMT trip, and then they actually mapping or recording the realm, and different people are seeing the same place, or going to the same places, even though they're different beings. So, say John does these trip and Mary does her one. They're
That's
going to
happened
the
to
same
me.
places.
That's
Huh?
happened to me when me and my ex-wife had DMT. We seen the same thing. Like
Yeah.
she was looking at the wall and she was seeing something and she was like, and I was looking as well, and I'm like, what is that is over there? She's like, what do you mean? Can you see it? And I explained to her exactly. I said, don't what, and I explained to her what it was, and she was like, just shocked because we seen the same thing. And yeah, it's happened. I've had a lot of psychedelics, but with DMT is the only one where I've had shared vision.
Yeah, so they're busy doing these sort of tests with people. I think Joe Rogan or what's that, Graham Hancock, they also talk about it, where they're busy mapping that realm. Um, but there's some information on one of the university's websites. I don't have it on hand now, but there's some research going into that, of them mapping these realms that these people go into, and there's similarities and commonalities, if that's a word, common places that these people are going to, and they're busy mapping it and getting some information of it, which is fascinating. And then on the same subject, there's people that go into dreams, two different peoples at the same time, and they meet in the dream, and they can talk when they're awake about the same thing. So they were in the dream together, even though they're separate beings, and that's happened on numerous times as well, which is very, very interesting. How is that even possible? That you guys can dream of being at the same place and both remember together in that dream what was done. Um, that I don't even know. I don't even know how to fathom how that's possible. Uh, and that's been documented quite often as well, as far as I understand. I don't know if you've heard of that. People dreaming together, and it's almost similar to that movie Inception, something like that. And that's in reality, in fucking real life. So I think at the bottom of that,
Man, I appreciate your
sorry, go ahead.
perspective and your viewpoint. We are very similar in the skateboarding, surfing aspect, and stuff like that. So it's cool.
Awesome stuff, man. Yeah, I don't skateboard anymore. I still got a board downstairs, but my wife doesn't want me to touch it because, yeah, I'm pretty broken. But I miss it terribly. It was a big part of my life. It was fantastic. Um, I still got a good
You got
pictures and stuff from it.
nice. Do you guys? I know concrete's way too hard. I'm sticking to the ocean mainly. Do you guys have skimboarding over there?
We do, but it's mostly kite surfing and surfing this side. I've been surfing since I was 11, so that's a big part of my life. My dad was a surfer as well. But yeah, I mainly just surf.
Nice. I like that. It kind of mixes the two a little bit. Gives you the chance to do those pop shove-its when you want.
Yeah. Our water is just so damn cold, but with the right wetsuit and stuff, you're good. But yeah, I think what I wanted to say is the bottom of all this, I didn't mean to kill the Discord with this discussion, or my viewpoint at least, but I think it's this sort of thing is it's a healthy discussion, and I think you should take the guys that are doing alternative research or alternative viewpoints very similarly, because they may be experiencing it this way. Um, even if you don't agree with it, I think just hear them out. It doesn't help fighting and arguing and calling them names. because let them do what they're doing. That's the path they're on. That's the journey they're on. They're not hurting anyone actually, if you really think about it, because everyone has, and that's where free will comes in. I think everyone's got free will to decide on what they want to believe or not believe. If they want to share their findings or their thoughts, let them do it. I think it's amazing. I think it's beautiful. And how else can we get learned outside of school, college, university? I think it's sharing everyone's viewpoints and experiences. I think it's amazing. And yeah, we've been given this platform to do it. Let's not abuse it, and let's not fight with each other.
I have a topic, which is got a lull in the conversation. One thing about the evolutionists and the abiogenesis people, you need to press them like, like Chase will say, he said yesterday about environmental pressure and sequestering and electrostatics, all this stuff kind of, in a sense, is the means by which something forms, right? Well, every protein that's functional has to have its origin, right? So, like, when I started pressing him harder yesterday, he kind of just went into a very general thing, but he's got to be very specific. Like, how does this protein, this transverse, and I looked up the transverse enzyme that they were talking about yesterday. I looked at that. Like, did it just pop into existence?
Do you know
Did
why
RNA?
he's avoiding the question? He's avoiding the question because the truth is they don't know, and they don't want to say that. But that's the truth. They don't know. They don't have any viable theory for how it could have happened.
Not right, exactly. I mean, the only option they have is somehow natural forces brought these first proteins into existence. You know what I mean? Yeah, and or we
You know, I've heard. One of the theories I've heard is that billions and billions of years ago, all the proteins and stuff were in the ocean, and then a lightning bolt hit the ocean and somehow created life. Like, this is the kind of thing they're resorting to. And it's because they have to do everything apart from the very most obvious. Well, to me, it's very obvious. God. It's very, very obvious to me. But they have to, gish gallop around it because they can't admit that.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I mean, they keep it very general but the old adage, the devil's in the details, right? So when you start getting into the details, and then the details start become problematic, the mechanisms and all the stuff to get it there. Even I've given them the first protocell, but then you have to answer the question like, where do the proteins come from that aren't completely embedded in the cell wall? Where'd that come from? Well, the cell membrane is designed to keep things out. So how do you get stuff in? Well, if the good things come in, then how do you get the bad things out? You got to have the proteins to do that. I mean, it's like it's a chicken and egg problem. Keep running into. They can get some basics down, and I can understand that to a certain extent. That's why I use the analogy over and over and over again. If I go into the world and see fire in the world, does that mean the combustion engine? Therefore. So if I see some chemical reaction occurring in nature, does that therefore prove that things came from life, base life like that, all the way up to complex life like we have? I mean, it's just that's a stretch, a huge stretch. And then the other thing too, yesterday I was trying to make a point yesterday, and I know you guys wanted to get into the discussion of ancient civilizations, but when Chase kept saying evolution isn't about leveling up, I'm going like, what? If you don't, you talking about the protostele didn't level up? you know, it didn't level up. It didn't become more complex. It didn't get better and more functional, more functionality, more complex. I mean, what is that? What is that? And
I
then you
was saying,
compared it
I
to
was saying as well that like it can be irrelevant because like our ancestors, they say that modern Homo sapiens has been around for around 200,000 years. They say so. The thing that I was saying about that they would have had the same brain that we have. Do you get me? And just because like. In terms of evolution can be like technologically irrespective. All I was saying yesterday, I think you were in the conversation as well. I said that I think that we were quite advanced in the past, but there was some kind of cataclysm. But what he was saying about, evolution not leveling up, of course it's leveling up. It's adapting to the environment so that you can survive. But the thing is, I'll tell you another thing, bro. A lot of these scientists, biologists, geneticists, a lot of them know that there is no other explanation really than invoking God or something else. But a lot of them can't say it because if they do, they lose their job and their funding is withdrawn.
No, I agree. I mean, the natural most colleges are secular, and so you gotta keep God out of the equation. But I mean, honestly, science. I mean, if things aren't ordered, and honestly, a lot of the first scientists were Christians. If you go back and look and poll a lot of the early developers of a lot of the things we use today, were believers, and they believed in the orderly world around us. You know what I mean? So our advancement in science has been through believing the world, God created an orderly world. So anyway, I don't know. What do you guys think? Any baller on here want to counteract me or come back at me? Was there any ballers in here? I just came in late.
I mean, the only thing that I usually say when someone says, well, God did it. Well, that's just a bailout to say that something magical happened and that's why it happened.
God did it. Why is it a bailout? If I go in and I say, hold on. If I go in and I say, one day there's a lump of clay on the counter. The next day I see a beautiful sculpture, a beautiful pot laying in the same location. If I say, oh, there must have been a person that did that. Why is that a cop out?
Do what now? I don't follow the analogy. A piece of rock turning into what?
Well, a piece of clay. There's a piece of clay sitting on the counter, right? I go in one day and there's a piece of clay sitting there. I come back the next day and I see a beautiful pot sitting there. Or a few days later, sitting in the same place. Why is it a cop out to say an intelligent agent made that pot? Why is that
obviously someone turned it out? I mean, it wasn't magic. I mean, somebody took the clay, put it on a spinning wheel, and made a pretty pot out of it. That's what I would think.
You look at the world as is, and you first have something that's even more complex than a pot. You have something that's made out of minerals from the ground, and you're saying that just pure natural forces, pure natural chemical process, no intelligent agent brought a very complex, machinery system that lives and reproduces, and there's no intelligent agents through there. Really?
Yeah, nature happens regardless of humans being present or any thought put into it. Nature
Well, you're begging the question. I look at nature. Well, nature's just there. It just happens.
That's a bit of a cop out, isn't it?
Well, no, I mean, I'm aware that things happen in nature spontaneous without thought or input or pushing or forcing it. Things just happen on their own.
Okay, so you can things just happen. Like I can get a glass of water, put all the necessary things in that glass of water for life, and spontaneously it'll all of a sudden have a really complex organism pop out of it.
Well, if you have to throw in all the other stuff, and the think about all the possibilities of how that happened, and it didn't happen overnight. Obviously, it took we're talking about 3 billion years here.
Well, here's the thing about that. You're in a sense begging the question. So you're evoking time. Time is your greatest ally in your opinion. But even the Greeks understood that time was not an enemy or not an ally, but it was your enemy. Time is destructive. Yes, it can. But see, even have time to be functional, you have to have a mechanism in place to make it functional, to make it work, to do something. And it usually requires some kind of intelligent agent to do that, right?
No, intelligent agent to do what specifically?
Something in complex. Okay, if I want to cool down the room in my house, I mean, yeah, I could wait. I could wait till wintertime, and the house will cool down because the temperature out, the ambient temperature will cool the house down. But if I want to cool the house down today, and it's 84 degrees outside, I put a very complex system in place that draws out heat or draws out the heat out of the environment in the house and dispenses it out into the environment. It's a complex system. Wait a minute. There's things in the cell that work just like that. In a way, they create gradients, they create things, but that can happen naturally according to you, which means the proton gradient can happen by just pure natural process, no intelligent agent.
Sure.
But sure.
I mean, we could observe it happening. I mean, and
you already have the complex system in place. You're observing an already complex system, right?
Yeah.
But no agency involved. No agency involved whatsoever.
Well, I mean, I don't know how deep I've gone into what my ideas are. I'm not sold on the abiogenesis thing, and I'm not atheist, but I am agnostic. But my ideas of what possibly could have happened would have required a team of engineers assembling all these processes to make a functional cell, with all the DNA replication going on and protein synthesis and all these things. It's amazingly complex. But it wouldn't be the wave of a hand and poof, there's a man. It would be a much more complex operation to make a human being, by some superior being.
Well, here's the thing: you're just kicking the can down the road. So, for one, that's another thing. You're just saying it takes a team of engineers. But here's the thing: if you have someone that has all power over all creation, has all knowledge of creation, he would have the ability within his power to do that without any kind of team of engineers. Would not be necessary.
That would be magic.
Well, what? Just because we don't understand how he did it doesn't mean that it's magic.
Yeah, but for me, there's nothing I observe in physical reality that, and I'm not super educated, but I've studied a little bit, got a couple of degrees, blah blah blah. There's nothing that I've seen that would indicate that that's a possibility.
Can I ask you a question then? If you're saying like that there's thingy. So you know about the law of conservation of energy, right? That energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transmuted from one state to another, right? Which means that the energy in the universe must have always existed. Second, there's at the moment of creation, there was 25 universal constants in place. So, for example, the rate expansion of the universe, the speed of light, the masses of all the subatomic quarks making up like the muons and gluons, all of these things would have had to be what they are in order for the universe to have worked. So take the rate expansion of the universe. If it was 1/1,000,000th of a meter, more or less, the universe would have collapsed in on itself straight away. Stephen Hawking says this. So what you're saying, if you take God out of the equation, is that energy somehow created itself, organized itself according to 25 laws randomly, and this just happened. And you remember, all of these 25 values have to be what they are, or universe and life would not be possible.
Whatever the origin of, you're just speaking of the laws of physics, how things work.
Yeah, and laws need an author. Laws don't write themselves.
No, right, yeah. I mean, that's a whole other conversation, I do believe. But these, the way thinking out from what they were to what they are, organized, developed, and turned into what they are based on these laws, right? So we go back, the question in everybody's mind is the origin of things. We can watch natural processes happen. We actually find utility in being able to manipulate some of these things, or just about your understanding of it and how to work with it. And that's technology, and make life easier for us with our intelligence.
I don't think you understand. The reality would not exist unless these 25 principles were in place and unless the energy created itself. It wouldn't be possible. None of this would exist. Do you understand? All of these values had to be in place. So take, for example, if you change the speed of light by 1%, 1% less or 1% more, what would have happened is either the stars wouldn't have formed at all or they would have burned out within 200 million years. So there's all of these values that have to, the universe is so finely tuned. There was some guy who did an equation. I don't know exactly how he calculated the odds, but the odds that he came up with, that the universe would have just created itself and, magically put all of these perimeters in place, was 1 in 36 trillion.
That's a good point. I gave you that. Yeah.
Well, and let me give you something else.
Question. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, let me give you another. I mean, most people that look at DNA is considered a language, and I know Chase kind of undermines that, but everybody that looks at it, when I took anatomy in college, they call it transcription and translation. That's the very words they use. And honestly, if you look within it, there seems to be algorithms built into the DNA. Like you can it tells, okay, stop this production. So like, it's almost like do this sequence, and then at this point, stop it. It's almost like there's intention involved in it, like because I mean, like let's say the growth hormone, right? If it doesn't get shut off at a certain point, you'll keep growing. That's what there's certain animals. Like I think there's a hybrid tiger or something, or lion, I can't remember. That gene somehow when they were put together, that gene of the growth hormone continued going, and this tiger will keep growing larger and larger and larger. Until eventually it'll be who knows how much. So it can't sustain itself because it'll die because it can't eat enough. So there seems to be that kind of thing, like that something's telling my body to grow an arm. Like if I get you're a truck driver, I guess, right? Left lane, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I'm saying, I mean, look at the GPS you probably use every day. Go this route so many miles, turn left, go another 300 miles, turn right, on this interstate, go on this side road. That direction is very specific to get you into a specific goal. The genetic code seems to be that way. I mean, like I was talking about this yesterday. I've been planting seeds. I've got, I planted cucumbers, watermelon, green peppers, and all this stuff. If I plant a seed, there's code telling that seed what to become. And that system in place is very, very complex. Do this, don't do that. Accept this, don't accept that. Grow this type. Grow this way, not that way. Respond to this environmental pressure, not that way.
3.2 billion nucleotides is the human genome. 3.2 billion.
Right, and so it's almost like we're communicating ideas right now, and even this level of communication is complex. So that's in the DNA. And you're saying that's just random chemical, electrical, magnetic, environmental forces cause that to happen.
Oh yeah, it's a code, and a code needs a programmer. I mean, it's amazing, for example, that I can take one of your skin cells and I could technically replicate you because all of the information is in one cell. But it goes back to a code needs a programmer. A code doesn't just write itself.
No, we could see exchange happen though. We know what mutations are, and that's basically the code changing itself to do something different, right?
Yeah, but where
Well,
did it
here's the
come?
thing about. Well, hang on a second. There is a level of mutation that does occur, but I was actually listening to a podcast the other day, and that actually could be more evidence of design than evolution because you do want certain adaptability in the environment. To live in the environment we live in, there has to be adaptability. But the thing is, if you leave fruit flies to be fruit flies, they will always be fruit flies. You can get them to mutate, but they always revert back. If you leave them to their own devices, revert back to a normal fruit fly. You don't. So it seems like there's a genetic limit even within that. Like it can only go so far. Like there's a parameter. Like it's a range.
But the
That you
thing is,
can only go so far. Go ahead.
it doesn't answer. Like I have a bit of an unorthodox view. I actually believe in evolution, but what I believe that it was God who planted that first seed, that first organism into the seas or whatever, and that grew into everything. I mean, evolution does happen. We can observe it. Just looking at mother's womb. So when a woman is pregnant, the sperm and the fetus goes through all the steps of evolution in 9 months. So it goes from a single cell organism, sperm, to a multi-cell organism. Then it becomes like a fish. Then it becomes a frog. Then do you get me? You see all the steps of evolution happening. I definitely believe evolution could have happened, but that doesn't change the fact that the code must have come from somewhere to begin with. It's way too complex to, even the first organism had very, very complex code.
Yeah. The point is, look, we don't know how it started. We're never going to work it out. It's just not going to happen. You're just going to have speculation for 1,000, 2,000, 5 billion years.
Well, I mean, yes, a lot of things are speculation, but some of the things we know for sure, like what I said about the law of conservation of energy and the universal constants. These things we know for sure. These things are there. Do you get me? Like I said, if you're saying that there isn't a creator, what you're essentially saying is that the energy created itself, organized itself according to these 25 laws, just happened. That's essentially what you're saying. And I don't know. To me personally, it just makes no sense. I don't understand why it's so difficult for people to just put God into the equation. Like I have never understood why it's so difficult for people to just accept it.
Well, because evolution is a way to exclude God from creation. That's why.
But is it though? Is it though? Because even if evolution happened, you're saying from single cell organisms everything evolved. Okay, but where did they come from? So evolution doesn't even take God out of the equation. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, but no.
Can
I understand what you're saying, but maybe you missed my point or half understood my point. If you have any other creationary story, it involves a god of some description, right? So this is an attempt to explain creation without God. And what you're saying is true. You can still put God as the kind of causal agent for that. I understand that. But try having something without a God as a creationary explanation. That this is the only thing you can do.
Yeah, I agree, and it doesn't work. That's the funny thing. It doesn't actually work because when you get to the bottom of it, it still begs the question: where did it start from? So I understand, and that's exactly what it is. They're trying to take God out of the equation. That's exactly what it is. The problem is that it doesn't work. It doesn't work ultimately because you still have to explain where it started.
I don't know. I feel like you're talking about like taking God out of the equation. I don't really see like biologists and I don't see him taking an active role. We got to figure out something to get rid of this God, or I think it's more akin to discovering things and what they see as logical and what's illogical to them. And I don't think that there's like a war fighting against God.
I bring up another point?
There definitely is a war against God.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It may not be overt by the people doing it, but there is one. But let me bring up another point to think about. If I look at how something's operating, like a car, for example, does that tell me anything on how that car was manufactured?
I don't know, Paul. Every time you invoke a man-made item into this conversation, it kind of sidetracks me. I just don't agree with the analogies of talking about how vehicles come about and are made versus biology. I
But
get
the thing
lost
is, though,
in that.
well, you know, but you're making the assumption. You're saying we look in the world and this is how things operate. Therefore, because we can see how things operate, we know through this how the operational system works. This is must be the very same means by which it was created. That's your logic, but that logic falls apart.
Why?
That's my point. It falls apart. You
Why?
can't look at necessarily how things operate to determine how it was brought into being. You can't use that's a stretch. That within that's a stretch. That's my point. You don't like using man-made objects because it actually the reason you don't like it because it does invoke intention and intentionality. Because there's intentionality. I'm just dropping off a car at a rental place. This car has intentionality behind it. That the creation has intentionality behind it. If it doesn't, then all you have is the natural forces, but the natural forces can't always account for how the thing came into being. Because, like, for example, if space, time, and matter came into existence in the ancient past, that means the very thing that brought it into existence can't be space, matter, and time. So you need to stop looking at a naturalistic explanation right there.
Well, I mean, but naturalistic is, I mean, technology is what man have figured out. Like I said earlier, figured out how things work and figured out a way to utilize it to our benefit and making cars, whatever, from the wheel up, you know, and then, but the biology is nature. Naturalistic explanations are is the path you have to go on.
But left lane, technology. When you look at technology, it's based off of the natural world. Some of the best technological inventions were based off of the natural world. There are mechanisms, cellular mechanisms, that are literal gears. Gears, bro.
Yeah.
There's all
I
kinds
agree.
of stuff at the microscopic level. There are gears working right in the mitochondria. There's all kinds of stuff, bro. Like there's robots, literally organic robots that go up and down the DNA, self-correcting the DNA.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
self-correcting mechanisms in the DNA that you can't be like, well, that's just an accident. You know, there's intention to our design, evidence of a divine architect, for lack of a
The
better
way
word.
the way the muscle works, the muscle fibers, to me, it's akin to a ratchet that these little things grab and pull, and then they're able to let go. Like there's lots of mechanism it's very mechanical in biology, in my opinion.
Yeah, and these mechanical mechanisms don't just develop over time. They were developed initially perfectly. They can't work over time. You can't develop a gear like that over time
Why
because it
not?
would be useless. Because it would be useless for millions of years until eventually it was perfectly formed. And what would be the point of that? To evolve something that would be like wings would be useless for millions of years until eventually the skeleton was able to support flight. Is there so
Yeah, I
many
don't know.
things that like even the eyeball would be useless for millions of years, so eventually it was able to optically capture light at the proper
Yes.
focus. There's so many things, bro. It's just beyond comprehension.
In your story, it's in your evolution story, it's basically use it or lose it. Like the Neanderthals didn't need such a big brain or something, so it got smaller or whatever it is. Like if you don't use it, vestigial organs is your thing too. Like yeah, if you're not using it, you lose it. So if you got
Yeah, but
something and it just doesn't work, like say you
it,
develop part of an eyeball and it just doesn't work, you don't keep going with it.
to me that's a perfect example of evolution.
Yeah, use it or lose it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Yeah,
really
so
know what
when
I'm
you
trying to
develop
explain?
something, he didn't get it, I know.
Like, okay, so I don't even know how to explain that more simply. So you've got okay. So let's just say that you've got a wing, right? And say it takes you 10 years to develop a wing or whatever. And but there's this ruthless element to evolution where after the first year you've got a partial wing, and let's just say that the character of evolution is that that partial wing is just removed. How would you get to year 2?
Well, that it goes in the wrong direction. These beneficial mutations and things that lead to making things more fit to their environment gives them an advantage over the rest of the population that doesn't have that adaptation, so that your offspring are going to be, you passing it off to them, they're more successful. Eventually, the ones that are handicapped in that will disappear from the population.
Yeah, so then in that example, the ones that have partially developed non-working wings would have a massive disadvantage in the time that those wings are developing.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
It's a pretty gray area. I don't, I'm really, I mean, talking about how wings developed and at what point did something actually take flight and how is that incorporated? I don't, we could talk about things that I don't know. They get so complex, it's hard to figure it out,
So tonsils
Right,
are kind of useless. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so given the idea that no one here thinks that there was like flightless birds and then a bird just was born with functional wings, right? Everyone knows that that's not the case. So you've got this creature, whatever it is, organism. It's developing wings, right, across thousands or millions of years, thousands of generations, whatever. At what point, if it's a use it or lose it scenario, at what point is that wing not a disadvantage? And the only answer there that you can possibly give is that when it's fully formed and it's fully functional. So in every other step on that line, it has to be a disadvantage because it's using energy, it's using calories, the organism's weighing more for no functional reason, right? There's so many reasons that that's a disadvantage until it's fully formed. So you saying it's a grey area is just a massive cop-out.
Yeah, but maybe before the creature actually was able to take flight, maybe having that appendage that was able to propel, maybe it was able to escape a predator better than the rest of them.
Well, with a partially formed wing?
Yeah, maybe it helped them in escaping predators, and then another further development. One of them was running away from that son of a bitch, and all of a sudden he realized he was flying. And boy, that's going to make him have a huge advantage over the rest of the population, and then his genes got spread around, and before long you had a whole population that knew how to fly.
But how is a partially formed wing helping you escape predators that aren't weighed down by partially formed anything?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea that's actually a real thing. I'm just brainstorming. And how could a partially developed wing help a critter survive?
Yeah, I don't think there's a good answer to that.
But Extremis, was you going to say something?
Hey, left lane.
Yeah, man.
Bro, I'm driving, right? I can't talk a lot, but I'm at a light now. But bro, that story you just said, I almost had an accident, bro, with the bird going and then taking flight. You almost caused an accident there. Just letting you know.
It would have been with all kinds of crazy things, right?
Yeah, Issy, don't worry. It would have been a beneficial accident.
Yeah. That was a good one, bro. That was a good one. Did you guys see the gears I posted? The biological gears?
What is that, Odysee?
Real
That's
quick on the last thing. Go ahead.
those are biological gears. I have more, but I'm driving now. I can't really. Yeah.
You can make a case for like giraffes' necks getting longer or something like that. But when it comes to something wild, intricate, like an eyeball or something that just has multi parts and shit to it, like what good is a partially formed eyeball that doesn't work gonna do for you?
It's better than not having eyeballs at all. If I had a partially formed eyeball and I could only half see, I would survive better than you, Jeremy, who can't see at all, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you don't just it just doesn't come like you can't see and then boom you can see. Like there's things that have to happen in between that
Exactly.
step.
You gradually start seeing, you know. Yeah. It won't just happen boom, it'll happen over time. Maybe I'll first be able to see, just a blur, nothing much. But, because I can see a bit of a blur, I can see shadows moving. That tells me there's something moving in front of me so I can move away from it. You can't see nothing. So you're going to die. But I'm going to pass on that ability to see blurs to my offspring. And it's going to get better and better and better over millions and millions of years till you have an eyeball. But even an eyeball isn't perfect.
What's an optometrist do then?
Isn't that an eye doctor?
Yeah, shouldn't our eyes be perfect by now? If I don't wear glasses,
No, why would our eyes be perfect? Optometrists don't make eyes. They just help you with your sight, but they can't make your eyesight perfect. The eye isn't a perfectly evolved thing. There are animals out there that have better eyes than we do.
What did that creature do to function before the eyes?
Say that again?
How did that creature function before the eyes? How did it find its food? I mean, do you realize what you're saying?
Maybe it use its other senses. It would have to smell or touch stuff or listen for things. I don't know. I mean, there are animals out there that can't see, that don't have eyes, and they're still able to survive.
Yeah, it's like a technological upgrade. Essie, you go down the eye shop, you go, oh, you know what? I'm sniffing my food, and I can sniff my food, I can find it by nose, but it would be really useful if I could see everything. You go down the tech shop, you buy a couple of eyes, you put them in, problem solved.
Right, buffet table, got it.
Did say something important. The optometrist doesn't make eyes, and Jace doesn't make life. You can look at the workings and the mechanisms of creation, but you can't be a creator. So that should be the point that's, nailed in place. I think R2
Yeah.
Paul was trying to hit on that earlier. So that's
Who
where
doesn't
it
make
ends.
life,
Man.
Mo? You said someone doesn't make life?
You cannot create life, right?
You said someone's name, didn't you?
Jace does not create life, and an optometrist does not make eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where it ends.
Jace claimed
No,
to make life.
optometrists are ruining the evolutionary process, according to him.
You can talk about the things you see, and you can observe the things you see in nature or in creation, whichever word you want to use, right? But you can't replicate it. You can't start with nothing and create life. You can't put all these mechanisms together. Now you can procreate a child, but you can't make an eyeball. You know what I mean? You can't do these things. You can't replicate it, man. It's
I agree with you, North. Yeah. Someone claimed they could make an eyeball or they could make life. I'm a bit confused.
Aren't you the one that said the optometrist does not make an eye?
I said that, and you were kind of agreeing with me, but then you went on saying
Exactly.
that
Exactly.
Jace doesn't
Right.
make life. So I'm just curious where that's coming from.
Oh, it's coming from, him getting into his field and speaking about what he does rather than what he can do, right? And we could spend all day and monologue and listen to people like Jace or any of these people who make these outlandish claims about the beginning of life and where life started and the origins of life. But really, all they're doing is trying to manipulate something they can't replicate, and that's where it ends.
Did Jace make a claim unknowing as to what the origins of life were?
Did I say that, bro?
I'm asking. I
Said he's
never said
making
you said it.
claims.
It's a question.
I
It
said
was
there's a
just a
lot of
question.
people. There's a lot of people who
Okay.
speak about the origin of life, right? I'm using Jace
Mainly
as an
religious
example
people.
because if you want to really understand what I mean when I'm, using Jace as an example, I hear Jace a lot. Often he's in here and he's speaking about what he does, and there's a lot of monologuing and avoiding questions, particularly with Paul and a few others. So that's why I brought him up as an example. Speak to him about what he can do rather than what he does, right? You get my point?
I hear you. Okay. I don't know if okay, but I hear you. I just feel most claims about knowing what the origin of life is comes from religious folk. We say it comes from God. The other side tends to say they don't know where it comes from. You're not sure.
Actually, I'm not religious, and I say that I think life originated with God because I follow the science, and when you follow the science, eventually you hit a dead end because there is no better way to explain it. I know that sounds strange, but there literally is no better way to explain it eventually.
Yeah, yeah. I hear you. God is a pretty simple, easy, eloquent answer to give. The question then is though, like, what is the evidence for God creating stuff? I don't know.
I think the
And
bigger
what would you be
question.
able to show me that God created things?
It's just the variables, bro. The mathematic calculations of the variables, right? And these are just the variables that they can conclude, that they can calculate. It's astronomical, bro. We're talking about
You have these
trillions and
calculations,
the
Lyle?
odds are trillions and trillions against us. Yeah, the people have done, mathematicians have done the calculations, bro.
The calculations for what? For God creating life?
Yes, the variables that are in
Can you show
place
me?
that are perfect. Yeah, our brother just talked about it. He said it was how much trillions of.
I'm sorry, man. I just joined like 5 minutes ago, Line. I don't know what you
Well, I
guys
don't
are
know the
talking
exact
about.
number, bro, but it's
When it comes to physics, the fact that energy would have created itself and arranged itself according to 25 universal principles is 1 in 36 trillion. This guy calculated. I don't know exactly where he got the variables, but the point is, like I said, if you're saying that there isn't a God and there is nothing there, what you're saying is that energy created itself. That doesn't happen, by the way. We know that breaks a fundamental physical law, and then arranged itself according to 25 perimeters. Which where did they come from? The point what I'm saying is, and by the way, no, I don't equate God with, like, I'm not a religious person. What I say, to me, God is three things: a creator, an engineer, and an architect. I don't know what God is. I don't know, exactly what God is or how He works or this. I just I look at the science and there is an intelligence, a higher intelligence behind all of this. Because like I said, the signs are there. It's fine tuned. The universe is way too fine tuned.
Exactly. So
Can I say something
there's
real
not
quick,
enough
guys?
time, even according to their theory, right? 13.2 billion years or whatever, 14 billion years, right? That's not enough time to organize life the way it's been organized. The variables are too precise. It's astronomical, the probability, bro. It's literally
Lon.
beyond a trillion years. Go ahead.
Yeah, just something very important to think about, man. Uh, once you understand that there is a designer, right? And you're trying to understand his mind by looking and studying creation. We have man who is manipulating creation, so that creates even more variables, just like, Lion was just speaking. So do you think you can take creation as it is and understand the mind of the creator? Do you think within your lifetime, do you think you
I
get
don't
to
think.
understand the mind of the creator? And if not, why would you, spend all your time doing something you know is not going to advance your relationship or understanding his mind, because you have a different mind, right? So if you understand where I'm coming from, it's just as Lion just told you, but I think it needs to be addressed. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a God believer. I'm a religious person. And if someone asks me, how do I know God created life? I would just tell them because it's what I believe. It's what I have faith in. I wouldn't try and waste my time trying to provide them with evidence for it. I'm fine with just saying it's because that's what I believe.
And
Are
that's
you guys
fine,
fine with
but
that?
we're saying that there's also rational, logical evidence for the existence of God. Some people prefer to have that kind of evidence.
Which is fine, yeah. But not everyone's going to accept that rational evidence, right?
Right.
Yeah. You're going to ask, all right, what can I do for myself to experience this rational evidence, as opposed to you just telling me about it, right?
The thing is, the scientists will reduce a single-celled amoeba or protozoa into a simple life form, right? A very simple life form, but it's actually not very simple at all. Even a single-celled amoeba, a protozoa, right, in the Precambrian era in a primordial soup, is orders of magnitude more complex than a vehicle, than a car.
I agree, but we just call them simple because we're comparing them to more complex forms of life. We don't mean simple as in they're easy to understand. It's just a single cell is simple compared to a multicellular organism, you know?
Yeah, that's true. But when you talk to them, they act like, oh, it can easily be replicated in the lab. Oh, it's these things that have already been replicated in the lab. They can show how you can form them through chemical processes or chemical evolution that can be formed in the lab. But I haven't actually seen it done or replicated. It only claims that they've done it in the lab.
I've never seen it either.
And the most that I've seen or heard about is them producing a lipid membrane. But it's not equivalent to what you see in an actual lipid membrane of an actual protozoa. That's very complex. Like,
Yeah, I've seen them make these sort of machines that sort of mimic life, and it's hard to say whether or not these machines are alive or not. Like they can react to external stimulus. It seems like they make their own decisions. They seem to replicate life, but it's hard to say that they're alive the way you and I are. They can even reproduce. They can split themselves up and make other little machines like themselves. I'll try and find the article for you. But that's the closest I've seen.
basically what it comes down to is whether everything just came about by accident and pure chance, or there was a divine architect with the intention of creating existence itself. Not It wasn't all created by accident and pure chance. Life isn't an accident. Even given trillions of years, life would never have come about by accident. It's literally mathematically impossible. That's what people don't understand.
I tag you with the link for it line. I'm sure you've heard of them though. They call xenobots.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, and I hear you, but I don't think scientists make the claim that life is random and an accident. I think that's more of a thing atheists do. That's the conclusion they go to because they mix science in with their personal beliefs. But science in itself, I don't think ever makes the claim that life is random or an accident.
I beg to differ. Most
Well, do
scientists
you have a
are atheists.
scientific? Actually, the majority of scientists are theists. They believe
Yes,
in some other type of higher power.
Really?
it's 50
I can
50.
show you stats.
I saw a survey recently done on scientists, and it was something like 53% were atheists and 47 were thingy. But the thing is, I think there's a lot more scientists who actually do believe in God, but they can't say it because, like I said earlier, if they admit that there is a God, then they get fired and their funding gets withdrawn. I mean, because there is definitely a contrived agenda to remove God out of the equation. If you study the topic enough, you'll see it's quite obvious. It becomes quite obvious. But if you ask a lot of geneticists, a lot of physicists who actually know their shit, if they know what they're talking about, a lot of them will say that there's something out there because we just have no other way of explaining it.
Well, geneticists
Yeah,
wouldn't really. Yeah, geneticists wouldn't really be the right people to talk about it, though. Like they would either have to be maybe anthropologists, biologists, like people who study it in terms of a chain of events going back millions
No,
of
the
years.
geneticists are talking about the DNA molecule. They're saying how I heard this geneticist speak. He was saying how the DNA molecule is so advanced that even the first organisms, like we're talking like a very, very advanced code. Do you understand that? That's what what was.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that there are a lot of geneticists whose specialism is looking at current day. They don't really. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's a chronology to this as well. Like you have to consider that certain fields consider the time, like the development of genetics over time, and if their field looks at that, then maybe they'll be able to have an intelligent opinion on it. But there are certain fields that look at genetics today and then maybe analyze it in a socio-political context. Or do you see what I'm saying? Like, no, okay.
I get what you're saying, bro. I get exactly what you're saying. Yeah, definitely.
So all I'm saying is just attaching the word geneticist and saying therefore they know what they're talking about. It's like it's too simple and not necessarily going to get you where you need to be. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, Smoke. I just posted the stats from a Pew Research paper. I think this was in 2009, where they showed, when they polled a few scientists, 33% believed in God, 18% don't believe in God, but they do believe in a higher power or universal spirit. So it could be something shamanistic, animalistic, something pantheistic. Basically, they have a belief in something higher than themselves, something supernatural. If you add that 33 with that 18%, you got, what is that, 51% of scientists believe in a higher power.
Yeah, that's similar to what I read. The survey that I read, something like 53% are atheists and 47% or something are do believe in a higher power, something like that. But it wasn't the one that I read wasn't not as detailed as this that you posted now. This is actually quite interesting what you just posted.
Well, the numbers are close. It'd be fair to say that half the scientists are theists.
Yeah. But the
That's a
thing
lot
is,
more than I expected.
how many of them do believe in God but don't admit to it as well? You have to, take that into account as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a poll, it's just asking people questions. I mean, don't take too much stock or importance out of this. But it's just something interesting to see.
The funny thing is, I used to actually be an atheist when I was younger. And the thing that turned me onto God wasn't religion or anything like that. I mean, if anything, reading all these religious texts and stuff is what completely put me off religion. But what, like, completely convinced me of the existence of God was when I started looking like more closely at the science and actually started understanding what the physics say, what the, you know, biology says, what the chemistry says. And when I started looking at it, you know, it started becoming quite obvious that you know the way mainstream science makes it out like we have all the answers and we know everything, when the truth is we don't know shit. And it was a bit disheartening for me because I realized that the more I learned, the more I realized I don't actually know anything, and that no one really knows anything. There's no one out there who can give you a conclusive answer. So what I've done is, that's why I focus on looking at the things that we can prove. Like, for example, this thing I was saying with the law of conservation of energy and the 25 universal constants. This is something we can prove, and it doesn't conclusively say, oh, but it points towards the fact that the universe is fine-tuned. This is not debatable. And if it's fine-tuned, who did the fine-tuning? Do you get what I mean? And that's why I personally prefer to look at, you know, science to justify my belief in God rather than religion. But at the end of the day, whatever you're happy with, as long as you're not hurting anyone, is fine at the end of the day. But I don't know if you guys would agree with this. What I've noticed about atheism in particular is that atheism can actually be quite harmful because it can make people very nihilistic. And if you look at the last, you know, 100 years or so, some of the most destructive, like, philosophies that have come about have.
Yeah, but you could say the same for religion, you know? I mean, look at how far people are willing to go for religion. People are willing to die and kill for their gods.
For example.
No, oh, you cut
Where's,
out, man.
where's the
quiet for a long
difference between religion and someone being an atheist? I think atheism in itself is a religion.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
could
I
be.
want to
I
ask
was
a
just
question
I
about
was
that.
just trying to make the point that, you know, you can say these things about atheism, but you could say the same about religion, you know. People
I say,
use
man,
religion to make other people do atrocious things, you know.
I say man cannot be non-religious in a certain way. He will always worship something in his life. He always makes somehow his own religion out of something. So it's just the
I don't
nature of
worship.
man.
I don't
Yeah,
worship anything.
yeah, you do. There's something
No,
in
I
your
don't.
life. There's something you love to do while you wake up every morning. If not
But that's
so,
not worship.
then you wouldn't want to wake up in the morning, man.
But
That's
that's
not
not worship. I
worship.
mean, you should phrase it differently, Clay. What you are trying to say is man always tries to find purpose in life. We always try to strive for something higher than ourselves, whether it's God, our family, our nations. You know, we always have these ideals that we can never achieve, but we strive to achieve them. You know, the journey is worth taking, even if you know you're not going to reach the end. You know. And when man
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
just.
have purpose,
Can I ask that
when
final
man
question?
does, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. When man doesn't have purpose, that's when you start seeing, you know, people being depressed and wayward and losing themselves.
Can I ask Lane a question? He says, "I don't worship anything." If you kind of break down the understanding of what worship means, it's the idea of worth. You get the idea of worth, whatever you put value in. And another idea from this descriptional standpoint is to bow the knee. So whatever you bow the knee to. So whatever you hold as your highest ethic that you are not willing to break, that is that which you worship. And also, whatever's not able to be questioned, that also is what you worship.
Yeah, I disagree with your definition of worship.
Well, I'm giving you the biblical definition. Biblical definition means to bow the knee. So you
Bow
bow
the
your
knee.
knee to
Yes.
someone, and to give
Nope.
worth to worship, to worth something. So you give something of high value. Worth means worth. How much is it worth? And it means you're giving value to it. So you have nothing in your life that you give your highest value to. You have nothing in your life like that.
Yeah, I like I said, I just disagree with that definition. I don't bow the knee to anything. There's nothing I bow the knee to. I do put value on being a good person. I don't want to lay in bed at night worrying about something I did that day that hurt someone without me having the opportunity to correct that, and just basically live a good life, be a good person, and make my way to my dying day, and that's it.
So your highest ethic, your highest value is to be a good person. So really, you worship yourself.
Nope, there's no worship involved in that. It's just being the
You're
ability to
about being
recognize
you.
what's good and what's bad, and operating within those the confines of those
Okay.
ideas. And it's not worship.
You invoke good and bad. How do you determine what and good and bad are? How do you determine that?
I mean, that's a whole other conversation. Just things that hurting other people is bad, and doing, getting along through the day as a passive, actually holding the door for someone is good. It's just real simple.
Hey, Left Lane, you know what's funny? The very thing you just described with lying in bed, thinking about what you did this day, or maybe you've hurt someone. Sometimes you can't really fix something where you messed up. So the only difference between me and you is I ask for forgiveness from the Creator, and then I move on, trying for the next time to be differently. So the reflection part is basically the same. So where's the difference between me and you? Only that I believe.
I'm not going to ask a creator to forgive me. I'll ask the individual I did wrong
So
to
it's about
forgive
you.
me.
So it's about you.
Well, it's
I've
about
actually
the
been thinking
individual.
I was actually thinking about when you said that day, when you talk about you will ask the other person to forgive you. See, here's the problem with that, actually, even within that framework. To say something is of worth or value, like you say you value someone else, something has to tell you that. Something outside of yourself. Because if it's not something outside of yourself, it's just your opinion. You just feel good for doing that. It's no different than saying, I like chocolate, you like vanilla. It's no different than that. But if you ascribe value to someone else, something, either you ascribe that or something else ascribes that. Now, if it's something else that describes that, not yourself, that means something like something higher than yourself or transcendent to yourself is doing that. So ultimately, if you invoke any kind of moral standard, you are invoking a moral standard from God. Now, if God says love your neighbor, hold on. If God says love your neighbor and you don't love your neighbor, you are actually offending God because you broke the commandment He gave you. You broke the moral standard by which He gave to you. So you are offending God. Even when you offend your neighbor, you're also offending God at the same time.
Well, I mean, you are. That's yours. That's not mine.
Well, I mean, if there's nothing transcendent to you, then your moral worth is just your opinion. So who cares if you come to me and say, Paul, I'm sorry. Who cares? It's just your opinion.
Which is kind of making yourself the one to sit in the judgment seat of good and evil, because you base everything upon your yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's making yourself God, which means it's all about you.
So
that's what I said originally.
In the
that's what I said originally. It's about Left Lane and his value, what he thinks is right.
No,
so he worships himself.
Y'all are twisting. Y'all are fucking twisting it all up. My concern with being good to others and helping others is out of respect and concern for others.
Who cares?
I mean, my desire to be a good person. Yeah, we can call my desire to be a good person. You can call that selfish if you want to, but what drives that is with regard to others. So I'm being considerate is not selfish. It's the opposite of selfish.
Yeah, but hold on. So,
but you're trying to serve your own conscience.
Hold on. Let me get in here real quick. So, obedience is the highest form of worship, right? And at the end of the day, your moral compass is based off of your own opinions, because you just said that you don't believe in God. So morally, you're only held accountable to yourself. So you're being obedient to yourself, because you've now came up with your own moral code. So at the end of the day, you are being obedient to yourself. So you are worshiping yourself, whether you realize it or not.
No, I'm not. You can
Because
say that, but
you are the dictator of your
but I
own
refute
morality.
that.
You
Yeah,
are
you
the
can say
dictator of your
that.
own morality. So it's do as thou wilt. Basically, whatever you consider morally right, that's what you're gonna do.
It's the logical consequence of the whole dilemma, you know.
I think worship
Well,
has to
I
be
mean,
intentional. So if he's doing something unintentionally, it doesn't qualify as worship.
Thank you.
But he's not doing it unintentionally. He has the
He is.
intention to.
He just now said he's not
No, he's
worshiping
not.
anything.
He has the intention to soothe his own conscience because maybe he has hurt someone, so he wants to get forgiveness from that other person based upon his own limitations and understanding of what his standard of morals or his standard of morals has to be. So again, at the end of the day, it's all about him.
Yeah, him doing that is intentional, but he's not intentionally worshiping himself, so therefore it's not worship.
well, no, because
Well,
you're
how
thinking
do you?
worship has to do with like getting on your knees and praying. No, worship is literally obedience. Like that's what worship means in the scriptures is obedience.
So you think
If
that
you're
you
being
could
obedient to
accidentally worship
yourself,
something? Do you think it's possible to
absolutely.
accidentally
Yeah,
worship?
absolutely. People do it
Okay,
all the
then I
time.
disagree with that definition. I agree with Left Lane's definition.
Yeah, we don't have to, but people
Well,
worship
why
things
don't
they
you
don't
guys?
even realize they're worshiping.
I don't think they. I mean, I try to define it within the confines of Scripture and also definitionally. So, if someone wants to pull up the definition of worship, then I would like for someone to do that, or even the etymology of where the idea came from.
Etymology
Whatever you.
is
Yeah, I
irrelevant.
mean,
Well,
yeah, we could bring it down to etymology and origins and whatever you want to. It's not going to change my opinion and my idea of what I think I am and how I think.
well, and like I said, you're right now, Left Lane. You've just established that your highest ethic for you, and you've established this. Nothing outside of you is to do good to others and to make sure your conscience is clear. That is your moral ethic. That is the highest thing that you can do. No one established that. You established that for yourself.
Sure.
And that's your
That's my
highest
idea.
ethic.
That's
It's your
the way
idea.
I wish to
Exactly.
live. Hmm.
How I wish to live. So you live according to what you think. So you are you are the highest ethic.
So
You
you're still
ascribe
trying to turn
value
it
because
into
you
me
decided to
worshiping
establish.
myself, and it just don't hold water. It's leaking like a sieve, man.
Yeah, most
We're
definitions of
getting
worship define it as reverence or adoration for a deity. So the object of worship is a deity.
No,
Okay, well,
man.
here's the thing about deities. Let's talk about deities for a second. Can deities be can deities be physical?
Yes, but Left Lane is not a deity, so he's not worshiping himself. Are you a
Okay,
deity, Left
well,
Lane?
if whatever you put as your highest ethic is your God.
That's your opinion.
Functional, you may be right functionally, but I'm saying that it's impossible to accidentally worship something. Worship requires intent, and it also requires the object to be a deity.
You can make yourself a deity. People do it all the time.
I don't.
But you have established your own ethic, right? You've established what you think is right, right?
I'm still not a deity. I don't worship. I don't put myself above anyone else. To me, my opinion means my opinion to me. But you know, I'm just a passive individual getting through life and trying not to do wrong. You know.
But it's your opinion, right and wrong. No one else's, right?
Hold on. Most people worship the creation or they worship people instead of the creator. Even if they don't realize it, subconsciously they do worship the creation. A lot of people they love marijuana, right? They have marijuana posters on their wall. The first thing they do when they wake up, instead of pray to the creator, they will roll up a blunt, right? The first thing they do for lunch is they roll up a blunt. Dinner, roll up a blunt. Right before they go to sleep, they roll up a blunt. They love smoking. They love the marijuana plant. They love growing it, tending to it, cultivating it. They look at it while it grows. They're not consciously worshiping the
Don't you
plant,
smoke
but
line?
by their actions, they're worshiping the plant. You don't have to get down on
Don't
your
you smoke line?
knees and sing songs to the plant to be considered worship. For it to be considered worship.
No, I don't.
So what's left lane doing to that degree then? I'd say he's not doing anything like that.
Well, here's the thing. Let me go back to my what if. If God created the world, He established the rules. He established that, or like the laws of physics, the moral standard by which we all seem to have some awareness of some level. And if you say He didn't give it to me, I came up with it myself. God, you attribute nothing to God, then He ceases to be on the throne. So you've removed Him from the throne, and then the only thing to put back in His place, which I think what Line of Yah is saying, is either creation or yourself or someone else.
Why are you even bringing
It's the only
God
option
in
you
the
got.
first place? Well, you're putting him there.
What's
You're
that?
putting God there. Doesn't need to be there. It's your
Do what?
ideas of something that you follow.
Say, you're broken. Either I barely understood anything you said. Sorry. Try to say it again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Could
think
you
we
say it
lost.
again?
We
Okay.
lost him. Yeah, but I don't
Listen,
think growing weed and smoking it, regularly and whatnot is really what you would call worshiping. It is a bit ritualistic because you're kind of doing the same thing all the time, but I wouldn't call that worshiping, man.
It's when they admire the plant to the point where they love the smell of it. They love how it looks. They look at it while it grows. They're infatuated with it. The first thing they do when they wake up is they roll a blunt, dude. Like they love the marijuana. They love everything about
Yeah,
marijuana.
but that's
At
how
the end of the day,
parents are.
they've turned a plant, right, into a deity.
No, they haven't.
It
No,
might sound
bro.
like a stretch, but
That's a leap,
even if
bro.
it's
Not even a
subconscious,
stretch. That's
even if it's no,
one hell of a
even if
leap.
it's indirect, they are literally putting the plant above the creator himself because they don't even
No, they're
acknowledge the
not.
creator, but yet they
What?
acknowledge this plant. They devote so much of their time growing this plant and tending to this plant and smoking this plant that it's literally their main focus in life. At that point, that plant has now become a deity.
No, it hasn't. I agree with everything you were saying, except for when you make that leap from it being the main focus in life, becoming a deity. That's one hell of a leap. It's either that they're addicted to the plant, or the plant is a part of their lifestyle. It makes them
It's
happy.
it,
They've gotten
Guys,
to a point where they struggle to function without it. But that
it,
doesn't mean they worship it. Like,
You don't
come on, man.
understand, bro. It's literally idolatry. It doesn't have to be a literal deity. It doesn't have to be Zeus
Oh,
or
man.
Baal for it to be considered idolatry and mixed
So when a
worship.
parent wakes up every day, after their kid, adores their kid, feeds their kid, does everything for their kid, makes their kid their life, cares about their kid more than they care about themselves. If they have $1 in their pocket, they'll make sure their kid eats instead of them eating. Would you now say worship their kid? Like that's the
No,
wildest
but
leap ever.
but actually, the scriptures are clear that if you love your son or daughter or wife more than you
our
love
kids above God.
God, right, you will not enter the kingdom of heaven. And most people do love their
See that
wives more than they love
that
God.
right there.
Most
That,
people do love
that
their children more than they love God because they put their children before God, and that's actually a grave sin.
yeah,
That's
I call that
yeah, but I
horseshit.
think most. Do you have kids, Lion?
Yes.
And you wouldn't put your kid before God? Like you
No.
wouldn't do everything to make no.
No.
If God
It
told you
sounds
sacrifice
counterintuitive. It
your
sounds
kid to him,
barbaric, right? But you have to
Well,
have the wisdom to decipher the scriptures this stuff can only be spiritually discerned.
well,
The
here, let
idea
me
that
ask.
you put God before your children sounds crazy,
Well, let
but
me
it's
ask
not.
Nate a question as a Muslim. Let me ask Nate as a Muslim. Did Abraham offer Isaac on the altar because God commanded it?
yes.
It
So
was
did he?
Ishmael.
Well, I'm as a Christian, it's I knew that would come up. So in Muslim faith, it was Ishmael, but according to the Bible, it was Isaac. So either direction, they put the child on the altar because God commanded it. So in a sense, they put God above their child, right?
Yes, but Abraham is a very devoted man. I will never ever try and claim I have his level of devotion towards God. I will
Okay, so
openly admit if I was in that situation, I would have refused. I would have told God, no, I am not sacrificing my kid. Do what you want with me, but I'm not going to sacrifice my kid. I would have refused God in that situation, and I'll admit that every day of the week.
So you're not a good Muslim then. So you're putting your
I'm
child
not
over
a good
Allah.
Muslim, Paul. I'm a
Good.
human. I make mistakes. I sin. I'm not Jesus. I'm not Muhammad. I try my best. I think I'm a good person, but to be a perfect Muslim, a perfect Christian, to be like these prophets, I'm nowhere close to them, and I doubt you are as well. I'm sure
I
you
never
sin
claimed
just as
that.
much as I do. Yeah.
I
All
never
right.
saw.
As
I never
long as we're
claimed
being
that.
honest, then. As long as we're
I'm
being
just trying
honest.
to. But see, that's the thing, though. That's where idolatry becomes exposed. Whatever you put above God, if God came to that guy that's smoking marijuana, he says, "Stop smoking marijuana," and the guy says, "Nope, I want marijuana more than you," then marijuana is God. If God said to anything, set your pornography, God says, "Stop your pornography," and you say, "Nope, God, I want the pornography more than you," pornography has become your idol. If you put yourself above God and God says, "Don't do something," or "do something," and you say, "No, God, I'm not going to do that," you put yourself on the throne. That becomes idolatry.
Wait, have
You're
you ever
going.
heard God say anything?
Do what?
Can you guys hear me at
You
all?
ever
Can you
heard
guys hear?
God say?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I have. I have.
I
I've
just
heard you say
wanted to
something.
say something here because you guys are going way down too far off the beaten path here. Because you got to remember that God created everything, and that the devil is the father of lies, and all the creation on earth is created by the creator, and it's been manipulated, yes, but when you're saying you're connecting it to idolatry and all these things that are biblically bad, the creation is not. Like, sure, they may not be using it correctly, and it may have been a medicine and it may not be used correctly nowadays, but it's still part of the creation, and you should still connect it to like apples versus pornography. Because let's say I love blueberries and I have a blueberry shake every morning. That's more akin to me smoking a bowl out of a bong every morning. Because if it's a medicine and it's created by the father, then it's more akin to something that's maybe we might not have the full purpose for, maybe we're not using it correctly, but it's still not an abomination, like as far as I can see. So from all
See,
of its
that's the point.
uses, just like the Bible says, there's something good, nothing bad can come from it, and something bad, nothing good can come from it, in a sense. So for me, just the evidence shows that they've perverted it, they've tried to Monsanto everything, and they're trying to basically they lied about every study about that I could find about it. So to me, it shows that it's it's obviously a good thing that they're trying to pervert and manipulate and subvert, just like maybe cocaine leaves aren't that bad. Who knows? My point is I've never tried them, but it's still created by the creator, and I still don't believe the father of lies that it's all nonsense. I don't want to keep going
Well,
on about it, but you
well, you
guys
missed
just
my
kind of
point.
point.
Well, you missed my point. You missed my argument. That's not what we're arguing.
No,
I never said pot
no,
was
I get
bad. I never said that.
idolatry. No, idolatry. I get there is anything can get to a point of idolatry. Like you can idolize your children or a plant or the sun. But my point is it doesn't mean that's what it is all the time. You're just kind of reaching and saying that's the way I'm hearing it is what it sounds like. It's kind of lumped into one thing.
Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that with moderate use, marijuana does not lead to idolatry, but that's not what I'm saying here, right? If for medicinal purposes, then yes. But I'm talking about people that are completely self-absorbed into the marijuana, and that all they do is get high all day, 24/7. That's their main focus. Their main drive in life is just to grow weed and talk about weed and all about weed.
Yeah, the
Yeah, those
same thing
people
with
have.
cars or girls,
Yeah.
or like it's the same thing, but it just seems like you're making it seem like the plant itself is bad. It's not the plant. It's
And
the
yeah, I didn't say
idolatry.
that.
I didn't
Listen,
understand
Yeah,
that
I
like
was a
that.
marijuana
sure.
cultivator for 10 years, bro. I smoked it. Listen, trust me. I'm not
Oh
saying
yeah,
that.
yeah.
No,
My point
yeah,
is
I
the
knew you
marijuana. You're
smoked,
still
man.
talking about it as if it's bad. My point is that's where I disagree with you. I don't disagree, or I may not agree with you know how everyone does it, but I'm sure like it's not like from the way just the amount of deception around it shows that there's more to it. Is all I'm saying.
But yeah, it's irrelevant. Go on,
I
Paul.
think
What were you gonna
Lion.
say?
I think Lion. You're describing obsession more so than worship.
It's all right, but the thing is that me
Yeah,
and you don't
exactly.
understand worship
It's
in the same
obsession.
form. The
Those
worship
people
is
have a
literally
problem.
submission. It's to submit. It's to devote your time and your life. Time is expensive, right? And life is short, and you're devoting most of your time to a plant, consuming it, right, by fire and inhaling its essence. You're literally that's borderline sorcery. You're literally consuming a plant by fire and absorbing its essence through
But
your breath. And you're
Hey, do
telling me
you
that
eat?
that's
how?
no,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean, don't
talking
you
about
eat food,
food, bro.
bro? You
I'm
Right?
talking
you
about
burn food every day. You eat every day.
consuming a plant
You
by
consume
fire
food
and
And now we
inhaling
every
its
got
day
essence.
by fire.
now we got the crazy one comparing food to smoking.
Well,
Nice,
how many?
No,
nice one,
I'm just
Back on
throwing. I'm
track.
just throwing it
nice
out there.
one.
Well, you don't have to smoke weed though. You can eat it. I think that's what they were trying to get across there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Edibles. Yeah.
All I'm
So
saying is people
it's
make
really a silly
salads,
point, Lion,
people
isn't it?
cook food, and people spend a lot of time cooking food, and then you're going down these thought processes that you could
Yeah.
connect. You're connecting
Exactly.
it to like a bad thing when it's
Literally,
not
you
the
die
thing.
if you don't eat food, bro. You don't die if you don't smoke weed.
Yeah.
Keep
Well,
comparing stupid
actually, the
shit, bro.
Bible
Keep
says
comparing it.
you don't. Actually, the Bible says you don't die from if you don't eat food. It says you. What is it? It says you shall
Yeah,
only.
but weed can be a food. You can eat weed. It does have some
Yeah.
sort of
But that's my
nutritional
point.
value.
Weed
You
is just
know?
another vegetable or another
Yeah,
plant that
it's
could
just
be
a
eaten.
plant.
Well, for all I know, my point
Yeah,
is
like this.
it's the analogy that's wrong that you're saying. It's
Yeah,
like yes, I guess there's an
it's
obsession, and he's the other guy's already said that like and it is idolatry and obsession are both the same thing. I agree with you on that part, but
All right, cool.
it's not like I just disagree with you. I think about weed itself.
Bro, listen, obviously you still smoke weed and that's why you're being biased right now, but it's all good,
Oh
bro. I
no,
smoked weed most of
but
my
it's
life.
not even addictive. My point is
You
I
say
can
now
say
you're
the
saying it's
same
not
thing
addictive.
about.
That's a whole nother conversation in its own right
I
because
know,
I believe
but
marijuana
to
is
me, it's
addictive.
not even. Yes, but my point is where's your evidence? Like, it's not. You're just bringing like analogies that are connecting things to like sin and
It's all right,
stuff
bro. I
without
don't even
any.
want to talk about weed. Let's change the subject. I really
Well,
don't
let me go
want to.
back. Let
Go
me
on,
jump
go
back
ahead.
in.
More
but
into
Let me
ritual.
jump back in.
yeah.
Well,
I think
To me,
Lion
it's
here's
was
the thing.
using
interesting. To me, it's
weed.
interesting. I don't
Weed
know.
as
I'm
an
not running
example.
away from the conversation or anything.
Yeah, no, I
Well,
just think Lion was using weed as an example to show how people put these other things above God, you know. But the point I'm trying to make is you could apply that example to anything, to your kids, to food, to
But that's
anything you
my
do in
Absolutely.
your
point.
everyday life.
But that's my
And
point.
right.
that
And that
isn't that
and,
isn't worship. It's
and
never
that is a
worship.
It is
problem.
worship. It
That
is
yeah,
worship, though.
that
It's not
look, bro.
worship.
I used to tell my wife I adore you, and then I realized that was a bad implementation of the word towards my wife because I can only adore God. So I stopped using it.
Stop
It
telling
Oh,
your
is.
wife you adore her.
to love your wife. That's all you're commanded to do. So I was going to get back on the submission, and also here's another aspect of this too. When I brought up bow the knee, the idea, the connotation behind that is submit, which I think one of y'all said or somebody else said, and also we all sacrifice something in life. We sacrifice our time for our job. We sacrifice something for something else. I'll sacrifice my money for my children. But whatever you're willing to not sacrifice for, or not whatever you're willing to not sacrifice, how do I say this? I'm not sure how to say it. Sacrifice is a good, I guess another way is a sacrifice is a good indicator of what you submit to. What is your highest value? Like, if you submit 8 hours a day to playing video games and you sacrifice all your time for that, I would begin to question where video games are in your life. You know what I mean? If you submit everybody your waking hours to work and at the neglect of your family, then your work's probably in the wrong place. So I think sacrifice and what you're willing to sacrifice for, that is the thing that you do worship or you bow the knee or you submit to.
Exactly. Sacrificing your time.
I mean, I sacrifice my time going to work so that my kids can live a good life. Like, I just don't see how you can then equate all of that to worship. You know, I think worship is a very unique and special thing.
Well, here's the thing, though. Let's think about that.
That's
Think about
why
that.
within the definition of worship, they say it's admiration of a deity. You know, it's for a specific thing.
That's the generic term, bro. Like, yeah, if you look that up on Google, that's what's gonna
that's
tell
the
you.
definition.
That's the generic term, but
Worship.
it's the term worship is more profound than that, bro. You just don't agree with what we're saying.
Do you have another definition for worship?
I just said that the highest form of worship is obedience and submission, right? Now, regardless of how you apply that, if you apply that to a plant or your kids or whoever, right? If you put your kids before God, for example, earlier I brought this up and it's controversial, but if you know something that your kids shouldn't be doing, but you're afraid to punish your kids, or you're afraid to tell your kids what's good because they're gonna hate you, at that point you're putting your kids' desires over God's. And at that point you have now put your kids before God when you should be instructing them in the way of righteousness. And you know what the scriptures say, you know what God wants from your kids, but yet you're gonna let your kids do whatever they want because you don't want to reprimand them. You're putting your kids before God.
In a world.
I don't reprimand my kids. I'm putting them before God. Like, how do you make these leaps, man?
Or women is another example. A lot of men, they bow to women. They bend their moral code so that women will like them, right? And you know that a lot of men are cucks. They're beta males. They're afraid to actually stand up. They don't have a spine, especially when it comes to biblical matters. They'll bend their moral code just to get laid. At that point,
I agree with you.
you're putting women before the creator, or even your wife for that matter. You're afraid to make your wife mad, right? So you'll bend the rules.
Bro, I think the problem you're having here is that you're trying to tell this to, I don't know if the other guy is not believing God or whatever, but if he
I
doesn't,
believe
like
in
he
God
won't.
more than all of you do. Like let's not even go
Then
there. But
then how
I
you
just
don't,
don't see
bro?
the leap
Hold
he
on, you
makes.
interrupt me, man. How are
Sorry.
you not gonna understand the concept that he's trying to give you? Like for a
Because I
person
don't
who
think
a person of faith understand these terms that he's talking about really really easy, man. How is it that it's complicated for you? I don't get it, man.
it should be a given that just because we all believe in God, we should all agree with whatever Lion's saying. Number one. Number two, I'm not seeing the logic Lion is making from if I'm a cuck, I'll do anything for a little crumb of pussy. That equates to me putting women above God. I don't see that leap. I agree.
Really?
A lot of men a lot of men are weak. A lot of men are cucks, and they have a problem.
You don't see it. You don't see.
I wouldn't equate that problem to them putting women above God. I would just say they have a problem and
You
an
don't.
obsession, and they
You don't.
need to get therapy. But it's not them worshiping women.
You don't see
Or,
degeneracy as going against God.
I see that God doesn't like degeneracy. Definitely.
Can you answer my question though?
I wouldn't say I did answer it. I would
You
definitely
didn't.
see
The question is a yes or no.
degeneracy.
Do you think that degeneracy is going against God will?
Definitely, definitely. If you are
All
a
right.
degenerate,
There
you
you
are
go.
doing things God is not for. But that
By the way,
doesn't mean that because I'm out, being promiscuous and chasing women, that I've all of a sudden put women above God. I'm just living a life God wouldn't
Wait.
be
it's all
fine
good.
with.
But hey, you mentioned that you work for your children and your family, right? And that's a bad example. That's not what I mean here. Because if you're sacrificing your time to support your family, Yah commands that, right? He actually, so there's a scripture that says that he who does not provide for his family is worse than an infidel.
What
So
if I'm a wheat farmer then, and I make money cultivating wheat for my family? I would have to nurture the wheat plants, look at them every day, smoke it to see and make sure it's a good grade, got a good taste. Inspect it every day to make
That
sure
is
it's got
not good.
no impurities.
Can I answer
That's the
that?
example Lion gave.
No, because
That's not what I'm saying, bro.
you doing that implies that other people are gonna destroy their lives. So I don't think that's a godful job to be doing.
What's
I think
what?
you missed the whole point I was trying to make there, Silent Zero. I was just trying to use the example Lion gave, because
That's a
Lion
more
says it's
gray area,
fine
bro.
if you sacrifice, your time for your family. So I'm giving him an example where I'm not even giving him. I'm using his example where someone admires, smokes weed every day. Their life is so involved and so immersed in weed, but they do this to feed their family.
That's different, bro.
I'm
Hold
just
on.
trying to show
Hear
you
me out,
line
bro.
that example to use that and
No,
try and say people
well,
are now
the way you
worshiping
put it
stuff.
there, I agree with you, bro. What I'm talking about is slothful human beings that sacrifice their time with no outcome, right? No benefit to their family. If what you're doing is cultivating marijuana, right, and you're not doing it for like pleasure, right? You're just doing it to support your family, and you're not, you're not high 24/7 every day being slothful. Then that's different, bro. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about vanity. Vanity where you literally you waste your time, you sacrifice your time, and you get nothing out of it. It's a waste of time. It's vanity, and you're not bettering yourself or your family in the process.
What if that is the
Okay,
method of benefiting
okay.
yourself, though?
I
I
kind of
just
hear
want to
you
give an
there, Ronnie.
example. Hey, I just want to give an example of like where his version of what he thinks what smoking weed is
So,
like.
would you say the same about meditation?
No, but can you anyone hear me or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear.
Well, I've been smoking weed for like 20 plus years, 25 years, or like since high school, like since grade 8. And I all my grades were C's all the way through, C plus, C minus, didn't care. And then basically when I started smoking weed, it's like it doesn't make you any smarter. It makes me concentrate.
He became
So
Superman.
no. Can you let me finish?
Yeah.
Basically all my grades went to A's and B's
There
because
you go.
and then I realized I was thinking about it later in my life why, and it was because when I'm sitting in class every day after I smoked a doobie at lunch, I wasn't thinking about the party I was going to go after school. I wasn't thinking about all this stuff. I was just thinking, sitting in math class, staring at my paper. Oh, I might have got that one wrong. When usually I'd be like, oh, I don't care. I'm going to move on to the next one. When if you're just sitting there and you're concentrating, you're like, oh, I got it wrong. You just redo it all.
So
But when you're
you
not,
need to destroy your senses so that you can control yourself.
no, but let me explain it to you. Like where he's saying that it's like you're like basically a zombie. No, I'm like I don't want to say I'm the hardest worker, but like I've worked on every mine site here in BC, smoked 10 joints a day on every mine site, see every huge mining project, everyone on heavy equipment, like full speed, 12 hours a day, 30, 40 days at a time, smoke 10 joints every day. And as soon as you wake up, it's like you can concentrate and it puts you in it's not like you become a slackard and somebody that can't work. All the bosses knew how much I smoked and how they would prefer me over anybody else. And they would have other people do piss tests and drug tests for me because they knew that I was the hardest worker there and they didn't care. And it's not about being it's something to do with your brain and how it helps you concentrate. It's got nothing to do with making you lazy or sit around and watch TV and eat chips. Like I think he's got the wrong idea about that, or maybe how it
Who's
affected him.
talking? Who's talking right now? Just so I know.
Oh, it's Serge. I
Serge.
was
Oh, I know
the
you,
one
bro.
that comparing it to blueberries earlier instead of
What's up, bro? Shalom. I know you.
corn.
We go
Yeah,
back.
what's up?
Lion.
I
So I
just
think
wanted to give you a personal thing.
Yeah, Lion,
Example.
I think we've reached a point of common consensus here. I agree with you that if all you do is smoke weed and do nothing with your life, then you're living without purpose, and that is
Yes.
ungodly.
Yes.
But that is not you worshiping weed. You see, because that is now you moving away from even what the definition of worship is. You just talking about someone that doesn't have purpose in life, and I agree with you. That is ungodly. That is something God would frown upon. If you live life without purpose, you just get high and watch porn and play video games, then that's
Yes.
wrong. Yeah.
But that used
Oh,
to
I'm
be me,
glad.
bro. That used to be
I'm
me.
glad.
I used to cultivate marijuana and I would literally worship the plant. And then one day I woke up and I'm like, what am I doing devoting all this time to the creation, to a plant? where I used to literally watch it grow. Like you can't actually watch it grow, but I would sit there under the LED lights and look at the buds and just watch the buds high as shit. And I would just watch the buds for hours, looking at the colors and the trichomes. I
That's
literally loved the plant. I loved the leaves. I loved the way it grew. I loved the way they perked up. Listen, I
Even
was obsessed.
in you,
Hey, can I get in for a second before he trails off into someplace else? I want to piggyback off what Nate said. Who determines your purpose, Nate?
You do.
Then you are God. Didn't God make you? Didn't he create us with a purpose? So doesn't he determine our purpose?
Yeah, but he also gave you free will to decide what you're going to do with your life.
Or wouldn't it
You give
okay,
yourself
you got
purpose.
what if well doesn't the I don't know about the Quran, but I know the Bible says choose today whom you'll serve. Right?
Yeah,
So either
exactly.
you choose
You have that
Allah
choice.
or you choose your own way. So okay. So
Yeah.
if I follow my way, I use my free will to choose my own purpose. Or I can choose my free will to go to God or Allah and say, Allah, what is your purpose for me?
Yeah, but I mean, God, Allah have made their purpose for us very clear. They've told us what they want us to do, but they've also
What
given
is
us
that
the choice
purpose?
to hang on. They've also given us that choice to decide: are we going to submit to them and follow their will, or are we going to follow our own will? You decide,
Okay.
which path you take. What gives your life purpose? Does worshiping God and submitting to Him give you purpose? If so, good for you. For some people, that isn't what gives them purpose. There are other things, but you decide. You make that choice.
See, I can submit to God and do his will wherever, in my job, in my life, but I can still within my job say, God, what is your purpose for me within my job? What do you want me to do? How do you want me to be in my family? What is the purpose that you want me to live as a person in this family? So I'm glad you brought up purpose, because if you choose your own purpose, then back to what y'all was saying, or we've been saying, you become the God that determines your purpose. So you are the God. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you are God in that scenario.
I don't think that makes you God. No.
And me
If
either.
you choose your
That's
own
how I
purpose,
believe.
That's your
other than
opinion.
God choosing your purpose, okay, if God made you, does he have a purpose for you?
God made
I mean,
us with a purpose for
yeah,
us, but God also gave us a choice, Paul. God said, "This is what I want you to do, Paul. This is why I made you." But you, Paul, can decide not to go along with what I've intended for you. You could decide, fuck your plan, God. I'm going to do my own thing. It's your choice as to what you are going to, choose to do, how you are going to give your life meaning and purpose. Are you going to give your life meaning and purpose by doing what God wants, submitting to His will? Or are you going to do your own thing? It's your choice. But even if you make the choice to do your own thing, that doesn't all of a sudden make you God. You know?
Well, you put yourself over God, and what do you call that?
I call that you being ungodly, turning away from God. But
Do
I
what
wouldn't
Okay,
thou
when you
wilt.
put
I'll
something,
say you are
right,
God.
wait. Well, okay, if you put another God, if you put anything in the place of God, what do they usually call it? Like, if I put Aphrodite on the throne instead of
They call
Allah,
that
who's my God? Who's my God?
it's like idol worship, right?
Right.
yeah.
So if I put myself on
Idolatry.
if I put myself on the throne, I want to do my thing, my way, my
That
purpose, my intent. Who's on the throne?
that's not. Now you're trying to force a wedge in there to
No,
say that
Yeah.
you're
no, I'm
calling
not.
yourself God, and it's not. If you choose to go your own way with your own ideas and be for yourself, that's nothing to do with making yourself a God.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not gonna convince him,
No,
Paul.
here
Just
you're
let it be.
saying,
Let it
well,
be,
that's
Paul.
okay. I know that. I know, but this is not just for him. It's for everybody else listening. It's not just about them. If you say no, God, then you say, God, you're not worthy to be on the throne. And I'll leave it right there. That's it.
That's
Something
cool,
else is
but
worthy to be on the throne, not other than God.
I just don't think you're going to convince a lot of people in saying that if they choose their own path in life, they all of a sudden making themselves gods. You know.
Yeah, all you have to do
I
is
think
whatever
that's
the
going to
Big
be a
Bang,
hard argument to sell.
whatever the Big Bang chose for you, man. That's all you got to answer to.
All right, whatever that means. But yeah, definitely. I agree with you 100%, Lion. A life without purpose is not a life you should be living. That's the worst thing any man could do, not have purpose.
The fact that that person's alive and hasn't committed suicide already has a purpose. That's why he's alive. Otherwise, he would have killed himself. I think people that commit suicide feel that they don't have purpose. There's a reason why that person hasn't taken his life.
No, taking your own life is kind of, it takes a lot of like, yeah, it's probably just not easy. I don't really think that you automatically are fulfilling a purpose because you don't do that. Personally,
For me, at least, I wouldn't want to kill myself unless I have no purpose, and I'll do it till the end. So that's the way I would see it.
I think there's something to be said about like people not, yeah, people not really like acknowledging that maybe a creator has a purpose for them, but that's everyone's own journey, I'd say, of course. Did you guys hear about the NASA, the former NASA employee just came out talking about flat Earth?
What?
Yeah, Cindy Holland said she was working at NASA, and she heard some people from the photo lab overheard them talking, laughing about how they can't believe people actually believe the moon landing. And then when she worked at Lockheed Martin, the guy she worked for there told her that the Earth was flat. And then there's another. She did a whole interview about flat Earth, and then there's another dude that worked for NASA at Goddard talking about it recently.
Was there a video of that on the Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock outfit YouTube?
Yeah.
Where it is. That's where I
didn't
thought
watch
I
all of
saw
it.
something like that.
Yeah, I saw a clip. Man, it's getting bad out here for the bottlers. I'm not really trying to change the subject. I was just throwing that out there. Felt like we were on the brink of people getting real offended.
That's a 3-year-old film.
I mean,
okay.
Once NASA's coming out with that information, it's I don't even know how to feel about it.
Oh, actually, you only have to bow to whatever NASA employees say as long as they agree with the ballers in Discord. As soon as they say something else, they're quacks. Duh. It's like we have to bow to the statue that's the head
Bro,
of the NASA.
of course,
Until
Witsit.
they say something. Until they say something against the mainstream, like how gravity's electromagnetic, then that dude's a quack. The head of the Nuclear Institute, quack. Published by Stanford and Oxford and Cambridge, quack. Former NASA employee, quack. I know one that's going to come on my show, actually. That's a flat earther.
Woo! Ain't nothing stopping it, bro.
There's something wrong with the spelling of her name too.
Oh. What does that mean?
I'm looking into it.
Okay.
It means you're lying,
What did you
Witsit.
say?
You're lying, Witsit, like always, bro. You know?
Words. You're just saying words. I have a friend that
It's
works
gonna
at
hit a little
Lockheed.
heavy close to home. Sorry, guys.
I have a friend that works at Lockheed,
Nice.
but he hasn't talked about anything regarding flat Earth. But I'll ask him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just probably one of those things. She had a guy that was, you know, whatever. They had a relationship or something. He's like, yeah. So you won't believe what I know.
What do you know?
I just watch YouTube videos and blindly believe them. I'm a stupid flat earther.
It's I didn't hear words of it this time.
I did go out and test it, but they let me know that doesn't matter, and I have to
Mm-hmm.
blindly believe authority. So I have to dismiss all the tests I did around the whole country. Turns out those don't matter.
Well, your tests are probably well, your tests
Word
are
salad.
probably wrong. Yeah.
My tests were word salad.
Oh, she was the. I thought, yeah, this is the one.
Here
She
comes the
was.
anti-flat
There were
narrative.
there was conflict. Something about focusing on planets and you know how they do the imagery and making them look all glistening and whatever. And then there was controversy she was involved in about how telescopes were tricking us because they had the images built into them or something like that.
Okay, so
Uh-huh.
it is a former NASA employee that says the Earth's flat. Nice.
Yeah, she was a data entry clerk for NASA. She retired or she quit in 2012 to become a full-time mom.
Gotcha. Yeah, she's a quack. Yeah.
Oh no, the mom. She
No,
can't be
no,
reliable, bro.
I'm not saying anything to discredit. I'm just giving you information. I'm not
Oh,
saying she's a
what
quack or
relevance does
anything
it
like
have
that.
for her to be a
Hey, do you
mom or
think that
whatever?
she's lying? You think she's lying when she said she heard the people in the photo lab laughing about how people believe in the moon landing?
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, kind of subjective. It'd be something to look into.
That's kind of weird, wouldn't it? If that's true, that would be kind of weird.
I would think if there were that many people involved in this thing, that it would be more than one person that would be spilling the beans or slipping up, or you know.
Well, what do they have to wait? They're just all doing their little compartmentalized job, bro. You do realize that we're about to completely expose them with audit NASA, right?
Yeah,
Like you guys have no
I'm
idea what's about to happen.
waiting with bated breath.
Well, it's coming to a space near you.
Hey, Left Lane, let me give you some firsthand experience about compartmentalization. I actually experienced it in the military, by the way. There was a classified. I was already working within a classified environment, and even within that classified environment, there was things going on that I didn't know about, and I happened to catch someone talk about it. I can't say what it is. I'm not going to say because that's still classified. I can actually talk about what I did because it's declassified now. I used to work with the stealth program when it was black, but even on our base, we were black at the time, which means no one knew about it. We're supposed to talk about it.
Yikes, this is getting really
On that
racist.
site, I know. On that facility, there was another black project that was black to the people that were working around it. So now that's within the military, just within what I did, you know. So to say that can't happen in NASA or any other organization, that I think that's a little bit of a say, oh, well, somebody know, you know. And also, you ever heard of NDEs? Is it NDEs, not the NDEs? Non-disclosure agreement. I forget what it was. If you disclose something, they will put you under the jail and take away everything. So people are not going to disclose. That's why Edward Snowden, that worked at the NSA, doesn't live in the country anymore. And my brother currently works at the NSA, and I doubt he would tell me anything. And he did say some things that I told him, I said, you're not supposed to talk about it. Don't talk about it because I don't want to get in trouble as my brother. But you think he knows the same thing Edward Snowden did, even though they both work at the NSA? So compartmentalization is real.
It's so easy to do it, right? That's another thing.
Dude, my own father won't tell me stuff about when he was in the
Uh
military.
huh.
Yeah, I got things I still can't. I was in the Air Force 30 years ago, and I still can't talk about it because I don't know if it's declassified. They
Yep,
could throw me out in jail for it.
that's right.
I mean, if they're listening now, they pick if I say something that might even give it away. You know what I mean?
Well, it's even worse than
So
that. They don't even have to do that for the most part with NASA because it's just like receive your information, render the final image, send it to the next person. It's like tracked via the simulation, like that. Like they don't have to do anything. They're gonna go home and think, that's kind of sketchy. I don't know if that was legit, but how would I ever know? I mean, you know. But it doesn't matter. We're gonna expose it. We're just gonna let NASA tell us how good their simulations are. We're gonna just get them on record multiple times bragging about how good their simulations are. Dude, sorry if this part's loud, but I saw a video yesterday, bro, that Kai sent me, and it's of this luxury plane, like private jet, and it has windows that use cameras to capture the image and then portray it on the window so it looks like you're looking outside. And you can't tell at all. It literally just looks like you're looking out a window, but it's actually a screen, and cameras are feeding it images. Bro, how crazy is that? I mean, just think about it. What if they did that? What if they did that on like the people that think they're going to space, man? Or like, say you can take your little private trip up to space, right? Well, what if they just did that? It's like commercially available now. Pretty crazy.
I think. Well, one of the things I've thought about, the interview, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, all this stuff when they did their interview, they seem like people that somebody shot their dog. You know what I mean? That's what they
Oh
seem like.
yeah.
And I'm going like, if I just came back from the mission that would be extremely dangerous, no one's ever done it before, been on another planet, another body, but I would be like, dude, this was the best. We was so exciting. I can't believe this. I can't believe we saw this. I mean, it would be this. Look, do you remember when we did, like, you'd have this interchange, like when you experience something together, like in a ball team, you experience it together and you go like, hey, do you remember, like with my wife, we went to, oh, do you remember when this happened? Or, oh yeah, I remember that. That was so cool. And there would be this kind of energy that would be there. It's non-existent in that interview. Why is that? My brother, who works,
There was laughter. There are images of them all three laughing and cutting up, and there's an image or two of them looking solemn. But if you look at the whole interview, which I've done a couple of times recently, I'm just not picking up what y'all are putting down on that.
well, I mean, when they asked, did you see the stars? No,
Unfortunately,
I don't
I
really
did not.
remember seeing the stars. I would think that would be one of the first things I'd talk about. Look up, guys, look at the stars. They're so clear. No light pollution. You can see the stars.
You're drawing conclusions from that, though, that I don't
Yeah.
personally draw.
Well,
Hey
my
guys, we
brother
should let
watched
them believe in the moon landing, bro. Like 100%. I encourage you to believe in the moon landing, brother. I'm just gonna
Well,
go to
and
bed.
my,
Talk to him.
well, I was gonna say my brother, who again says how to read people, and I had him watch that interview, and it got him questioning. And he knows how people how to interview and how to get the truth out of people. And can tell when people are lying because of what he does and what he was trained to do. So, and even he started questioning it. So I hear you, Left Lane, but
They should have been ecstatic the whole time. They just accomplished the biggest thing in history of man. So whatever. People in the NASA photo lab agree with us. So I mean, I'm already in contact with a couple people that work for space agency, a former NASA employee that's a flat earther, a few aerospace engineers for really big companies, all integrating into Odd and NASA. We're gonna create basically a whistleblower outreach program, and you're going to actually have to agree to legal parameters because the anti-flat earthers are literally just sunken in depravity. I got another application today that said "F you, you piece of shit, die. Your children should be taken from you." All this great stuff.
Why would somebody say that, right? Like, why?
Dude, I've probably gotten over 100
Like
anti-flat
that?
earth. Yeah.
Like that vicious? Like,
Well,
man.
there's different degrees of it. Yeah. That's obviously one of the worst ones. But it's so funny. It's like they took all that time. They have to go through all of the form and like fill out everything and click each drop down, and it's all required fields. And then you have to go like at least fake a signature and do all this stuff. I literally just see the first thing you put and delete it. So it's like, haha, joke's on you, I guess. But I'm just making a point that like, think about how weird that is, right? Like that's so weird, bro. Like, we're gonna reach out to Bart Sabrell and people that are just skeptical of the moon landings but still believe in space travel and the globe. And this is one of those things. I have people in there that aren't necessarily flat earthers. I specifically prohibit any talk about flat Earth. So it's just weird. Right? It's weird that it's almost like they know they don't want them to be challenged or something. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But we're gonna start compiling all kinds of NASA. I encourage anyone in here that's interested, just sign up. Even if you don't have a lot of free time, right? You can just kind of be a part of it. You have to sign an NDA though. But yeah, we have our weekly meetings. It's pretty dope. And we're about to finally start rolling out missions. And the beautiful thing about it is, I can say all this right now. There's nothing the anti-flat earthers can do to stop it. Nothing. I've watched our back in every way. So it's inevitable. They are going to get ambushed. If they're telling the truth, they have nothing to worry about, huh? But if they're lying, there's only so much that you can prep everyone to know what to say, especially when most of them are just not in the know themselves, right? They just believe the lie also. I asked that astronaut if she tested. I said, they got to test the spacesuits on Earth in vacuum. She's like, yeah, of course. I'm like, so they all have to test their spacesuits in a vacuum before they go to space? She's like, yeah. I'm like, so you had to go in a vacuum before I could even like really ask that. She's like, but not me, because I didn't have to go on an actual spacewalk. I stayed in the spaceship. I stayed in the rocket, or whatever she said. Like how quickly that turned, right? Because imagine talking to an astronaut that supposedly has done a spacewalk. You can look them in the eyes. They have to tell you that they went and got in a vacuum chamber. So, anyway, I'll stop ranting, but it's going to be cool, man. It's definitely going to be cool. I think this will probably change everything. It's already like about to hit the pinnacle. And this is going to be a catalyst, because I can't really say why I know
Hello?
We hear you.
What happened? Everybody was talking and then suddenly nothing.
That's about it.
What's going on, man? That's better. What's going on, my man?
I don't know. People were
What up?
talking
What
and
up?
then they weren't.
You want to do a wellness check or what's going on, man? I think everyone's okay.
I don't know. It's kind of interested in what Witsit was talking about the NASA audits thing. I'm actually enthused to see what shakes out of that.
Yeah. I mean, it's
I was gonna ask. Oh, sorry, Coach.
no, go ahead, go ahead. I was just gonna repeat what Left Lane just said, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, my thing is kind of off topic from that, but if Paul is still here, though, also it depends on if he's here.
You sound like you're coming through single sidebands there, Jace.
Oh, I'm in my car. Does it sound like shit?
Yeah, I don't think so. Everybody, maybe it's my speakers because when other people complain, it usually doesn't sound bad to me.
I've definitely got lousy speakers. They're just built into my monitor.
Are you here, Paul? Are you still here? I was watching part of that video you sent me.
I'm just looking at the chat. I mean, at the the people that are here. I don't think he's here. And what was the video anyway?
It was a video about another. It was some random guy had another doctor on, another chemist on, an astrochemist, and but he's a Christian astrochemist, and he
That's
was
bizarre.
reviewing. It was, yeah, right. Like how contradictory, but there is a lot of science. There's a lot of chemists and biologists I work with that are religious. That like they just think that the work they're doing is like them discovering the mechanisms that God used to form all these things or whatever. But yeah, he was reviewing the Professor Dave and Dr. Tor debate. And give me just 1 second, because there's a point I wanted to make about that.
Just to correct myself, I just when I said that's bizarre, I was actually when you said Christian, I was thinking of a flat earther. That would be bizarre if there was a astrochemist, astrobiochemist, or whatever it is you said. That was a flat earther. Like what?
Yeah, he's a Christian, astrochemist, and he's talking about, that there's all sorts of astrobiologists and astrochemists that are Christian, Muslim, Hindu, all sorts of different religions. Like I said, in my experience, it's typically, the way they justify that is by, claiming that they're not really claiming, just the way that they rationalize it to themselves is that they're discovering, God's handiwork, basically. But yeah, so I got like 15, 16 minutes into this video, right? And I agree with this guy's, Paul's not here, but he gives a good, like, philosophical way to look at things, right? But then right after that, about the origin of life field, But then immediately preceding that, he quote mines the shit out of Origin of Life researchers, where he gives a bunch of quotes about them saying, like, it's basically quotes relating to the idea of like throwing molecules into a flask and zapping it with some electricity and thinking that you're going to get an organism out of that. Like they're all kind of poo-pooing that idea, because that's not how it works. Like, that's the context they're trying to portray, like that it's not that simple. Like, that's not how it works. There's like complicated, like one of the people that they're quote mining is a systems biologist and a systems chemist. Like, that's an extremely complicated field of how molecules move along the physical chemical continuum. Like, he's not saying that the origin of life from molecules is not, he's not saying it's impossible. He's saying it's not as simple as sticking a bunch of molecules in a flask and zapping it with electricity. So it's
Okay,
like
yeah,
this
but
guy, this Dr. Rimmers guy, is like, he gives this nice, philosophical way of looking at things, and then he immediately quote mines these people.
yeah. So, do you agree though that there's still work to be done to actually substantiate that your like idea of abiogenesis?
It's an active field of research, so yes, there's still work to be done.
So, would you say it's been sufficiently demonstrated, or is still yet to be determined?
What I would say is, I guess I gotta kind of make this simple. Give me like 5 minutes, and I can have a more
Oh, it's all good. I mean, that's a super
conversation.
subjective question, so
Right.
I get that's not super easy to answer.
What I will say is, right, where the quote that's used often in the literature is spoiled for choice. There's many different mechanisms for whatever step along the process that you want to discuss. Right, there's a bunch of different mechanisms for a lot of these steps, and the issue is, like, how do you determine which one is how it happened, the first time for life forming for the first time on Earth, because you have these multiple different mechanisms that have been observed, some in the lab, some out in nature, some in both cases, and it's difficult to really say with any confidence what exactly happened out in nature for the first time.
Okay. Yeah. Well, from my understanding, and I surely don't know as much about it as you do, but like, there are a lot of like walls that get hit when it comes to like truly imitating prebiotic conditions and then like getting each stage to work. It's like we can show in little compartmentalized ways that certain things could be possible, or we can attain things in certain conditions. But oftentimes we kind of have to do something other outside of like truly prebiotic conditions to get it to happen. But I don't know all about it, But from my understanding, I have talked to some people that definitely believe in it, and they'll say, well, there's definitely work to be done to be able to fully demonstrate it.
Well, right, that's dependent, right? Because the field itself, the origin of life, right? Even if someone was to like create life in a flask, right? Like what synthetic biology does, right? That's not what that doesn't demonstrate the origin of life, and that's not what origin of life researchers are doing, right? They're elucidating plausible mechanisms for how life may have formed on Earth for the first time from abiotic or prebiotic conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying, like, oftentimes isn't one of the problems like they can't like get certain things done with like truly prebiotic conditions. Like, they have to kind of use, like, say, a chemical compound that wouldn't necessarily be there. And this is super vague, like I said. I don't know a lot about it. So.
Well, that is partially correct, right? There's two aspects to that. There's an aspect of like each researcher is handling one problem at a time. So, like, if they're working on a mechanism for prebiotically polymerizing RNA molecules, right? They're not interested in how the RNA formed or like forming it themselves from scratch. Like, right, they're going to buy the RNA already formed and test different hypotheses for mechanisms for how the nucleotides can form into a polymer. Right, that they're interested in one question at a time, and I think a lot of people, when you give them a research study, they're like, oh, well, they didn't form the RNA themselves, da 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 da. Well, yeah, that's not the research question they were answering. For that answer, you can look at this article where they did form the RNA or the nucleotides of the RNA prebiotically. Right. So a lot of people, like, that's a lot of the rebuttals that I hear. But also, and then more partially correct to what you said, sometimes there are chemicals used that, like, we haven't tested every single chemical that there is out there. So it's like, could this be prebiotic? Could it not be? For the purpose of this study, we're going to say that, this possible mechanism could have formed this prebiotically, and thus we're going to use it. But nobody's actually, like, tested that yet. But it's just a plausible thing that could have happened just through chemical mechanisms.
Well, that's a good question right there in and of itself. Like, what's the actual process of determination for what the actual prebiotic conditions would be? And I guess that's got to take into account a ton of different variables, right? Like elemental composition of the atmos and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's a lot of like geochemistry and atmospheric composition studies and stuff. But give me a second. Talk a little bit more about that.
I can kind of empathize with Jace here. Like, I do think creation is kind of like they make I am, of course, a creationist. I think anything else is completely logically bankrupt, but they do just kind of throw like catch-all phrases, and I think it is a bit unrealistic to think like just because they can't go beginning to end all at once right now that, like, that it's impossible, or they don't have like the right to think it could happen or something. I think it's insane, but
in my experience, most of the time they don't even know what they're asking for. Right? Like they'll come at me and they'll be like, "Have you formed life in the lab?" And it's like, dude, that's not what the origin of life is doing nor studied. That's like synthetic biology, and I believe people have like formed cells in a lab, but that doesn't prove abiogenesis. That has nothing to do with it, really.
Yeah, I agree.
So a lot of the times, like, they don't even know what they're trying to refute.
For sure, but you would also probably admit that it's one of those fields that the layman doesn't have much business in. Like, you have to have a sufficient amount of experience with chemistry. Like, I actually, I aced chemistry 1 and 2 honors, but that's just like high school, private high school. Like, I don't know anything about the depths of this. So it's just one of those things, right?
Yeah, it's probably the most like multifaceted scientific field that there is, right? Like, there's chemists, biologists, biochemists, molecular biologists, virologists, geophysicists, geochemists, astrobiologists, that they call origin of life research. And like you were saying before, right? Like, just elucidating like what the prebiotic earth, just the environmental conditions looked like, right? Like, that's geology, and it's not easy stuff to figure out. So,
Yeah, I put that together for the most part. You were kind of breaking up, but yeah, it's just not even easy to put together like the actual prerequisite conditions to imitate, basically. Yeah, to be fair, I mean the entire idea in and of itself is like a very ambitious goal, let's say, right? So, yeah, I mean it's kind of crazy, but I'm just saying I will concede. I think that people say catchphrases a lot. People do this with flat Earth, even, right? But people also do it with the globe. But like, just kind of say catchphrases, like catchphrase gotchas, but it comes across kind of bad faith. Like shake up a jar and make life, or whatever. Like hit two rocks together and make a baby.
am I still breaking up, or
You're back now.
okay? Yeah. Right now, it used to be they'd throw the oh, can you make life in a lab type of argument at me. Now lately, all I hear is the James Tour talking points. It's like they've all taken to his script now.
So I'm guessing that's you obviously disagree with the stuff he says.
Most of it, yes.
I mean, I haven't listened to much of them, so I know that debate that they were just in was absolutely abysmal. So
It was. And I on both of their parts, I don't think Professor Dave Dave Farina should have approached it the way that he did, but that's his choice. But James shouldn't have gotten yelling and screaming and stuff as well. It was just from the parts that I saw it was like a shit show.
yeah, like honestly, Dave kind of like alley-ooped him. All he had to do was stay calm, right? Because Dave was just like insulting the crowd and everything. So just optically, it was a bad look. But he was just getting so emotional and screaming, and they were interrupting each other so much. I don't know. You could tell that he wasn't used to debating, but I don't know. I mean, I guess he did make like a pretty primary argument there, right? Where he wrote the chemistry out on the board, and he was saying a very specific condition that they can't replicate for like I don't even remember, to be honest. But Professor Dave avoided it like the plague. He never even addressed it. So, from my experience, he does that when he doesn't have an answer. But I don't know enough to say if there's an answer. I mean, do you have like any comments as to what his arguments were? Like James Tour, like one of his main arguments.
Well, he has like a couple of different arguments. What were they talking about? Was it like did he draw like the ribose? I saw there was a portion where at first it was like a bunch, like 5 points were on the board. Then I had skipped ahead and there was like he drew like some ribose sugars on the board at one point.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm like I don't know, and I wouldn't really expect you to like remember either. I mean, you would have known more about what they were talking about than me, to be honest. But it did kind of look, from my experience, like it looked. I just breezed through it because it was so unbearable for me. Like I really can't watch stuff like that. It was so lame. But it did look like what Dave was doing is just kind of reading headlines of articles. Like he did. Very rarely was he, invoking any type of specificity about the research done. Really, it was much more like it says functional in the title, and of course someone can write a paper and it say functional RNA or whatever, and it could go on to just describe the pursuit of it of trying to get that to work, and how they came up just short, but they think they made progress or something. Like just reading a title doesn't. So I don't know. I was super lost. I mean, I would have to kind of study and familiarize myself to actually have some type of a productive conversation with you about this. I think I just don't know much about it. I have talked to people though. I've talked to people like with credentials that I know in real life. Like from my personal life. That believe in this. Like I know a biochemist that went to school with me, and he does pretty openly say that there's definitely some huge gaps still that they haven't ironed out. So
Well, I don't think you're going to find anybody that's confident that we know how life started. But to say we have no clue is another thing entirely.
well, I would say having a clue as to potentially viable mechanisms and actually having a clue as to what it happened are two different things, right?
Yeah, so it's pretty vague to say we don't have a clue, right? So that I think that's maybe what. Again, if he would have said we don't know where life or how life started, I think everybody would agree with that. Or
Yeah.
not everybody.
Well, right. That's the thing, right? The origin of life. They're not trying, right? They're trying to elucidate plausible mechanisms for how life could have formed. Because most likely we're not going to know ever with any kind of significant confidence how exactly it happened, because that evidence has probably been lost to time unless someone can dig up some like extraordinary microfossil or biogenic carbon cycle that's been preserved somewhere. Like that evidence is probably long gone, lost to time. So all we can do now is just elucidate plausible ways that it could have happened and then narrow those down to try to get closer to what actually happened.
Right. And of course, that's all that really matters in the grand scheme. Like that's what the whole discussion is about anyway, right? It's is it possible? Really, that's it. And of course, I would say you have to make some type of connection. So, well, this is kind of built into the is it possible? It's like you would have to have some like legitimate substantiation of the prebiotic environment you're claiming, right? It's just so vague, and I like the numbers switch around so much. The composition of the atmosphere has changed many times speculatively over the years. So, like, that's obviously a huge question mark that kind of just gets granted, I think, and overlooked. But anyway, I mean, I think it would be kind of bad faith to be like, oh, well, you need to know exactly how it happened, of course. Like, I don't even think that would be possible in many ways. So obviously the whole debate is about, is it possible? Like, is it possible? But I do think that I'm like, for one, I'm like dead set that the order we observe in like physics and everything requires intention and determination. So logically for me, there's really no way around that. But I'm like in the middle in this sense as like, I think both sides come at it disingenuously for the most part. Like I think people, whenever you say the question is it possible? Well, people will say that they'll pretend like they know they've already demonstrated for sure that abiogenesis is possible. And I don't really, from my limited understanding, that's not entirely true. And then, of course, creationists will not really even stay up to date with what they're doing now and just say the same thing for years, which is that they know that they can't make life in the lab. They'll say catchphrases. Like I think that both people, typically speaking, kind of come at it disingenuously, and it's because it's like an emotional underlying philosophy tied to what they're arguing.
Whitson, I think you're not a classical religion. You don't have a classical religion, but you believe in God, right?
Yeah.
Would you say he's living or outside of God? Neither living nor dead.
Oh yeah, he's outside of time and matter and space.
He's neither non-biological nor biological, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. So, I mean, abiogenesis had to happen, whether it was by creation or natural causes, right?
Sort of. I mean, not really, because the missing thing here would be in like specific intention. Intention is a personable, seemingly a personable characteristic. So yeah, like the difference would be the intention.
I missed when you said that. Either you said it quickly and I wasn't really paying attention. What did you say? Physics needs intention, or
Just the order that we see, even in physics, like the most simple natural law would really just be that everything seeks equilibrium. The fact that everything is in a constant state of seeking equilibrium, as if there is some predetermined order in which everything is, trying to get to, and even like the order of the sky and everything. I just like order itself, like very precise order, requires intention.
Can I twist that a bit to see if you'll go along with it? So, really, what we're saying is everything changes until it stops changing, right? Everything is equilibrium would be unchanging to some degree, anyways. It's not completely unchanging, but something at rest is not accelerating, right?
Well, this is a really hard conversation to have. Like, technically, what is ever at rest? But
I know.
Sure, for intents and purposes, sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, either something is in equilibrium or it is not. But once it gets to equilibrium, something has to jostle it out of equilibrium, right? So, I mean, it is kind of just an easy way to explain everything. It's more of us trying to put it in a box, right?
Can I get in for just a second? I think what you're getting to is the argument for the prime mover. Because if everything is seeking equilibrium, then the beginning of the universe would be at equilibrium. Then something moved it out of equilibrium to bring something into existence. So that's the prime mover argument.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Like we see that everywhere. Like, where first of all, if energy can't be created or destroyed, then like it can only be transferred. So where's it coming from? I mean, sure, we can, for some reason, assumptively say that it's just coming from. It's already here, as in the material world. But I think the evidence shows exactly the opposite of that. But if everything is technically nothing's actually at rest, nothing, right? I mean, if you look at the smallest scale, where people they have all these names for particles, whatever. The phenomenon is real, right? I don't agree with the interpretation, but it's constant movement and constant flux. So, like, even when you get to a small scale, like my book is sitting right here on my desk, but within that book, it's not at rest. There's not like complete equilibrium within that book. So it's seemingly something outside the material world is the state that they're pursuing. Does that make sense? It's like you seemingly can't attain true equilibrium in this material world, which would actually logically mean there's something outside that material world that is the true state of equilibrium. And so, just like he said, that's the prime. It comes in with the prime mover, set it out of equilibrium. The fact it's all trying to get there. Yeah, I personally think that denotes order, thus requires intention.
Can I jump back onto the abiogenesis argument for a second? I think the difference between a creation, like an intentional creator, or even what Chase and other people from the evolutionary side argue, the argument would be either you have all things at once that are necessary for life, or a gradual process over time. That's the crux of the two arguments. So, irreducible complexity is an argument that all things had to be in place at once. But then if they're saying that's not the case, they said they don't have to be all in place at once, then it is on the evolutionist side to show how you can get complex systems without it all being there at once.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that critique. I think it's one of the strongest arguments against any type of suggestion of evolution.
Yeah, and I could turn it around. It is hard, of course, but we could turn it around and say it's on the creationist side to show that something can be created complex from the get-go, right? I mean, if we look at planes, cars, everything we've ever designed, we go through many stages of failure before we find one that works.
Oh, what about whenever a tree drops an acorn and it has an incredible like geometric pattern as soon as it blooms?
Yeah, that's cool.
Well,
But
even
an acorn, but that's a flowering tree that didn't even exist. Flowering plants didn't even exist a billion years ago, right? Or
I don't.
even 60 billion years ago.
You're gonna be hard pressed to have me agree with anything that says billions of years, bro.
well, let me go back to that cell phone thing.
Billions of years then. Go
Well,
ahead.
well, I'm gonna go back to your analogy, which I use analogies a lot, but your cell phone analogy. So yeah, you do have a somewhat process to get a cell phone, but even in every stage of that process, intentionality is involved, which means like you have to get the plastics, you have to get the silver, you have to get the copper, you have to get the glass, you have to get all these things, and then put them in the right location at the right time, and then also you got to be able to charge it. You know, it means you got to have an intentionality. So even within that, I mean, there, even if I always said this, that even if evolution is true, you still need a creator that's telling it where to go and how to be.
I actually like your example with the cell phone. I didn't bring it up. I don't know who did, but it's a good one. The cell phone, the screen existed before in a different capacity, as did the charging port, the battery, the camera, the processor. Everything existed in a different capacity before it was brought together into a cell phone. So that's similar to with the eye. Everything was doing something, or most of it was doing something else before, or the wing, right?
Well, like I just said, even if evolution is true, you just made the case that I would say the same thing. In each one of those scenarios, a designer said, "Oh, that lens, that glass, oh, that will work over here too. Oh, that battery, that's a good idea." But there's an intentionality to the whole process. So even in that, like again, if evolution is true, you still need a creator for it.
Yeah, you still need a creator for that cell phone to create the blueprint.
You don't.
Every bit of it was intentionality.
Not necessarily. There could be one, certainly, who pushed the first domino, but you don't need one.
Do you think that
You
if
bet
we
that
took the world's
question.
most complicated watch, I know this is super generic, but it's like it's the whole point. Like, if you took the world's most complicated timepiece, it's like incredible, and you took every little bitty piece out of it and threw it in a mason jar and started shaking it. That if you shook the jar, it's not the best analogy because it's still intention shaking the jar, but like the jar was shook up for eventually, if you did it long enough, that it would actually make that timepiece, or is there a certain level of complexity that can't be accomplished?
It would make the timepiece and wind it too. It would come together, and the shaking would wind it.
But
And in your
evolution,
domino analogy, who set them up?
But evolution
Sorry.
doesn't say it's going to make something specific. It says that it's going to apply. Nature is going to apply pressures that guide an organism or allow an organism to exist or not. Right. So you're not specifically making a watch, but if you shake up those parts, whatever part that's made was created by you shaking it. That's what evolution is.
What? So you shake?
Well, that's where you get back into irreducible complexity, right? Because you need all the pieces for the working watch, which is like, say, the body or an organism.
Exactly.
You're starting with random pieces at that point. So
But he's mixing, also saying that shaking it is what creates the pieces, but also shaking it is what assembles it all.
No, like if humans were, if a mutant human was born with blue skin, it doesn't serve a purpose necessarily. But if some guy thought it was pretty hot and
is there a real analogy?
made babies with her, yeah, then you're going to have some babies that have blue skin. And then if other people find that hot, generations down the line, there's going to be a lot of blue people.
Yeah, but we're talking about the complexity of
reality,
unfinished product. You know what I mean? Like it is here. We are here. We are complex.
Right.
Yeah, like if you do the
no matter
timepiece,
how many pieces you put in that mason jar and how much time you have, you're never going to end up with this level of complexity.
Right, because the idea is, say you take the mason jar and you shake it up, and you get one of the components to come together, It'll take a really long time. You got lucky, and one of the little components come together, right? It's like, okay, but now you need all the other components to come together. When you apply it, so it took say 1,000,000 years to get that little piece. All like has like 5 little intricate pieces that to all fit in perfectly and snug, and it happens somehow after 1,000,000 years. You still have tons of pieces left. When you apply that analogy to evolution, it's like, well, that little bitty piece that did get put together, it's gonna go away, or really not even be able to.
Exactly.
So it's like now you're screwed. Right now you have to reset the jar.
Basically, every single one of those little pieces is indispensable. You can't the organism can't survive even if you reverse engineer the organism and try to take away some of the pieces. Theoretically, those organisms can't survive. So how the hell did they come together in the first place, like you're saying, when the organism can't be reverse engineered and survive? Theoretically, it should be able to be reverse engineered, and you can't replicate that.
Well, the
The blue
specific.
person analogy
I just thought of a
was
problem
just
with you.
nonsense.
Can I
I
It's
just
answer
not
thought of a
reality.
problem with environmental pressure.
Can I answer that one point? Right. The specifics really matter here. Talking about this complexity thing, because a lot of these complexity things you're talking about. Number one, a hallmark of intelligent design is an efficient simplicity, not an unnecessary complexity like we actually see in biology. That's more remnant of emergent processes coming from the micro molecule and macromolecular scale. But nonetheless, right, a lot of these complexity things you're talking about are controlled by like gene networks, right? So you have like the body plan genes are controlled by Hox genes. So just one change in those Hox genes, we can move the location of a leg, like where proteins form and the types of proteins that form. If you change just a region of the Hox genes, you can change where a leg will grow on a fly, right? So these are whole, thousands and thousands of proteins that are working together that can be, moved all at once. They can be changed all at
Doesn't
once.
that
But you
work
have an
against
assumption.
you?
The
You
details
have an
really
assumption built
matter
in,
about what you're talking about.
but you're
Does
building
it?
in an assumption saying unnecessary complexity. How do you know what's necessary if you can't even understand the complexity of it?
What do you mean
Why do
by
you
Just the
think
thing
he does?
too.
That's a
One
decently
simple
valid
question.
point,
Hold on a
right?
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The efficiency problem that he just brought up. You would say it's a hallmark of design. The modern combustion engine less or more efficient than the Model T.
No, a hallmark of intelligent design is an efficient simplicity, not this like crazy unnecessary level of complexity that you see in biology, where there's things that are part of the process but don't do anything for the process. There's proteins that are only like half formed in the process that don't do anything. It's all a total mess, and it's because it's
What do you think is the
emerging
most simplex life
from
form?
the
Hold on, hold on.
Yeah, wait, no, everyone wants to talk about it. That's cool, but like, can we not interrupt each other and try to keep our points concise?
Well,
It's
there's a problem.
emerging from the macromolecular level, and that's why we see these unnecessary complex processes.
What do you believe is the most simplex life form in the world right now? The most simple life form.
But wait. That's kind of not addressing this point real fast. Okay, just to address this point first, right? Like, you would have to substantiate the claim of unnecessary. And I heard you give some specifics, or like the protein or whatever, but they used to say the same thing about what they call junk DNA. So it certainly appears that we may not know the value or reason for certain aspects of biology, but that assuredly does not equate to us knowing that it's unnecessary and without purpose. I don't really see that we could make that leap. We're still learning about the complexity of the body, for example.
Well, and also you don't. And the argument would have to also say that the
We
original
do, though.
organism, the
Before we
original
go on
organism.
to another point, right? Can I just respond to one point at a time? Right, you can have a process happening in two different organisms, right? The same process, but in one organism, there was a mutation in the DNA that put a stop code in the formation of one of the proteins that's involved in this process, right? So now in one of the organisms, there's a protein that is stopped, its formation is stopped prematurely. So it doesn't have the active site, right? If it's acting as an enzyme, it doesn't have the active site that in the other organism where that protein is participating in the process that it has. So we know it's not doing anything because that active site isn't present. We can never catch it down to its substrate and elucidate what's happening there because it isn't happening. And so this protein's just kind of hanging out. It's an unnecessarily cog in the wheel of that process.
Okay, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
The answer,
Well, the
sorry,
thing
the answer
also,
to the simplest life form is either blue-green algae or certain bacteria. Jace could probably correct me.
see, and
Yeah,
here's the thing. I'm sorry.
just
I thought you were-
I'll make it quick. Like a single cell would be the simplest life form nowadays today, but you have
Nah,
to
man, you just went.
consider
You just went. You went,
that
then
they've also been
Chucky went,
developing
and now you're going
for
again.
billions of
There's
years.
people dying to
They're
get in, bro.
complicated, like the original sense.
Get them
All
out.
right,
Yeah,
all right.
They're dying.
All right, it's all good. Yeah, everyone's getting excited. That's why I'm kind of falling back. But okay, Paul, go ahead. We'll have to kind of facilitate the convo, I think. Go ahead, Paul.
Well, see, to say something like that there's a problem, right? And like he was saying, that's why he thinks the design is poor. You'd have to know the full life cycle from the beginning to the end, and also to see, like, could there be anything that could be interfering to cause the original blueprint or the original design of this thing, that there could be things that could have interfered to cause these things to go off kilter or to not be perfect or not do exactly what they're intended to do. So you'd have to know the intent from the beginning to say something's poorly designed. You'd have to follow the complete life cycle from the very beginning up to present day and show that. But you're looking at a snapshot of something now within the last however old you are and long you've been doing it. That's all you're looking at.
Well, Paul, I think putting the recreation area next to the waste disposal plant is probably very bad design.
How do you know? How do you know?
Okay, explain why it's a good design.
You have to talk to the. I didn't make it, so you have to go to the one that designed it.
Okay, well,
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. You don't like it, okay? And
well, I think it contributes to
Hepatitis.
that's not good. There you go. You
am
can
I
get that
breaking up or is
sitting
he
on a
breaking
tractor
up? I mean, to intend to say something is poorly designed. Okay, I have a Chromebook, right? My Chromebook is poorly designed to run very complex, long processes, right? I will max it out, but it's perfectly designed to sit there and surf the net, watch a few videos, read a book. Perfectly designed for that. A supercomputer you can read a book with it, but it's also designed to specifically do very complex things.
When is it? Can you give an example of of an amusement park next to a waste disposal site where that's a perfect design?
Well, what if you had a lot of waste at the amusement park and you need a place to dump it?
Yeah, you'd put it far away, no?
That's your opinion.
All day long?
That's your opinion.
Okay, so where on? So we have a system to move the waste around. Why do we need to put it next door?
Maybe there's no other location. Who knows? I don't know.
I don't understand where this analogy came from. I must have missed it.
He's talking about sex.
The human body has the amusement park next to the waste disposal.
What's the
your butthole is next to the woman's vagina. That's why he's saying that.
The amusement
park.
Well,
I gave an example of the two different organisms where one had malformed protein. But even to expand upon that, right? Like we can take the efficiency of a process that an organism has using enzymes. So it's as an enzyme that binds a substrate to form a specific product, right? Well, we can go in the lab, right, and we can change an amino acid or an array of amino acids in that enzyme to make that process even more efficient. Like there's some biological processes that the efficiency of the chemical reaction that's occurring is like 10%, where all you have to do is like change a few amino acids and you can make that process be almost 100% efficient. So like it's kind of hard to like argue against like this biology is like some fine-tuned thing, because it's not. It just isn't.
That was my point the other day.
There's like 50 possible responses to that, right? Like maybe
I know. I already got one.
There's an entire energetic spectrum of possibilities required for it to even exist in the first place. Maybe what you're considering efficient isn't properly defined. Maybe there's an unidentified variable or process that actually gives it certain adaptability to conditions that you haven't tested or even thought of. There's like a million things you could say. I mean, I certainly understand what you're saying, but I don't think that you can even wrap your mind around what would be required to make. They do.
Those
They do.
don't address it. The enzyme's forming a specific product, right? And that product is going to carry out a biological function, a specific one. So you can't change the product. Even if you change the environment, you still can't change the product, right? We're just talking about the efficiency of that enzyme from taking the substrate and forming it into the product. In the lab, we can change a few amino acids in the active site of the enzyme and make that chemical reaction much more efficient than how it occurs in the body. And by efficiency, we mean the percentage of the product that gets converted from the substrate. That's how you measure
what if the
efficiency.
actual process? What if the process itself had a different use case prior to the final product?
Well, that's what he's saying.
No, that's not what he's saying. What if the actual process in its natural form had different use cases that you haven't identified, right, in the natural environment, but you're just looking at it as like product. We want the final product. We want to make more product, like a consumer, or like a manufacturer. But what if the actual specific natural process has different intended use cases in its said timeline that it does it? Right. Like
that's an evolution argument.
We can.
What?
Yeah, I mean, these things are still subject to purifying selection, but we can observe what the product of that process, what it does. We can test it under a range of environments. We can test it, what it's doing inside that organism. So like we know what the product is doing. Like it's not like some mystery thing where it could be doing all these other things we don't know about. We know what it's doing.
No.
We can literally crystallize it as it's acting.
Right, but what if there's what if, say, inside that actual organism, whatever it is, it's less efficient for, say, sustainability for the process to be too quick?
Yeah, I was actually thinking of a good analogy. Within governors on the vehicle, like that's governors. The vehicle can run at 100 miles an hour, right? But you govern it because of other factors that you may need to be in place. So I agree with Whitson on this one. You don't know. You say you look inside the environment of the cell and this is this, but what if there's something you're not counting for? Like junk DNA. They thought it was junk, but it's not. It regulates certain things in the system. You just don't know.
What if maybe.
Before, I know it is a lot of what ifs. Number one, because we can directly observe what the product is doing inside the organism and in a huge array. We could literally take 1 million different environments and place that product in it and see what it does. It's called an assay, right? But we can also test what happens to the organism if we make a recombinant protein for a recombinant enzyme where we've made that process more efficient for that organism, and we see what happens. And a lot of the times the either nothing happens or the organism does better because it needs that product for a specific purpose. That's why
does better how? See, you're making our point. Does better how? Like we need some specifics here, right? Because I can almost guarantee you, once you introduce specificity, it's not going to actually be as simple as you're painting it. Like, for one, what's the lifespan comparison, right? Or is the lifespan always greater whenever you expedite and increase the efficiency of production of the product? Is that always equate to longer lifespan? Right? There's like 10 different things like
Who
that.
says that's the sole measure of it, right?
There you go.
You can efficiently you can make the process more efficient for the thing, and then it can make more, say if it's a process involving like the formation of heme. Well, if you give it more iron and give it more of the enzyme that forms the heme group, right, now it has a better capacity for carrying oxygen, right? So now it can live in a different environment if it wanted to, but it can also be more aerobically efficient in the environment that it's in.
And
It
now
can
maybe you're throwing off the
metabolize.
balance. Maybe you're
It
throwing
can
off the balance.
metabolize food sources better, and it can even expand its spectrum for what it can use as food sources.
Yeah, so for one, there's a hierarchy in all of nature, right? So basically the argument would be everything should be in its optimal condition right now if there was a creator. That doesn't make sense. There has to be a hierarchy within nature itself and classes, right? So like that's and then the main thing is it's like the subjective determination of what is more valuable or quote unquote efficient, right? And when you say efficient, you're talking about the product, but when you use the word better, like they perform better. Like, okay, well now you've completely changed the organism, right? And now it's like its metabolism is super fast, so maybe it can't survive in certain conditions where it actually needs to metabolize slowly, which we know that this exists in nature. There's a huge benefit in certain examples of organisms benefiting from slow metabolism, right? When it's a lack of
But
food
you're
sources.
just like changing the situation now. I was
I'm
talking
making
about the
It's right.
organism in its original environment, let's say.
But
And there's
hold on, let me get in here.
examples where making certain processes more efficient, because of the metabolism thing, it's not going, it doesn't really change. If it's in the same environment, it just makes that organism more diverse in the environment. Its spectrum of metabolism becomes more robust. It doesn't kill it off. It doesn't make it better.
Well, to be fair, you invoked a different environment as if to define and
No,
support the
Hold on, let me
claim
get
of
in here
better.
real quick.
No,
Two
you said
seconds.
it can survive in a different environment now because it's more aerobically efficient. So
You
that's
said
what
you
you.
tested, and also he said you tested it in millions of environments. That's what he said. He actually said that too.
It's already been
Well, that was
scientifically proven that
addressing
lowering
a
your calorie
specific
intake,
thing.
right, lowering your metabolism actually increases longevity and has been shown to slow down aging. And it's, you can see this in the animal kingdom. Animals who have a slower heartbeat, turtles, for example. You got tortoises that are living 230 years, right? So there is a direct link with slow metabolism, a lower heart rate, a lower calorie consumption to longer lifespans and longevity. That's just a fact.
Well, there would be no clear-cut answer either way. That's what I'm saying. Like when we're talking about nature, there's a huge diversity of conditions and optimal survivability. Like it's not like slow metabolism is good, fast metabolism is bad, or vice versa, right? Like that's not how it works. It's just like a bear having a slower metabolism helps it hibernate.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
like
There's
it's
also
in
limits.
reference to the resources, right? The efficiency of resources, because the enzyme that the organism's using can only convert 10 to 20% of its substrate to a product. Now the organism has to go and sequester much more of those resources than it would need to if the enzyme could convert 80, 90, 100% of the substrate to a product, right? So there's also that aspect where now the organism has to go get that substrate in much more higher quantity.
Okay, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What if you can't isolate it as if it's not an entire organic system that's being judged? That's what I'm saying. It's like it's an isolation of, you're compartmentalizing subjective denotation of better, whatever that, like better needs to be defined. I brought up lifespan and immediately that was like hand waved. It's like, oh well, that doesn't matter. Like that's not the only determination. Like, well, I mean, okay, that's obviously a particularly relevant one that would be at the top of the list, right? Like survivability and longevity. So like there are all kinds of aspects of this that go into the complexity of each organism. So that's what I'm saying. Or like even like say do the metabolism idea, right? Like you're going to increase the metabolism. Well, it's proven that obviously the efficiency of temperature regulation is inversely proportionate to metabolism. Meaning like the faster your metabolism, the harder it is to regulate internal temperature. Right.
Yeah,
So
but
it's like
this is why I kind of dismiss that. What's it? Because there's like a million different variables that are going to affect the lifespan and longevity, right? So that wasn't what I was getting at. I'm getting at the specific process that's happening in something and the sequestering of resources for that process. If an organism can only convert 10% of its sugar into like glyceraldehyde or even the 3 and 4 membered hexoses or Jesus, aldoses and ketoses is the proper word. Then it's going to have a much harder time in that environment than an organism that can convert 90, 100% of the sugar it sequesters.
Can I dumb it
That
down a bit,
organism
Jace?
doesn't have to
I don't
go
need to
out
dumb
and
down.
gather
Oh,
more
no.
sugar, right?
Okay.
Like,
Jace, can I use a more relevant human example?
No, this is a good example.
But the fact that we can't digest the cell walls of a plant, that's wasting a lot of resources that we have to get rid of as waste. That is
maybe
not
you're not.
efficient.
Maybe you're not supposed to. Like I don't understand why you don't understand it. Like it's like that's the response to Jace's claim as well, right? It's like okay, well, what happens whenever it doesn't convert it? What happens to what doesn't get converted?
If your engineer designed that, you would fire him or make him fix it.
No, not if I didn't even understand the complexity of his blueprint. So that's what I'm saying. This is why it's easy to make arguments void of specificity, but it does have the illusion of specificity because you're invoking specific chemical mechanisms, and a lot of people are unfamiliar with them. So they're like, "Oh, wow!" But no, we need to talk about very specific things.
We know that cell walls can be broken down by certain bacteria. Why are we unable to do it, and what's the benefit?
Maybe we're not.
We understand that it can be done.
Maybe we're not supposed to. Yeah, but maybe we're not supposed to break down the cell walls of certain plants. Yeah, because it's very. I could easily prove to you that there are certain things in plants we aren't supposed to be consuming, or we shouldn't be like retaining.
We also
That's protein lipid. What's bad about that?
I brought we don't know the hard limits about certain organic biological components. So, like your example with iron, right? There's only so much iron certain organs can handle. How do we know that could evolve? And iron is heavy. There's no way to get it out of the lungs, the liver. Certain organs cannot handle a lot of iron. We literally had to make up a compound that like lubricates the iron to be able to get out of those organs when people have like hemochromatosis. So we don't know the biological limits of certain things either.
I wasn't.
But if they were intelligently designed, they wouldn't be like that.
Why?
I was referring to the specific biosynthesis process that forms the heme group and the efficiency, the amount of the substrate that versus what's converted into the heme group, the percentage of that. There isn't a case to make to say that like having 10% conversion versus 100% conversion is somehow going to be beneficial for the organism. If it can convert more of the iron into the heme group, then it has a higher capacity for oxygen carrying. That means it can be more aerobic. And there's a bunch of downstream effects that are going to benefit. And you can find, one or two, one-off environments where maybe that won't be beneficial for the organism. But in the overall picture of things, it's absolutely going to benefit the organism to be able to more efficiently convert the iron substrate into the heme product.
What I'm saying, because of the nature of certain things like iron, there might not be a biological way to do that. We don't know the limits. We have no idea.
Why did the creator choose that then?
But it's actually the inefficiency of, because the organism sequesters iron one of the major purposes it does that for is to put it into this heme group. The inefficiency of that process leaves leftover iron hanging around, and then that iron can interfere with other biological processes because the enzyme can't take it and convert it into the heme group. So now it's just hanging out in the cell and in the muscles and in the tissues, and it can interfere with other biological processes that are going on.
But that's the whole thing, Jace. You're letting them get away with the fact that this is so complex and not efficient that like you said, it interferes. That's not good design. It's
How
not
do you
design.
know? Every single organism that's complex on this planet has their waste center next to the reproductive center. You know what I mean? Like, how do we know that there's certain biological availability of these processes? There's no way to really tell for
That's
a
not
lot
true,
of it.
though.
So even according to
Because
you
none
guys,
of-
there should be some
because
reason
none of them
for it.
No,
Right. So
because
yeah,
none of them are intelligently designed.
But according to you guys, there should still be some reason for it to have happened that way. That's the ironic part. Yeah, that's the most ironic part of your argument. But what's even more ironic is like you presuming to fully interpret the complexity. This is just like when back in the day, people swore up and down that junk DNA was a huge argument against design. It was a huge argument against intelligent design back in the day. And now it's just they just got dunked on, and it's been proven that junk DNA definitely does have a use case. And the only thing that was lacking was people understanding it. Right?
Has a use or had a use.
Hang on, that's not true. There's still massive portions of our DNA that are just like short tandem repeats and like defective cataboxes and buggy enzymatic products that they're not part of epigenetics. They're not regulating anything, and these have been studied. It's not that people haven't looked at them and looked for purposes that they could be serving. They have, and they're it's like a good like 60 if not more percent of the DNA is just from like buggy enzymatic processes that doesn't regulate nothing. It's not doing anything in the body. It
But they
serves
used to
as
say
like a
99%,
cushion.
bro. They used to say 99%.
Yeah, they may have been wrong about the percentage, but it's not the case that like all our DNA has a purpose. So a large portion of it doesn't.
But wait, they used to say 99% of our DNA was junk DNA with no purpose. And now they admit that a lot of it actually is like very important, like even helps guide the gene production itself. So the gene activity itself is actually guided by this supposed junk DNA, right? So who's to say that your current estimate of 60% isn't just based upon more ignorance?
But I don't think it was 99% that they were saying. But right after they originally made the claims about the percentages, right, people have been now studying it in much more detail. What
Right, that's
these
why the number keeps
regions
going down,
of
bro.
the DNA do. But it's not the case that every region they study they find a purpose for. There's large portions of the genome that have been studied in depth. Every single possible function it could potentially have has been looked at, and it's been found that it's not serving a purpose.
That's such a bold claim, bro. Like I don't.
That
How could
you
you make
know.
such a
Wait, so
claim?
your argument again
Because
was
it's been
maybe you're
studied,
wrong.
dude.
Maybe
We
you're
can
wrong after
see
studying.
we can study what the genome does, the totality of gene regions and regulatory regions. We can figure out all the possible functions that the genome has that we can observe. Then we can study these junk DNA regions, as you're calling them, and see if they're performing any of those functions. And when they're not doing much of anything but kind of gobbling up
You don't know all the
mutations.
functions, though, dude. Like I could go easily. I don't even have to look it up, and I know I could easily find papers that talk about how they're still discovering previously unknown functions of the DNA they once considered junk DNA. And for sure, you can find even textbooks that say you may be surprised to find out that 98 to 99% of DNA is actually junk DNA, meaning it's called junk because it serves no purpose. Okay, and now they're just consistently discovering the complexity of DNA is far beyond what we previously estimated, and it has these functions that we overlooked. So it would be insane to assume we know that just because it's 2023 now, we do know for sure all the possible functions of DNA, and that 60% or so has no use, because they used to say the same thing about 99% of it, bro. That's the point.
It's more than 60. But what they did was they found these repeated regions and they just classified them as junk DNA, be it they were typically long repeat regions. And then as they started to study them more in depth, they found that they had functions. It wasn't like these mysterious functions that we just discovered. They found that they had functions that were already known of other regions of the DNA. And so you then move those regions out of the junk DNA category. But the percentage that has been studied and none of those functions have been found that they're acting, they're doing, is very large right now. And it's only going up more and more.
Well, no, they called it junk DNA originally simply because it does not like encode protein. Like it doesn't provide instructions for making protein. So like
No.
yes. Yes, that's where the 98%
Not
number
even
came from.
close.
It is, dude. That's where
The
it used. That's literally what they said.
the cDNAs, the short RNAs that regulate things, all that stuff is now being looked into. Like you said, the number that has been confirmed they're not serving these functions is only growing. It's not decreasing. The original, I will agree with you. They were probably premature to just classify based off these repeats that they're junk DNA and give this huge number for how much of it there was. But they're now studying a lot of those regions and checking if they do have a function or not. And a large amount of them seem to not have a known function.
There is no
even if
doubt
there's
that
only one,
what they say now is that, so they used to run around saying 98% of DNA is junk DNA. Yeah, because it repeats and it's basically like redundant lack of function. It doesn't encode proteins. It doesn't give the instructions to encode proteins. And this is just what I remember from back in the day. I know that's what it was. Okay. And now, yes, you're right. Like, and I do know that they've kind of moved the goalpost where they're like, oh, turns out that DNA, and this is like what pop sci will say, right? It's like, oh, well, DNA is not so junk DNA is not so useless after all. Scientists discover, but then they come out and they say, well, at least 70 to 75% or whatever it is of junk DNA is actually useless after all, because they take one step further, and then they always have this arrogance as if they've reached the finish line, but they haven't. And I can certainly go look right now into like epigenetics and some of the more complex, like cutting edge aspects of genealogy, and we will discover very quickly that there's still question marks as to the true use case of the DNA. There's no doubt. DNA is incredibly complex, dude.
I think I don't disagree that there's going to be new studies or new discoveries about DNA, but I think you're misremembering like that 98% of the genome isn't translated into proteins. That doesn't mean that it was all originally classified as junk DNA. That's just the number for how much percent is translated directly into a protein. They knew that there were regulatory regions and stuff. There was a percentage of that was also serving regulatory and epigenetic purposes. So I think the number was more lower than that for what was originally classified as junk DNA from the 98%. But what I'm trying to tell you is that now they've gone, that was just a number given based off of like repeat regions and things like that. It wasn't like studied in detail what exactly is this portion of the DNA doing. But people have been studying that now, and they've found large portions of the genome that don't seem to be doing anything that we can see.
Last question, because I got to go on mute. Witsit, do you arrogantly claim we were intelligently designed, or do you think there's room for we were unintelligently designed or not designed at all?
I don't see logical viability to the claim that we were unintelligently designed, because you still have to invoke intention at some point in time, even prior to like there being prebiotic conditions itself. That's not arrogance. That's just logic.
No, but I'm saying I also said unintelligent design, so that would claim purpose but ignorant. Could we be unintelligently designed? Like a baby god made us.
How could the complexities of our existence come from like intention that's ignorant?
No, a baby can make a really shitty picture, draw a really shitty picture, but he tried to draw a really good picture. Could we just be a really shitty design?
You're conceding intelligent design. I mean, now you're the
No,
subjective.
I'm not. I do not think we are intelligently designed or
My
unintelligently
baby's intelligent, bro. My baby's intelligent. She's 5 months old. She's
Got
intelligent.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's apart from the question. A baby can or a child can try to draw a picture and not do a very good job. They still intended to do it.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that
is there a possibility we were intelligently designed or designed with a lot of flaws, even though there was a purpose, or perhaps that we weren't designed at all, or will you arrogantly claim that we absolutely were intelligently designed?
Is it possible that this place was created with flaws? Sure. Yeah, I don't think it was, but yeah, sure. Logically speaking.
Yeah, I was actually going to respond to a few things, but it's hard to get in there. But this is a good chance to respond to something I had thought of earlier when you guys were talking about that clock, about the timepiece, sort of along those lines of, what evidence of a intelligent designer is you have this complex timepiece, and then, putting these pieces in a mason jar and shaking it up, and, chances of getting that after 1 million years. Then I was thinking like 1 million years is already you're talking about time in the sense that we measure time like with the solar system, for example, like the sun. And so already if you take away the clock and the watch and you just ask, can you make a complicated timepiece? This whatever we're using for time outside of man-made structures like the sky, like the solar system or whatever, rotation of the earth, these are already complex timepieces that we use, and it came about without well, at least the way that we claim it came about without any sort of direction or anything, just natural processes made these complicated timepieces.
Your answer is to just beg the question about nature.
Well, no, it's another example. That's not so, because like a watch is obviously a specific thing that was designed by a man, but could there be some other kind of timepiece that's complicated, maybe somewhat as accurate, but it came about naturally? And we do have a model that says that solar system came about naturally. So,
well, not a functioning one, right? So, but okay, yeah, your model is you can't even get to first base, bro. But I just looked it up, and it does indeed say only 1 to 2% of DNA encodes proteins, and that's what was previously titled junk DNA. Okay, and here you go, like starting back around 2012. So. That's what all these articles are saying, bro, and it's right there.
I would argue strongly against that. Even when, since the late 1900s, when DNA was discovered, they knew that there were non-translated or non-coding regions that had purposes. Like it wasn't just, it's not translated, so therefore it's junk DNA. I don't think that's the case.
Okay, well, I didn't make it up, and I verified that I certainly did remember that, right, which is that I was told in college specifically that we call a vast majority of our DNA is junk DNA. Okay, and I was in college right before, like this is my freshman year, it's 2011. So that's literally right before all of these articles are saying breakthrough study overturns theory of junk DNA in genome, right? And I was specifically told, you may be surprised to find out that the vast majority of our DNA actually has no purpose, and it's just what we call junk DNA. And then it specifically explained that 1 to 2% of it, only 1 to 2% encodes proteins. The other 98% does not. Thus, they called it junk DNA. So anyway, it doesn't really matter because that's what people used to think, and we're talking about what people now think, and that's fine. They've lowered the number, but from my understanding, they've discovered that junk DNA has a lot of functions, but yeah, even like from some of the less complex, like the actual structuring of the genome, right? Like actually just protecting the DNA, like what's called actually the mere number of the mere magnitude of the number of the DNA, right? The how much DNA there is, let's say, right? Like that alone protects it. That it's actually a protective mechanism purely by being there. So like I understand that one of the aspects of this whole thing is that junk DNA actually acts to protect DNA, the entirety of the DNA. So like that's why I'm saying it's so easy to like from our limited understanding to go look at something and compartmentalize it and be like, well, I can understand this has value, but all the rest of this is a waste. Well, okay, well you go take 2% of the DNA out, or if you wanted to, they shift the goalpost to about 25%, I think, right? So go take 25% of the DNA out, and then go make a human. Then holler at me. That way you can prove that actually 75% of it's without use.
Protected from what?
Damage.
Damage
what's it
from
called?
what?
Environmental damage, genotoxicity, irreparable damage to the chromosomal structure.
Why didn't the creator make it harder to damage?
He did by putting the DNA together the way he did. That's the whole point. Humans arrogantly call it junk, but they could never go make a human with 25% of the DNA, right? So it's actually not junk.
So our DNA doesn't get damaged ever?
That's a straw man. I said it just protects the DNA. It prevents it from getting damaged. So not as in literally prevents it entirely. Yeah,
So
because
I'll
we have
ask
something
again.
called genotoxicity.
Why didn't an intelligent designer that's infinitely more intelligent than us design DNA that could not be damaged?
Maybe he originally did.
You have to go look at the scriptures, bro.
Yeah, but I just knew he wouldn't be able to hear
So
that
you're
out.
not gonna
But
go there.
What does it say in there?
that he originally did make DNA like that.
Everything was perfect originally, bro. It's the whole point that we live in a fallen world. There's
It just brings up that another
entropy
point
and
that
atrophy and decay and decomposition and death and suffering and corruption and even DNA corruption.
Well, this was one of the first things I said. Even these things you're classifying as junk DNA, right? They can still serve the purpose of absorbing mutations, which can be a protective effect. But that doesn't mean that they have a purpose, right? It's a consequence that you have these huge portions of the genome that are just short tandem repeats and the result of buggy enzymatic processes where they're just repeating segments over and over, right? Those can, by consequence of them being there, being such a large portion in between open reading frames where genes are, they can absorb mutations, and that can have a protective
Your
effect
opinion.
for
Yeah,
the
but that is a
organ
purpose,
of
right, Jay? That would be a purpose,
Yeah,
though, right? Like
dude.
maybe
it's not a
this is what
You
always
call it a consequence. We call it a purpose, Chase.
real fast. Or listen, this is what you guys always overlook, though, right? Maybe the complexity of the DNA requires a proportionate amount of vulnerability. Meaning, if you were to make the DNA where it didn't have the current state of vulnerability, then it could not have this current state of complexity or use case or effectiveness, right? Efficacy. So we have this beautiful mechanism known as DNA, which creates this incredible spectrum of people with an incredibly complex biological system, right? Encoding an insane amount of information. We can't even interpret the exchange of the information, right? To this day, nowhere close. Okay, so our DNA is incredibly complex and like majestic. It is. It's beyond the grasp of man at the current moment, right? So maybe that complexity requires a certain amount of vulnerability, like as if we know the end all be all physics, and like you can actually have that complexity without vulnerability. Therefore, you would either have to sacrifice the efficacy of the DNA, what all it could do, right? and make it less vulnerable, or you would have to put some type of protective measure in place so that you could attain the complexity while allowing it to be vulnerable to have that complexity. Maybe it has to be more adaptable and malleable to for all of its use cases. Thus, that comes with vulnerability. So if you were now to say, oh, just coincidentally, it protects. Okay, yeah, maybe that's why it's there, and maybe it's there for other
It's not
reasons as well.
All
coincidence. It's
complexity has balance.
consequence. It's
You call it
consequence of
consequence.
Well, it would
errors
be a
that
coincidence,
have
though, right?
happened. It's not coincidence. It's consequence of errors that have happened in organisms along, if you're going to look at a human genome,
Opinion there,
along
Jake.
our lineage, where
Mhm.
they've had enzymes that weren't able to complete the replication, or they're just sticking in short tandem repeats or long tandem repeats, or broken tata boxes, right? It's not benefiting that organism in any way. Sometimes it was even harmful to certain organisms to not be able to replicate certain genes, right? And so by consequence of those processes, you get these very long regions of the genome now that can serve to absorb mutations. It's a consequence of past events. It's
I
not
say
something that
purpose.
was put in there. It's something that is consequential.
You don't know that, Jace. The whole thing
You
with
can
life
look
and
at the
complexity is
organisms and
balance.
see it, man.
There's little limits where we operate efficiently at. There's no way to say that we could be built any better given the balance that we see in our life. There's no
I can
way
think
that
of
you could possibly say that we could be made any better in any way.
I can think of an
There's no way.
easy, obvious answer to that, dude. Chloroplast or chlorophyll are things that plants have that require us to eat them because they can gather energy from the sun directly just by existing and having leaves. That would be a very useful mechanism, which would cut out the middleman of having to eat, plants and food for that matter.
Oh, Kosho, but can a plant be a human? You might not be able to do that. There
But
are
you
rules
would need
and
that
laws in
cell.
this life, dude. There's balance, there's limits that we have to stay in between. The way this world was created, it was obviously created with balance and with little limits that things can survive in. Okay? There's no way to say that a human would be able to, have a chlorophyll process and still be a human. There's no way to like a plant isn't all that complex.
Let me read
So
this real fast.
maybe they
Okay?
can work that way. We can't.
2000,
Who knows?
2022 paper. All right. It says it's often thought that non-junk or coding DNA is more significant than other cellular elements, including so-called junk DNA. This is for two main reasons. One, because coding DNA is often targeted by historical or current selection. It is considered functionally special. And two, because its mode of action is uniquely specific amongst the other actual difference makers in the cell, it is considered causally special. Here we challenge both these presumptions. With respect to function, we argue that there is a previously unappreciated reason to think that junk DNA is significant, since it can alter the cellular environment, and those alterations can influence how organism level selection operates. With respect to causality, we argue that there is again reason to think that junk DNA is significant, since it too, like coding DNA, is remarkably causally specific. In the Walters 2007 Census Stats paper. As a result, something is missing from the received view of significance in molecular biology, a view which emphasizes specificity and neglects something we term reach. With the special case of junk DNA in mind, we explore how to model and understand the causal specificity, reach, and corresponding efficacy of difference makers in biology. The account contains implications for how evolution shapes the genome, as well as advances our understanding of multi-level selection. Okay, it's a very specific argument. It's saying that with respect to function, we argue that there's a previously unappreciated reason to think that junk DNA is significant, since it can alter the cellular environment, and those alterations can influence how organism level selection operates. And this is from an evolution perspective. So I'll drop the paper. It's Joyce Havstat. I'll drop the paper. I mean, it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And I just walked back to my office, sat down.
Hey, Jace, are you still there?
Say it'll go for a bit.
I'd ask anybody else in here, but I don't think they'd know the answer. I was asking anyways, dude. Hey, you guys all know about immune systems and stuff, and probably know a little bit about T cells and that kind of thing. And you know the function of like when a T cell is introduced to like a new. I feel like I've seen this answer before somewhere, but it was introduced to a new you know, an agent, some foreign agent, and they develop skills to combat that agent that future T cells will have and all that kind of stuff. That's how the immune system grows when it is introduced to a new agent or new bacteria or whatever it is. I feel like I've seen how they do that before. Like they're just kind of these amorphous, things that that can have all these different functions. But I'm just curious if the ability to do that comes from drawing something from your DNA, because obviously the T cell didn't have that component before, and future ones will have that component. And I'm just wondering if that's a function of your DNA or if that's something outside your DNA.
I think it has to do with the RNA, because the T cells have RNA, and they develop an antibody, which basically is like a protein that basically gets inserted into the T cell itself. Like I don't know the whole specificity, but it has to do with RNA, not DNA. But it could have DNA consequences too. I don't know. Who knows?
Ultimately, the question was derived from the junk DNA thing, and like all, because I know that most of that DNA is, it's not functioning proteins, or it doesn't copy or create proteins. And I'm just wondering if maybe some of that sort of function of the T cell that it obtains comes from that, but I'm not even sure if that makes sense.
Dude, this is so funny. This paper is literally saying what I'm saying. Again, this is an evolutionist paper. And it's actually making certain arguments even against some other arguments for junk DNA, which I don't even agree with their argument in that. But look, it says right here in the summary, even from a selection at the level of the organism point of view, junk DNA impacts the environment of the cell in which the more traditionally functional parts of the genome operate. Normally, these impacts are distal, nonspecific, and difficult to detect. We can help ourselves conceive of and understand these impacts by imagining how the cell would react to or be changed by the sudden and drastic removal of large swaths of junk DNA. That's exactly what I said.
But this is part of the beginning of the paper, like what they're talking about?
This is the summary. This is the summary.
Okay, but what is it?
You're not suggesting. What?
Go ahead.
It's saying that junk DNA is specifically functional and has a purpose and a use case because it plays a pivotal role in actually like the selective process.
I thought, see, the way you said that last thing you said before that, it sounded like it was a question, like, questioning whether if removing the junk DNA has an effect on the components of, the inner cell or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That was the argument I just made too, just logically, which is like, it's so easy to say while we see the final product, oh, this is without value. But I said, go and take 25% of it and make a human if it's completely without value. You could never do such a thing. It clearly does have a value, right? Even if it's something as simple as like the complexity of DNA is inversely proportionate to its vulnerability. So for it to be as complex as it is, it has to have malleability and adaptability, thus vulnerability, right? So you couldn't have the function of DNA we have now without some sense of vulnerability, and there may actually just be a protective mechanism there that we call junk DNA, and that's the only way to have the current state of DNA that we have in the first place, right? Because you have to have some protective measure. And it's even going on to say it actually makes like specific informative decisions right, for selection. So yeah, what they're saying is like, well, yeah, then let's just imagine basically just like abruptly removing a large swath of junk DNA. How would the cell survive? Like, how would the cell react? Right, that's the same argument basically. It's like,
I think
well, yeah,
the
you would
point
just
that
remove it all. It's so invaluable.
the point that he was making though earlier was showing he was trying to show inefficiencies in biological processes, or like just the inefficiencies and corruption in the world. And by saying that, by showing that there's inefficiencies and corruption, then there's no creator, or like or something like that. I think that was the whole point. It's a philosophical question, like why do we see inefficient systems? Why do we see corruption and corrupted DNA? If there is such a creator, why would he create existence like that? That's what he was trying to get at originally, and it kind of morphed into this. But that's more of a philosophical question. I don't think it can be answered scientifically.
This is actually a very interesting paper. You guys should definitely check it out because it has, like, if you're interested in junk DNA at all, because it has like a potential, so it has a summary and then potential objections and replies. So it's like it lists out the objection, like junk DNA can be eliminated by natural selection as evidenced in eukaryotic lineages that have undergone genome reduction, and thus its presence must have adaptive or maladaptive effects on cell physiology. And then it responds. It responds to the objection. You see, it's like in the middle ground. The paper is where it's like, it says it basically doesn't have functionality, but it does on the cellular level, and it addresses the objections that say it does have overall function. Like the other one being a lack of negative selection against junk DNA shows that it is a reservoir for future function, and it basically says, well, that's it's basically circular, right? It's a teleological. So, and then you go to the conclusion here, and I'll stop talking so much. It says, throughout molecular biology, as well as in the philosophy of biology, function has often been seen as binary in terms of both type and influence. Entities are either functional or not, and only the functional ones are significant. But there are non-functional, traditionally understood, yet significant entities in biology, entities such as junk DNA. According to the dominant accounts of function in biology, most junk DNA is a non-functional entity since it is and never was a target of selection at the level of the organism. Nonetheless, junk DNA is often a significant entity in the cellular context, and we have adapted Waters' account of DNA as an actual difference maker to account for the significance of junk DNA. Namely, junk DNA typically has causal specificity, but only for a limited extent of its reach, and thereby is a relatively ineffectuous actual difference maker in cells. Our identification of this option within the conceptual landscape, that of causal reach with proximate but not distal causal specificity, allows us to characterize the importance of junk DNA while maintaining and explaining why it might be assessed as of lesser significance when compared to, for instance, enduringly causally specific stretches of coding DNA. So, long story short, is it's saying that it's actually very specific, it's very specific selective process on the cellular level, shows that it is in fact it does in fact have purpose, right? And just like throwing it away because we classify it as functional or not functional, right, based on like the selective level on the selective capabilities on the organism level, doesn't mean anything. Like that's not a proper way to determine whether or not it actually is without purpose. Is this like cliche use of functionality as a term? But okay, anyway, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm reading about it. Yeah, I'm reading the paper. I was trying to see if it was maybe related to this article. I don't know if I posted it yet, but yeah, I think I did. But anyway, this article I posted is kind of interesting. It talks about a lab that is kind of doing some of the things that you were, at least that the paper was saying should be done. But they were talking about like removing the junk DNA and seeing what effects happen. But this lab was actually talking about doing where they eliminate the working, but basically they were eliminating the working DNA, and that way seeing what's left over, how it responds to not just encoding proteins, but how they interact with one another and stuff like that. So it's pretty interesting. This one's like 6 years old though. I think yours is from last year.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, man, I know that I know that there's a creator. So I know that that like our DNA is made very specifically, and mere logic would necessitate this acknowledgement, I would think, because we don't even understand it. Okay, and I was for sure taught in college that the vast majority of our DNA is without purpose, and they were just wrong. And this was used as a primary argument against creationism. Right? It's like intelligent design made 99% of our DNA useless. But it wasn't useless, and they were wrong, and they had to eat crow. And now all they've done is like, oh well, we've discovered like we discovered a use case and functionality of like roughly 23 or 4% of that DNA that we said was completely useless. So we have to move the goalpost and now say, oh well, closer to 70% is without function, and it's still being used as argument against intelligent design. How low does that number have to get before people realize that's not a good argument? It's actually the opposite. It's actually an argument in favor of intelligent design. The fact that mere humans can't even grasp the complexity and delicacy of the DNA and its true function.
So let's switch that around with it. How low does that, or how high does that number have to be before you disbelieve it?
I would have to.
Is it more than 70?
Empirically substantiate. It doesn't. No. If you could show that 99% of our DNA was without value, that would be interesting. But you haven't substantiated that even 1% of it's without value. So, like, how high would the number have to be? Well, like, that's assuming that we have an actual process to determine that it is without value, right? So, if I grant you that for.
You just finished saying we don't understand DNA, but now you know it was intelligent. That seems pretty ridiculous.
No. Yeah, I'm saying, like, I know there's a creator because of anecdotal experience. Right, so that's why I'm not bringing that up as an intellectual argument. So the point here is that it's like right here, it makes a very specific argument, right? It says junk DNA nonetheless contributes to the environment of the cell in which other more traditionally functional entities exist. Total DNA levels control cell size, the amount of transcriptional noise, the number of transcription factor binding sites, the timing of cell division, and likely many other aspects of the cellular environment.
Yeah, but that statement's. I don't think that statement is as. I think that statement kind of works against your point a little bit because it's kind of talking about like how it affects the cell, and it's kind of only due to the fact that it increases the cell size because it's increasing the DNA size. So that fact alone contributes, but that's not really. That's more. I mean that says that DNA could be anything. It could be coded in any kind of way whatsoever, and it's still going to have that effect. So
no, it says specifically. Well, this is just part of it, which is that the total DNA, the total amount of DNA, right, controls the cell size and the amount of transcriptional noise. I would say that the amount of noise is specifically relevant to efficacy. And then it says the number of transcription factor binding sites and the timing of cell division. And likely many other aspects of the cellular environment. And that's just one sentence, right? Where it's just talking about the total DNA levels. I mean, you couldn't just like abruptly remove 70% of DNA and everything's fine because it's completely without use or function. It's specifically not the case. If you did that, you wouldn't be able to have the organisms that we have. You wouldn't be able to have mankind without all of the DNA it has. Okay, so it's very arrogant of man to pretend somehow they know that's without function. Well, go make a person with 25% of the DNA then. It's ridiculous. I don't know. To me, it seems really weird. It's a very weak argument. It says right here, more paradigmatically, what a terrible word. Functional entities of the cell have been tuned by natural selection to operate within this environment. This is especially true for quality control processes, which specifically evolved to deal with junk DNA and all its associated biochemical activity. On the one hand, and despite being an actual difference maker, junk DNA is not typically subject to organism-level natural selection. When non-functional DNA is mutated by natural processes, this does not alter the fitness of the organism sufficiently for natural selection to eliminate such mutations. For these reasons, and given the way function is predominantly understood in biology and philosophy of biology, junk DNA is typically conceived of as a non-functional entity. So it's still manning the other argument. This is from an evolutionary paradigm. On the other hand, various components of cellular machinery exist precisely in order to deal with the effects of junk DNA, and the cellular workload is significantly affected by the need to, for instance, perform routine cleanup of the products of junk DNA transcription. If large swaths of junk DNA were eliminated, this would likely affect the fitness of the organism. Although such instances of widespread elimination of junk DNA are highly unlikely to naturally occur, such alterations could in principle be performed in the lab type of. So for these alternative reasons in our proposed terms, junk DNA is significant for the cell despite its paradigmatically non-functional role. So I would say fitness of the organism is probably not synonymous with no function. Obviously, this is their argument, right? But I mean, they're making a very specific argument. All right, I just read a lot, so someone else talk.
I had a side question just out of curiosity because I always enjoy learning and hearing everybody talk about different things from different sides. If there is no creator and if there is nothing that intelligently designed us, what do you have to offer me to stop believing like the way that I believe? Like, what do you have that's worth looking into for me? Is it freedom, peace, joy that lasts? I'm just curious because I'm walking a faithful walk, and I hear some people in the Discord channel say, "You're an idiot. The Bible is controlling you. I want to free you. I'm trying to free you from your religion." And I just want to know, I mean, what's it like? There's no God. Nothing's intelligently designed. DNA, don't even worry about it. Just kind of happened on accident. But for me to stop walking the walk I've got, what do you have that I want?
Drugs, sex, and rock and roll.
Well, I mean, I already did that for 15 years or 18 years. I did that hard, and it left me empty. It was fun in the moment, always fun in the moment. But long term, I didn't know who I was. I didn't know what my purpose was. I was depressed. I was weirded out all the time because I didn't know why I was doing weird stuff on strange drugs. And, you know, that's one answer. Anything else?
But if God made me, that would mean I'm special, and that would mean life is special, and that would mean maybe there's a purpose, which would mean maybe there's accountability.
Well, a lot of the times I feel like it goes sideways when people feel like they're like under an oppressive God or rules, and if they break the rules, they're going to get in trouble, and there's a bad guy in the sky, blah blah blah. But the way, and I didn't mean to like blah blah blah. If that's a actual feeling you have about there possibly being a creator, but me being a dude that has been broken for 20 plus years and then walked a different side of the story, I see now it's not rules to oppress me, it's boundaries to give me life. I know that might sound super gay for people that don't believe in God, or like it makes people angry sometimes, and I don't want to miscommunicate what I'm trying to say. I now see that when I was God and I was in control fully, I didn't bow down to nothing. I just did whatever I wanted. It had its fleeting pleasures, its moments of like spark that was fun. Like, I'm my own God, this rocks. But long term, I couldn't find any lasting joy. I couldn't find any peace that would stay around. And now that I've surrendered to a creator, and I will say, I'm not going to know if he's there for real until I'm dead. So he may not be there. This could be a figment, or this could be some kind of psychological thing that humans do whenever they like hit the ends of their ropes and don't know where to turn. So they turn to either philosophy or, you know, whatever, a religion. But I don't feel like, see, the weird thing about me, I don't feel like I turned to a religion. I cried out and said, if there's a creator, I need help. I want to go a different way. I'm not happy with where I'm at. And I did that like 14 years ago. And now my life's different and I have peace. And like now I'm seeing it from a different angle. And it's not that there's a God that wants you to like do all these rules and it sucks. Like I see that my relationships are better, like with strangers, even a stranger on the street. I have a better capacity for saying, hey, how you doing today? What's up, man? And like just my way of communicating to someone I don't even know, I have the ability to bring more love in the moment than the jerk I was before when I was just like fully considering only me and like what pleasure I got. So I don't know. I'm not trying to be like a big weirdo. I just really want to know if I'm going to drop the faith walk that I'm on that's brought me a family and a wife of 10 years, 3 kids and peace, and I don't get as angry, I'm not as depressed and all that. If I'm going to stop doing this because it's fake, what do the non-believers all came on accident people have to tell me that's better than what is going on for me?
You can do as thou will, bro.
Yeah, dude, but I did that and it sucked so bad because it was like wild. It was highs, extreme, amazing highs and lows, and it would go so fast that it was almost dizzying. There wasn't stability. I kind of had no idea what the next day would hold, much less the next month. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was fun. Sin is fun, or living for yourself is. It has a particular value, but it over like a 10-year period, I wasn't advancing towards being either a better person or a happier person, or I didn't feel like I was really doing much for the world. But anyway. Okay, sorry, my son needed to mail something. He was asking where the stamp went and where the like address label went. But personally, if I was just to share a tiny bit, I feel like it's worth it for me to continue doing the life that I'm on because the fruit, there's so much fruit that's here now that I didn't have any capacity to create on my own. I tried to bring peace and laughter and joy, but it was so fleeting and it would only be a moment. And then next thing you know, I was back in like the gutters mentally. And I don't mean like I was like a true criminal. I was just depraved. That's what I would say is I had a depraved mind and I did whatever I wanted all the time. And it ultimately left me unhappy. I was very unhappy. Uh-oh, got more kids coming.
Are you guys are pregnant with like at least twins? Not a very good joke.
You can make the princess outfit look like whatever you want. You color it however you want.
I want to make it like a real one.
It looks like a real princess right now. You got purple and pink.
No, how do you color the print?
Oh, the print. Any
Don't
color.
you want to mute yourself?
No, I was leaving it on. Y'all were just being quiet. I'll mute it though.
you guys hear China's supposedly about to build a 10,000 meter deep hole, like war hole, in the middle of nowhere?
Wait, how deep? How deep?
10,000 meters. I mean, it's not even as far as the other hole, right? I mean,
Sounds
I
about
think
the
that's like
same depth. About
not even. I mean, it's like that's I think that's
7
closer to
miles.
6 miles. Yeah, it's like 6.
What's up with the artificial sun that I was hearing about a year ago? Whatever happened with that, and what's the whole purpose behind it?
I don't know. I've heard about it, but I don't know anything about it really.
Do they plan
There's
on
like
No,
putting it
isn't
in
the
the sky?
artificial sun? It's like some nuclear thing they were making, and it's just like just called the headline like an artificial sun because I think it created more energy from the sun. They were basically able to perform the same reactions that the sun performs inside. I think they could only keep it on for like 20 minutes or something.
I watched a rocket though that they shot up that was like insanely bright.
Hmm.
Maybe I was seeing things. Maybe I misunderstood what I was watching, but I could have sworn they shot like an artificial sun up into the sky temporarily. It was like a test run. Maybe they could replicate sunlight at night and then just have like 24-hour sunlight in China. That'd be crazy, right?
That would be very unhealthy. It would fuck up so many things over there. That wouldn't be a good thing to do.
Well, China doesn't care.
But I think it's I think it's more the idea that most nuclear reactions are done through fission, and we don't really know how to make sustainable energy using fusion reactions, which is what the sun does. I think China were able to sort of do that, but only for like 20 minutes or so. How is dogmatic explaining the geocentric model? Or there's no need for it, or what?
Yeah, you
Like, how
don't
would the
need it because
observation? Mhm.
you don't need it because the angular momentum of the entire cosmos itself generates real inertial force. So the galaxy rotational speed can just actually be incredibly fast. It doesn't have to have like this ever expanding universe with a galaxy rotational speed based on things being like basically void of real inertial forces. So you have like a whole set of real inertial forces that can account for the galaxy rotational speeds and and what holds the clusters together and stuff like that. As opposed
And
to
dark energy.
Dark energy is really, it's only needed to explain the expansion, the accelerative expansion of the universe, and the geocentric models doesn't have accelerative expansions.
But I mean, we observe like redshift and all. That's not a thing. Or...
Yeah, but many things can be. So one explanation for geocentrism of redshift is just that the light's attenuating as it comes towards us from immense distances. And that's why redshift is proportional to distance.
But the further out, I mean, you could look at one star, right? Okay. What I'm basically trying to say is we can see that the redshift changes over time. Like,
Okay.
how would that be explained?
The actual immensity of the light itself is changing. The intensity of the light itself. There's all kinds of different things though. There's also like plasma can cause redshift. This is kind of an idealized question too, because it's basically the idealized situation that the redshift is like equally distributed, and at the further reaches of the universe, it's all like the same, and it's all decreasing over time together. But that's not the case, right? I mean, not even close. The redshift distribution is completely anomalous. It's not evenly distributed based on distance. It's not changing at the same rate. Actually, all the evidence kind of shows it's not like an equally distributed accelerative expansion. The magnetic fields can also have red and blue shift. So there's also would be real motion as well, right? Because you would have like the angular momentum of everything moving around you. So, you know, that is technically moving away from you. But then it would kind of come towards you in a way. But anyway, you don't need dark energy without accelerative expansion. You don't need dark matter if you have inertial forces. So, yeah. Seems like a no-brainer to me at that point. Which one would be at least preferred? Like, which one would have like a preferable advantage? But it's not even like entertained. Imagine if we gave the same leeway to geocentrism as we do heliocentrism. Imagine if we had every astronomer and astrophysicist looking at the sky for decades, all trying to theorize and work together and come up with explanations for geocentrism. I just imagine that.
That is what happened in the past. Which that is the only thing that was happening in the past.
Okay, that's not even. How is that even in any way analogous? Like, we obviously have.
I'm not trying to create an
they didn't even know anything outside of solar system existed then, dude.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to say that is what was happening back then. Only
But they didn't even know outside of this. Bro, it's not the same. I'm saying that if we gave the same leeway to geocentrism, I mean, we were intellectually fair and without philosophical bias. And really, it's just like pride, right? It's like we've been saying it for too long to go back on it. Like if everyone was like attributing the same amount of potential weight to geocentrism and trying to explain things from within that paradigm, and you could just come up with a new theory every couple of weeks, and you're allowed to just basically speculate to figure out what works, geocentrism would be like damn near bulletproof with possible theories at this point, but it's not done at all. I mean, to the point where we can literally just make up undefined terms forever. And we can say, oh, there must be something outside the visible universe that's pulling this portion of it towards it. Maybe dark matter is actually like asteroid dust that's really dim and we can't see it. It's crazy. Like the amount of leeway the heliocentric paradigm's allowed to have to make stuff up. You know, that's all I'm saying. Like if we use the same observatory technologies that we have now, and then had these astronomers and astrophysicists try to explain a geocentric perspective, it would just be a blowout.
JH, you have to at least admit that, like, when, let's just say that the world was geocentric in terms of science for a while. First of all, the population of Earth was way smaller, so the amount of people who could just come up with theories was just less. But then also you've got the let's just say the governmentalization and the centralization of science funding, which is obviously a lot more codified, if that's the right word, than it used to be, say, 400 or 500 years ago. But there's so many differences there. I'm surprised that you're actually trying to draw a conclusion, like a similarity between the two.
I don't know about that. I think it was a lot more codified back then than it was now. I think today a lot more people have access to the ability to study and work within the sciences than back then. Back then it was something only the nobility could do. You know, you and I couldn't.
That's my point, right?
Oh, I thought you said it was more codified now than it was back then.
Okay, well, maybe what I said didn't come across properly. What I'm saying is that the amount of people who could come up with theories back then. Sorry, just quickly. The amount of people who could come up with theories back then was a handful.
Crypto? Did he leave?
I don't know. I mean, I can pick it up pretty easily. Like the amount of people we have, like devoting their entire life of study to the sky now is obviously like way greater than back in the day. The technology is way greater than back in the day. The overall base knowledge they start with is way greater than back in the day. Way greater than back in the day. The public interest is way greater than back in the day. I mean, it's just not even close. Right? Like, in fact, when we got into the 20th century, we made an observation that directly matched the prediction of geocentrism and directly contradicted the prediction of heliocentrism. And they just changed heliocentrism. That's all they did. They just completely changed it to say, oh, well, it's our new heliocentric model is going to look like a geocentric model. Pretty goofy. I mean, like, people have talking points like Jesse's like, the heliocentric model has predictive capability, but the geocentric model has no predictive capability except for, well, it just happens. Like, that's, first of all, most of these things called predictions aren't predictions. We just solve them and observe them. Okay. Secondly, there's not one single prediction that you can invoke for heliocentrism that geocentrism can't equally make, because you can actually even use Newtonian dynamics within the geocentric model and get all the same kinematic and dynamic outcomes. You could have, in fact, when they quote unquote predicted Neptune, they used Newtonian dynamics, assuming an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system with real centrifugal forces and real Coriolis and Euler force. They used real inertial forces for their math whenever they quote unquote predicted Neptune, which was of course already observed like 7 times before that. But there's not one single prediction exclusive to heliocentrism. Like, I mean, if we ever get, as soon as we get, go ahead.
So no, I was parallax work on a geocentric Earth.
It's just the stars themselves moving in relation to the Earth. There's a kinematic equivalent. So I have an animation that shows it all pretty simply. Like, it shows the kinematic equivalence of the Lagrange point, of aberration, parallax, and retrograde.
Could you share?
This would also apply to the. Yeah, I'll share in a sec when I go back to my office.
I just don't understand how, if over a 6-month period, a star would. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's just the sky moving around the Earth. It's kinematically equivalent.
When I bring this up, they tell me it just looks too messy.
Yeah, which is funny because if you actually zoom all the way out, it looks way more messy if it's heliocentric.
Yeah, that is funny how they'll give you just the solar system with their model, but then with the geocentric, they'll go ahead and show everything.
Well, like they'll show the solar system to make it look like geocentrism looks way worse. But if you zoomed all the way out of the solar system, the geocentric model would have everything coherently moving around the Earth, where the heliocentric model would have things moving all over the place. So their system is like a billion times more messy. Like in 2023, for people to just be limiting their argument to the solar system is like absolutely ridiculous.
But why would
are we going back to 1500 or something?
Why would a specific star move differently with relation to stars behind it? Like, wouldn't they all move together aside from the wandering stars? I mean, that's what causes parallax, right? One star seems to be displaced, the other stars behind it, due to us moving our position. But if you say we stay still into stars moving, why would one star decide to move that way and not all of the others?
Yeah, could it be relative to distance? How fast they move relative to the Earth be relative to distance? Just like anytime you rotate anything. I'm telling you, it's a kinematic equivalence, bro. So, but this is what I think we should for sure can agree on. If there is a kinematic equivalence and dynamic equivalence, even like say with Newtonian or Einstein again, for the geocentric and heliocentric model when it comes to parallax, retrograde, and aberration, and even like say the phases of Venus, that all falls within retrograde and planetary motion, kinematics, Kepler's law. You can satisfy all of Kepler's laws with the geocentric position, neotectonic model. So like, yeah, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, if you don't have aberration, retrograde, or parallax, that's really all there is for heliocentrism, right? That's really the only evidence ever invoked to supposedly support that we go around the sun. Yeah, it's crazy because then when we looked at the CMB, it showed that the energy distribution far beyond the quote-unquote solar system was specifically aligned with the ecliptic of the sun's movement in our sky. Like the ecliptic plane in which the sun moves in our sky, that elliptic plane is where the energy distribution, the anisotropic energy distribution, was lined up with that way outside the solar system, which makes no sense in the heliocentric model because supposedly the reason that the sun is on that elliptic plane is because the Earth is tilted 23.4 degrees, which means we should only see the effect of it on the solar system within that elliptic plane, but we see it way outside the solar system in the CMB.
You're talking about the axis of evil?
Yeah, sort of, but yeah, the CMB in general. I mean, that's such a freaking death blow to heliocentrism. Like, if the Earth is tilted, it should only be local, right? Because it's a local effect. It's the Earth tilted. Like, if the Earth is tilted, there's no reason for like us to see the energy distributed on like the galactic scale relative to our tilt. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, this is a bit of an anomaly because it's only like through 3 test runs that this has been seen. Most of the time, we don't see these effects. You know, like that's why I feel they need to look into it more. I feel off of the evidence we have, it's not enough to really know what is causing this. You know, what is it telling us? Because we haven't done enough tests on this. You know, I think it's a bit premature to come to any conclusions. It could just be that the data is messed up, or the instrumentation wasn't being used properly. Like it's a bit too difficult to say that there's enough evidence to now say we are at the center of everything.
You said we don't see this any other time, but that's the only 3 times that type of test was done. Every time it was done.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, then we do see it every time that we do that test. They even did it with a high altitude balloon. They even used high altitude balloons to do it.
Yeah,
They
but
kept
they would
saying,
need,
"Oh, that data must be wrong.
they would
The data
need
must be
to.
wrong." They just kept showing the same thing.
Yeah, but they would need to test this phenomena in different situations. You know.
Yeah, that's the only excuse they really have for the axis of evil is the data's wrong. I mean, you should have heard. You should have heard the action. You should have heard the guy from the action thing, and he. I don't know. I like that one. He did it good.
You cut up.
I was wondering that what coincidence or instrumental error could 3 times in a row cause the energy distribution that's observed to line up with the 23.4 degree elliptical plane way out off the local scale? Like, what could the instrument have done that would coincidentally cause that area to line up with cutting right through the Earth?
We're not sure.
That doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's insane, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to make with it is that no conclusion could be made of this because we don't have enough data to say anything conclusive. It could be anything. You could be right. It could be the data that was wrong. It could be the use of the instrumentation that was wrong. It could be something out there we aren't even aware about. You know, I just feel there isn't enough to come to any conclusion. You know, anything's up for grabs right now, you know, with regards to this, and I think it should be looked into more. Definitely.
Nate, what about dark matter, and what about the ever expanding universe? What's the evidence that they've repeated and tested so thoroughly to come to those ideas and beliefs? Like, we have 3 separate things that show the cosmic microwave background data with the axis of evil. The only 3 times that they sent something up to look at it, and you're saying we can't draw a conclusion from that? How many times? How many more times do we need to do it before we can draw a conclusion?
With dark matter and the expansion of the universe, we've seen these phenomena more than 3 times in a multitude of different scenarios and situations.
How? What about the ever expanding universe? What have we seen in different scenarios that makes us believe that the universe is a balloon?
We've seen the redshift of light from supernovas. We've seen from different types of supernovas in different directions, in different
How does
locations.
that prove that we're on a balloon instead of that we're at the center of the universe?
It doesn't prove anything. What I'm saying is this is an observation we've seen more than once in different scenarios. Now, based on that, we've come up with different hypotheses to what could be causing this, and we're still trying to see how we go about confirming or falsifying these hypotheses. We're still trying to detect dark matter, but we've seen enough of these observations to know that is what's happening. But with the axis of evil, we've only seen this 3 times. And I don't think 3 times is enough to now start saying we are sure as to what it is we are seeing.
But Nate, you guys didn't even entertain the possibility that Earth's at the center with the whole ever expanding
universe. No, it's a possibility, bro. I just said Whitsitt could be right.
But it's not, though. It's taught as if it's fact, right? So you guys,
it is a possibility. That's why we call it the axis of evil, because it's something crazy, unexpected.
I'm not talking about the CMB right now. I'm talking about the ever expanding universe and the redshift that led Hubble to believe that, when really it just showed that the Earth was at the center. Until someone raised their hand and said, "What about a raisin bread loaf?" Like, it just
it showed that distant galaxies move in specific relation to the Earth.
The Earth only and nothing else,
which doesn't make sense.
I think it just shows that the universe is ever expanding. You know, you could perform these sort of observations off of Earth, and you would still get the same sensation that everything's expanding away from you. You know, you don't have to be on Earth to see this.
That's a pretty convenient claim to make when you can't actually test it.
Yeah, dude.
So.
Yeah, you and I cannot test it, but I mean, there are people out there.
No one can test it. They don't even claim to be able to send something out far enough to be able to test that claim.
What? But they have, and they do. I don't understand.
What?
That's a legend.
a lot of these observations, most of these observations, are done by telescopes in space. I don't get it.
You'd have to go outside the Milky Way galaxy, dude.
You don't need to be outside the Milky Way galaxy to see that the universe, things on your cosmic horizon are expanding from you. I mean, are moving away from
Yes,
you.
you would.
And
To see a
and
difference
accelerating
in
away.
with
the perception
galaxies,
of
yeah,
being
you
in the
would.
center, you have to get significantly further away from the Earth than inside the solar system or something. Are you kidding me? Like,
Why?
because the things that we're looking at that are supposedly expanding away from us are at such great distances that you have to get far enough away to see any measurable difference.
That's not true, especially when it comes to light.
All right.
You don't need to be millions of light years away from Earth. Notice that the light from things far away from you is being registered. I don't get it. I don't know why I would need to
You
be
don't get it,
halfway across the universe to then perform this test again.
Nate,
I
you
didn't say
really
halfway
don't
across the
get it.
universe.
You don't get why we would doubt this and why we don't trust telescopes out in space. Come on, bro.
No,
Even if
I
we get telescopes
understand
out in
why you
space,
doubt
it
it
doesn't
and
do
why
it.
you don't
That's what I'm
trust
saying.
telescopes in space, but I don't understand why you would have to perform this test somewhere else to, feel that the evidence.
Okay, can you cite some claimed evidence of telescopes in space where they made a measurement of the redshift and it changed based on their position? Because I've never heard of such a thing in my life. You'd have to get really far away.
No, I never said it changed based on the position. What I said is you could be outside of Earth, perform this experiment, and get the same results. You would have the same, you would experience the same phenomena of you being at the center and things expanding away from you.
You can't say that, Nate. You have no idea if that's true.
No, even with what they've claimed to have done, he can't say that. That's what I'm saying. Even with what they've claimed to have done, you can't say that. So
I place a bit of reliance on the people that put the telescopes out there, but I've seen their data. I understand it, and it tells me what I'm telling you. But if you are now saying that because I haven't put the telescope out there myself, that I can 100% place reliance on it, I agree with you.
No, Nate, I'm literally granting you the telescopes and telling you that you still can't say it. So if you want to provide some type of
why can't I say
data,
that?
because it's just a baseless claim. So if you want to provide some actual evidence that, like, we've shown that the Earth can't
It's a
be
logical inference.
No, it's not. Not if you actually understood what the redshift is, because the distant galaxies of redshift aren't going to change when you send something out a few million miles in the solar system.
No one
So
says they
you
will
don't get
change.
that. You don't get
Why
that.
should they
Just sign a
change?
paper.
That is what I don't understand. If I'm looking at the light from a distant star on Earth or on the moon, why should the redshift be different?
It wouldn't be like this. Is what I'm saying, so you don't understand, dude. Okay, so like for example, when Hubble looked out, it's like it didn't necessarily show that the Earth was in the center. It just showed that our quote unquote galaxy was. It looked like our galaxy was in the center. That's how far away they're viewing. So they would have to get outside the galaxy to be able to see a difference
That's what
between
he's
heliocentrism
saying.
and geocentrism.
That's what he's saying is if you're in the universe, if you're in the solar system, the results of the redshift are going to be the same.
Yeah,
Prove
we
that
don't
it's
expect
different.
anything to be different with it.
To prove that it's different,
What I'm
though,
saying
you
is
have
that
to
it's
go outside.
equivalent for both sides. Yes.
Even if I left the universe, I mean our solar system, and I went to another galaxy and I performed this test, I would get the sensation that I'm at the center of everything. That is
But
what
that's
we
when you would
expect
start
to
to
see.
get obsessed. That's when you claim some type of exclusivity, though. That's when you could say, this shows that no matter where you are in the universe, it looks like you're in the center. Because if really the Earth was in the center, after I got this far away and outside of our galaxy, I should start to see differences in the redshift because we're no
Yes.
longer in the center.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's your claim then. If we got far away enough, the redshift would be different because we're not in the center anymore.
Nate, my point is.
Okay.
Nate, my point is the most simple explanation of the whole Hubble redshift thing was that Earth was at the center. And to say otherwise and to just assume that that's what we would see everywhere is to buy in to the whole balloon raisin bread thing.
where there's no actual evidence to suggest that. It suggested that we
Right,
were at the center.
if you see everything is expanding away from each other, why would you not infer that if you went to another galaxy that you wouldn't still see everything expanding away from you there as well?
Because
No, you realize that was made up after the fact.
we
Though. So
saw
like the
everything
prediction,
moving away from us. Okay.
yeah, the prediction would be that you saw red and blue shift all over the place, not just relative to the Earth specifically, but then they saw it relative to the Earth. So they updated the heliocentric model to say, oh, well, it's going to look like you're in the center no matter where you are. That's all that happened. And Hubble straight up said, if we're wrong about our presumption of what redshift is, and we mean the Earth's in the center, it would mean that the universe is much smaller, much more dense, much more local, and much more suspiciously young. So.
Anyway, the only point I was bringing that up is because you guys definitely drew conclusions from that with weak interpretations of results, whereas we sent something up 3 separate times with the CMB, got the same results. I'd say we can draw some conclusions from that. You guys don't agree, but I don't see why. You guys have drawn conclusions from much, much, much less data.
Yeah, and like whenever Nate
quick,
said
so
that, Nate said we have all kinds of observations of dark matter. What he's really saying is we have tons of observations that show that there's way too much gravitational effect for our model's predictions.
That's true.
Imagine taking the discrepancy and then breaking it as proof.
That's true.
Exactly,
Examples
Winston. We have too many observations that tell us there's something going on there. But with the axis of evil, we don't have enough. You know, if we consistently did this observation 100 times over and we got the same result, then I would be with you. Clearly, it's not the data, it's not the equipment being used, it's something else.
But Nate, do you understand what
did you ever check?
You can't come to any conclusion. And to respond to you, Register, I hear you. Maybe you would have to go far out to see if we get this different result. And maybe just based on the redshift of light alone, just based on that observation alone, you could come to the conclusion that we are at the center of everything. But we don't use that alone to come to the conclusion that we're not at this.
Yes, you
at
do.
the middle of everything.
That's what you did when it first happened, for sure. But Nate, real quick, do you understand what Witcher just said? He just said that every single example where you say that with dark matter, there's tons of observations where we see the effects of dark matter is literally you guys admitting that there's tons of observations that do not line up with your idea of your model.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I affirm that.
Right.
Yeah.
Nate.
Okay, but did we ever? Christ.
No, Jeremy, go ahead.
I know you guys can hear me trying to get in, man.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Did we ever figure out if redshift and blue shift can even happen from light moving away from us or towards us?
Yes.
With it? Did you go? You said no with it?
No, they just infer it based on frequency change of like sound or like radio.
Yeah, but it happens with light as well. I mean, this is.
Well, can you provide an experiment?
This is how
radar guns work.
I'll provide you with something. I'll provide you with a lot.
We proceeded to
use
say
this
the radar thing.
on Earth almost every day, but I'll provide you with a lot.
Your model doesn't even claim it's like actually just Doppler effect, by the way. It's cosmological redshift, which is specifically not the same as Doppler effect. This is one of those examples of how they just say layman explanations to people, right, in the public, so they can explain an ambulance driving by you and everyone can understand. This is just like mass attracting mass. Like, did you guys not even know that there's a distinct difference in cosmological redshift? Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they conflate those two all the time because Doppler's always brought up in the conversation.
It's how they explain it to like the layman. And I mean, they say that like part of it on the smaller scales, similar to Doppler effect, and then there's cosmological redshift. But anyway. Like the real problem is that, like, let's just say, oh, okay, the redshift is because the stuff's expanding away. Then why is everything not expanding away equally? Why are there different levels of redshift? There should be an increasing amount of redshift the further out we see things, and it should be evenly distributed in all directions. It specifically is not like that, though. So that's actually just a blatant refutation of your claim. Like, I can't believe people bring it up as evidence, like it's irrefutable evidence that the universe is expanding. When you actually look at the data, it showed that it's not doing that at all. It showed that the redshift's not evenly distributed. It's not expanding away from us in all directions at the same rate, and it's not proportionally increasing as you increase distance the way that it should. So, like, the irony.
Hey, Austin, was it your last Relatively Speaking that you taught about or told about the actual distance between the sound waves is exactly the same, like coming from a car blasting its horn as it goes by? Because I'd never heard that before. It kind of blew my mind. You know, like we hear it go, yeah, as it goes by, but that's only an apparent, like, perceived sound where the sound waves are all exactly the same, aren't they?
Yeah, like the frequency that's coming from the ambulance never changed. It's quote unquote emitting the same frequency the whole time. It's just the perceived frequency based on where you are. Yeah. So this is where they start using the word reference frame and just run around in fairy tale land. Oh, by the way, one of the biggest problems for their redshift model, because I'm about to have to go put my PowerPoint together, is whenever they looked at quasars. They can't get quasars to work with their redshift model at all, and they have like way too much energy. So they want to put them way further away towards the edge, but they can't be there based on the observations. So, like, quasars is a whole problem for them. Quasar redshift is just dunking all over their cosmology. But actually, we're basically positive. Science proved. Gibbs and Jamal.
I think it'd be fun if Globers just tried for like 2 weeks to go on the journey of a flat earther, because for me it's been a while and every day is exciting and I'm learning something new and I'm realizing how much of it was a lie, and it's just like fascinating. I'm never bored. I don't even watch TV or movies anymore. It's just like full-time exploration of where we live.
Agreed. It's weird how that happened, huh?
Yeah, somebody's got wild background noise going on.
Katsura.
Sarah, you're hot micing.
Can I tell y'all a totally random side story? I guess it's quiet, so I'll go ahead. A while ago, I bought that washing machine system called the O3 Waterworks, where it takes your cold tap water and it converts it to ozone, like O3. So we don't have to use any hot water. You don't have to use any soap, and it makes your clothes like do even better. Where I guess soap never really gets all the way off your clothes, and then in the dryer, I get a lot less lint now because I guess the fibers aren't near as brittle. I thought it was kind of lame. I watched it for a year and a half because I didn't want to spend the money on it, but it works. clothes get clean, stains come out. I'm not using soap. I'm not using hot water. And then it came with a spray bottle too, where like if you use Lysol or any kind of cleaning agent, usually on the bottle it says you have to leave it on the countertop for like a minute or even 90 seconds to fully kill everything there. The spray bottle that turns tap water into the same thing, ozone O3, it takes 60 seconds and then you can wipe it up. So I'm a fan.
Ain't it bad to
Right. You're
breathe that too
saying,
much though?
yeah,
Well,
it can't be turning water into O3.
no, it is. It's the same system they use in hospitals and hotels, but it's on a like a customer, like in the house basis. You can only faintly smell. It smells kind of like when it's raining out and lightning strikes, and you're like, "Ooh, it's fresh rain." Like I'm not huffing it. It's not going to get anybody sick. But yeah, the water, the O2, is changed to O3, and it's pretty epic because it's cleaning it without soap.
Can I ask what the system is called?
Yeah, check their site out. The company is like O3 Waterworks. And if you check, I mean, I didn't buy it for over a year because I thought it was scammy. Like the way they were pushing it was like, oh, this doesn't look like this works. But then they had a Black Friday sale that was, it's cheap enough. And I was like, let's do it. And I mean, I read the reviews too, and I'm like, man, these reviews are padded. Like this is all lame. But I got it, and I had to write a crazy review because it really is wild. It works, and there's lab studies, and I guess a independent outside company that's testing these numbers, and they have their certificates and stuff. So check it out if you're interested.
That's cool. Thanks, man.
Told you it was totally random, but
Actually, I did a little research into ozone a little while ago, and apparently Nikola Tesla was into it. He was making ozonated olive oils, and he would sell it to doctors at the time. But
man, that's crazy. To add to the hand sprayer, like you can spray it on dogs that stink, or like when you get your strawberries home, you can just totally douse your strawberries in it, and then it's fine for consumption, like in no time. But I found that the strawberries won't mold and the blueberries won't mold. So you can spray it all over your baby's pacifiers or anything really. The only thing with the hand sprayer is it says don't get it in your eyes. That's like the only warning.
I don't know if you sleep it, but I tagged you with a bunch of stuff what you can look into. The last one I gave you is a test you could do at home to test at least the principle, the mechanism behind the idea of cosmological redshift. But I've given you a very significant test, the Tillman surface brightness test. That's the main test that was used to show that the idea of an expanding universe trumps the idea of a static universe, and that tide light and all these other ideas don't explain how we see this redshift phenomena from stars, galaxies on our cosmological event horizon. So it's all there, man. But these tests have been done, and they're done today still. I hope you're there, otherwise I'll just be talking to myself right now.
Is it time to go in and back out of the room?
I think a lot of people are like, "Oh no, I must have got disconnected because there's no talking."
Oh, that's funny. I guess it's a good time to propose a question then for the guys that were getting really thrilled and enthusiastic about the cosmology, man. Does it lead you to the fact that you're in a snow globe with a creator above it looking down at everything? Because that's kind of what I found is helps some atheists and some agnostic kind of seekers find like, oh, hey, maybe there's more to this. They lied to us about that. Maybe there's more lies. So, just curious. The dude that was saying he every day is understanding something new about cosmology. That's pretty cool, man. Like, I don't know if that dude's around.
Yeah, it's me, dude. I'm Run Boston JT in here, but like in the main forums, Run Boston Bear.
I've met you before.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I gave my life over to the Messiah 14 years ago, and had no idea about a lot of truther stuff. And it was kind of easy to shift from grand scale cosmology to more of a local scale. Like that just makes sense. It's like, whoa, the creator is above us, like 10,000 miles or 15,000 miles, who knows, but not billions of light years away. And I don't know all the answers, but I found in this movement, I'm finding more peace, like with people. I've talked to people who believe we were seeded here by aliens, and I'm fine with that now. Like, that's what you believe in your head. Okay, I still think you're cool. Let's hear what you got to say. And like, I love anybody, like Hindu, Muslims, Buddhists, no religion, reincarnation, 100. I don't really find 100% atheist very much. You usually get agnostic, but it doesn't matter to me what's rattling around in your head. I value you as a person more than I did before I found out about the true nature of the world. I think because I was in the paradigm of just like being a Christian, quote unquote, like churchgoer, and I was judgmental. I would like think people that thought differently than me were weird or wrong, or I just would judge them. And now I'm like, dude, who am I to judge? We were lied to about where we live. And wait a minute, all of history, or, a lot of history is a deception. And what's in the food's whack. And just, I mean, you can go on and on and on about how they've tricked us and manipulated us and taken our true power from us. So now I'm just an open book that's here to listen and learn. I don't have all the answers, but I know we're stationary because I feel it or I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're saying, being in Christian church, it's a culture in and of itself where if you start to ask questions like, oh, okay, it says that Yah sits above the earth, like where is he if he's above the earth? Like, they're like, well, he's in heaven. It's like, well, where is that? Because it describes it in the scriptures as being like above us, but that doesn't fit the model. Like, that always struck me odd, of like asking like a pastor, for example, like, okay, man, where's God then, man? If he says he's above the earth and he looks down at the inhabitants like they're grasshoppers, and he's able to sit in the heavens and throne and see all the earth, like, where is he? Well, he's in heaven, and heaven is this mystical, ethereal place that can't necessarily be defined by these people, but it's clearly defined in the Word as somewhere a couple levels above the earth. So, kind of interesting,
Totally interesting. I remember growing up as a young boy, or maybe a 14-year-old, saying like, in my mind, I was like, where is heaven? Same question. And I was like, if people, and I thought about this, the globe and everything. I was like, if people are all around the globe standing up, but to them, it's like they're on flat ground and they're raising their hands to heaven to praise God. My conclusion was that heaven must be like this huge circular realm just outside of the ever expanding universe. And it made sense to me. I was like, okay, God's powerful. He made this place massive and all that. But finding out that when anyone looks up or raises their hands to the heavens, they're doing just that. They're raising their hands up. And it's not relative. Up is up and down is down. But they fooled us into believing that, no, there's a sideways and a down, but it's not really down and sideways and upside down. It's all right side up, but it's a ball. I'm like, what? It's all in the math. It's all philosophy. It's all a lie. And it's hard to let go because even though I was free to make the transition, it still took 4 months before like the spell was broken from my mind because I felt like a fool. I felt like an idiot. I would do research and kind of get grasps on things of what this realm may be because the flat earth people don't have a model either. The globe people, they don't even know that they don't have a model because they can see that spinning ball so clearly because, early 1900s, they were already showing you the spinning ball with Paramount Pictures. Like, how'd they know what it looked like? They hadn't even gone to the moon yet. But anyway, I
You're
mean,
like
it's
making a bunch of claims. that
huh?
You're gonna,
Yeah, man.
you're
Yeah, it's
making
tons.
you're making claims.
You're cutting out. Is he cutting out for you guys, or just me?
Yeah, I can't hear anything. It's cutting out. Maybe go out and come back
Yeah,
in.
Jace.
I'd be
Can't hear you, Jace.
I'd be glad to
Yeah,
hear.
he's just saying that you're just making a bunch of claims about the model, or is there a model, isn't there a model, things that are wrong with the model, but not being specific about what you say is wrong with the model. It's just sort of incoherent to me.
Well, I know it sounds kind of silly, but because we can't explore the whole realm, they have limitations both at the North Pole and the South Pole where we cannot go. No one has a model. They don't know that. It may sound like I'm saying something really, really silly, but whenever you don't let people explore the whole place that they live, you can't exactly map it out.
You forget Globers when they wake up in the morning forget everything that they were learned the day before.
Well, dude, that was happening to me. I was doing study, wanting to know the truth, wanting to find the truth, and I'd wake up and just say, "Oh yeah, I'm on a spinning ball again," and I couldn't see past it until I really diligently studied and began to realize the truth.
The other scripture that always caught me off was, "All will see him coming in the clouds." Right, and you got to remember that was written well before any sort of like satellite TV was around. But if you ask people, they'll be like, "Well, yeah, because of satellite TV." It's like, well, not everybody has satellite TV, So it's like, how's all going to see Messiah in the clouds? Anyways, another one of those questionable scriptures about cosmology.
Well, the tough thing though is that
rather than studying.
Just try to speak clear, man, because you're cutting out.
Yeah, Jace, maybe go feed your dog or something and come back after a bit.
I'll jump in. It's hard when you start talking about the scriptures because a lot of people don't subscribe to them, and then that's just a fairy tale. Like people that believe in the Bible, that to people that don't believe in it is not valid points, if you will. But let me just take it to I'm a human. I'm a dude, and when I started exploring this realm and started seeing the moonlight lighting up specific clouds brightly right like under it or next to it, and then clouds just about half a mile away or 400 yards away not being lit up as brightly, I was like, man, that seems to be a local light. Same thing with the sun. You'll get clouds right under it just being blasted with energy and light, and then a little bit over, just a tiny bit over in the sky, it's like it's not affected at all by that bright light. And then your brain says, well, okay, if it's 93 million miles away and it's lighting up the entire side of the earth, why in just my little tiny town here is that cloud not being affected by the immense light that should be lighting up the whole side of the earth? Wait, it is local. And you start kind of getting it.
Yeah, man. Some things like watching this.
What?
Somebody else wanted to speak? I'll finish my sentence.
I didn't follow what he was talking about, the clouds. And
Yeah.
I didn't understand what he was saying.
I'll drop
talking about the sun and light being local. It couldn't have the effect it does on our atmosphere if it was 93 million miles away, like it says it was. Corpuscular rays are a great example. The fact that there's hot spots like directly under where the sun is shining.
No,
I'm not really the scientific type, but I'll tell you, if it was that far away, the light would be diffused enough that it would be doing the same thing everywhere, and it doesn't do that.
Yeah, top and bottom of the ball would be the same temperature, right?
All right, I dropped a video.
Damn close.
I dropped a video I shot just 2 days ago, and the question you should be asking yourself is, when you watch it, if that sun is 93 million miles away, why aren't the clouds all evenly blasted with the light of the sun if the lights are basically coming in straight at all the clouds?
You mean, why is there a shadow on one side?
No, if you watch the video, you'll notice you can't not see that the clouds directly near the light source are overexposed, dramatically exposed with high intensity of light. Yet I pan the camera over, and there's a cloud like literally 400 yards to the left or to the right, and it's just dimly lit with light. Like it's like, oh, that's not in the direct line of the sun, or something's going on, because if it was 93 million miles away and it was lighting up the whole entire side of the earth, all the clouds in my town should be the same intensity of lit. Does that make sense? Like, I'm just in a small little tiny area. There shouldn't be a differentiation of brightness on one cloud versus another.
If you move 400 yards to your side and look at that one cloud from a different angle, it will have the same intensity as those from that angle.
Right, you're proving my point. It's a local sun blasting its energy and light downward at each individual. If it was 94 million miles away and I went 400 yards over, it wouldn't be different at all. Like, it should not be different. You shouldn't be able to produce the film that I shot.
That doesn't make any sense to me. That seems stupid.
I'm puzzled. I'm not sure what you're saying.
That's weird logic.
I understand. It's
a black, right? It has a thermal spectrum, right, that tells you the temperature, just like you'd measure the thermal spectrum of any glowing object, or any object really here down on the earth, right? And so if that tells you the temperature. If it was really only 3,000 or even 15,000 or 50,000 miles above us, we'd be an oven. It can't even describe what it would be like down here. So,
Robot.
Dang it.
Not.
He's basically saying if it was 3,000 or 30,000 even, that it would cook us.
No.
Did I break up, Howard?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, bro. Oh, you're breaking up all over the place, bro.
You guys are taking the same sun that you apply to your model and then applying it to our model when we told you it's a local light source. Different than the one that's 92 million in plasma that you think it is.
But the thermal spectrum of the sun is independent of the model. Doesn't matter what model you apply to the sun. The thermal spectrum is a measurable thing.
Well, isn't that you assuming that you know what the sun is and you know its characters and its nature and what it's doing? Scientifically speaking, you're approaching this room as if, right? Because what if the sun's spiritual?
You don't have to assume any of that. Well, other than, it's not magic. That's the assumption you're making, that it's an actual object and not some fantastical, magical thing.
So if it were 30... Go ahead.
We can do science on the sun. I mean, we can look at it in different wavelengths. We can see the sunspots. We can see the magnetic field lines, the solar flares. We've actually sent a probe to it. We can measure all these different things from the sun. We can see the elements from the spectroscopy. There's a lot of science we can do to the sun.
So when you see the sun in the sky, is that its actual location or apparent location?
That's stupid.
Well, I'm just saying, you're taking all these measurements. Are you sure you're taking it off the actual sun? Doesn't take 8 minutes for the sunlight to get to your eye.
Does that change the spectrograph if we Wait 8 minutes or take the spectrograph right now. Does the spectrograph change?
I don't know. Are you sure you're
Yeah,
looking at the actual sun?
you're getting a delayed result, bro. So how would you expect it to be real-time accuracy?
Because the spectrograph is collecting the light that hits its detector. So it's a result of the light that was emitted from the sun 8 minutes ago, right? That has finally reached the detector in the spectrograph. Doesn't matter that it's, light that was emitted 8 minutes ago. That doesn't change anything.
Yeah, what happened within that 8 minutes?
The sun moved a little bit. Doesn't change the characteristics of
There
the
you go.
thermal
We don't know
spectrum
that the temperature
and
changed
the
or the
emission
thermal spectroscopy
spectrum.
could be changed.
Carnivore had a good idea. Just leave the spectrograph running for 8 minutes, see what changes.
I know it
The
doesn't
sun's position will
it
change,
doesn't
won't it?
matter like when you take this. You could take it now. You could wait 8 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. It's not. It's going to have very minimal fluctuations.
I was hot micing. Like I'm an intelligent person. I just don't spend my time studying the science of biblical cosmology, just because I'm not like doing that. I'm not using my time for that. But I think sometimes stuff gets lost, like just in studying the little nitty gritty itty bitty details. You can, for example, take like your health, right? It's like you can study all these different little aspects of health and miss the forest for the trees that most problems can be alleviated with diet and exercise. But I think it's one of those things too. For me, it was more of like spiritually revealed than me getting all scientific and like contemplating like, oh, is it really a ball? Is it a ball? Is it flat? Blah blah blah. Because for me, it was something that was revealed spiritually. So I think that's for a lot of people that have a block and can't see it from a plane perspective, like a flat perspective. That's probably a spiritual block there as well.
Or if we just don't believe your made-up world that you're imposing on us, that you can't provide any evidence for.
No, the made-up world was imposed on me as a child, actually.
Exactly.
Lower debate.
I know it's rough.
I like the
Keep in mind though that
but the reality is like 180-degree opposite of that.
That's the spell I gotta look
Yeah,
for.
keep in
physical
mind your perception
reality
dictates
is,
your reality. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
physical reality is independent of any spiritual thing.
But your perception dictates your reality. Take, for example, Plato's cave, right? A lot of us live in Plato's cave. Seeing the earth for what it is looking outside the window and watching the people actually walk by, other than just the shadows on the wall.
Yeah, but like, right, you can
Difference.
propose the sun is some magical spiritual thing, right? But the measurement of its thermal spectrum is telling you that that's incorrect, right? It's a direct piece of evidence telling you that it's actually a physical object that has a thermal spectrum that you can measure, that you are measuring, right? And just because you want to keep thinking that it's some magical thing does not negate the reality of measurements that can be made on it that tell you the opposite of that.
Well, then I got a question for you, and it'll lead back to maybe this. Do you believe that angels are real?
No, I do not.
What about spirits? You believe spirits are real?
Nope, not really.
All right, well then I'll yield the floor, because if that's not something that's part of your perception, I'm gonna have a hard time explaining the rest of what I wanted to say.
Oh, go ahead, man.
Well, I've never experienced a spirit or an angel personally. I've never seen it, never experienced anything about it, I've just never seen anything that would influence me to believe in such.
Well, do
I've been
you
told
have
about
a?
bunch of stuff when I was a kid, being indoctrinated in the church, but
You cut out, man. Essentially what I was getting at with that is there can be forces that are happening around you, you know, metaphysical, spiritual, or otherwise, that you don't see and don't necessarily acknowledge.
I'll just say this for fun. In my paradigm, I'm a dude. I believe that the spiritual world is more real than the physical world that we see. And that may come across as like, whoa, this guy's loony. But I think there's a battle being waged against our souls, not against flesh and blood, but against the powers and rulers. And it's possible that you had a rebuttal to me or to us that if we believe the sun is spiritual in nature, you don't want to have anything to do with it because you don't believe like that. You believe in empirical, scientific, repeatable, everything like that. But that's where I think that's where the rub is in the room when it goes to the faith-based conversation, because it gets sideways and people get upset and, well, there's a God, there's no God, there's morals, there's no morals, what's right and wrong, it gets all over the place. But it's possible that there are spirits and there is a spiritual world and we all have a soul. And I don't know, I'm not trying to preach, I'm trying to figure it out. I got way off track in my mind, so sorry, bad point.
No, the problem is, and this is just an opinion, is something is fine for you to believe in these things that you believe and so on and so forth, but they don't negate the physicality of the things that we experience. We can touch, see, measure, perform science on. I mean, that it doesn't negate all that. And when you try to block all of that out in a way and just focus on what you call spiritual, you're having to ignore the reality of your physical world in some way to accommodate some spiritual or supernatural thing, and you start stepping away from reality when you do that. And that's just an opinion, and it's not to be critical or put anyone down for it, but you have to consider these things that you can touch, see, and feel, incorporate into your ideas.
Let me respond because it came through clearly as you were speaking. I was hearing everything you were saying, and I think I can better formulate my thoughts. So there is a physical world. We're walking around in it. You're driving your truck in it. We eat, we touch, we smell. Our senses, they're all here. I think that as you go up away from the ground into the sky and the clouds, and there's a certain level where it turns from material world to an entire spiritual world. And so in your paradigm, if you believe in the globe and outer space, then that's not the case for you. But I think this has been the argument with early man for a long time is, well, what's up there? What is that? What are those stars? And the conclusion still today is we human beings, we men and women, we don't know what the stars in the heavens are because it's a spiritual realm that we can't go to. And that's, again, you might say, well, that's your faith. But that's how the whole heliocentric model got invented, is because it was very uncomfortable for man to say, I don't know. I don't know how far those are. I don't know what they are or how they're doing what they do. I don't know how they spin around every year for thousands of years, and we see the same constellations, and they line up over the pyramids in the exact same way. But men don't want to say, I don't know, even especially scientific, and men of resound and study, they want to come up with the conclusion. They want an answer. And so they created an answer, and it had nothing to do with God. It had no reference to a creator. And basically they made a world that's all material as far as you can imagine. And it's ever expanding into nothing, this material world. And it's called materialism. And it's a religion that cuts out the creator and makes everyone, all children, all people, be taught this system and way. When I want to say you leave the ground, that's physical reality that you can test, observe, measure, do science on. But once you get to a certain level, and I don't know where that level is, it's no longer physical and testable. It's spiritual. And that's why we argue.
That perspective. I like that. I actually think that if, saying we believe there's a heavenly realm, it's both physical and spiritual. And what we see on the earth is a reflection of what's up there. But kind of see a lot of bad stuff for now because we've all been allowed to have free will. Even angels had free will and rebelled, came to earth, which is why you see all the wickedness here on the earth now. But if you were a creator that didn't have time, they say a day for the creator is like 1,000 years, 1,000 years like a day. You would just think you got a few days to watch your children run around and kill each other and be stupid, and then come back right before the weekend, clean up the mess.
That's an interesting perspective. And I want to say, Left Lane, I appreciate everything you always bring to the table. I never want to have you feel demeaned or belittled or like you don't know or I know and I'm spiritual and you're not. It's none of that. None of that. This channel is not about that. It's about what do we have in our minds and why? And can you back it up scientifically, or should some of it be yield to a possible creator? Maybe, maybe not. It's just a great place to gather. So I don't ever want to be that churchy guy that just pisses everybody off. Like, I really do love y'all.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've always tried to preempt an opposing view with, that I'm not here to destroy anyone's worldview, just here to talk about it.
Well, right, to that end, right, I think when you say that, these people started doing science on things like in the sky, but they had this goal in mind to keep it materialism because that was their religion. I don't think that is the case in like any way, shape, or form. A lot of the scientific fields and when they're being formed had huge contributions from religious people that were doing things within the scope of their religious beliefs. But what they found, right, was that like, okay, when I take the light from a star and I split it in a spectrograph and it gives me the exact same spectrum of hydrogen that I get when I take a spectra, an emission or absorption spectra of hydrogen in the lab, why would I not say that the source that emitted this light contained hydrogen? Like, why would I go against what my measurements are telling me? I don't think it had any kind of root in this materialism religion. They were Christians, Muslims, Hindus, thinking they were discovering God's handiwork, and they were just writing down what their measurements were telling them and formulating hypotheses off of that.
Yeah, I hear you. I think we'd have to take it further back because I'm not blaming the early astronomers and the early men of science that had like an evil agenda to do this. And this might throw you really off track by what I'm going to say. I believe that Satan's real. I believe he was once an angel and got cast out of the kingdom of heaven, and he's trapped underneath. He's trapped in between the earth and the firmament. He can't go anywhere. So he's had probably 6,000 years imprisonment watching the stars and just trying to figure out, he was probably there when God created all things. So he's had thousands of years to become an even better deceiver than he is. And all he did was he looked for willing participants that wanted to say, okay, there's no God. What is it then? So it's almost like a fractal reality where many, many, many hundreds and thousands of people over time that just didn't want to go the faith direction, and maybe they wanted just to go the science direction, because what you just explained is interpretation of data. And a lot of the times in science, they come at it with the kind of like notion that it's a globe, and they're just backing up that it's a ball. When I'm saying, I think from the very beginning, man hasn't known what the heavens are, what the luminaries are, how close they are, and they made up. Tycho Brahe was the only one that did like a lot of actual hands-on observations, and Copernicus, who came up with our the heliocentric model, he came up with it in his mind, and then it got pushed through the Catholic Church down. So I'm not trying to like rebut what you said, but I think the one that tricked was the great deceiver through man over time.
Yeah, my like journey into being a believer of a creator, it actually stemmed from a lot of really unexplainable phenomenon. Like, and a lot of that stuff was spiritual, like seeing spiritual manifestations and just very, very strange phenomenon, like UFO type stuff, and not necessarily demon possession, but just stuff that didn't fit the paradigm of reality. Kind of unexplainable phenomenon, and that was kind of what led me into becoming a truther, and eventually led me into the scriptures and into faith.
Thanks for sharing that. The dude that woke me up to True Earth, he found God first by finding how much evil was in the world. Like he basically said, "Oh my gosh, Satan's real. Like look at all he's doing." And he said, "If Satan's real, then there must be a God." And then he looked into what it took to serve him because he didn't want to unknowingly serve the deceiver. So he found God that way. So it's just kind of a similar story.
Yeah, man. I think I was actually close to, maybe not close, but nearby and around some people that were into some pretty serious demon summoning and stuff like that, which is probably why I got exposed to seeing some crazy spiritual stuff, man. And so that's why I like, even if I wasn't a believer in a creator, I would never be able to unsee what I've seen, you know? So I kind of had a spiritual worldview lens even before I was following the side.
That's awesome. That dude that I was talking about, all he cared about before his whole like awakening was making money. He didn't care about anything but making money, and he was stacking it up good. Now he's a regenerative farmer that's learning everything he can about the land and the soil and how to actually take care of his chickens and his cows in a proper way and treat the land the right way to produce like truly clean, good food. And he has a feeling that in the coming days, in the coming months, years, that there's not going to be a lack of food on the shelves, especially in America. There's always going to be food on the shelves, but there's going to be like an absence of actual nutrition. So he's going to grow this food and try to like feed God's people. So it's pretty epic.
I definitely agree with him. I want to get into the same thing myself. I'm just kind of trying to farm some cash out here in California because that's what I do, and I'm in the construction business. So live in California, and I want to get into that, but I think I kind of need to make some money in order to launch into that sort of thing.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing a little bit. I got to go. We're going to do the whole rest of the evening with the kids and turn it off, turn this whole game off for a little while. But care about you a lot, and thanks for sharing you guys' what's in your mind. It's a fun thing to do with y'all.
Yeah, man. Good chatting.
Man.
Catch up with y'all. Good chatting.
Did somebody say something controversial and everyone leave? I was gone for a little bit.
Just I think everybody got tired of talking.
That's a sad day when everyone gets tired of talking.
Well, the normal talkers weren't around. I mean, Witsit left, and Xanix's not around, and whoever else.
It's just so funny because. Say again?
SC's a talker. He's not here.
Yeah, well, it's funny because it was like earlier. There's so many people. I was trying to corral everyone because there's so many people trying to, get in at the same exact time. Yeah, I guess the conversation shifted. But if Jace, if you're still here during that conversation, I had like 3 questions I was waiting to ask you specifically. I don't know if you're still there. Sounds like it's a big no-go for show. Wow, and I forgot to press enter. God damn it. I had this link from fucking 3 hours ago.
Whatever that refers to, nobody knows anymore.
Yeah. I heard them talking, though, that there was a debate between Professor Dave and the Tor guy. Not Torricelli, but some other Tor. James Tor, I think. I'm going to look that up. Sucks is that the biggest names on the globe side, we got everybody, we got the whole world, but the people who debate on our behalf that also have credentials and are also big names, in the grand scheme of things, kind of like Neil deGrasse Tyson. So if he doesn't debate in our side, but the people who do have bigger exposure, they suck every time they do a debate, man. They really do suck. I don't think that Professor Dave is that great of a debater, even if he provides decent content. I think it'd be troubling if he and Winston debated, possibly. I think possibly not, possibly so.
The problem with debating flat earthers is if you go into a debate with Witsit, for instance, it's not really a debate on the facts. It's a
tactical debate.
It's tactics. It's a lot more about it's a lot more about the tactics of the conversation than it is about the facts of the conversation.
Yeah, because that ultimately sways the audience, especially, just like it may not look superficial because it may not sound superficial because it sounds like, there's logical fallacies being addressed and this and that. But all in all, it is kind of a superficial, if victory, if it's a victory, it's usually superficial and optical more so than, substantive.
Well, it doesn't matter which side you're on. Both sides walk away from the conversation claiming victory.
That's true. It's funny that way too, because it's usually like absolute victory, like certain victory. It's like both sides are like, when they're in their own camps afterward, are always like certain about the victory. It's pretty funny.
Yes, both sides will say the other guy got wrecked, especially if you ask Jeremy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When I had a conversation, I bring this up sometimes, but I had this conversation with Jem a long time ago, and I think that was the only time that I actually expressed it in a way that came across as profound as I feel it is, because like the thing about that sentiment you just expressed, like the two opposing camps at the end of the debate are both certain about their victory, right? Which is a reflection of the two camps basically all the time are certain about their position and certain that the other side is incorrect. So you have two. So that is that has to be impossible for both sides to have been victorious and for both things to be true. It's certainly the case that one of those sides is wrong, but we both have the exact same, certainty, basically, like for lack of a better word, certainty. So it makes you think like one of us has to be wrong, and that feeling has to be, false. That sentiment has to be false. So it's funny that we're always going to be on the side that thinks that it's the other side that's false, and the other side, by our perspective, is always going to be foolishly thinking that they're right. But by that same token, we could be victims of the same thing. You know what I mean? Like even though we feel like I feel my reasoning is certain and all that kind of stuff, and the evidence is there, but they feel the same way. You know what I mean? So it's like, what if we were actually on the wrong side of this argument and just never knew it?
I'm going to walk away from this conversation and claim victory.
Yeah, fair enough. I think there's another example of a time where it didn't come across the way it did the first time. Jem understood it, but
that was a very roundabout explanation.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I'm not good at explaining things.
That was one of those a straight line is curved explanations.
No, but I mean, think about it though. If we're both certain, like we're both certain at the end of the debate that our side is victorious, one of us is definitely wrong, and so one of us is suffering some sort of flawed reasoning or flawed delusional reality. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to use that word, but we said it at the same time.
It is what it is.
Oh yeah, it is what it is. But that's what I mean, though, is we're always convinced that we're on the side, like whatever side you're on, we're on the side that's not suffering from that. The other side has to certainly be suffering from that, and that's our position. And the same must be true about, like I said, either side, about the globers or flat earthers. And so, as a glober, even though I feel like I'm on the side that's not I'm not on the delusional side. What if I'm just suffering from the same thing I claim the other side must be suffering from?
Well, that's why we have to examine ourselves. We can't just talk out of our asses. If you're going to come out with facts, don't pull them out of your ass. I think that's the best way. You have to check yourself, don't you? Check yourself, check other people, and that's how we progress. That's what I think. I don't know.
But don't you think both sides think they're doing that?
Well, you need an impartial judge to determine who's the actual victor.
Do you, though? Do you? God is the judge, bro. Let God judge.
We gotta wait for him to come back.
Dude, earlier was great.
No, it boils down to we all have to be honest. That's what it is. You have to admit when you're wrong. Everyone's wrong sometimes, and if you don't admit that you're wrong, just go around in circles.
Wise words, man. Wise words.
Wise words. Hey, when we get a chance, though, because I don't want to just jump away from this, but now that you're speaking again, Jace, I did have a couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I didn't want to jump away from this if there's still people that got something to say. I don't know.
I just joined, so I don't know what you guys were talking about.
I have to say, though, that these questions, they might have complex answers, but since I have more than one question, you don't have to get fully in depth with them. Like, but I mean, I don't know what that's gonna entail because, well, I'll just ask them. Okay, let me. So first of all, you brought up I just forgot the guy's name, the doctor, the scientist who did the experiments where he cleaned out the environment so that he can try and produce.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. So yeah, what was the name of the scientist, and what exactly? Yeah, just give me the whole thing again.
Yeah, so his name was David Demers. Right, him and his team, they've done experiments in Australia and in America, I believe. I originally thought it was like the Great Lakes, but I think it's actually more the California region, where they did both like spontaneous RNA formation from um, just like inorganic precursor molecules, along with, but that stuff was kind of already known and researched. The major thing that he did was showing the formation of protocells out in nature, RNA investigated by a lipid membrane. And even that was kind of already seen and understood quite well, but the major thing he did was show that those are already like natural selection and just molecular selection are already happening at that stage, right? He witnessed these protocells becoming more and more adapted and more suited, or their fitness level increasing for the environment per generation.
Okay, and yeah, that's what I sort of remembered. Okay, and this question is kind of well, it was based on what you and Witsit were talking about. I thought there was something interesting about what you said about because I know you've worked with things and you're aware of things that are all based around abiogenesis, different aspects of it, different components of it, stuff like that. But what you said made sense, was that that's not really, though those are just candidates for, creating the mechanisms that were required, but it's not necessarily the answer for how did life form. And my question was basically, do you think that it's the case that, like, let's say that we don't have the answers for how our life formed, but all the components that it requires, all the different stages and whatever, even though that those may not be the exact way that those things happened, but it is a way for them to happen. Would you say that that is at least there's a complete path from inorganic life or inorganic molecules, whatever, just basically, no life and then life forming? Would you say like all those there's been evidence of all those different steps, even if they're not the way that life actually formed?
Yeah, right. And so I'll try. Like, right when I was speaking before, when with Witsit and stuff, right? The point I was making, that the formate, like tossing things into a flask in the lab and forming life, isn't even what origin, in forming a cell or an organism or whatever, isn't even what origin of life researchers are doing, looking for, researching, etc. That's more of the field of like synthetic biology, right? The origin of life research is about finding the plausible mechanisms for how life may have originally formed on Earth. That event has already happened. Even if we take, you know, some kind of concoction of molecules and bring it into an abiotic environment, and it does form into life spontaneously, we still can't say that's how it originally happened with any confidence. We can just say that's a way it happened. So that's what origin of life researchers are doing. They're trying to like elucidate the possible mechanisms for how it could have happened with confidence, right? And the status of the field as of right now, I will say most of the mechanisms, there's, for each step, there's multiple mechanisms for most of the steps, right, that we can choose from that are plausible. There are some steps, right, where there's some molecules involved, there's some catalyst involved, there's some process involved that are kind of just being assumed, but it's not like assumed like by magic. It's assumed based off its plausibility that we can witness in the lab today, and it's the probability of it being a prebiotic, either chemical or process.
Okay, so more or less, yes.
Can I ask you something, Jace? Why don't you just be honest and tell him that you don't know? Because I've looked at your guys' science. I mean, I've studied. I'm very interested, and that's why I was asking you about how you break down the DNA molecule to map it out. But the thing is that we don't know. We don't know where life came from, so we can't really pretend
Well,
that
that
we do.
would
We can
be
see that
dishonest.
but we can see that there's how it developed, but we can't answer where it came from. Isn't that the truth, though? We
Yeah,
can
as I
look and
said,
determine exactly how it developed, but we cannot find the origin. Sorry.
origin of life researchers are looking into the plausible mechanisms for how life may have first formed, right? They're not making claims about if it was, a
I
fully
know. They don't
magical
work, though. The
creation,
theories
or if
don't
it
work.
was
I've looked at the theories. They
nudged
don't work.
along, or if it was nudged along by a creator. They're not making those kind of claims. And the status of the field, as I said, is that almost all of the
Unknown.
steps have multiple mechanisms for how, credible mechanisms for how they happen that have been observed either in the lab or in nature
You're
or
saying
both.
exactly what I told you. You exactly what I said. I said we
You're
can
interrupting a
determine. No,
lot.
look. We can determine how it develops and how it works, but we can't determine its origin. You basically admitted to that. That's why I'm saying to you, like we can't determine the origin, but of course we can look at the mechanisms and stuff. But so far, all the theories that I've looked at, about how life originated, none of them really work. Or if one of them works, I'm asking you which one do you think is most.
Abiogenesis is the one that works, bro.
And how did that happen then? Like, because it
Well,
doesn't
those are
happen anymore. It
mechanisms
doesn't
we've
happen.
discussed here.
But why doesn't it happen anywhere else then? Like, why can't we
Because
replicate?
life, you're here already, dude. And as I said, abiogenesis or origin of life researchers are not looking to toss chemicals in a flask and spontaneously form lab. That's not
You can't.
or form life. That's more of a synthetic biology kind of field where they're looking to form cells and life out of just molecules and stuff. Origin of life is looking at the plausible mechanisms for the formation of the first cells on the earth from a prebiotic, from a non-living earth, how the transition, the mechanisms of that transition from non-living to living may have occurred.
I know, and I'm saying that the theories don't work. And if they do, I'm telling you, which one do you think is? You're saying is most plausible, abiogenesis, but it doesn't work, man. I've looked into it. It doesn't work. Wait, what? Why
I
can't we
don't think you
replicate it?
have. There's, like I said, there's multiple mechanisms for each of the multiple steps of the process. And as I said, they all have been observed either in the lab or in the field or both.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you're just claiming that it hasn't been observed, but people like
I'm saying that it can be observed. You can show how it works, but you cannot show where it comes from because,
Yeah,
bro, you're not even listening. You just like hearing the dog, bro.
You gotta not interject so much, or like if you interject and he's still going, like he doesn't stop, you gotta let him finish.
Well, he's like trying to change what they're actually researching in like this weird way. They're researching how the earth, prebiotic conditions, non-living conditions on the earth may have transitioned to living conditions on the earth. They're looking for natural mechanisms of how that process occurred. Now you can attribute that to just pure nature or a pure creator or a mixture of the two, right? That's not the question they're looking at.
I know that. I'm just teasing you, bro. I know you're not trying to find out exactly how it happened. You're just looking at the mechanisms from when it happened to now. I get that. But the thing is that a lot of people in your field, they like to claim, oh, there's no creator. It could have happened completely naturally. It couldn't. It can't. It can be a combination of the two, like you said, a combination of the two, and that's what I believe. But it cannot be just the one. Like it can't be just that it happened.
You misunderstood what he said again, dude. Because he's telling you not that evolution is only is only an explanation for what's happened after it started. He's telling you that the mechanisms that were required for life to have started, we're not going to ever know what is the actual way it happened. Like, we're not going to have a video of how it actually happened, but the people investigating it are investigating if there is a mechanism that allows for each of those, or if there's a way for each of those mechanisms to come about through natural processes. Like, they
I know,
investigate. They said there's
and I
examples
said
of
and
all of
there
them.
isn't, and there isn't, because I've looked.
He's saying that there is. He's saying that there's multiple for some of them.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that's the ones that he's describing are things that can happen after life comes about. I've looked into it. It can't just happen just like that. It doesn't work. And the also the organisms that we see appearing as well, they're very, like, they're advanced. It seemed like, like, even the first organisms that they're describing, they're quite advanced. Do you understand? They have to have come about with a couple of functions already, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different functions that they need to be able to perform.
Yeah, the proto-cell evolution is a thing, and it took a little while. It's believed from the time that life can have formed to the time where the first microfossils and stromatolites and biogenic carbon cycles actually show up is relatively short on the geological time scale. It's like 500 million to a billion years.
A billion years,
basically.
isn't it? That's why I've read.
So
I read a billion years.
Hold up.
Most of that is, these protocells, going through molecular and biological evolution processes to adapt to the environment and gain more function.
Yeah, and what does proto mean? It means first, the pre-genitor. Where did this pre-genitor come from? That has always been my question, and I'm not saying it to, like, make fun of you, something, but I honestly want to know. I'm very, very curious about the whole thing, because no matter how much I look at it, I see that, I see God's hand in it eventually anyway, because, you're saying proto, so I accept all of this, bro, and, you're doing good research, but where is this? Where do you think that this comes from? Do you believe in God, bro?
Yeah,
you in the field.
We've gone through, and I've given at least a complex overview of the mechanisms, for this kind of forum. But there's been tons of studies that have shown under multiple different kind of possible prebiotic earth conditions, be it an oxidizing, a reducing, a acidic, a basic, a neutral kind of earth environment. You can get all of the 4 classes of biomolecules. You could get lipids, you can get RNA. The nucleotides for RNA have been formed in multiple different ways in those kind of environments, particularly the foremost reaction, and then the spontaneous formation of the purine and pyrimidine bases. There's all sorts of research on that. And then when certain types of phosphates, which would come from minerals in the environment, get tossed into the mix, these things, like if you adhere the sugar bases of RNA to, like, clay, they'll spontaneously polymerize into RNA, and then that RNA gets encapsulated or investigated into a lipid membrane, which, when you toss lipids into water by thermodynamics alone, they form into these vesicles or micelle type things, and so if one goes around an RNA, then you have a protocell.
I understand all that, and especially I was reading, because before they used to think that, life had to adapt to very specific conditions, but, then when they discovered all of these extremophiles, all of these bacteria that can live in, just mad conditions, and, then they realized that life is a lot more versatile. But that's what I'm saying, it still has to have an origin, and that's what I'm very interested in. I know the fear is, all of this is like, it's very interesting how life could have started in so many different ways. And it has as well. And, I'm just always been curious as to the source of it all. Because that's the one thing that no matter where I read and how much I read, I never come to that conclusion still. Because, like I said, there had to have been so specific conditions. Even like you said, there's 4 different cases, like you said there. But in those 4 cases, you have to admit that the conditions are very fine-tuned. Does that make
Well,
sense?
they're
Very
not.
specific.
There's sub cases of those 4 general cases. Like there's different kind of reducing environments, some that with sulfur, some with nitrogen, some with hydrogen. And there's different kind of oxidizing environments. You can have a sulfur type of oxidizing environment, of course, an oxygen based kind of oxidizing environment. And it's likely that because we find these reduced iron or banded iron formations as microfossils and stuff, that it likely happened under a reducing environment where the conditions were of reducing conditions, right? And so a lot of work has been done into how you form these lipids, carbohydrates, proteins, or amino acids, and nucleotides under all these different conditions and the subsets of those conditions.
Which ones would be the most complicated? Which like basically which of the 4, which one required the most precise conditions? You know, like most sensitive conditions. I don't know.
Oxygen oxidizing conditions would be the most sensitive because oxygen likes to ruin a lot of things. It turns things to rust. It'll cleave
Yeah,
organic
oxidizes everything.
compounds.
It oxidizes stuff, obviously.
Yeah. And that makes it hard for the molecules of life to form. That's why it's most likely, there's, other evidence of this, that oxygen, the level of oxygen in the atmosphere was much, much lower. It was more of a reduction kind of atmosphere at those times.
When is this? Because I've seen like ice core samples that they've done where they found, air bubbles trapped in there that are millions of years old, and when they measure the oxygen content, they find that it's 50% more than our atmosphere today, which would have been able to support a lot, larger plant and animal life. But what was I gonna
That's
say?
well after life had already formed. That's like Carboniferous time period levels where life was already, you already had animals at that point.
But haven't you seen these fossils of like there's these dragonflies? They have like a wingspan of 4 meters or 2 meters. I don't know, something like that. They're huge. They got a body that's a meter long, and these are insects. So think about the size of them today. And yeah, and it coincides with the period where they're finding these oxygen bubbles. With the atmosphere being very oxygen rich, and it coincides with fossils that they're finding, which is quite interesting, which suggests that life could have been a lot larger because of different atmosphere.
Yeah, but that's not right. These are like griffin flies and other arthropods that are being found primarily from the Devonian and the Carboniferous periods, right? And this is well after the billions of years after the origination of life, right?
Yeah,
because
obviously
it was
billions of
life.
years.
It was life that oxygenated the atmosphere to these levels.
Plants,
So it
yeah,
formed.
algae in the sea. Yeah, algae in the sea. Yeah.
Yeah, anaerobic organisms were likely the first organisms, and then the
Yeah.
evolution
Well, that's
of
what they're saying,
aerobic
isn't it? What they're saying.
metabolism.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, so yeah, I was just gonna say, don't they say like the 85% of the atmosphere, of the oxygen in the atmosphere, comes from algae in the sea, like to begin with, before life could even have formed?
Algae is life.
Yeah, I know, but so wait, well, I suppose yeah, it's plant life, of course it is, but what I mean is before animal life could have come about. Algae seeded the atmosphere with oxygen, and then animals could develop, so to speak. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, that's correct. But right, we were talking before about abiogenesis. So these are the processes that were occurring before there was life, before there were algae, before there were animals, any kind of life. And it's believed that those times, due to specific evidence, like the two major oxidation events coming from life itself, that means that the atmosphere was reducing, and we find banded iron or reduced iron formations from those time periods, which means there couldn't have been these high levels of oxygen. So a lot of experiments in prebiotic chemistry or origin of life research have focused on a reducing type of environment and multiple subsets of a reducing environment.
I understand that. And it's very interesting. This whole thing is very interesting because, you know, when you look back at it, you know, when you talk, because I have read into abiogenesis, and the thing is that it just seems like a lot of coincidences have to have happened. Do you understand what I mean? It seems like a little bit too good to be true. That all of these things just, because what you said earlier, you said we don't want to just throw in chemicals in a bottle and have it generate stuff. But that's what happened. That's what abiogenesis said. It said there was loads of chemicals in the sea. Well, what does it say? It said that life came that it grew gradually from organic matter. Isn't that what abiogenesis says?
Yeah, the base root is that there's a physical chemical continuum, right? Physical processes begin to form atoms and molecules, and those molecules are at first inorganic, then they become organic, then they become biomolecules, then they enter into autocatalytic cycles where they start to self-replicate and group up with each other into an actual protocell, and those protocells become more and more adapted to the environment until we get something where we draw the line that this is a living cell now.
Yeah, so you're saying exactly what I said, bro. You're saying chemicals came together and everything grew from it. So basically, you say you first atoms formed. Wait, atoms formed, came together. And yeah, I know that. I know that there are a lot of steps. I understand all this, bro. I'm not stupid. I might act stupid, but I'm not. The thing is that I know all this, but where did it come from to begin with? That's always been my main question. All of this is very, very interesting. It's very intriguing how it, you know, came together. I'm just saying the circumstances are very, very. It seems to be a little bit too perfect, you know, how it's come together, and then all of this has grown out of just that. Because what we're talking about now, essentially, we're saying that everything we see, you know, when you go outside, all the trees, every person, all the animals, everything you see around you today, came from some chemicals in the sea, in the ocean. That's what we're saying. And I understand, you know, I believe in all of this, but where did it come from?
It's more, right, the more kind of likely things, right? You can, I don't know where it came from because I don't really know what you're asking with that. According to prebiotic chemistry, right, these molecules were already present, or at least the building blocks of them were already present here on the earth. But like you can have amino acids forming, say, in the ocean and like deep sea thermal vents. You can have lipids forming in just regular regions of the ocean. You can have carbohydrates forming in a tidal pool. And some event happens on the earth, and nucleotides forming somewhere else. Then an event happens that brings those different components together with each other. So it's not like just there was some chemicals in a puddle.
But what is that event?
Over
No, bro.
time,
Listen,
they just
don't
turned into
strawman me.
life.
Bro,
There's a
don't strawman me. Don't
complex
strawman me. How did
interplay.
that happen? Don't strawman me, bro. How did that happen? You said a process happened, and they all came together. Magic, right?
No, there's geological processes that happen, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, things that disperse the environmental molecules around with each other, right? And then they can interface with each other when they get dispersed.
And what's causing those geological events to happen? To perfectly stir up the soup. You're basically saying that geological events just stirred up the soup and then it all came together.
around the time when all this happened, right? It was shortly after the late heavy bombardment period, so the Earth was still being hit by asteroids and stuff quite often. There was a lot of volcanism was still happening. It was,
So do
there
you
were
believe life was
geological
impeded?
processes happening. I don't know. Do you want something like specific?
No, do you believe in panspermia? Do you believe that could be a thing? Because I've looked into that as well, and it does seem to be something to it.
Yeah, I don't think that, the taking the origin of life hypothesis and just placing it off the Earth onto an asteroid or another planet or something, I don't think that's necessarily the right way or correct or the way to go about it. You're kind of just moving the issue. But the kind of version of that where the biomolecules themselves, amino acids and nucleotides and other complex organic and biomolecules that have been found on meteorites, it's quite possible that some of those meteorites back in the day contained those and brought them here into certain environments and dispersed them. Like that aspect of it is definitely plausible. But a full living organism coming from an asteroid, I don't know. I don't think so.
It still begs the question, even if that was the case, it still begs the question, where did it come from to begin with, even then? But it's just interesting because, like, I think I spoke to you the other day about this whole thing that I looked into some of the fossils, and they said that prokaryotic and eukaryotic bacteria came at the same time, but then you said no, so I don't know if the consensus had changed since I was looking at it.
Yeah,
So
there never was a consensus that prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells came at the same time, right? The just by pure logic, you would have to have a pre-cell, like you said, a proto-cell, then just a regular single cell, right? And there were some steps, right? Endosymbiosis and multicellular communes are hypotheses that were proposed. Lynn Margulis proposed endosymbiosis way back in like 1960. So I don't know when you read this research, but if that was the consensus, it had to have been before 1960, because endosymbiosis, which is basically the major step along the line of the emergence of eukaryotic cells, was proposed way back then and accepted shortly thereafter. So,
well, what do you mean, bro? Endobiosis is when isn't it when one thing lives inside another? Like you have one organism that internalizes another organism. It has to kind of almost fuse, or whatever you want to call it, but you have to have two separate entities first. The thing that I don't know, maybe I'm using the wrong terms then, but the thing is, those two entities that came together to form, the whole, mitochondria and everything, they existed at the same time. I don't know what they call the progenitors. Maybe I'm using the wrong term.
no, you're right. The thing with endosymbiosis that I'm talking about is the pathway to multicellularity, right? It starts where you have a prokaryotic single cell, you have multiple different organisms, right? One of those organisms is a chloroplast-like organism, and then there's mitochondria-like organisms, and then a different single cell organism engulfs, like, say, a mitochondria-like organism, another single cell. But instead of ingesting or digesting it, it keeps it around because
They
this
fuse, yeah, they
organism,
fuse.
yeah,
Fuse.
it can produce a bunch of energy for it. And now that it has the ability to produce all this energy, that energy can be used to make the organelles of a eukaryotic cell, and thus eukaryotic cells emerge as a result of this process. And then eukaryotic cells start to commune together, and eventually multicellularity begins.
Yeah, of course. They cooperate to achieve a certain, a similar goal. They want to survive. And the thing is that, but what I'm saying is, those two things that fused, I don't know what they are like. Obviously, you have the ancestral, or whatever it's called. I don't know if it's the ancestor to both of them, but whatever it is they both existed at the same time. That's what they're finding, and I find that quite. Again, it's another coincidence. It's another one of those, very interesting coincidences where you just had, two things and they came together. Because in nature, when you look, most things compete. You have to admit to that. Most things compete, so it's quite. It'd be quite different that something started cooperating. Does that make sense? Because that didn't happen before then.
It does, but I'm confused as to what you're saying, because like there were single cells, but there were different species of single cell organisms around, right? I don't get what you're saying. Like, they weren't all the same exact single cell that was around. There were multiple species. Then
I
this
know.
endosymbiosis event happened. Then eukaryotic cells happened, and then multicellularity emerged.
And that's exactly what I said. No, that's exactly what I said. But before that, all of them existed individually. They didn't cooperate, so to speak. Then two of them got together and they started. Because it's a few. Did you understand what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
That's not right, though, because the engulfment of this mitochondrial like organism ancestor by a different prokaryote allowed that prokaryote that engulfed it to have this abundance of energy now that it could produce. And from that, it started to produce new structures, new organelles. And it was the arising of these new organelles inside of that cell that began the domain of eukaryotes.
so it's basically a predator. Is it a predatory action? Basically, it's not a cooperative action. Does it basically prey? It just basically takes it over, and then that's how life starts. That's amazing. That.
Well, life is already around, right? We already have single cells. And one of them that it's not a mitochondria like ancestor, so it can't really produce energy that efficiently. It engulfs in a predator prey type thing. It engulfs this other single cell that can produce all this energy. But instead of digesting it endosymbiotes with it. It allows it to stay alive inside of it and produce all this energy for it. And over time, that becomes this symbiotic relationship. And that's why that's how eukaryotic cells emerged from the energy that's being produced can then be put into forming these new structures, the organelles of eukaryotic cells. That's why we still have these mitochondria inside of our cells.
Yeah, and they don't change, do they? Well, you pass on mitochondrial from your mother. That's quite interesting as well. That it doesn't change over time, and that just proves what you said there. The hay serves an incredibly important function within the cell. But how? Wait. So how does the mitochondria actually produce energy then? Wait. So obviously you're into this subject. Could you explain that? Because I've never understood that.
Yeah, and kind of brief because there's multiple aspects. It takes certain kind of molecules, sugars, and such. It breaks them down in a process called glycolysis, right?
Is
Which
it
gives
the
you
mitochondria that does that? Is this I didn't know that. I actually know about this, but I didn't. Is it the mitochondria that's responsible for this?
both aerobic and anaerobic organisms can do this. So it's not just the mitochondria. The specific part that happens in the mitochondria are the Krebs cycle and the electron transport chain, which is the major part where you're basically
energy transfer.
Yeah, you're using electron density to produce a proton gradient, which is then allowed to transfer across a membrane in the mitochondria. And as it does, the electrostatic interactions change the conformation of this enzyme or this cell surface receptor that's sitting on the membrane. And from that conformation change, it catalyzes the phosphorylation of a different molecule, and we call that molecule ATP, which is the energy the energy currency of the cell, as it's been said to be.
That's interesting stuff, though, man. And it's amazing, like life, how it functions. But that's what I'm saying. Is there's too many coincidences. You see, I believe in God. That's my thing. But you know, and I look at biology. I look at physics as well. You know, every field of science really. It suggests that you know there is something out there. Because a lot of these things are they're just way too complex. You know, even if you're saying, you know, like you were saying that there could have been geological events that happened that stirred up the sea and you know made all of these chemicals interact. It's still too much of a coincidence. Do you understand? That's what my problem has always been. That you know when people look at the science, they're not honest because you have to be honest that it does look like there is some intelligent design. You have to admit it's too perfect. The conditions is too perfect.
I'll be BRB, and then I can touch on that.
No problem.
Okay, so this this idea that everything is so complex. I kind of touched on this before with Witsit, that like it's the type of complexity that you see is not the type of complexity of like human beings when we design something. Right, an airplane is designed with this extremely efficient simplicity where there's these remarkably complex computer systems that are helping the pilots, but the pilots don't have to be computer engineers to understand how to use it, to know how to use it, and to know the basics of it, because it's so efficiently, simplistically designed that they can do that with just their pilot training. Biology is like the 180 opposite of that. It's like this ridiculously inefficient complexity of these processes, right? And that is remnant of natural processes that are emerging from the micro to the macro molecular scale rather than this top-down design. And when back in the day, when a lot of these fields were kind of being formed, they were being formed by religious people, by people who believed in a creator, and they thought they were going to uncover, God's handiwork in biology. But as I looked more and more, they're just seeing that none of these processes, you can assume a God in them, but none of them require. There's nothing that necessitates that there must have been this hand of God in these things. They can all be observed and explained by just the natural processes of the world, of the four fundamental interactions.
Yeah, bro, if you say so. Just seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Because you see, I have studied it. That's the thing. I'm not coming from, you know, a perspective of ignorance. I've actually looked at it, and there's, you know, there's just too many coincidences. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it could have just happened. Yeah, okay, it just happened. But, you know, what am I gonna say? We'll have to agree to disagree, bro.
Jays, do you consider yourself a atheist or agnostic? Do you one of those or something different, or what is your general position on the creator?
I guess I'm just neutral. I don't really. I don't know. I don't really disclose that kind of info. I would just leave it at neutral.
So agnostic, maybe?
Sure.
You don't disclose that? That's weird.
I was thinking that.
He signed an NDA with God.
We got a pact.
Yeah, man. No, but you know, if you want to keep it private, you know, that's you know.
Yeah.
The thing is, I just don't like. I don't like when people completely like just flat out deny that there is a creator. I just don't like that. I think that's ignorant. You know, if you're an agnostic, that's fine. You know, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I can respect that. But when you conclusively, you know, just say no, I just, you know, there isn't. It just happened. I don't know. I think that's dumb.
But like no one's saying that, man. No one's saying that it just happened. Like
A lot of
poof
people
magic.
do. A lot of people do.
And I haven't seen, you know, biologists and biochemists and stuff that are like, oh yeah, it just happened. Magic.
So you just said, bro. You literally said that. You said, oh, some geological events happen, and you know, it just stirred up the soup, and these chemicals just came together, and then it just turned into algae, and then that just seeded the atmosphere, and then magically that just turned into life, and you know, everything's here today. That's exactly what you're saying.
You're trying to tell me you've looked into this, or you're trying to tell me you've looked into this, and you have all this knowledge and stuff to make these judgments. But you're calling algae are alive, dude. You're like mixing like billions of years into the future of the process you're actually talking about. Algae are alive. They aren't around when life is forming. They are life.
No, I was
And
speaking
if you're gonna sit here and tell me that our understanding of how these things happen, which geological processes are not magic, they're not poof, there are volcanoes, earthquakes, asteroids that hit the earth. There's an array of geological processes that happen in mixed environments with each other. Right. So if you're going to sit here and tell me that we're, you know, tu quoque, we're on equal footing, I'm just as bad as you, and you don't know that algae are alive, right? How am I supposed to take you seriously, man?
I just repeated to you what you said, bro.